Welcome to Blast Premier Rivals Fort Worth, where we are in the city where the West begins, ready to begin our tournament to find out who just might be Fort Worthy of this trophy. And of course, to start off this tournament, I had to bring in the cowboy of Counter-Strike himself. We got Mr. Dustin Moret here with me. Dust, how you doing today?
Doing great, man. It's actually cool to be back here in Texas. The first CS LAN I ever worked was 15 years ago, about 45 minutes down the road. So really cool to get to revisit it here with some great teams behind us.
Damn, you're old.
I am, yeah.
Moving into these teams that we've got, for anyone who doesn't know, Blast Premier Rivals is an 8-team tournament. We have 8 teams entering, divided into 2 groups of 4. 6 teams will make it through to the playoffs, which means that you just have to win 1 series here to appear in front of that NACS crowd, and who wouldn't want to do such a thing? Here in Group B, we've got FaZe, NAVI, FURIA, GamerLegion, all of them vying to play in front of that crowd, all of them vying to represent. And for Group A, we bring in FUT, Vitality, Astralis, and G2. So the stage is set, the groups are there, the format is determined, but the question remains, what should we be looking for here, Dust?
Yeah, the question is, can anyone actually topple Vitality? You know, they have cemented themselves an era. They have become, in my opinion, the greatest team of all time, and they're on a hot streak to kick off this year, and no one seems to be able to match them.
Yeah, I don't think it's exactly a bold take at this point. They're establishing themselves as pretty freaking unbelievable at every turn, every moment where you think maybe this is where it ends, maybe they taper off. They just become better. They just rise that much higher. The question coming into this year was like, can they sustain? We weren't really anticipating that they would just get better, but the question is, Dust, who are we looking at to topple them? If we're looking towards FURIA, perhaps the Brazilians, why could they do it?
They've done it before, right? I mean, that's really kind of the thing you have to rely upon if you're a FURIA fans. You've done this before, right? We talked about a FURIA that really was the story, in my opinion, of the second half of last year. You know, winning 4 titles, becoming a consistent contender. And in one of those wins, they did beat this Vitality team at Chengdu. They beat them 3-0. They are one of the few teams to beat Vitality in the best-of-5 grand final, which is what it's going to take at this event as well if they want to hoist the trophy. So, you know, this is one of the teams that you kind of look at and you think, if they can get their acts together, this should be a squad that should be able to challenge.
And especially with the news of Fallen's retirement as well, we know that he is going to be stepping away from competing at the end of the year. That's given a new sense of urgency through to this FURIA team, right? This is a team, they love Fallen. They love holding his standard high, and you got to imagine there's a ton of urgency now to try and add to that trophy cabinet here on his swan song run.
Absolutely, because they've looked a lot more mortal this year, if we're honest. Some good results, but not as good as what we saw at the end of last year. But as you said, this is, you know, Fallen's last hurrah as an in-game leader, and he already has, in my opinion, an outstanding legacy. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. He's a guy we'll be talking about for years to come. But any more trophies that you can add to the cabinet on your way out is just going to add to your resume. And look, if one of his last stories as an in-game leader is finding a way to topple the behemoth that is Vitality, that's just kind of another, you know, feather in the cap, so to speak.
And if we're talking about another team that has started to surge this year, we got to talk about the team in yellow and black. We got to talk about NAVI.
Absolutely. I mean, NAVI was a team that, you know, was really kind of teetering on relevancy for a while there. But, you know, I think they ended last year strong with the top 4 finish of the Budapest Major. And as you can see here on your screen, they've had a pretty good year. I mean, they've consistently placed within or near the top 5. They have a title to their name at the EPL, and then had a really good finish at Open Rotterdam, you know, on their way here. So this is another squad out there that you feel has the tools to at least challenge Vitality. Although so far, their previous meetings against Vitality have not gone so well.
No, perhaps not, but that's the big object on everyone's radar. And certainly Navi's going to be trying to bring it. We heard Blade talking about it back at the Open, that this was the measuring stick, right? As much as they might be good now, as much as they might be competing for those trophies when a Vitality isn't present, it's what can you do against the big dog if you want to claim those prestige trophies, if you want to win a Rivals, if you want to win a Major. That's the team you got to beat. Moving on in as we focus a little bit on Group B, there's also a huge storyline here, Dust, which is what the heck are we expecting from FaZe?
Yeah, FaZe is a tough one to really put your thumb on right now. I mean, this is a team that has struggled. They are one of only 3 teams in Counter-Strike history that went from major grand finalists to not even making the major. And in the past, that might be because you just lost one RMR and you got unlucky. That's what happened to the Outsiders or the former Virtus Pro team, right? But this squad, it was a whole season under this new VRS system that pushed them out of being an attendee at the major after being a grand finalist. That is horrendous. You see the results there. They really do speak for themselves. This is a team that has been, teetering on death for quite some time, and now they have to try to have Twist basically come up and try to lead this team to something new.
Yeah, of course, that has led to change, right? We've got Netu in because Kerrigan left. Kerrigan, the standard bearer, the totem of FaZe for so long, is now on Falcons. We've got Netu coming in. We've got Twist taking over the captaincy, taking over the IGLing short term, and that is a huge responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, he's like kind of the one thing that maybe might last a while, right? He seems kind of committed to trying to lead the rebuild of this new phase and try to add a new chapter, because for a long time it was Rain's team, then it kind of became Kerrigan's team, and now it is going to have to be Twist's team. You know, you kind of look at an interview he did here with HLTV where he feels like he does take a lot of responsibility, and he feels like if he can be a great captain and make this team work, it'll really kind of flip the script on how we assess FaZe going forward.
And this has been a storyline for a long time, that Twist may be the heir apparent to Kerrigan, but I don't think anyone expected the transition to happen like this. I mean, it's clear from the FaZe side that there's some hurt feelings about Kerrigan exiting in this fashion, and I mean, for Twist as well, you talk about, we were expecting like maybe a gentle baton pass of mentorship into leadership. Now it's like, your ball game, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
And he's one of the few North American representatives that are going to be at this tournament, obviously being Canadian, but we know that FaZe is an American organization, and, you know, he really is a guy who kind of speaks here in the interview about, you know, it's important to represent FaZe in North America and to get into that arena. And again, try to give FaZe a new look. And it's going to be interesting because there's always that debate that happens. The same thing kind of happened with Nico, where it's like, do you go ahead and move away from being a star player to being an in-game leader? Do you sacrifice that? You know, Twist has kind of been forced into it for this moment. As far as what happens long-term, no idea. But for right now, he's the guy.
That's the question. What I will say is, if they do manage to make it through the first round matchup, if they do manage to make it into that arena, we know Texas loves FaZe. So that would certainly be a lift and a little bit of a buoy to a team that needs any sort of life raft that they can find.
Listen, it can't get any worse, you know, for the most part. So listen, any small signs of life would be huge for them right now. Let's just put it that way.
And I mean, we are looking to the future, right? The question is going to be, how deep of a rebuild is this going to be? Is it going to be studs up? We're going to ship a Theseus on FaZe? Or are we going to try and continue this roster in some way, shape, or form? Well, if you're believing in the future of FaZe, you can head on over to do your Blast.tv fantasy, courtesy of Gaming Malta here. We're going to build our own here, Dust. We're going to see if we can do better than everybody else out here. Diamond tier, what are we taking?
I mean,
Who are we taking?
We're taking ZywOo. Like, what are we
All right, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to take a bold bet. Okay, ZywOo dropped in.
The #1 player in the world. Go ahead and throw them on there.
Lock him in. We're feeling French early on. Platinum tier, who we got?
I'm going to go Makaze. He's got the hot hand this year. I like him. We're going to go ahead and give him a shot here.
You're just going high percentage picks right now. Gold.
Oh, I'm going to take Frozen. He's the one. He's the one bright, you know, thing happening over there. So I'm going to go ahead and give him his look here.
He has been consistent even in the darkest moments, it feels like. Now maybe if they get a little bit of a surge, maybe Frozen is the driving force behind it. I see the logic. I see the vision. Silver tier.
Silver tier, got to be Apex, right? I mean, this team's going all the way, so let me go ahead and take the captain.
Reading the high percentage?
No, I'm being realistic.
All right, bronze tier, who we got? No Vitality players. You can't go easy. Swansong Fallen, Jacob, Netu, the new guy in for FaZe.
Let me give it to Fallen. Let him have a nice, bright last ride. I was thinking maybe Alexi B, but we'll give Fallen a little ride here.
Okay, we're playing it safe. We're going high percentage picks all the way through. That's how it goes.
Frozen wasn't the highest percentage pick in that category.
We got to lock it in. He was actually pretty high percentage. I'm not going to lie to you, Dust. We're locking it in. We've got our fantasy there, courtesy of Gaming Malta. And there's also been a little bit of a fantasy of mine, which has been realized and made flesh, which is that Cash is back. Cash is back, baby. It's not quite in the pool just yet, but let's be real. We know what's coming. It's currently available and played the game. Oh, my God. It's so beautiful, Dust. Look at that.
It's so beautiful, man.
Cash
has been one of my favorite maps for so long. I mean, I was a Counter-Strike Source player back in the day, and that's where Cash kind of got introduced, and we obviously saw it in CSGO, but we haven't seen this map in competition, except for some show matches, since 2019. It's been a really long 7 years to get to this point. Again, the last major was IM Sydney that featured this one. The last Blast event was a Miami Pro Series way back in the day. So I can't wait to see this thing come back in after the major.
That's actually crazy. Only 20% of the players here have played an MVP event in Cash. It speaks to the new era of Counter-Strike, and I just personally have to say I'm glad they found the weed killer for this version of the map. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. I cannot wait to get back into the server myself and get my hands on this, but oh my God, look at this. It's like it never left.
Yeah, they've done a great job with this. I mean, kind of like what we saw happen with Overpass and maybe a bit on Inferno. It's just that aesthetic uplift. It's kept the core fundamentals of the map. You know, it really hasn't tweaked, I think, too much as far as how the approach will be. Obviously, CS2 just being a different game, utility being different in this game, those types of things will impact how this map is played, but the foundation is very much the same as what we've known for years.
And if you're wondering Production's opinion on what map should go, you can read that lower third. They're saying Anubis. I don't know about that one, Chief. I like my Anubis, but we'll have to see because it's almost time for us to get into the match. But before we do, a quick break.
Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. Do you like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show?
Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this.
All right then. How would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage. Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
We're happy that they won the Grand Slam because I knew they're gonna take 1 week off, and I think we had the best chance to beat them, even though it's like not that high, you know, like they are the best team in the world and in CS. But like right now, I don't know, no expectation, there is nothing to do. Maybe I just had to come back and beat them because nobody can do it, you know, I don't know.
For us, it doesn't change much in the way we take the game. We know they can be strong. I don't know much about Coolio as a player. I just saw that he's actually a really young coach.
Yeah.
I'm 33 years old, he's 25 in coaching, so he still has it in him, I'm pretty sure. So for us, it's gonna be like just focus on ourselves, focus on what we have to do, and hopefully we're gonna get the W today.
The Kings of Counter-Strike arrive here in Fort Worth, take their place upon the stage, and Coolio's making no bones about their role in this one. He knows that it is an outside shot for FUT to challenge this because these guys have just been that damn good.
Indeed they have, and they've kicked off the year very well with 4 events in a row. But FUT's a team that's been on the rise. They've been doing some good things. They're fresh off of, going from being an academy team to being a team that hoisted a Tier 1 trophy. And they beat some really good teams to do it out in Bucharest, beating Mongols, beating Paravision, beating Astralis, top 10 teams in the world. So they really have made a lot of progression in a short amount of time.
I mean, meteoric ascension, right? It has to be said. There's obviously a huge asterisk on the expectations for them at this event, purely because they have Coolio coming in, because Lauenx, the guy who really was a difference maker when he joined this team, isn't with them, isn't that signal bearer, that standard bearer, that spark plug for the rest of the roster. They're going to be missing him for sure, but you can't diminish how successful FUT have been this season.
Yeah, obviously missing Lonks is huge. I mean, he's their entry fragger. He's the heartbeat of the team. He's the emotional leader of the squad. You always see him pumping everyone up. He's a guy who's matured a lot, even though he's still very young in age. And this whole team is young in age. I mean, the oldest guy on the team is Krabini at 21 years old, their in-game leader. Everyone else is a teenager. I mean, it's a squad that it's so cool to see that story. Again, they were Navi's academy team. They were limited on the opportunities they were able to get. They weren't even really playing LANs, period. And now, going over to the FUT organization, this is a year where they got a chance to, finally get into the Tier 1 scene, and they've, again, rapidly excelled to a very high level, in my opinion.
I thought it was interesting that Apex pointed out that even Coolio, their coach, is quite young by coaching standards, 25, right? But still bringing in a wealth of competitive experience and not so far removed from his playing career that we can't imagine a world where he can hold his own.
Yeah, I mean, he actually did play for the official team of Hungary in IESF in 2024. That's the last LAN he played. So he has, dabbled a bit on the server, I guess you could say, as a player, but this is a much different stage that's being set here than the one that I just mentioned. So it's going to be tough, but, the thing about this that kind of helps FUT is they do have Wally distributed talent. There's still a lot of skilled players on that team, even if Lonks isn't here. And also Coolio can kind of maybe help with the calling a little bit, as he's going to be in the server with them. So there's a couple of things that help him out, but we're kind of grasping at straws, if we're honest.
Well, I was curious about it, so I asked Coolio. Let's give it a listen. Coolio, tough situation for you stepping back into the server. How's the Crosshair feeling?
The Crosshair is feeling good, the movement not that good. So Crosshair good, movement shaky, but we'll see.
Now, with this kind of situation, right, where you don't have Lauenx in, you're playing, how much do you have to change things up? How much do you want to alter things about how the team functions or how you call?
Like, we changed a little bit with positions. Like, we will try to use me, like, I don't know, in a smart way. But, like, in the same time, I'm not going to take over the calling or something. We just want to keep everything how we have, and let's just try our best.
So, maybe he's the secret weapon. Maybe that Crosshair's feeling good. Movement, not so much. But I do like the idea that he's not trying to rock the boat too much. Sometimes you do see when the coach comes in, they feel an obligation to call because they feel like that's where they can have the most impact. But let's be honest, Krabini's shown pretty dang good ability to command that team.
Yeah, Krabini really has solidified himself as that quote-unquote fragging IGL that you kind of speak of. I mean, he's a guy who's one of the highest-rated IGLs on a top 10 team. Also a very good entry stat. So, yeah, you're missing Laux as the tip of your spear, but you still have Krabini who has that just nature to him where he can aggressively lurk and take entries in his own right. But yeah, I mean, Coolio coming in, if he is just going to fill in Lonks' positions, and it is true that they're not changing anything, that puts him in a lot of star roles, right? I mean, they really do trust in Lonks to kind of be their big space taker, to play a lot of key CT positions. So I am kind of curious how that'll play out in the server today.
I think there's also an emotional element that we have to consider. I was watching Coolio's interview with Key Busy recently on the halftime show, and one of the things that he mentioned that they've been learning through their last few events is the emotional regulation, right? They played the first event where they sort of made a studio, they made a stage, and they were maybe too hype, screaming after everything. We know Lonks is a big piece of that, big voice, shall we say, literally on and off the server. And maybe their level was too high. They've been finding that nice middle ground, getting towards a safer, more level point. But if you're going to be missing that spark plug, if you're going to be missing one of those big arithmetic pieces of the equation to find the right level, somebody else is going to have to step up. And I don't think Coolio's a shouter.
No, I mean, but at least on the server, they do still have a lot of talent. I mean, Cemetery was the MVP of the tournament that they just won, right? So you're hoping that his op can still come alive in a tournament like this. Obviously, you have Jukes, who's one of the best anchors out there, in my opinion. And again, we've already mentioned the impact Kerbini can have, and Demon's also a really solid player in his own right. So I mean, they still do have a lot of skill on the server. It's just about you're facing a way different opponent than you've ever faced before, and you're not even able to put your best foot forward to do it.
So let's talk about that opponent, because we've waited long enough. It is time for the Glaze session. We're swapping on over. Vitality, they're set up behind us. These guys, unbelievable. If you haven't watched Counter-Strike in like 2 years, Dust, could you set the stage for us? Who is Team Vitality?
They're the greatest team of all time. That's who they are, right? I mean, this is a team that has done crazy things in the amount of time that they have played together. The last 20 events in a row, they've placed at least in the top 4. They've played 21 tournaments. They've won 13 of them. I mean, this is just a squad that continues to put accolades on the board. 2-time major winners, 2-time Grand Slams, 3 players in the top 10. I mean, it's just unbelievable what this squad has been able to piece together.
It really is. I mean, they're just coming off of another Grand Slam as well, right? So now the only team that's done it twice, what is an unbelievable testament to consistency at a top-tier level of Counter-Strike, something that is all but impossible to obtain, that we thought might be impossible to obtain in the modern era of Counter-Strike, and we're proven so very, very wrong again and again here, Dust. It really is just an extraordinary accolade at every level.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many trophies. They lead in almost every metric you can think of when it comes to like round win percentages, converting 4-on-5s, getting opening kills. I mean, they just have everything you could ever ask for of a team as far as talent, map pool, and so on, right? We could go on forever in Glaze's team, and we would never be able to get to the end of the list by the time it's all said and done. But yeah, this is the final boss of Counter-Strike, and this will be the first time they play against FUT, who is that fiery up-and-coming team that likes to play a really flashy, aggressive play style. So it could be, some fun fireworks, at least on the server.
I was curious, there was an interview recently with Apex over on the Reflections with Thorin where he talked about the super or not super of this team and their super results. So I asked him a little bit more about it. Apex, I was watching your Reflections interview. You mentioned you don't think this is a super team. Could you talk to me about that distinction, about why this Vitality, as super as you are, isn't a super team?
Well, we have super players, but the team overall is not a super team. Robs and Zaiwu are superstars, but Flamesy and Mezzy were not superstars when we picked them up. They became good, they became the best at their roles, but we did everything for them to move on. I think a superstar team is more like, it's players that play, because as a support you can't be a superstar in this role, and Mezzy is really great at what he does, but he's not a superstar. And the same for Flamesy, because he doesn't care about the team, the stats of himself. He's more like taking care of the team, sorry. So it's like, yeah, and me, I'm just a decent AGL. So it's just like, overall, I just don't think that we work like as a super team, and everything went really smooth with each other because we just want to win. And when you have too much of a super team, I tell you that because I played with the French super team, it creates a lot of egos and a bad stuff, so it's different here.
It is kind of remarkable, right? Ego has been the downfall of so many of these extraordinary teams over the lifespan of Counter-Strike, and for being a team that has won everything, that has won every accolade, individual or collective, they are quite good at putting those egos aside at times, and certainly that's been a huge part of their ability to sustain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of funny, like when you talk about ego, you talk about a guy like Ziwu, who is #1 player in the world. He never acts that way. He never, looks like he's, egotistical. Like, in fact, I remember in the past people used to complain that he didn't try to take on more, that he didn't actually try to be more of a star. But you're kind of seeing him coming to his own a little bit more lately in that regard, I guess you could say. But yeah, a super well-grounded team, best in role, and a lot of different players on the squad. And again, we could go on forever about how amazing they are.
I think he's threatening a little bit more this year.
Yeah,
certainly.
a little bit.
The whole team, I mean, how can you not just gain in swagger as each event goes by? Look, we have the map pool here as well. It's very orange. Anything wild about that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly how I thought it would go, so no real surprises were pulled out. I think Mirage was always going to be FUT's best chance to find a victory here. That's the one map that Vitality doesn't have some crazy recent form on or winning streak on, so to say, and it definitely is, I think, FUT's best map. So at least they get a chance to put their best foot forward as far as map being played.
They will put that foot forward indeed, whatever foot it might be. They will try and do what they can to stamp out the dominance that is Vitality. And two voices that will now dominate your ears. Moses and Dinko, take it away, boys.
Yes, indeed, Mike. Well, back in Texas for some Counter-Strike. Happy to be here, Jason. Very excited. I was more excited about this game coming into the event than I am today now.
3 days ago?
Yeah,
the announcement of Lonks not being here really hurts. But, I mean, look, it's still a fun team to watch. You have to say that. Like, obviously, I think with his departure, with Coolio stepping in, or excuse me, with his absence and Coolio stepping in, no chance of them winning the series. But, you know, let's have some fun while we're at it.
Like you said, let's have some fun. We got the maps for fun, Jason. All the orange maps are in. Everyone loves that.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, it can be a little bit of a brawly kind of a sequence of maps that we have. But yeah, when I look over at the roster of FUT, even outside of Coolio, I mean, Demon, Krabeni, his calling, Symmetry, Jugs, like these are guys that play some fun Counter-Strike. And even with Lonks missing, he's been their top performer on LAN in 2026. So like it hits home extra hard to his absence on top of the energy and emotional state that he brings into the squad. But I mean, you still have some danger in the other players. There's just no way to sense that it's ever going to be enough.
They have no pressure, no expectations on their shoulders. So let's see what they can do.
Okay, that's the angle you want to go with today?
Yeah, look at the smiles on their faces, Jason. Coming into this game, FUT versus Vitality, kicking things off here at Blast Rivals of Fort Worth. We get into Mirage straight away, and at least FUT starting on the T side. So we'll see what kind of T side antics they get up to today.
Yeah, let's see what they got in store for us. Gonna be really patient to open up this pistol round. And march on forward, slowly up catwalk. Looks like a split towards the B bomb site. They've got the option to bail out towards Con as well. Vitality playing 3 players at this bomb site, so defense looks primed to have a very strong start.
Yeah, the bomb though going through connector towards ZywOo, who's waiting with that P2000, but he is going to go down. Chuk is also getting his kill out of Palace, and that A bomb site is swarmed. Now the rotation is arriving here for Apex, but Demon not putting himself in a position where Apex can get that kill. So locking themselves in this bomb plant, hoping to find the pistol round now as well. But Demon not winning the fight against Apex. At least the trade comes in from Jugs. His position is strong from Symmetry in connected, but Mezzi clears him out, finds that kill. And Vitality are still in this pistol round somehow. 2 players coming back up through stairs. And we've got Mezzi trying to peer over the top. Jugs not giving him a chance, but not landing his shot either. And now he's naded into the open. Flames has got the kill. It's all on Krabeni. And that bomb, it's in the open. The defuse is being stuck, and there's a bodyguard, but they come off the defusal and get right back to it. It's unbelievable that Vitality find their way back into that.
It really is. And especially because that's the other 4 players, the actual players of FUT dropping the ball in that. Man, tough situation, but you can see in some of these positions they play in the post plant, very spread out and not playing as a team, where the rest of that was kind of a group mentality, trade game into the bomb site. This is a one-on-one fight that Demon, I guess, doesn't reload, so runs out of ammunition. You have the player over in Con who gets cleared out, no chance for support, especially once Demon goes down. So Vitality given the gift of a few isolated fights, and they get the pistol.
Crazy to see him pull it off, but we're going to see FUT with that bomb plant obviously have enough money to get a purchase here. So we can have Galil's Deagle Tech-9 out to play here for FUT. And they're going to be going quick into the middle with a couple of players, but it's the group up at ramp that looks most tantalizing here for FUT. They don't have a huge amount of utilities, so you imagine they're just going to go through contact, but that flash comes in. Apex taking the most of it. Well, ZywOo gets overwhelmed inside of connector. Krabeni getting rid of it, but traded out immediately. No Flames off the back of triple, no problem for 2. And that bomb plant is going to come through from Demon, at least securing a little bit of extra cash, but Apex running him down, making sure he can't get off the default spot. And Vitality come in locked in for the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, the jump. Yeah, you could see Apex. I mean, gets the first kill. He's spamming into the smoke. Saw second player going. He's trying to shout it out to ZywOo, who's also trying to spam the smoke to find him. That's twice now though, first 2 rounds. Pistol round as well. ZywOo got caught from Con. So a couple maybe like miscomms or misunderstanding of the timings, but no big deal, obviously, as Vitality still marching forward with a pair of victories. And should be an easier time of things. There is a bomb plant, but without enough kills, it doesn't make any sense to force up here if you're FUT.
A real challenge it would have been even with Lonks on the server today. But one we were very excited about. I think coming into this event, I think FUT was the team I was looking forward to the most, with a win in Bucharest and really building up form in this first half of the year rather. And I mean, it's obviously disappointing to see Lonks not be able to make it.
They have forced, Dinko. They've shoved all in on this one, so Galil's again.
Yeah, I like it. Just keep buying, keep throwing things at the wall. Let's see if any of it can stick. I mean, Krabeni's getting another kill here. It's Rops who's gone down this time. Apex doubled up with Flames inside of Connector. Oh, Flames getting spammed down. Actually, they've gotten rid of it. Apex with a quick trade. Now here's the push forward from Mezzi, but he's lost it. All of a sudden, it's ZywOo and Apex trying to win this one out, but looking impossible. But ZywOo, 1v4. Can he pull off the impossible? He's got himself two. Now taking a dink on Boyd. Wasn't ready for Demon. And you just think is how quick he gets those first 2 kills. You're like, okay, this is on.
I actually did think he was after those 2 kills. I was like, well, he probably knows there's the 3rd one here ready to fight as well. So yeah, unfortunate for ZywOo. Gets caught a little bit off guard by that 3rd player, but I mean, great work on that buy. That's incredible that FUT's able to actually win that out. Very slow progression in middle, taking advantage. Rops peeking off short. A couple players were passive over in comp, but that isolated fight and some good spam in through the smoke. So FUT's bringing it to Vitality early here on Mirage. Not giving up early, not giving up even though the buy seemed it was right on the edge. Another investment from the CT side of Vitality, but they're brought down to fumes, man. There's very little utility for the defense to work with.
Kerbeni just getting stuck in. Up through short already. Mezzi gonna peek out for the opening kill though, and switch out to the AK-47.
Uh-oh. Everyone's hanging out right next to Rops. 3 players coming in. Flamesy's gonna have to turn around. There's the smoke, calling that out.
Oh, what? How has he got away with that? AK picked up, and Rops not able to get anything out of that, but Symmetry stepping through, getting a double kill. And still Vitality hold the advantage, but short advantage because Symmetry over the top of Triple takes down ZywOo.
A little sloppy it feels so far from Vitality in some of these situations. ZywOo getting caught, trying to be a little too aggressive, but thankfully Apex with the MP9, he gives them an advantage yet again.
Symmetry would have to ace to win this one. They know exactly where he is. He's got a Galil. And he steps out into the open. You've got Apex on stairs, and Mezzi's AK that he got earlier in the round is the one to round things out. So
I want to see that.
Do pick it up.
I want to see that Rops kill. We like switched to his POV right when the kill comes out. That was crazy.
It's just straight up reaction, immediate headshot.
I mean, that's all he really needs in that scenario, right? Is just the one kill. Here we go. Oh my Lord, peace. Get out of my face.
You got a free kill on Rock? No.
Oh, the ladder.
No,
yeah, it's unfortunate. He's a sad man after that. 3-1, Vitality back to the winning ways, back into the advantage, back into the lead. They've got plenty of money moving forward, and finally, FUT is relegated back to just the pistols. Deagles are out, I say that, but their Deagles are actually incredible.
Yeah, we see them win.
We've seen some weird Deagle rounds
pretty much all the time, Jason. It's like some of their better rounds, really. Let's see what Kerbeni's Deagle can do. Looking to crack open a skull to a CT spawn, but could be blinded and held back.
You notice how Vitality in pretty much every round we've seen so far have opened up strong and middle. This is where you kind of get to the next stage of being tested if you're FUT, which is an additional reason why the absence of Lonks is kind of a bummer, because we would have liked to have seen the full lineup. But as this rise they've been on throughout the year, I think they began the year like ranked 19th. Now they're 9th in the world in the ranking. And some of the scalps they've taken are so impressive. Now teams are starting to scrutinize them a little bit more. Now teams are starting to look into them a little bit more. And there's a heavy preference for FUT towards the middle of the map, as with a lot of teams. But that's where Kerbeni does a lot of his good work opening. There's a nice Deagle shot. And Vitality obviously very much know that that's a part of the map. If they shut it down, things get so much easier for them. And this is where I say it's the next evolution of FUT, is because as this team that's on the rise, everything's kind of cool. It's going well. But once teams start like looking into you and really kind of breaking down your details on how you play and countering you, now you have to take that next step of being able to flesh out a deeper game to be able to get past that.
Yeah, and unfortunately in this tournament, playing with only 4 toes, Jason. So, not really the full FUT going on at the moment.
Not a complete FUT.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd say even with 4 toes, you still got a FUT.
Sure, but it's not the full FUT.
Not the full FUT.
Yeah. Bit of a weakness there for sure. We got FUT getting ready to go in towards this A site though.
Which toe is missing?
The big one.
You want to say the big one, don't you?
The big one.
Yeah. All right, well, test for Apex. He's alone inside this bomb site.
Oh, he's also extremely blind. It's going to be Flames coming through with a quick kill in return. But Jugs makes sure that it's still the advantage held for now. And this shot from ZywOo looked a little cold to start the day. Goes back again, and Symmetry going to be caught inside the side. Look at Rops just diving his way down into the sandwich. He doesn't get a kill from it because ZywOo actually connected the lethality. But all of a sudden, Demon's in a clutch he can win. And it's Mezzi out towards CT spawn. He's got a lot of time to work with here, Demon.
Oh, this is sick, though. Okay, Mezzi makes the noise cue, like he wants to shift back towards the window. Demon just gets aggressive on it, waits for him to actually step up to the plate. Bomb is down over at default. Mezzi not considering this.
Oh, it's a smart play. It's confident. Oh, no. Oh, you would not see him mess that up. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Demon, and a Vitality obviously going to shout over and let him know.
Yeah, that'll happen, I guess, is the best way to phrase that.
Disastrous.
Those are the painful ones. You make the play, you make the right read, you make the right decision, and miss all the shots. A little bit of frustration from Apex. I'm with you. Feels like a slower start to the day for ZywOo, but you know that's not going to be here the entire map, right? You know it's not going to last.
Dude, I don't even want to watch this again. We switched.
That's a better POV to watch.
Production is merciful. To everyone. Well, the Deagles are back.
Deagles are back. So are some Tech-9s.
Well, needless to say, if you're gonna make it competitive versus Vitality, you did need to win that one.
Yeah, I mean you're exactly right. I mean, obviously with the stand-in situation, it's a little bit different, but just in general, anyone playing against Vitality, when you have an opportunity presented to you like that to win a 1v1, have to take it. Has to be a win. Picked apart with these pistols. Apex is going to add a third kill on top, 6-1, and it feels like this is the moment where Vitality has planted their feet, and they might just run away with this half. Coolio and Jugs.
Just hanging out far away from one another. Mezzi's got Jugs and just leaves Coolio left with a Tech-9 down in the underpass. So ends up getting peeked out by Rops, finished off, and yeah, really running away with the half now, 6-1. And looking very cool and composed right now for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, another day in the office for them, kind of strolling in, starting this this group stage here at Blast Rivals. But I mean, with the kind of, dust highlighted on the desk, and we all know with the kind of legacy they've had and built over the last 2 years. Yeah, this is them kind of warming up into the event. I think in terms of, get the win, the results, the scoreline doesn't really matter. Not going to change any thoughts we have on Vitality. This is a team that's just kind of gearing up mentally for the major coming up next, because that's going to be the next big trophy that can solidify them and leave no doubt, as Flamesy said, that they are the greatest team of all time. And their mentality all year has been so strong. One thing I'm most impressed with Vitality outside of the gameplay is just there's constantly a next objective.
I like that.
Constantly another goal that they're speaking of, because at some point you are sort of like, what left do they have to accomplish?
Yeah.
What is there out there?
Kind of completed the game.
Yeah. As you can see, Polymarket, the odds over there, like the percentage of them taking the win, it's not looking good from Polymarket. ZywOo going to take the shot. Lovely work from Symmetry.
I like that, the big toe. Well, yeah, I mean, ZywOo's done very well to get the opening pick, and again, playing with a 4v5 now for FUT, and that mid control being contested is real tough here for FUT. But Vitality going to peel away. They've got the advantage, and they're going to leave that mid control open for FUT. But let's see what they can actually do with it. That's the issue. And Vitality are not going to just sit back and stop moving. There's another play being set up, and it's going to be that ramp control being taken. Flames moving forward. And Jugs will be watched by Apex.
It's going to be a hard setup to crack. But the main thrust of this still feels like it's going to be coming in through mid. Coolio working his way through the underpass now downstairs, so he'll join up in middle. Once he kind of gets a little bit closer, they'll start making their progression down the mid ramp. No one really spotting mid either. With this kind of advanced position towards A ramp, they can be a little bit more lax and give a little bit more room over to FUT. But if you look at the B defenders, they're way far back as well. Nobody's on short, so there's really no support coming to this bomb site anytime soon. Nobody can help out.
So you have to rely on Rops, and he can't get anything. So Demon gets rid of him and leaves Flames over towards ramp, and now he's spotted as well. And so it's going to be very tough to see a world in which Vitality pull this back, but Flames goes out. That's the bomb spilling to the floor, and it's bought a little bit of extra time for ZywOo to arrive, but downed by Jugs. Important kills for Palace in this round. He won the fight firstly against Apex, and then those final two to close out the round. Massive round there from Jugs.
Yeah, nasty shooting. That's great to see. That's the kind of flair that some of these FUT players have. So triple kill secures the round. Here's how it opened up. Managing all the utility, blind, smoke broken open, chaotic situations ZywOo comes out on top of, but everything from that moment on is all Jugs. Nice kill from Demon, but this shot cuts him down before he can get involved, in a beauty on Mezzi as well. 6-2, a 4-round lead for Vitality.
Yep, full buy back here for FUT, trying to run their way into the game, but ZywOo, another opening frag towards middle. It's Symmetry taken down, so no AWP presence from FUT on the other side of things here. Got Demon looking to get into connector a little bit quicker. Using their own smoke as well. Just tell that he might not be pushing up that quickly into car, but it's a strong position to get. AWP for ZywOo not going to be connecting towards the apartments as Jugs will back away as the warning shot rings out.
Yeah, it's not connecting, but it kind of accomplishes the same thing, right? Nobody wants to be home. Demon finds a sneaky kill. Apex had no idea he was pushed up in towards Con. That information never made it over to him. So brought down into a 4-on-4. Coolio is low, but still kicking on the map. Bomb is up in ladder room right now, a little bit centralized. It's going to have to work its way up short in tandem with the B attack.
Now on the back of Krubeni, who's currently wielding the AWP.
So is ZywOo. Then you're going to have to get past that if you want to make it into the B bomb site.
Drifting back over from Market to get eyes on short.
Look at the timing he's got on this as well. It's perfect.
Just drifting back at the right time. Gonna jump up on the van, and he's being held. So ZywOo gets the warning shots down to 12 HP. But now he's in a tough spot because Krubeni's taking up position at short, so he can't cross back into the site open. ZywOo not putting himself in harm's way. In fact, he sticks around so committed to get that kill. Now he thinks about the next play, but the timing has favored Krubeni. He's got beyond the scope, but Rops is rotated, so Krubeni is going to fall. And Rops has got that kill. ZywOo with perfect positioning, never putting himself in danger, and keeping it clean on that B bomb site for Vitality.
Yeah, look at the way ZywOo's presence just freezes them. They're just stalled out. Nowhere to go against that AWP. Don't want to kind of take this space up in halls, narrow corridor against that op. Only real option is to lurk up short and try and wrap around, but Rops has that covered. So, yeah, looking good for Vitality now. Responding each and every time FUT win, and a second timeout is burned, as they need to talk things over on the FUT side of things.
And they've even got the coach playing with them. They don't necessarily always need the timeout. So
yeah.
Really just trying to get it done, get through them. But unfortunately, I feel like there were a couple of chances in this half to be competitive for FUT.
Yeah, there were a few like sneaky ones. The 1v1 is the big one that we saw, right? Like I think the pistol round as well, where they had an advantage, would have been a nice thing to have. But yeah, those critical rounds, if you're going to cause an upset, so that you need to win, especially early to build momentum and get some rounds off the economic advantage, those all go the way of Vitality. So it's been fun seeing a couple scrappy rounds, the Jugs 3K, but these rounds don't seem replicable, and they're having a tough time stringing them together. 5 rounds, the difference between FUT and Vitality.
I think they've had enough of paying the ZywOo attacks in middle, so hit the pause button for a second before they swing out.
Yeah, he has gotten 2 opening kills in middle on Symmetry in the past couple rounds, 3 rounds or so.
Flames has pushed up. Look at the position he's got already. Inside of ramp. He's going to start backing away now. Block out Palace. Continue to retreat further and further into the bomb site. Slower rounds here from FUT. Do not say that often.
No, you really don't. They're looking for the play from Vitality. It's right now as they hunt for information, want to clear out the middle of the map, and they just turn away. Nice timing of the peek from Krubeni.
Yeah, not wanting to overextend and expose himself to short. That does allow Apex to get back into connector, but maintaining the advantage here for FUT for the time being.
Yeah, but now they're looking up ramp. They're just walking this too. Apex has no idea they're already up. Now the smoke comes in, but they're going to close to turn in that corner. Miss from ZywOo, and Symmetry's got the punish.
Yeah, Symmetry making the most of that opportunity.
I think you got to save this if you're Vitality.
Yeah, but 5v3 getting into the bomb site. Plant coming in now from FUT.
This is maybe like the last opportunity FUT have to carve out something in this opening half, because if you looking at the money, this is why they're saving. I mean, they're on the verge of a reset here. You lose this round and you're pretty broken. So want to bring these weapons forward. Anything Krubeni can grab right at the end is worth its weight in gold.
Trying his best. He will get that kill on Apex towards Van. Mezzi in the middle of the site, and Krubeni not too far off there, but it is going to back away. Took a lot of damage in that engagement with Apex.
And if you ever complete this economic reset of Vitality by winning the next round, obviously there's not like a slew of rounds it's going to impact, but clawing yourself back from 2 to 7, all of a sudden you could be looking at 5-7 going into halftime, and that'd be an incredible accomplishment for a FUT team that started the half slow, had a couple of heartbreaks early on, but they're still in this fight. Man down, Launk's not here, Coolio standing in. Not getting completely deleted off the map. Well done from Krubeni. Still a little bit shaky from ZywOo. We've seen some good moments. We've seen some ugly ones. This is one of the uglier ones.
Absolutely. Creates an opportunity. I mean, if he gets that kill, it's a very different story in that round. It'll be a fight right down to the wire. But 7-3 now. Vitality, you can see the damage that has been inflicted upon their bye. They do not have that AWP out here for ZywOo. They're staying committed to this mentality of getting aggressive towards top middle, and it's going to work out this time, removing the playmaker in Krebeni and retreating away with a man advantage.
Yes, a very strong man advantage. Rops is all on his own. He's hiding over towards the B bomb site. Nobody's shifting in this direction yet. Mezzi's coming, but he's going to be, I think, a little bit late or just at the perfect moment.
Rops at the ready. Hearing the steps, the drop down through the window, misses the chance, and oh, it's a little messy from Rops. Mezzi trying to clean up that mess, but can't exactly do it. ZywOo and Apex have to do it now. That plant is going to be denied, and Apex on the cleanup on Cemetery as well. And that dream of 5.5 rounds from FUT now dead.
Apex got in there so quick. They had no idea he got up that close. Well done from Apex. Poor Rops just had so many options to pick from. His brain couldn't choose fast enough. And yeah, you're right. Once again, a 3rd round win for FUT that they're not able to convert 2 in a row. Not able to build off any of the success they've had in this half, which, as you mentioned, just makes it so difficult. That 7-5 dream is gone. It's now 8-3, and Vitality have all the advantages in this final round of the half.
Mezzi realizes there's pressure coming towards this B side. ZywOo with a missed shot, got completely blinded. Mezzi, though, stepping up on top of the van. Nice cleanup here from Mezzi, leaving Krebeni 1v2 to try and round out this half. Up in the apartments, Apex has his sight, and that will be a 9th round collective for Vitality. They've come to Texas, and they're in control of this opening map.
I don't even think he saw him for a second there. The monster is back.
Let's play a game.
There are some players that are just born differently.
Some try to intimidate you.
He doesn't try to. Everything he does is deliberate.
You never really feel outplayed. You just feel late.
There is no pattern.
And they can't find him, and he's been so slippery.
He doesn't move faster. He's moved first.
He makes it look easy, and that's the scary part. He was made for this.
It's not about losing to him. It's about arriving at him.
I can't believe it. Oh, he stopped.
Beautiful work there from ZywOo.
It is ridiculous.
ZywOo doesn't need the help. Nails every single shot.
Right here, right now on Mirage.
Oh my God. ZywOo knows he's gonna fight right here, right now.
Most efficient player in Counter-Strike history. No wasted ammo, no wasted movements.
Where there's a chance, there's ZywOo.
If you try to, I will catch you.
Welcome back to Blast Rivals Fort Worth. We are here with Vitality versus FUT, and a 9-3 lead for Vitality is not that surprising, to be honest, Jason. There was chances there for FUT in the first half, but you've really got to take them, and they just missed too many opportunities to really make this one competitive.
Yeah, they did. I mean, yeah, you know, both teams having some weird, like, we've seen a couple of odd misses out of ZywOo. I think both teams enjoying a little bit of jet lag here to start your campaign in Texas. Yeah.
So it's an excuse I don't hear you use often, Jason.
Well, you know, let's give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. It is, well, we were talking about it because normally at the European events, games start a little bit later. We do it earlier here in America. Jugs gushed out, he's going to have to back away. Symmetry takes a gush as well. So, yeah, you have a two-man advantage, but that can be evened up real quick.
I just remember FUT were in a position in the pistol round where they looked so strong, and Vitality somehow pulled it back in that first half. So not counting them out here. We've got Rob sitting down on default. Should be too tough now. You've lost Mezzi, but ZywOo's still alive alongside Robs. Yep, flank coming around the ramp. And ZywOo running back to Tetris. You've got to take this kill. You can't afford to die if you're Demon. And ZywOo's got that one. He goes back into it. Not like this, surely not. And ZywOo comes close to it. But eventually they get rid of ZywOo off Tetris. But you can see that little laugh. He knows he was close to a chance there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a pretty famous clip from that position on the map. So he could have had his 6 kills yet again. That would have been something special. ZywOo almost makes it work. Almost able to clean up all those gushes. But again, a good pistol round. And unlike the first half, at least this one, FUT does a great job of closing it out. Stepping into the action, good retake, waiting for the flank to arrive, waiting for it to show up and be a distraction. And even though ZywOo had a very real chance at it, pretty strong pistol round victory for FUT. So they get their 4th on the board, but again, haven't been able to win 2 in a row throughout this map.
I mean, Demon's got to be slightly in his own head. You'd have to imagine, you know, that 1v1 you missed. That now on ZywOo. Well, Mezzi gets the opening frag. Krebeni a little late to try and get out window there. And an opening for Vitality. That's the scary part. Once that bomb goes down, all that damage, as well as ZywOo's got an AK out. Symmetry taking the risk, pushing up through underpass. He's got a lot of space, a lot of information. And ZywOo just charging up near him. But he's ready for the fights. And ZywOo wins that. Symmetry's just, I feel bad for him in that scenario.
Well, I want... Dang, what a good reaction. Okay. I wonder if he knew or if he was kind of assuming there might have been a push from the kill on Krebeni. You might be thinking like, a first player surely got the timing right, and a second player, you know, you kill him as he jumps out. So maybe a little bit of awareness in that sense. Regardless, I was just doing ZywOo things.
Yeah, and now Vitality's force buy is a 5v3. You've just under a minute left on the clock. Plenty of time as well for Vitality. You'll see the final adjustments from FUT. They got to put all 3 players on A, banking on it being an A finish. Currently looking like it's going to be a B finish though from Vitality.
Well, there's no Vitality's. There's no reason for them not to investigate a little bit. Apex is already like 10 steps ahead of pretty much everyone on the team. Like, might as well just step into the B bomb site on your own and see if there's going to be a trap laid for you. Rop's now at his hit, so they could at least trade, but they won't encounter anything. So double digits for Vitality, and yet again for FUT, only this singular round win and nothing else.
Yeah, got to be that save call on the other side of the map for FUT. They go for this unlikely retake attempt, then obviously lose everything, have nothing to play with in the next. So it'll be a long old save for them.
Yeah, and they're also kind of looking at the long game too. They're like, if we're gonna win this one, it's gonna be a comeback. We need these weapons moving forward. So big problems right now for FUT. As you can see, it's just getting worse and worse. But, I mean, this is a team, like, even with Long's not here, like, they're going to, I don't want to say, like, a full-blown pass, but obviously it's not going to change too much of our excitement for FUT. I'm just curious, watching this team progress up to the Major. I think that's, the Major is going to be a really cool glimpse of what FUT's been able to put together in this, 5-6 months of the first season of the year.
Yeah.
As they've kind of been on this rise, as they've been getting better, what have you been adding into your playbook? What have you been developing? What have you been working on? Major is going to be a lot of fun for FUT. They're going to head into that having some pretty big aspirations as well. I would imagine they're thinking quarterfinals.
Well, the context of this event, Group A, we're currently watching here with Vitality FUT is the opening, and then we have Astralis G2 coming up as well. And I mean, the winner of that will go on to play what is looking like Vitality. So I think this is a really cool group. I mean, obviously, looking at the other side of things, you've got some good teams in Group B, but this is clearly the stronger group out of the 2.
Maybe change that now, yeah, but maybe change that with Longs missing. I don't know. Whatever way you want to go with it. I'm not going to argue too much.
Oh, Krabeni over the top of Khan, and it's ZywOo who's taken down. You're always going to get a couple of Krabeni deep shots throughout a map.
Yeah, he's not going to let you down in that sense. So 5-on-4 now for FUT. Still have that M4 and playing Jugs and Demon. Krabeni another shot with the Deagle lands nothing, but now it's a dangerous push when you have the advantage. Not around you want to give away the lead. And Coolio backs away.
Well, smoke into connector. Jugs' vision taken away from him. And that does allow Flames to move up towards ladder room.
Dicey position for Flamesy, but it gives him so much information. 3 different angles he can peek into, and as long as that smoke is up, he's comfortable to chill. It just fades. He gets one, spots another out towards Khan. Hit moving in towards the A bomb site, so Jugs backs off as the utility reigns in.
And it's numbers through Palace, 1 player through ramp. So
this is hard. Only the Deagles being in CT spawn, unable to really have an influence on this, is going to be really, really tough.
You see Jugs really wanting to fight, try and get an advantage somehow with that rifle out towards jungle, but gets involved in engagement with Robs and loses it.
They're going to play the time. They want to stop the bomb plant. They're going to have a great chance for it, although Apex steps up and they've got Catwalk covered.
Yeah, so they don't get in a position to deny that bomb plant. Now this round becomes almost impossible to see FUT winning, but let's see if they can get one quick shot. Apex was turned away, but he's ready for that second fight as well. Apex spams down through the boxes, gets rid of Symmetry, and puts Coolio in a 1v3 here. He's going to be playing towards jungle, trying to grab that M4. And he'll step out into the open. Rops is ready to punish. So good work from Apex. Important kills towards CT. And Vitality just storming towards the finish line.
Yeah, recovering a 4v5. Here's the opening kill from Krabeni. Really well done. ZywOo goes down. Oof. Looked real rough from ZywOo's POV. Yeah. 1-for-1 for Flamesy, which gives a lot of information, and those Deagles just never motivated to be aggressive until the bomb gets planted. Tough round for FUT to try and piece together, but it's only going to get worse. 4-11. And sitting back on pistols, they feel they need the rifle to begin the comeback. And for the rest of us watching at home, and here in the studio, this feels just over.
Yeah, it does. Feels like a formality. Obviously, FUT's map pick as well. If you're on Mirage up next, Dust 2.
Makes sense. It's a strong map for them. They've had some good successes on it when Lonx is in the roster as well.
Apex gonna try and clear towards Symmetry. It's just a USP around this corner for now. Actually, taking a ding straight away here. Apex put under a bit of pressure, but he does have Flames to help him.
Yeah, last 2 positions now known with the Catwalk boost. So Molotov gonna rain in. ZywOo's gonna scale up towards the bomb site with the bomb. And this will be the 12th round for Vitality. They'll have 8 map points to close things out on this first map of the series.
Robs tapping and eventually finishing off Coolio.
I'll say this for this group, just because you touched on it a little bit earlier as we get into the final, potentially the final round. One thing about this group that's really cool, I actually think the most exciting team at this event is in this group, and that would be G2. I'm so interested in seeing what G2 is going to look like at this event. That matchup is coming next against Astralis, which is going to be really fun to watch. But that's a team I think, you know, going into the major with the acquisitions they've made, Nerds reuniting with Saw. I think that team has they've got good play written all over it. I'm pumped.
Of course, Astralis end up in the group with FUT. I mean, obviously, we had to have that happen. Just one more time.
We need to hit our quota of Astralis FUT games for the event.
Well, you got Jugs just playing towards stairs. Already, Vitality have put a couple of players through that smoke. It's going to be an awkward timing to try and deal with here for FUT, but they've now detected it. The issue is Flames and Rops have come in with kills. Coolio getting 1 Symmetry out from CT. It's a good kill here on Apex. And it's a 2v3 as ZywOo now arrives towards Connector. It's got to be a clutch to close this out. ZywOo's taking the first, and he's got plenty of time, so we don't count ZywOo out completely. Issue is, look where the bomb is. It's over towards ramp. So we'd have to find a pathway back there. It's going to eat a lot of time off the clock.
It is, especially because this is a great decision from Demon jumping up where he did. He would have been able to hear the footsteps running. Don't see him calming now, so not hearing as I would turn the corner to run all the way back, but that's going to be his first engagement. 55 seconds. Now, we saw how aware he was earlier with the push in towards the B-halls. How aware is he going to be here?
We know ZywOo.
Imagine putting Coolio in a 1v1 against ZywOo.
Play perfect Counter-Strike. Demons have some big misses, but not this time. Takes a lot of damage, though.
Yeah,
he took a lot of damage, but eventually gets that headshot off.
I just know Coolio is sitting at that side like, please win your fight. Please win your fight.
Thank you, Demon. Could have been something special again. It would have been a great close from ZywOo, but
stylistically, you know, Vitality going for this play through the smoke, more contact. You can see because they chose to go that route, they don't have the utility in play. So actually, it helps FUT out a ton when they're able to swing and trade those fights.
Yeah.
No nades in their face, no smoke blocking off angles, no Molotov making them take damage. Nice defensive round from FUT. They're going to have to deal with a nice uppercut towards the A-bomb site.
Here's that push. Oh, ZywOo had his knife out as he was crossing. It's an awkward situation there for ZywOo. Demon is going to get that kill. Now here come Vitality again. Look where the bomb is. It's all the way back in T-spawn, so you're going to have to send the player back to get that. That's gonna be quite an issue.
Well, the nice thing for Vitality, I feel like if one thing you could do here is just everyone back off. Like if the bomb is that back, this tactic has kind of gone to hell. So you're, oh my god.
Well, you got Robs doing that.
Yeah,
so.
All right, come on back to the A-bomb side, boys.
We're just gonna buy
we're
some
good.
time, bring that bomb back over here, Apex. It's all good. 4v3. We got Coolio rotating over towards CT. He's got a Symmetry in behind him.
They got more utility as well. No smoke to block off CT spawn. They got Molotovs, they got nades, they got flashbangs as well to take them off the angle.
Well, tells you all you need to know. Vitality can leave the bomb in spawn and still look like they're going to close this, but Demon and Coolio with some resistance, and now Apex is left on 14 HP. He's going to go out and die at Demon's hand. So, nice round out of Demon, real sharp shooting, and they hold on at least for another.
Yeah, well, thankfully, Vitality's up like 12 to like 6, so I don't think that's going to tilt them too much. You know, like this is a closer game. I think that round is a tilter because that round was really disorganized, and I think that's just an indication. I think Vitality feels so comfortable at the moment that a little bit of focus slipped here in this round. Yeah, I would imagine. Well, also, I think ZywOo's, they kind of leave the bomb there. ZywOo's probably supposed to pick it up on his pathway back.
Flashes
Right?
his knife as he gets pushed. That's 2 rounds to try and get out quick on A. It hasn't worked out here. Demon is really warming up now. Good shot as well here, too. ZywOo and Apex both gone a couple of seconds into the round, and it does free up Krabeni to feel confident to push up. Flames is all on his own, and he's got the bomb. And Krabeni not going to punish him. Demon just might, though. Flash is going to set him up for the peak. And Flames wins it, so at least pulling one of them back.
Yeah, but Vitality's so dangerous in these situations. 3 versus 5, now a 3 versus 4. Minute and 14 seconds on the clock, and at the moment they're looking for any more pushes, and Rops wants to wait out this smoke. I'd look for him to find a timing. Keep an eye on the mini-map of when he starts to make his move to probe into that B-bomb site. And ZywOo is getting, excuse me, Mezzi getting time with that deagle. So really no decision yet for Vitality. Window is smoked. Khan is going to be smoked off. Symmetry's got no vision. Nade breaks open the smoke, not completely. So it falls to Coolio.
No, let's see. Coolio gets shredded. Mezzi dropping him. More pressure now on Krabeni. 30 seconds. He's got to deal with players coming through short and one through the apartments. Krabeni trying to position himself perfectly, but he's now spotted. Rob's going to take him down. Symmetry burning, stepping forward. Needed that kill. He's got it. And now Flames bringing that bomb to the site. He'll commit to the plant. And Symmetry now, if he goes into the open, Robs is ready to shut him down, and it's all on Jugs. A 1v2 and a great recovery to this round from Vitality that is looking like it's going to close out this map. A top position for Jugs and a win from Vitality on the opening map. Mirage goes their way comfortably. A little slow start from both teams, strange moments, but Vitality getting through.
Yeah, that's, I mean, a nice win from Vitality. You're right, it did seem a little bit disorganized at some places, but it doesn't really matter all that much at the end of the day. We know Vitality's going to grow into this event. They're going to snap into place, and playing against a diminished FUT who do not have Lounx playing with them at the moment here in Fort Worth. So, yeah, everything pointing that Vitality's going to be able to wrap this series up pretty casually.
Just a little bit on the end there to make you start to believe, Dust, but this was always a one-sided story, and we see the end result. Another very strong showing for Vitality.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vitality's opponent was not able to put their best foot forward in this game. We had some hopes with it being Mirage, a map that this FUT team has been very successful on this year, but a man short, so to speak, as far as not having Lounx on the server. Definitely, you could see the impact that it had throughout the course of the game. And yeah, unfortunately, they just didn't really have it today.
And the story of that map really, as it always does on Mirage, had a lot to do with mid, didn't it, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, in a world where on Mirage you see a lot of teams going for just like the A set pieces or the fast splits, you know, FUT is a team that is very mid-control oriented whenever they play Mirage. They really like to get control of that area consistently and build mid-rounds off of it. And really, throughout the majority of this first half, they just were not allowed to have that territory for free. They were losing players, you know, very often, you know, in these early round situations, and Vital was able to build on those advantages and really shut down a lot of these rounds.
Does make it so very difficult when you're playing with one hand tied behind your back in terms of positional control. And a huge part of that, the man who was mentioned as maybe not being as much of a superstar in the pregame interview, Mezzi, looking like an absolute star in this one, particularly in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is like an anchor specialist for this team, right? I mean, he's kind of the role player that you kind of, you know, don't talk about as much as some of the others because maybe he's not a guy who's ranked in the top 10. You know, maybe he's not a super team player or whatever it was that Apex was trying to say. But what he can do is his job, right? And his job was to lock down these bomb sites, and he did that in spades throughout the course of the game. Had a couple of moments here as well on the T side to help close down the game. So, yeah, I mean, Mezzi's a guy who maybe sometimes flies under the radar in comparison to his teammates, but had a really big showing in this one for sure.
I do also want to give Apex a little bit of a pass on that one because elsewhere in that interview he talked about the fact that Mezzi has played many different roles into different teams. He was sort of a star rifler at one point in that Fnatic roster and IGL at one point in that Fnatic roster. He can do whatever the team needs him to do, and sometimes the team just needs him to shred heads, and that's, I mean, 1.81, 17-9, that is a damn good showing for the Brit.
That's the scary thing about this Vitality team is even if one of the stars is having a tough game, someone else can really step up and have a big performance. And Mezzi is one of those guys. Even some of the big grand finals that they have won, he has had those, you know, rises to the occasion, so to speak. And this game obviously was kind of a breeze, but everyone was kind of firing all cylinders, if we're honest. But yeah, Mezzi had a little bit of extra flair in that one.
It's always nice to know that you have it. Even if you don't need the extra horsepower, sometimes you just want to get on the highway and let that turbo roar.
Absolutely. Hear that Hemi roar here in Fort Worth, as you see. It's also obligatory ZWoo glazing session that we have to do now as well.
Let's do it.
Number one player in the world. Best opper, also a really damn good aggressive rifler, the true hybrid, I guess you could say, the game itself, he is called, and yeah, he had another one, you know? He had another good day at the office.
It really was that 1v2 where he was approaching back from ramp, and it was Demon on the other side. I truly believed, as soon as I realized it was ZywOo in the 1v2, that that was just going to happen. It's the feeling of inevitability you get with this guy sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to play against a guy like that who's just so versatile. This is a guy, when you look at his individual statistics this year, not only is he leading in some of the more aggressive, like rifling and opping categories, he also has some of the most clutches this year as well. So when you got a guy who could just play the full spectrum of the round from start to finish and have advantages over you, not only finding openings, but finding closers, that's a tough guy to play against. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the story of it, right? This is a tough guy to play against at every moment, and we did see it on the other side as well for FUT. I will say, for Coolio, obviously the statistics aren't going to look great. I don't think he was probably as much of a sore spot as he could have been, but he also wasn't the difference maker that we would expect if we had a Lonks on the server.
Yeah, I mean, again, a team that's so predicated on that mid-control that we were kind of talking about. Lonks is kind of the key factor in that. So to not have that, it's tough. But hey, at least Coolio did well enough to where he's not going to have one of those, like, meme, like, one-kill frag highlight videos that gets put on Reddit when this is all said and done. He's got a handful. He's got a few in there, right? But you just know he was quaking in his boots, hoping that, you know, his teammate was going to win that clutch against ZywOo at A-Ramp. And he did. Kept the game going, so he wouldn't have to do it himself. So, you know, he hung in there as best he could.
All I'm saying is he just needed a little bit of a warm-up. One map, he's got that under his belt, shake off the nerves, steady in the movement a little bit. That's what he was saying was a little rougher here. I'm thinking it might be Coolio time on map number 2.
Listen, Kerrigan was the #1 rated player at Bucharest. So I'm just saying, things can happen.
Crazy things can happen indeed, but we'll take a break and see if on the other side of that, it's Coolio time. Vitality messing with the wrong kind of football for the great state of Texas, but still having a grand old time in between maps here, and why wouldn't they? The sun is shining, and they are in the server as well. Though for FUT, Julio might need to make sure he's warmed up for this one.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit better with the ball than they were on the server with the guns, unfortunately. Meanwhile, when you look at Vitality with the football, very much what they were doing to FUT in the server on Mirage, they will hope that Dust 2 can be a little bit better.
Pretty clearly, the sun is also not shining there, so I'm wrong about that. Oh, let's go. All right, Julio. He's got a career.
Yeah.
Might not be shooting, but you know what? I did say he needs to get warmed up. He's gotten warmed up here. It's Dust 2, though. It goes from bad to worse for FUT. They were on their map pick a Mirage. Now we head to Dust 2. And Vitality on Dust 2, all right at it.
Yeah, it might be like one of the most dominant map resumes that we've ever seen in Counter-Strike history. This Vitality team has played 44 games with Dust 2 on LAN. They've won 40 of them. All right?
Okay.
They've won the last 16 in a row.
Okay.
They've only lost 2 in their last 35 games.
Those seem like good numbers. I'm no mathematician.
Yeah, you don't really need like a PhD in mathematics to kind of figure out that that is just unreal levels of performance on this map. I mean, FUT, on the other hand, kind of a 50-50 team on this map so far, but they've beaten some good teams. They've had a win over like FURIA, Paravision. Like, they've beaten some big names, but they've never beaten a name like Vitality, just so dominant on this map.
So if that's the story that we're building, and it is the narrative, it is the reality, right? And we are truth tellers. We need to acknowledge reality here. But if we were going to deny reality for a moment, how might it happen for FUT?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big things that FUT would have to see happen here to have a shot in this one is you would have to see the anchors really perform on this map defensively. You know, so much weight gets put on whether or not you pick and choose to hold your battle at long A or give it up. Same with the B-bomb site and how hard it is to retake. And so Jugs and Demon are going to be the two guys I think that's going to be called upon a lot to be responsible in those individual positions and try to find a way to handle a Vitality team that has such a diverse playbook and can give you a lot of different looks, and how those anchors respond to those looks is huge. And if I'm going to talk about, you know, 2 other things that you have to think about is Cemetery's op, right? We know that this map op is still very important, and Cemetery for a while had like a big microscope on him that he wasn't performing at maybe the same level of his teammates, but he had an MVP performance at their win in Bucharest, and he is a guy who has these uncanny forward angle positions that he'll take that's a little bit unorthodox that might catch people off guard. So look at that. And then the third one and then the final one for me is Krabini, right? Not only is he the shot caller on this team, but now that Lonks is not here, he's going to be their primary guy to find openings on the T side. You know, and for in-game later standards, his opening numbers are really good, but this is a whole different beast he's going to be battling against today. So those are kind of the big things to focus on, I think, this game.
So we're just setting up, you know, 4 out of the 5 players as the big things to focus on. It tells the story of how difficult this is going to be. You hear the cheers going up from Vitality behind us. They're looking to make this a quick day. They're looking to make this a quick morning for them as they get in towards lunch. I mean, it is just the reality, right? You set the stage nicely. FUT, they need a little bit of a toehold here.
Yeah, they will need a bit of a miracle. They need to get to a hot start, and then again, like, they need their stars to actually show up. I mean, we credit FUT for having widely distributed talent. Lonks being their best player, statistically speaking, they don't have him. So those other guys who are kind of up there are going to have to do even more, right, in a situation like this against a Vitality team who just doesn't really show any weakness on this map. I mean, again, we talked about the record that they have. We also just talk about how they approach the game. They have one of the best mid-B defenses I've ever seen. That's one of the critical parts of the map that's so tough to deal with at times, and Vitality has found a way to perfect it. You know, the way that Mezzi works with Apex and those rotator rolls, the way that Ziwu was able to be so mobile and assist there, just their protocols to handle some of the tough situations that the game can give you. They have them in spades and just are so efficient in how they use them. So it's just, I mean, again, earlier we did the same thing. You could glaze Vitality forever. Dust 2 is probably the most prime example of where it comes from.
And look, if the one thing that you were looking forward to is FUT, was that perhaps you would have a little bit of a slower start here for Vitality, coming off of that Grand Slam, not having as much prep as perhaps they're used to, taking some time off. We haven't exactly seen it impact on the servers so far. We haven't exactly seen it be the problem. Any expectation that maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of disorganization that FUT can capitalize on?
Not after what I saw in Mirage. I really thought Mirage was their best shot, right? I mean, that was a chance to, you know, play basically their best map. If you look at the entirety of Vitality's map pool, Mirage is like the one map that they actually play, obviously perma-bamming Ancient for the most part, where they actually showed like some signs of not as strong a form as their other 5 maps that they play. So I really felt like that was FUT's ticket to get a map in the series with what we just witnessed. Unfortunately, weren't able to really just show up in a big way on that one. But on Dust 2, we'll just have to see. I mean, can you be the 5th loss that Vitality takes in 45 games played? I don't know. The odds are not in your favor, but we'll sit back and watch, see what they can do.
We'll see if they can indeed. We've set the stage, but only time will tell. And to tell you what's happening in the server, we got Moses and Dinko. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Mike. I think Dust has set the scene perfectly for us of how difficult this is going to be. I mean, we've just seen Mirage pan out. It's exactly what we expected. I'd imagine Dust 2 is going to be no different.
Yeah, you're kind of thinking of like, how could this get worse? You know, missing one of your strongest players. You know, what could go worse from here? And you get Dust 2, which is where just Vitality are monsters. Their last loss on this map was 166 days ago. It's November 14th,
Damn.
2025. It was at Blast Rivals, though.
Oh,
it wasn't at Blast Rivals.
Let's run it back.
It had to happen on the other side of the world. They're out in Hong Kong, and all of a sudden, you know, now since then, it's just been a streak of dominance on the map. Now, thankfully, I was checking out just on the cams. FUT guys, you mentioned obviously you're playing with no pressure with Laux not being here, no real expectations any longer kind of hanging over your head. They were smiling, they were loose, so I mean, no one's completely crushed, and obviously everyone understands the situation, but they had their moments in the first map to make it more competitive, and they missed them. Missed shots, missed kills. That can't happen here on Dust 2. When you have these moments and these one-on-one clutches, you have to capitalize if you want this to be a close affair.
Ooh, all right.
That sounded worse than it was.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it's only 10 HP. But unfortunately, I think as well for FUT is they were so close to winning the pistol round in the opening over on Mirage. They let it slip. They can't afford to do that here. Let's get a good start. We'll see Grabeni looking down into the mid doors. Flames just on the other side of it. Just trying to bait Grabeni into the open here. Plenty of targets. Yeah, it's worked out exactly as Vitality intended.
You can just see that swing and you know someone just goes, now. Yeah. And they both just crush him. Rop's waiting patiently for this push. He's going to win it out. Coolio maybe a little bit frustrated. No chance, has Jugs. And that's the pistol.
Yeah, that's it. That's wrapped up straight away. Cool pistol from Vitality. Rops is missing a couple of shots in the tunnels, but eventually getting Coolio, and once that kill comes in, that B-bomb site can just be overrun. Jugs can be expected to do nothing. Oh, knife. I love it. Okay, at least some style points, something going for FUT in the pistol round.
Or it could also be an AWP, right? In a round where you otherwise might not have it. So potentially a little bit earlier to get some weapons out. Not a bad outcome for Demon. But a rough one for FUT, who lose the pistol. And if you're going to cause any kind of an upset, obviously the pistol round's critical. So they won't have that luxury. 1-0 for Vitality. And we're gonna start seeing how much they can run away with before FUT plant their feet. I was surprised well, maybe I shouldn't have been surprised. These two teams haven't played each other before. First real look at it.
That's another reason why I was like, oh, doesn't it suck that Laux isn't here?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this would have been the first glimpse of them against the best in the world. Now, we should say this too, Laux out for personal health reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're Laux, I'm assuming you're watching back at home. Hope you're getting well. Can't wait to see you at the major. But obviously a situation to take care of now so that it's not affecting him come the major out in Cologne.
IP taking L's back in 2023.
Yeah, well, they're taking L's in 2026, about 2023, so that's pretty sweet.
Well, a good start here to the round for FUT. They've got the opening. It's Apex that has been taken down. But just keeping things in control here for Vitality. Spread out in the default, waiting for some aggression. FUT love to throw that at them.
They really do.
The ball on his back.
I think also, like, after the first map and knowing you're playing Dust 2, I think it's a situation where you're almost going to lean into that a little bit more, I would imagine, if you're FUT. That's maybe like the one X factor Vitality has to stay on top of is, it is like the situation of, like, you know, you just never know what's going to come out because back's against the wall. It's your best map. They've already lost their own map pick. You know, playing with the standard, things are going to get weird. I honestly don't think ZywOo's going to ever step into cave this round. He's going to wait for that flank to come with only the 32 HP. He's going to let the catwalk players create the opportunities and
he is. Here we go. Stepping up and dying. So Demon able to get away with one now on ZywOo. Now the Flames moving up through short. And Galil not able to get the kill. So Flames going to jump on down. And there's a nice lineup. Loves the fact he got two there. Treveni's Deagle again getting a second, this time on Flames. Leaving Rops in a 1v2 with his AK-47. But the problem is 23 health and 18 seconds left.
If anyone's going to win it, it is going to be Rops. There's the bomb, not tapping it. He's sticking it all the way through.
Oh, he actually plays it perfectly to back off, keep himself behind cover, but hasn't been able to connect that headshot and goes back out eventually. Juke stayed committed, made sure that Rops had to fight him. and comes through with the win. So FUT bouncing back with a 4-spy victory here.
Yeah, I was surprised to see ZywOo take that step into cave. As I was saying, I was assuming he was going to let Catwalk take the initial contact, see if you can find that kill, pull that long player who might be there, pull him either into the push you were waiting for, or pull him back. But ZywOo comes in to take the fight, wanted to be part of the execution and try and help out turning that long corner. It's not to be, and yet again, it's the FUT Deagles, the Krebeni Deagle that's the difference maker in this round.
Nice double kill there. It looked like Flames had won the round, though, for Vitality once he drops down and gets that double out long.
It hasn't done anything to help the people over at Polymarket have any more faith over in the FUT side of things. Still far against them. 1-1 all tied up, and I guess that's a positive we could latch onto because we haven't had many. Jet lag. We just kind of came into this map saying they had their moments on Mirage to be a nuisance, to stay in the game, to at least challenge for stages. That's a moment they've capitalized on. Mirage, they weren't really able to do it in the first 5 rounds. This is one you've actually done a phenomenal job of turning on its head.
I don't know if they got the smoke to land in the way they wanted even on the second time there. Oh.
Let's find out.
I think he's tall enough in the mid doors, yeah. So, a couple of missed pieces here for Vitality.
5'9" smoke.
Well, here goes Cemetery. Ready for Vitality to come around the short corner. Pulls down Mouse 1, gets himself both kills. Great openings here for FUT, not offering up any response to Vitality. Mezzi's going to try and come out long, but okay. It's kind of crazy that Mezzi gets away with that.
This is dicey, though. Krebeni's got to come close the gap. If he gets caught for whatever reason, they're in some trouble. There's the flashbang out. Krebeni, he's still stalling, still waiting, still biding his time.
There's no utility to force him out of car, so once his teammates arrive, it's perfect for Krebeni. In fact, he peeks up and just takes that straight up fight, even with that flash catching him. ZywOo taking one and peeling away. He's got the bomb, and he's got an open B bomb site.
Well, they think it's going to be A. They think it's going to be A because they have all the attention here, but ZywOo's already into the B bomb site, so Rop sets him up perfectly. 1 versus 2, and Coolio's only working with 6 HP. He's got all the chances he needs. Smoke, flash as well for ZywOo. Going to make it even more difficult.
Yeah, only a smoke available
no
here for FUT, so that's all they've got to come back in on this retake. ZywOo going into the tunnels, a strong position to get 1v2 for ZywOo. Steps in, Coolio, the decoy sent forward. ZywOo gets rid of him. Now down to the real 1v1. Jukes in the sight, up on top, but ZywOo, never a doubt he was going to win that one. A 1v2 collected on the B-bomb site, and Vitality back to winning ways.
Yeah, so calm. ZywOo just knowing exactly what to do. That's so perfectly played from him and Rops as well. Rops continuing to be the distraction, baiting out towards long. And this is the real strength of Vitality, is just individuals understanding the situation they're in. Understanding when they're in the situation to be the supportive element, when they have to be a lurker, when they have to be the aggressor. And you could see the way Rops is trying to fight it long and seize the moment to kind of just disappear and turn into a nuisance for later on in the round. It's done absolutely perfectly. Round 4, 2-1 lead for Vitality. We're going to get a short push.
Well, it's worked out for Vitality. Numbers favoring them. Krebeni getting the 1. Then Jugs actually sends the nade up towards that telephone pole and catches Apex. So 3v3 because of that.
Yeah, pretty cool idea. I think this is what we saw Coolio kind of barking orders down the line in between the rounds. That's actually, I mean, a round like this, put it into a 3-on-3. Yeah, let's party. Deagle's on board. No information for FUT, really, that they can operate with or move around with. Rop's trying to discover where exactly this defense is positioned. Mezzi's got to be careful knowing it's a tantalizing prospect for the CT side to push up mid, follow up those nade kills, pick up some of the AK-47s, and all of a sudden have a very strong situation. Rops, as the lurker, has just cleared out the B bomb site. He's going to call Apex and ZywOo back and just say, guys, just call that one off. There's no point because nobody's home. 40 seconds on the clock. Once they clear mid, it'll be the sprint through T-spawn. They got plenty of time. And still FUT have no idea what's happening.
And even when they realize what's happening, they're just not going to be able to deal with it. That's the other side.
They've been static for too long. I think more than anything, probably happy to have these rifles.
Yep, that's true. You sort of gamble. If they come A, great, and we actually have a chance to win it. If not, then we're not retaking that B bomb site regardless. So let's hang on to these weapons, take what luxuries we can get, and it's going to end up being a 3-1 lead for Vitality on Dust 2.
Yeah, looking good, looking solid, like they're just going to close this one out. 3-1.
I guess we could talk about the context of the tournament a little bit more, because obviously Vitality come in as heavy favorites to every event they go to, but especially this one, you know. And I was looking at G2 as a team, obviously you were mentioning as the most exciting. Do you think there's any world in which any of the teams here at the event, I would put NAVI, FURIA, G2 as probably the top competitors, but
sure.
Any world in your mind as to Vitality being challenged by any of them?
That's why I'm so curious about G2. I feel like G2 could be a team if all those pieces fall into place. I think if you continue seeing improvement out of Sampayas, I think Nert's kind of getting reinvigorated and reunited with Saw, who clearly knows or knew how to use him in Ents, and I think it's going to be, I think that partnership, that tandem is going to be back online. Heavy God's continued development, Hunter as well as, I think G2 is an well, I guess if you want to put this event into the context, there's teams that you can place into different categories. Vitality is going to be the favorite, obviously. G2 and Navi are in that same sense of like, show me, and FURIA, show me something that makes me believe you can beat Vitality.
Yeah.
And then you got teams like FUT and Astralis where it's like, show me the continued progression, you know?
There's a couple of different kind of storylines in this event, right? It's Vitality, obviously.
And all those get wrapped up in that nice little bow come the major.
Well, looking forward to seeing the rest of the tournament pan out. We got Astralis G2 coming up soon. We got Flame stepping out towards the mid doors. Jug's going to be knocked over. Climbing on up. It's Flames on for the triple, but Coolio actually somehow reacts faster, so able to make quick work of him. Grenade goes forward for ZywOo. Symmetry taken down, and Coolio is having a round here.
Hell yeah,
3 kills, he's carving up Vitality.
Oh, get your frag movie. That's sick. Well done, coach.
Rob, get anything else?
Yeah, why not? I think your brain didn't even expect that to happen, did
it?
It just
Flames is going to get... Oh, he didn't. So, brilliant. Krabeni about to step up in behind them.
Yeah, this is a really nice timing, especially considering Rops has pushed out of the window. I don't think he can stop the plant. And now that Rops has got this kill and sees nobody else home, the Molotov going to be in towards B tunnels. Vitality going through all the details except missing that one. And what a win from Krabeni. Powered by Coolio in the early stages. They snatched that round away.
Yo, he just tanks that Molotov, and I thought Rops had repositioned out of the window because they knew that he was running at them, but actually just gets the angle to deny the bomb plant, and then a great shot out towards window, and Rops peeks out.
Oh man, that's a rough way for it to go out. I thought they would be ready. I thought they were going to stay off the plan and kind of turn and react. What a round from Coolio. There's the first 2 kills. The headshot angle takes down ZywOo. Primes Krabeni for this kind of a win. And even knows obviously where the next peak is going to come. Grabs Rops before he can swing into the fight.
Oh, the tag's in though.
Yeah, well, so is a weird buy for the the Vitality side of things.
Oh, this all greatest of all time thing. Oh, another one. Yeah, he's not enjoying that smoke today, ZywOo.
No, he's not. I'll tell you, I don't think Apex isn't enjoying that smoke either today. Those are the ones that'll really tilt the IGL.
Yeah, let's see, ZywOo. Can you make out for it with some shots on the AWP? Symmetry. Can be waiting in the mid doors. Here they come. Send through. Oh, so unfortunate to lose in that fashion. Mezzi getting the Tech 9, breaking through the AWP.
Okay, they want to give the confidence. You see the P250, you see the Tech 9, you have no belief there's going to be an AWP, so ZywOo is set up for just an easy one. Krabeni tries to grab the wide angle, thinking he's got all the advantages over the pistols in the world, and it's the AWP that just wrecks him, but Demon's here, not for long.
Yep, ZywOo's making up for it. Great shot again. Good response to Demon, who looked like he might actually be on for a triple from that spot. That plant coming through for ZywOo.
Look at Rops.
Oh, headshot for just a second. The Jug's going to be stepping out. Yeah, Rops is making his way down through the lower tunnels at the moment, but we've got Jugs just trying to get someone to peek him, someone to fight him, but Vitality staying disciplined here, letting Rops have all the time in the world to get closer and closer to the position that could impact the outcome of this round. He will come down towards CT, but the kills come in. It's on ZywOo to clutch up, and he's looking to do it again, and he just about misses out on it this time. A huge round there from FUT that did not look like it was going to go their way, but all of a sudden, those kills just appear in the kill feed in favor of FUT.
I'd seeing Rops miss a lurk kill like that. They set up the whole round. It felt like that was going to be a nice one for him. The long player only had a pistol, so kind of understandable there, but what a well-managed retake in a 2-on-3 when they have all the high ground. They've got all the good positioning. Jugs is able to make it work, taking down ZywOo for a nice trade and a third-round victory. And for the first time in the series, they win 2 in a row. Never able to do that on Mirage, but here on Dust 2, they've got it early.
A very unclean start to the tournament here from Vitality. I mean, even on Mirage, the win looks, when you look at the scoreline, you're not going to be too worried about it, but it's like the eye test, a couple of those rounds looked a little shaky. Again, here on Dust 2, same story. An AK-47 out for ZywOo. They've resorted to just chucking out regular old smoke down to the doors.
Haven't had to say Symmetry's name a whole lot so far in this series. Heavy hitter with that AWP, super fast, but got negated on Mirage early. Never found his flow.
Yeah, last round was disastrous as well. This one too, that's the ZywOo Hero AK. And stepping up, and it's charging forward. It is Demon dead at short. Coolio in the lower tunnels needs this kill. He gets it, but already Vitality have moved through towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, and you're not going to lose 2 post plants in this bomb site in a row. Not of your Vitality.
Oh my god.
That's a 4. He's never. Oh, he actually is. Coolio's the one who got the kill. Give him the ace.
ZywOo had a hero AK. Everybody else was on pistols.
Yeah,
just remember that.
It's nasty. I mean, beautiful shooting. I mean, like Vitality's just so good at always having plans, right? Like that's awesome. I mean, what did we see in the last round when he had the AWP, right? Show the pistol, back away, let the op take the angle, grab yourself a free kill. They've always got something cooking. But this might just be raw strength. Taking every peek and every headshot.
That's an AWPer is what that he wins that fight against. Symmetry's had 2 nightmares back-to-back. They're really important AWPing role in that position. Towards CT lost the fight against Mezzi on a Tech 9. Then he's lost his fight to ZywOo with an AK. He's going to be kicking himself. Maybe we will start to say Symmetry's name a little bit more often, Jason, but in a negative sense. Okay. Yep, that just falls in favor of Vitality. Mezzi spamming down through the smoke, getting 2. The tunnel's pushed, not expecting the second player there. Thought the next play would perhaps be through the lower tunnel, so that cost Flames. But I think Vitality are going to feel fine. You got 2 kills out long. You're now in a 4v2.
Yeah, they're not stressed whatsoever. And Symmetry's got to be bold, and he's got to challenge, and he's got to try and just snag a headshot before they can trade him off. Apex is coming up short as we speak, and that's a nice, easy kill. And Symmetry jumps up onto the boxes, traded off, and once again robs the final kill. So everything turning up Vitality here, 5-3 on Dust 2. I heard FUT saying, or excuse me, Vitality saying, let's just go long. There's a Mezzi double right through the smoke, just knowing the angle of the fallback. Good timing for Apex to step up. Unfortunately for FUT, it's only pistols now. Money is quite an issue. Everyone hovering right around 2K. And ZywOo's got a kill on the cross.
All right.
That's Symmetry. Saying his name, you were right.
Yeah, he's going to be taking this. We'll see it from ZywOo's. Yeah. Nice and easy, beautiful stuff.
Just gives a casual, like, twitch of the lip. And he's like, yeah.
That's the opening. If it wasn't already difficult enough for FUT, that makes it a lot harder. So, yeah, long together, pushing down with pistols. And walking right into the waiting arms of ZywOo and Apex. So cleaned up, dealt with 6-3 now. And that hero AK round from ZywOo might end up just being the turning point that just allows Vitality to run to the finish line.
Yeah, that was a brutal one, wasn't it? 3 rounds remaining in this first half for FUT to recover. ZywOo sitting at 14 kills and 3 deaths. Just under 1,200 damage total in the map so far. This is a phenomenal performance from obviously one of the best. Round 10, and this time we get the M4s back in hand. The AWP not in the hands of Symmetry. Coolio tagged on the cross, not taken down, but softened up for later stages, and they're going long. They want to just extinguish this and pop right through it.
Krabeni and Demon, 2 important kills. Flames and Mezzi going to be shut away, so FUT happy about this start. You can't afford to somehow let this slide.
And you need to do it clean as well, right, with the money? Need to do it with like 4 or 5 players surviving in this round. But with with 1 minute and 18 seconds on the clock, there's plenty of time for ZywOo, Rops, and Apex to get to work. If this ZywOo AWP can open anything up with just a pick, either towards the bomb site, either out in middle, that's going to make it so dangerous. And Apex is kind of relying on that. ZywOo and Rops working together in tandem. Smoke over towards short is a bummer. Their gaze goes elsewhere. Apex is positioned out towards long, but I think that smoke is going to change their plans. It's going to be a late split towards the A bomb site, but they don't want to wait while that smoke is up. So showing mid pressure, showing that they want to execute a split, and they'll come right back into the original idea, but here's another smoke over towards short.
Break of the smoke. Symmetry. Oh, dude, he didn't even see a glimpse of Robs, but he gets taken down. Demon, really important headshot. And now he races back to try and deal with Apex, but he just can't. And Vitality somehow, someway, have opened up a chance in towards this A site. ZywOo with the util going down, but ZywOo falling away. And with his death, the bomb is loose, and then Apex is alone. So gets a little scary towards the end of that round there, but FUT eventually get it done. But they do not do it in the clean fashion that you said they needed to.
Which is a bummer, because that's a 3 versus 5 that Vitality's almost able to bring back and make competitive, get a bomb plant, force you to retake. Actually a sick round, really well orchestrated from Vitality. You do get that kill that was necessary, finding Symmetry right here to open things up. But just due to the man advantage, the 2-man advantage, everyone's in position on the FUT side to just be there and close down that opportunity as fast as possible. Coolio backs away from mid-aggression. Towards the B bomb site we go, it looks. 4 players of Vitality there. Apex is going to join up with them. ZywOo's even lined up the utility for the B exec, so we're ready to party. Look at him, he's chilling. He's biting his fingernails, grooming.
He's just nervous about throwing smokes.
That's a good point. He should be.
Yeah, he's very tense right now. Let's see if he can nail it. We're on ZywOo smoke watch today. Off it goes into the sky.
Oh, it's beautiful. Looks great.
And there we go. Towards the doors. So, Jug spamming down. Mezzi is going to be caught. Now going through the window is Coolio. He will get one before going down, and Jug's also getting his one. So Vitality limping into the B bomb site. You see Flames is taking damage, 35 HP, but Rops and Flames in position to try and win this. Great reactions from Rops. Now they've got to worry about the tunnels, and Rops is doing that at the wrong time because he pulls out utility, and Demon able to deal with him. So Flames now inside of smoke, worried about window.
Oh my god. He hates everything about this position.
He does, but somehow he's maneuvered himself perfectly. Oh, there's the first headshot, nearly getting out towards Symmetry as well, but quick reactions with accuracy. The AWP does bring him down, and a 5th round as FUT stay competitive in this first half.
Yeah, they really have, and it, you know, in some sense, it doesn't even matter how close they've been to the economic destruction, just because there's only 1 round remaining. They've made this a competitive first half. Very impressive with Coolio at the stand-in, having some great rounds and good impact as well. Beautiful headshot from Rops, a little bit more fortunate with the timing. That smoke in B tunnels protects him, and that's an easy post plant for Vitality. But FUT snatch it away. 5-6 going into round 12. Looking to close this half on a 3-round streak. ZywOo missed a chance to shave top of Symmetry's head.
Rops gone, so the opening fight falls in favor of FUT going into the last round of this first half. Could they extend upon it? We've got Coolio making his way down to that short smoke, which is getting broken open. Doesn't detect anybody. In the meantime, though, some space being taken for Flames. He actually just walked past them in CT. Let's see what Flames can do with this spot. Waiting in the smoke. Coolio has died at the hand of ZywOo. But Flames has been waiting, biding his time for this opportunity, but look at Quaben, he's so ready. And Flames gets nothing from it, so under a minute left on the clock for Vitality. They start to move towards the A bomb site. ZywOo has paused it short, waiting, hearing the steps, and positions himself perfectly to deal with Jugs. And now the bomb is freed up to go elsewhere, and it goes into the B bomb site that Mezzi has already taken control of.
Yeah, how crazy they're able to pull off this fake so clean, so smooth. ZywOo's only got 12 HP, so a lot of this is going to be on Mezzi, but that AWP can do great work and find a way to disappear. So ZywOo's got control of B tunnels as this bomb gets planted. For the moment, he's going to have to watch out for Demon on the flank, and without the angle, that HP is going to be an issue if he steps back into it.
Oh, he does step right into his Demon, so Mezzi, a 1v3 that looks almost impossible to win for him. back of the platform, 42 health to his name, and time. As he peeks up, he gets the immediate headshot, but FUT, really impressive. They stay in it in this first half. It's a 6-6 scoreline, and perhaps even more of this to come in the second half. We'll see if FUT can somehow win Dust 2.
Welcome back to the ROG Laboratory. Today, we have on hand the ROG Harp 2 and the ROG Falchion. Now, back in Hong Kong, we used these launchers when we were testing the OLED monitors. And, well, today I was thinking we've got to find some kind of way to put them head to head.
Yeah, so there's only some kind of scientific way to try this out.
You think what I'm thinking?
Dibs on keyboard.
All right, Launders, pre-game talk. What are your thoughts on the Falchion?
I have lowered the actuation point so that I feel like Xantares right now. I've got 2 sets of WASD. It feels like I've got like an N64 controller.
Okay.
Spacebar helps me shoot. Yeah, it's a new wave of minimalism that we've got for Counter-Strike players, keeping it very simple here. I feel like a Formula 1 driver right now.
Okay, so that's 1 thumb, 6 fingers.
Oh!
What?
That's a lot of mouse pad you got there.
That's because, Mohan, I plan on hitting you with the flick whenever I need to. You know, this harp is so light that I think that's going to play to my advantage today.
Well, what are you doing for your keyboard buttons?
Well, I have gone A and D on mouse 4 and 5, okay, because it's all about the strafe. Left click, still shoot. Right click is forward, just in case I've got to close the gap. And then M wheel up and down, both jump, so that I can hit some B hops while I style on you. All right, Mohan, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. And the inaugural ROG Cup is underway.
Oh my gosh, a headshot. Woo! That was a good shot.
Thank you. You're done. I'm gonna, you know what, mercy. It's hard to aim.
It's a bit of a
with
tease.
just the mouse.
Oh no, the switch. Did I hit you? Are you gonna be jumping right now?
No.
Wait, I can't jump though.
I'm closing the distance, dude, like a shark in the water. Whoa.
The one thing I have to remember is I can't actually pull down my recoil. Okay, I can see you doing this, I just can't stop it.
Winner takes all.
All right, winner takes all. All right, congratulations, off that round, you win.
Thank you. I am the big winner, and to be honest, I had a hunch. I had a hunch that the mouse would be the victor here.
This might seem like mice are more important, but I've honestly been impressed by the utility of just using a keyboard. I didn't even know I could do all that.
And so, at the end of the day, we've learned 2 things. Firstly, that I am always humble in victory. And secondly, that when it comes to Counter-Strike, aim remains king.
Can you play with just a keyboard? I guess. Should you? Nah.
Probably not. Thank you guys for stopping by the ROG Labs one more time. And, well, crazy idea. How about next time we just combine the 2?
Welcome back to Blast Rivals Fort Worth. We've got a very competitive first half here all of a sudden. You know, a 6-6 scoreline, not expected between Vitality and FUT here on Dust 2, because Dust was highlighting that this was going to be a one-sided victory for Vitality. Everything pointed towards that, but somehow, some way, FUT have stayed in this fight.
Yeah, I think, I mean, to their credit, I think we gotta give them those flowers a little bit and say we have to have.
Okay, guys, I don't know how we're playing right now, but it's a fucking mess, boys. Let's fucking play for the team. Yep. It's a fucking disgrace the way we fucking play right now. For fuck's sake, it's not a fucking bug, boys.
Hell yeah, Apex. Get in there. We've seen it. The missed smokes, missed shots, some focus slipping in different moments.
I like his calling that out. You know, it's great to hear that, listen in there and hear because I seen him getting frustrated, obviously.
Yeah, if you're one of the other 4 guys, you're like, no, we're just trying to have fun. Can we have a little bit of fun every once in a while? It's like, nope, not at all.
Absolutely not. It's not a bug.
What I was saying before that came in, with this FUT team, with the way that they played in the first half and the scoreline at 6-6, we have to sit here and have the conversation. Are they gonna be the first team to beat Vitality on Dust 2 in 160 some days?
It would be
with
crazy.
A stand-in?
It would be an absolute crazy storyline if that actually managed to happen. So let's see if we're going to see FUT get a good start in this second half. I mean, a pistol round would go a long way in establishing that story. We've got Symmetry turning back and spotting out that aggression. So Rops is taken down, and now a 4v5. This is starting to look like a pretty good chance for FUT to win this, but ZywOo has made sure that Coolio's gone, so at least numbers even for now.
Yeah, Mezzi's got to back away, but Apex has the flank, and he needs to land the shot. He will. Eventually whittles him down. Mezzi's died out towards long. It's Flamesy here, left alone. They can't plant. They're getting harassed from 2 different angles. How are you supposed to get the bomb down?
Yeah, Flames under a lot of pressure and scrutiny. He can't handle any of it, so it's now just ZywOo, the only player that can do anything about this outcome. And he's got a lot of targets, 3 different positions. They should all work together to make sure ZywOo can't even get close to this. They're swinging him, they're fighting him, and eventually enough bullets connect to the body for FUT to win the pistol.
Yeah, but they got so much respect for ZywOo. You could see how long it takes them to commit to that fight. Everyone's just kind of jiggling. ZywOo got plenty of time to land a couple of shots and couldn't hit him. Tough pistol round. 6-7. So, I mean, this is a cool opportunity for us to see the reaction to being put down by a team that has a coach playing as well, and the reaction to Apex off the back of that as well, because that more of that Apex is going to come out if they keep losing, if this half keeps getting rougher and rougher.
We're going to have FUT gathering the majority of their forces towards the tunnels, and they landed the smoke better, but it still hasn't landed perfectly. There's a gap over the top there.
I'm wondering if things like this, I haven't tested it because I just haven't been able to play since the update. I'm wondering if the new Anim Graph update is maybe actually is throwing off smokes a little bit.
Not 100% sure on that, but
I'm just trying to help the players out.
We're seeing a lot of miss.
I'm just trying to help the players out.
You know, yeah, weird smokes towards the mid doors today. Let's see. Let's push in towards the B side. We've got Rops going to be blocking the tunnels. 5-7 cleared up by Coolio. Mezzi now with a scout. Nothing he can do. So Coolio's loving the fact he gets some impact here. Pushing into the B bomb site, clearing out with the MAC-10.
Yes,
is coming through, and that's the round there for FUT.
Some bonus money for him as well on the MAC-10. Yeah, great stuff so far for FUT. Stringing two together and getting started. The first time in this series, we're going to see them have this like nice start, this cushioned start to a half, right? Win the pistol, convert the second, and then see what you can build on top of it. So, yeah, they're a team that's historically, I mean, short history, but historically been really, really good at playing with momentum and playing from the front.
I love that Apex is saying in that listening, you know, this isn't a pug. For FUT, it's like, let's play like a pug. This is like a pug for us right now. Dust 2, we got 4 of our main players, our coach is playing. They love that this game feels like a pug right now.
I mean, yeah, and honestly, even when they have their full lineup, there is, I'm not going to call it like a full-blown pug or anything, but it is a little rough around the edges. You know, it's not like tactically the sharpest, but you have 5 players who are very strong individually and play very well together with good teamwork. So you're able to get past some of those. And again, that's the next development we're looking for at a FUT, is those rough edges to be smoothed out and strategically start looking on par with some of the big names. Really nice showing here on Dust 2, up by 2, 8-6. And you got, I mean, you got to think about it too. They've outlasted ZywOo's hot hand. He was 14-5 at some point, now sitting at 17-7.
Yeah, he was definitely having his moments in that first half that could be the breaking points, right? We thought it might be earlier in the half. That Hero 8K round I thought was going to be the turning point that would allow Vitality to grab control of this. It's so ridiculous. Just no one landing that smoke today. ZywOo has come through with the opening because of it as well. So they're going to be so frustrated.
As I was telling Apex to come look at this mid-smoke, he's like, see, these idiots can't hand it either. It's not my fault.
Well, they're just slightly better. At least it still lands on the hinge. But
true.
ZywOo didn't really make it into the sky.
No, it didn't get anywhere. It was a lame duck.
All right, so ZywOo's giving them the opening kill here for Vitality. Let's see if they can somehow convert this. I mean, this would be a brutal round to lose if you're FUT.
Mid to B split is the play. It would force Mezzi and Rops to make a decision at that B bomb site if they want to stay and try and defend, or if you're going to push in towards the halls. It's making Flamesy make a decision right now as well.
Here comes Coolio. He does spot the information that players just walked into the tunnels. Rops trying to deal with it. 5-7 at that range, still getting 1 kill. Flames hopping through the mid doors. That's a better weapon available. And the plant is coming in here for FUT, but it's a 2v3 in this post plant.
Yeah, well, ZywOo might need to pick up the MP9. He might have to be a guy who goes in a little bit earlier with the HP. So Flamesy going to set up with flashbangs at only 6 health, and he almost got the peek he needed.
Yeah, well, now Jugs a car. It's a strong spot with a lot of cover, and it's worked out for Jugs. It's now Flames coming back in. Jugs makes sure he gets all of them holding from that position. Could have got a little scary yet towards the end of the round, but FUT makes sure they move through to a 9th round victory.
Okay, 9-6, 3-round lead. Things looking good for FUT. And converting a 4 versus 5 on top of it as well.
Yo.
Benefit of obviously some weaker weapons for the Vitality side. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes with ZywOo, I don't even mention the really good ones. Just like, yeah, it's par for the course.
Well, the AWP out for ZywOo now. So we've been waiting for Vitality to get a bye here in the second half, but if FUT can overcome this obstacle, we're truly on, and we are on high alert. It could be another Blast Rifles Dust 2 loss for Vitality. Been a long time since we've seen that happen. Well, it's got worse, so. But maybe it grows tall, you know?
Grower, not a shower?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. There we go. Nice surprise. Everyone's happy about that. We got Flames pushed up in the long... Oh, Shadow. Here we go. Flames starts unleashing bullets early. Demon dead. And now that unfortunate reality is sinking in for Coolio that they have no control of Longhouse. It's completely taken. So what's the reaction here from FUT?
Especially when this is so clearly part of the tactic that you want to run, is having this kind of control. Stepping into this cave when you know somebody is potentially in there, is always taking down one of your teammates is going to be so tough, but they've got utility to try and handle the situation.
Well, there's the push in. Flames is not leaving. In fact, he's just won the round. So ZywOo also connecting with the AWP. Jugs will do what he can, but the possession of the bomb safely in the hands here of Vitality, a long way away.
Yeah, but I hate that out of FUT. I like, what do you take? Just flipping the coin? Like, we were just going to assume he's gone away, or we're just going to see, like, no flashbang in. Coolio goes down. Opper's not prepared for anything. That's the people who had the bomb as well. Yeah, not the biggest fan of once Flames' position is known, of still trying to force the issue. Vitality's loving it, though. They got their 7th round off the back of that decision. The triple kill from Flamesy, and we're going to get our first time out.
Yeah, it's going to be called by FUT. A team that have an opportunity in front of them that many didn't expect was even going to be possible.
No, I mean, on some level, it's crazy that they're sitting here with a lead on Dust 2. A real chance, and you heard from Apex trying to snap his players and his team into place, trying to get everyone focused and locked in. I imagine he's having a similar convo right now, but they're applying a lot of pressure over to the Vitality side, which, yeah, that's the surprise with Coolio playing. And now let's see if they can actually continue responding, continue building upon this, and start getting to the edge of a victory, of stealing a map away, the most dominant map of Vitality's pool. And they might just have an upset on the cards. 16 kills on Demon, 15 on Jugs. Missing a little bit of utility in this round is the FUT side of things. But they're going to be quick and they're going to be decisive. Down mid we go, and they're going right through this smoke.
Oh, yeah, they are. It's a FUT special. Here they come. Smoke in for that CT cross. Cemetery, Demon, Coolio, Krabeni, all making their way through.
ZywOo needs a smoke break or they're in trouble.
Acquitted himself, breaking open the smoke. Now needs to land a shot. He will certainly do that. And then Mezzi out from windows, taking 2. So I was enjoying the build-up to that round. It felt like it was going to be a cool round, but all of a sudden the kills come in from Mezzi and ZywOo, and you start to feel like the round's immediately dead. And in fact, it is. So Krabeni through the mid, so as Vitality handle this one easily.
Yeah, what a great reaction from Vitality. Give a... All right, there we go. Apex getting fired up. Give a little credit over to Dust. He's one of the mentioned coming into this that he believes that this Vitality team has the best mid-to-B defense that he's seen. And at least in this round, there's some evidence of that. Lovely shot from ZywOo over the Flames. Obviously, great coordination with Rops peeking out towards the window. And that mid-to-B split goes absolutely nowhere.
Let's go in! Sick win!
It does
Vitality's got their energy bringer.
Yeah,
It's like, man, we could use one of those right about now.
I wish we had longs. Okay, we've got Krabeni. Oh, we know what he can do with this. We know what he can do with this on Dust 2. The Scout taken out for an opening frag against Apex, who's no slouch on the Scout himself.
That's the kind of round you get once in your life. He's already had it. He can't do it again. Not possible.
Wait till you see, JC. He'll do it again someday.
I had one of those rounds in 2007.
Okay.
And it's never happened again.
That was 6. So 6-7 Jason, something like that. Oh, okay. Rops is taking Krabeni away. So that opening kill is all that he'll get.
Yeah, trying to just be sneaky, hoping maybe that one opening kill moved the defense away. It didn't. ZywOo's gonna get hunted down with the AWP, but he's got the teammate. That's crazy. He's actually gotten all 4. FlameZ backs him up and steals every single kill. ZywOo.
Yo, you think he's getting one? Oh no, ZywOo's out of position. He's about to get overwhelmed. No, ZywOo just kills everyone. A collateral, of course, in the mix. Apex hyping him up as well. Happier with the start to the second half. Here we go, ZywOo's perspective. Sees all those players running at him, gets away the collateral. Of course he does, and then pulls out the default pistol for the finishing kill there.
Yeah, I mean, you could see you're like thinking the op might get run down, and then the peek out from FlameZ to just be there and ready to help support and kind of give him some time to get comfortable is lovely. Deep utility in towards cave. Coolio waiting for his moment, and FlameZ gives it to him.
Just taking the time. Vitality not going to be challenging up through mid, not showing any aggression on the CT side towards short. So a lot of space available here for FUT, but they are going to go directly into the B bomb site.
Yeah, they're walking in right now, and Rops is going to get pulled away. The loss of FlameZ really hurting this defense, spreading it thin. And if Rops can't do something miraculous as he hears this exec, they're going to have to just save the round most likely. All eyes move over to Coolio guarding this flank. Excuse me, Krabeni guarding this flank.
Yeah, just under that Xbox. Rops actually just drifting over to join his teammates on the long side, and they're going to hang on to the weapons, which does allow FUT up to 10.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see Vitality, they have the cash to go for this if they want. They just want to prioritize the money down the stretch and the weapons they've currently got. No reason to risk it all in such a low percentage round. So give them the win that they were after. Give them the win they called. 9-10. FUT regain the lead and still keep that pressure up on Vitality. So yeah, I'm with you. Apex seems like he's a little bit happier with how things are going. He's got like a crazy mixture of like, you know, negative reinforcement and positive reinforcement in this game so far. He's doing a little bit of both.
Just trying to find the winning recipe to get this one over the line for Vitality, wanting to get this win locked in.
Great high five. Lovely sound. Strong.
It was a strong connection.
Powerful. First time out used by Vitality in the series. As they talk things over, down around here on Dust 2.
Xtaz is like, okay, I've been storing up my thoughts for the last couple of maps here, and I'll take this one time out.
Seems like they didn't even really need any kind of an actual talk. Maybe just a pause in the action. Doesn't, you know, I didn't see any kind of crazy conversation. Xtaz wasn't on the mic for the entire timeout. I think that's more of anything, just like kind of like, everyone chill. We got this. Let's. Now's the time. We've been a little bit loose. We've been a little bit kind of lackadaisical here and there throughout this series, but now's the time we lock in. Let's not let this go to 3. Let's not even have to think about that as an option. So Vitality looking to go on a run. They've got money in the bank behind their players to support that. ZywOo on the AWP.
Got Flames. Oh, charging towards Coolio. Flames dead again.
Okay, well, that's twice in a row, and I wonder if his mindset is kind of like, they'll never expect me to do it twice, but
Or I'm getting this back.
Yeah,
or is it that, oh, I'm getting a second crack at this.
Well, remember, FlameZ went into cave one round. Now Coolio has shut him down twice on these pushes in a row, so advantage Coolio in the series.
Yeah, coaching Flames. It looked nice and easy there from Coolio. Tough round ahead here for Vitality of 4v5. This time, going to be an A hit coming in from FUT. You got a couple of players through short. The rest at long. Apex gonna spray down through the smoke as Symmetry was walking out, and Symmetry dies at his hand. So Important kill for Jukes to pick up on that flank. ZywOo now arriving. No, will he look the right way at the right time? ZywOo gets the scope out, turns his back, and dead at the hand of Demon, who goes ahead, opens up, and it's actually Coolio to get that kill on Rops. Vitality get absolutely destroyed in this round.
Yeah, FUT's starting to believe it. Heads up to watch your flank as well as your teammates are progressing up catwalk for the jump up from Mezzi. The timing of that mid portion of the play from Vitality could not have been worse. Apex with the kill out towards long forces them away from that part of the map, and they're shifting right back into Vitality's push.
I think it's a good time to remind us all, Jason, how many days has it been since Vitality lost Dust 2?
166 days. They lost it at Blast Rivals Hong Kong, November 14th, 2025. It was against Spirit.
Okay. Well, they could be losing Dust 2 for the first time in 166 days to FUT with a coach.
FUT with a coach playing.
Yes,
you know, they've always had a coach.
Specifically, yes. Okay, Jason, yep. Playing. Which we can all agree makes this much more impressive from FUT and much more disappointing from Vitality.
Yeah. Sloppy day at Counter-Strike for Vitality, and we've seen that before, and you know, this is a team that's able to win big series on their B game, on their C game. FUT's giving them an issue now. 2 rounds back, and this time Vitality don't want to get cute. You don't see Flamesy going trying to ego challenge out towards long. You don't see any kind of pushes in towards cave. ZywOo's not even kind of looking for a fight. They want to play something more standard now as FUT's forced Vitality to respect them.
Final pieces of utility being put out. A corridor of cover thrown out with the smokes. Mezzi so strong out from window. It's the dink on Coolio, dropping him down to 11 HP. Krebeni also low in health. Coming at this B-bomb site defense, Mezzi and Rops look to ready themselves and steady themselves for what needs to be a big hold, but both of the B defenders dead in an instant, and ZywOo taken down by Coolio on the AWP. It's map point here for FUT on Dust 2, and this is a stunning map right now from FUT.
Yeah, Vitality gave him the most respect they've given him in this whole series in this round, and FUT's like, thank you very much, we'll take that all day long. Great map control. 2 sets of mid to B smokes and just stroll into the bomb site immediate headshots, and now you can try and hunt down these weapons. It's going to be 12-9. 3 rounds that FUT have to try and steal this map away and break Vitality's stranglehold on the map.
And we heard Apex coming into the start of the second half that listening out of the break, he was chewing his team out, you know, telling them that it's disgraceful we're playing. You know, right now it's not at the level Vitality should be playing at against a team with a coach standing. And right now it hasn't gotten better here in the second half. We are looking at FUT about to win Dust 2 and take this one to a third, which I don't think anybody was expecting, to be honest. Anubis up as that third map.
Wild. Absolutely wild this is turning out. And I mean, just to add on top of that, Anubis as a third map is one that's only been played twice for Vitality. Not like they've got the most experience on it.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're kind of stepping into a situation where the conditions are ripe for an upset in the series. But for now, FUT just need to close out Dust 2. All they're thinking about at the moment, Anubis far away in their minds.
How many times have we seen this FUT team, though? They get to that point where it's like, okay, just one more step, and you've got a great accomplishment here.
Yeah, but you
open
up this series saying no pressure on the FUT side, considering considering Coolio kind of stepping into the roster in Lonx's absence. So yeah, let's see if that issue is kind of gone due to the lack of pressure, due to the lack of caring. 12-9. Timeout comes to a close. Apex has said what he can to the boys. Time to get into the server.
I mean, it's a good thing that they did prioritize the economy earlier and didn't go for a retake they could have feasibly pulled off, because it has given them at least this round of rifles. You got Krebeni trying to take that ult for an opening at long.
I think they wanted to pick over at the long corner. I think they wanted Krebeni to grab that with the spawn and then be able to just pounce into the B bomb site on a timing. Not going to be there without the opening kill.
I mean, you were highlighting, Dust was talking about how Vitality's mid to B defense has been incredible. Their B bomb site defense has been exploited here. And they're looking to try and do it again.
Look, I mean, Mezzi and Rops got knocked out last round. That can't happen again.
Let's see. FUT have got players waiting in the tunnels.
It's crazy the way, I mean, we want to talk about like FUT just being in this game is one level of surprise, but also outlasting ZywOo's 25 kills. ZywOo has had some incredible moments here on Dust 2. Perhaps a couple more needed for Vitality to force overtime. Moving around on the map, reconvening elsewhere. Utility to take close middle. Those mid to B splits in these past couple rounds have been very effective for FUT. So this seems like they want to like show Vitality mid to B, make them nervous off the strength, off the round wins they've had. So a little trickery thrown here into round 22.
There's no AWP at all to deal with on the other side. So for FUT coming out through Cat, they don't have to worry about being picked off.
That Vitality has the information now. It's an issue for FUT.
Yeah, they've got to go now. They've got to go into the fight. Apex is taking the first kill. ZywOo draws second blood, and Apex's fire burns away the chances here of FUT. Not going to be happening in this one. They get shut down. And in fact, really important that Vitality not only win this round, obviously, but in the fashion that they have, keeping these players up allows that economy to continue to grow.
Yeah, Apex will have to drop a weapon over to FlameZ as he falls towards the end.
It's the AWP 2 here for ZywOo.
Yeah, that's a nice piece of the puzzle to pick up right at the tail end. 12-10. And yeah, that makes it get much, much more difficult for FUT to close things out. The AWP of ZywOo. I think, unfortunately, this is another situation where perhaps you are onto something with even without the lack of pressure, or even without the pressure, still kind of falling apart when they have that victory in grasp. There was that moment, I think, when you throw that mid to B smoke, you can't sit behind the short smoke after that. You have to go through it, because that's the timing you've created of when Vitality think you're faking. So the fact ZywOo gets the information with the smoke break and rotates back, FUT just missed those 10 critical seconds they had to make something work.
Yeah, missing out on the conviction at a crucial point. Got Coolio and Krobeni moving out through Cat. It's quite quick here, actually. Do they want to keep this pace up? Smokes are going to go out straight away. Got Symmetry's AWP over here. Now you've got to deal with ZywOo. Now you have to contend.
Yeah, you got ZywOo's up here. Which one you picking?
Yeah, well, holding from the ramp. ZywOo obviously going to walk away with at least one here. Coolio going down. ZywOo missing on the second peek out, but the pressure's on. The flashes are in, though. And FUT unable to deal with the threat. ZywOo's AWP enters the kill feed for a second time in this round. And Apex is with him. In back-to-back rounds, it's been the French connection that has stepped up and held on to this game. We've now got Krobeni and Jugs in a 2v3, and the bomb not planted. In fact, it has dropped towards CT, and ZywOo has eyes on it. Just impossible to see in a world in which Krobeni and Jugs can get away with this one now.
Yeah, this buys so much time for Rops's flank to come to fruition out towards long as he starts moving in. And if you look at the money, it'd be great for FUT to have a bomb plant in this round. They could use the extra bonus money. ZywOo's going to get another. There it is. Rops shows up. 12-11. 2 in a row for Vitality, on the verge of forcing us into overtime. Impressive from FUT, but getting over that last round, that 13th round, has eluded them for the past 2. They had plenty of chances to shut down ZywOo, who again shows a couple of misses, 2 or 3 on the repeat, but never able to truly punish it. And a second timeout taken from FUT to talk things over. Their final chance to avoid overtime, take a map win, take us to Anubis. Absolutely incredible what they've been able to manage with Lonks being out, with Coolio stepping in. Coolio, the coach, 14 kills, 17 deaths, 1,700 damage across the map so far. That is not a bad performance for someone who's just kind of stepping in and, you know, not expecting to have this sort of a scenario.
Exactly. Highlighting, you know, the young coach as well.
Oh, they burned back to back. Okay, long talk.
Make the most of it.
Yeah, I like it.
You can't keep them.
Yeah, and you're getting another one.
Last round.
Yeah. I don't think we'll see Vitality call theirs and give a third timeout in sequence over to the FUT side. They're going to be happy to use their experience in these timeouts called by the offense and roll with it. One final chance for FUT to steal Dust 2 away from Vitality, their best map, and take us to Anubis. Otherwise, it's going to head into overtime, and that's where Vitality, you would imagine, takes control. The favorite snaps back in. But here on this final round, they bring in a couple of Galils. Money is an issue. Lack of utility on a couple of players. Hoping and praying that FlameZ is going to give them that aggressive peek yet again.
Mid door smoke deployed. Krabeni moves down mid with it. Climbing up onto the Xbox. They got this space in the last round, weren't able to do anything with it.
I think they're just going to keep walking, to be honest with you.
Well, ZywOo's now coming back at the right time here for Vitality to get eyes on this.
Okay, so they're showing a mid to be smoke. Krabeni's lining up the rail utility for a short hit. They're going to go right at ZywOo again.
Yeah, coming back at him.
Just a lurker in middle.
A couple of rounds where we went quiet, got the AWP out and immediately returned to perfect fragging form. Looking to do the same again. That smoke break, dropping back, getting away from the util. Keeping his head turned away from potential flashes. And then turns back, but they've already moved into the site. ZywOo looking for the victim, spots the head, can't connect it, so there will be a bomb plant. And this map will come down to a fight and a retake in the last round of regulation. A 5v5 post-plant scenario.
Ooh, nice play from Jugs. Here's the footsteps, and he's a big win.
Yeah, he stays alive too. Sees the second player, keeps Mezzi occupied. Krabeni with a kill, Jugs on another, and Flames and ZywOo at 2v2. The kills have come in, but it's a long flank from Demon, and they deliver Dust 2. A miraculous win, 166 days since Vitality last lost this map. But now again at Blast Rivals, this time in Fort Worth, they have lost to FUT playing with their coach.
Yes. Well, now, it's just damn coolio for FUT. Oh my goodness, what a showing there, Dust.
Wow, definitely didn't expect that one. You know, when you came into this tournament, before the launch news, you're like, maybe FUT could get a map off of Vitality, and you thought it'd probably be Mirage. Well, they don't get to play with Lonks, they get crushed on Mirage, and then Dust 2 comes up, and you're like, well, this is probably the end, isn't it? They are just the final boss of Dust 2, and somehow, some way, they have crafted one of the bigger upsets we've seen in a game against Vitality. Again, they've played Dust 2 now 45 times, only 5 losses. As Dinko and most of us in the broadcast, this is their first loss in 166 days on this map. That's crazy.
That is astonishing. That is a marathon of map dominance, and especially on a map like Dust 2, where we do traditionally think of it as having a little more variance than some of the more tactical, slower maps. Extraordinary. And the fact that they're doing it in this circumstance, in this context, coming in without one of their lightning rod players in Lonks, playing with Coolio, the coach, stepping in. Look, I said it in the last break. I said he just needed one map to warm up, Dust. And I think he's warm now.
Yeah, there will be no frag movies introduced by Linkin Park where Coolio's only getting 1 kill, bro. It's going to be a lot more to cheer for, as Jugs really did a great job helping finish that off. And we kind of talked about it pregame, like if FUT were to win this map, how would it happen? We thought one of the factors would be Cemetery's op. That actually wasn't the case. But one of the things that we did see transpire that we were kind of hoping for was, would the anchors of this team show up and make the big holes that they needed to, or make the big plays on the extremities? And we did see that from Demon and Jugs time and time again throughout the game. Like, they played really, really well. So hats off to them.
That really hats off indeed. And again, I do just want to highlight it because it's rare that we get this opportunity to really praise a coach for what they've brought individually. It was kind of set up beforehand. I mean, it hasn't been that long since Coolio's playing career. I remember a Budapest 5 game, and I'm just saying Coolio clearly does too. This guy really quite impressive. Even picking up the op at one point, getting a kill with it. He's doing everything that they need him to do. He's obviously not the feature piece. He's not trying to be the feature piece. But when his number was called on this map of Dust 2, again, considering the circumstances, that is damn impressive.
Yeah, I mean, when you just kind of look how this game started, it was pretty much FUT outside of Cemetery having a cold start. Everyone else was like in that 7 to 8 kill range through kind of the first half of the first half, and doing really big things, you know, causing kind of an early scramble. Like, it was a very early tussle back and forth on, you know, some of these anti-eco rounds and such. And what I really liked about FUT's play style here is that they didn't shy away from who they are. You know, sometimes when you get young teams who like to play a very aggressive play style, when they get put in the limelight against a top dog like Vitality, they kind of cower down. And when you don't have Lonks, who is kind of your main driving force of that aggressive play style, you kind of wonder, are they going to come in a bit flat and timid? They didn't. They played their game the way that we always see them play, with a lot of confidence.
And the reality is as well, when we look at this, it's not like they did this the easy way, right? It's not like they just came out and Vitality was totally shell-shocked for one reason or another. You had a lot of the Vitality win conditions. ZywOo was incredible, had some magic moments. You have the rounds going late. You get to that 9-9 where it looks like Vitality might just pull ahead. You wind up having Vitality start to make that comeback towards overtime. We've seen them do that so many times, rinse, repeat, when they have their backs against the wall, able to pull it back. They do it the hard way. They go the distance, and FUT still close it out in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that FUT did really well to kind of close down this game in that second half was just some of those nice timed aggressive lurks that you saw. Even that final round, you basically see two different lurks have impact. You have Jugs' lurk out double doors into CT spawn getting a kill, then you have the late lurk out long A to close it. So it was just like these kind of not unorthodox maneuvers, but just the way that FUT kind of just creeps in on you. Like they're a very sneaky team in that way, and we saw a lot of those moments throughout.
We did indeed. And now let's talk a little bit about Vitality, right?
Sure.
Because yes, it's just one map. We'll put that caution out there. But it's a map that we really never would have expected Vitality to lose in these circumstances, and we're seeing some of that sloppiness where we were talking about less preparation time, less time together coming into this event, coming off of that Grand Slam, maybe taking your foot just off the gas that little bit of a degree, and it comes back to bite them here on Dust too.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Apex's kind of call out there when we started the second half, some of the comms from the team where he's like, hey guys, this is not a pug. You know, because to Apex, like, this means everything to him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a situation where no game is taken for granted when you talk about a guy like Apex. Apex, of anyone on this team, knows what this team is really hunting for in the big picture, and that is building a legacy of being the greatest team of all time and making that resume untouchable for any future teams that going forward to try to catch them. And so every win they get, every trophy they put in the cabinet means something to this team, right? And so Apex, you know, even though it's a group stage game, it's the opening game, you only need to win one match to make the playoffs, you know, he still cares about this, right? And there were moments where they're missing smokes you wouldn't expect them to miss. There was like just little things that they didn't look as tidy as we normally see them, is kind of what I'm getting at. And Apex certainly let them know about it.
And it has always been a conversation that for this Vitality team on these really long runs of how you manage rest versus practice, right? When you're going deep into every tournament, when you're competing for every trophy, you want to have those times to relish the victories. But sometimes we do see that come back to bite them. It's been rare, but apparently we might be having that moment, and FUT might be informed to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where when FUT plays that really aggressive, confident play style, if you have one or two guys who are just a little bit off, they can expose that. And we saw that a couple times throughout this game, from those B executes, really being able to bulldoze down Rops and Mezzi in a couple of occasions. You know, just all in all, it was just, again, FUT kind of playing to the style that we know them for. And even though they were missing one of their key pieces, they were still able to instill that style in a good way.
Now, if Vitality wanted to sharpen up before this next map, if they wanted to prepare for maybe some of the aggressive moves that FUT would throw at them, one thing that they could do is they could hop on into Refrag, the premier training program in Counter-Strike, and play a little bit of Defender. You can see our wonderful observer, Chev, playing a bit of it right now. Defender puts you into situations where you're in site control, trying to hold on to it. Utilities coming at you, bots are swinging you, they're trying to retake the site from you. It's all sorts of different circumstances and situations. Really helps train your angle awareness, your ability to maneuver from unexpected circumstances, and helps you improve as a player. It's challenging, let me tell you that. I'm not exactly the greatest Counter-Strike player, but I have seen my own improvement through the Defender mode, and it really can help you at all levels, Dust.
Absolutely, and also shout out to your boy Chev, best observer in the business.
He's also pretty dang good at Counter-Strike.
He is pretty solid at it, indeed. I give him that. He was doing some of the same stuff you saw Ziwu do on Mirage earlier today.
It was indeed. So if you want to play like Chev or like Ziwu, you can hop on into Refrag and try out Defender yourself. We're going to take a little bit of a break here as we get ready for that third map. We didn't think we were going to get it, but now it's all to play for as we head to Anubis. third map we may not have expected, with miracle shots like this being hit by the Miracle Man himself, ZywOo, but they're going to need a whole lot more of that now for Vitality, because it couldn't secure the series. And FUT, we said they needed a toehold. Now they've got both feet firmly planted under them as we head into Anubis.
Yeah, a rare loss on Dust 2 when FUT's the one doing it. So now we go on to Anubis, where things are a little bit up in the air now. Now, I will say there's another smaller streak on the line on this one.
Okay.
Vitality has won their last 8 Anubis games in a row. Overall 9-3 record. FUT yet to win an offline game on Anubis. 0-3. A lot of close losses to some good teams like Aurora, who were kind of Anubis merchants. So they've had some good eye test stuff. They just haven't been able to put a result on the board yet, but they could maybe perhaps get the biggest one of all if they were somehow able to topple Vitality, the #1 team in the world, with a coach stand-in in any fashion, really. Like, any win here is crazy.
That would be truly astonishing. Yeah, I mean, if there's one way to buff your mat stats when people are going back and doing their little prep and clicking out through on HLTV, it's to put a scalp like this on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, this is not one of like the more heavily played maps of Vitality. Sure. It's definitely in their wheelhouse and definitely have performed very well on it. But it's a map that, again, even though FUT don't have the wins, the way that I've watched them play the map, I feel like they have a very good approach. Yes, the tip of the spear is a bit blunted, not having Lonks here, but we know that Kerbini can still create those openings. And hey, Coolio's been holding his own. He's holding his own out there.
I'm just saying, I saw a double entry Mac 10 round in towards B side on Dust 2. Coolio could do a little bit of it himself, Red Panda or no. There's a lot to be excited about for FUT, and I do think that flipping the script to the Vitality side, right?
Sure.
Sometimes you need to get smacked in the face a little bit to lock in the way that we know that they can, and they've certainly just gotten a smack in the face, and I wouldn't be surprised if Apex has given them a few more verbal smacks in the break between the maps. I would imagine they're going to be coming in a lot more dialed in right off the bat here.
Yeah, you would expect so. I mean, this is a team that obviously is super diverse, has a really good playbook on this map, has really good extremity riflers and Rops and Mezzi, obviously the heartbeat of the team, you know, Flames and Apex being those entry guys. They have been like experimenting with new CT positions, so I'm kind of curious what roles they're going to bring out today on the CT side, because I've kind of seen them moving Apex and Flames around the last few months, so I will be kind of curious just to see like what they finally settle in on, because so far, whatever it is, it's all been working. They've been getting very good results on this map.
So what in particular should we be looking for in terms of those positionings? What do you want to key in on here, Dust?
Yeah, Flames. I mean, I know Flames at times has been kind of an anchor, and you see him anchor on a lot of other maps, but they were having him play middle on the CT side of this, and they moved Apex to the B connector. So they've been kind of messing around with their CT positions kind of a couple of times over the last few months. So I'm just curious what they're going to settle in on. And FUT's kind of the same thing. They were experimenting moving Lonks around defensively. Now that he's not here, who really knows what they will settle in on. But I think the big guy I want to watch out for in FUT this game is Demon. You know, again, I think that his trade fragging potential on the T side is going to be really, really needed here. And he also plays a very important position defending that canal on the CT side. So this is where Demon, you really hope he can step up. He was huge on Dust 2. And that's big for him, because this is a guy that last year, I think he was probably the most hyped player on this team. So many people were talking about Demon. So many people thought he might get sniped by another squad. But he kind of faded into the background a little bit as 2026 started. And other guys were kind of taking the mantle of being the leading figure on the team. But Demon looked really good in Bucharest, and he's looked really good in that Dust 2 game. So I'm hoping that we're getting that hyped up Demon that we're used to.
We'll have to find out. We saw Matt, the assistant coach for Vitality, having some very clear direction for Mezzi, so curious to see if there's something in the game plan they might be implementing there. Also, speaking of, you know, assistant coaches, we do have Troch, who's sitting behind FUT.
Yeah.
Julio's stepping on into the server. An interesting thing to see there. He's a relatively recent addition coming over from Falcons.
Yes, he was formerly the assistant coach of Falcons, also an analyst for Falcons at times throughout CS2, so he does have obviously some experience working with an elite team. And that's an extra brain to have, you know, at the table for them, because now they have their coach actually in the server with them, and they have their assistant coach who might be involved in scouting reports and things of that nature also behind him for just a third perspective, I guess you could say. So you got to make up for the loss of Lonk somehow, and maybe have an extra brain power is kind of a way to help out.
It is always that interesting conversation, right? When the coach has to step in as a stand-in, who do you have sit behind? Because it is helpful to have that extra perspective, that sort of eye in the sky to see everyone's monitor and positioning at the same time, to kind of note the trends and pick things out. When you're locked in and you think about your crosshair and what your responsibilities are, you no longer really have that luxury.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times your analyst and assistant coach is only really going to be able to have an impact when it comes to, like, you know, game planning and preparation before you step onto the server. And so for him to maybe be able to come in and maybe just point out something that someone's not noticing, or maybe say, hey, we still have this play in our back pocket we haven't tried yet. Maybe this is going to work in this situation. Like, those things definitely can come into play and help out.
It also speaks to the fact that this FUT team and the organization in general are very serious about supporting this roster and building them up, right? The fact that sometimes for these newer upstart squads that are rising through the rankings, they don't have that level of support. They don't have assistant coaches. They don't have analysts yet. They kind of need to build that in. And we're seeing that come in for FUT, and it speaks to the fact that they're not just interested in being a flash in the pan. They're interested in building a real contender.
Yeah, they came from the shadows of being a NAVI Academy team to now being on their own organization and having their own story, going from Academy to a Tier 1 trophy lifter, right? And now they're up against the best team in the world, and they're doing damage. You know, this is a very young squad with a lot of talented players, and as you said, FUT are invested. You know, they, you know, for one, they stopped anybody from getting picked off by another squad. They also contracted the squad in such a way that the core 3 cannot be purchased. So they really do want to keep this squad together with all the talent that they have and just see how much damage they can do. And so far, we've seen that steady incremental climb, but this would be really a huge feather in the cap if they somehow figure out a way to close out this series in their favor.
Well, it's time to find out, almost, if it's going to be demon time on the server. But first, we'll get some demons on the microphone, whatever Flames he's up to right there. Let's pick our camera angles carefully. Yeah. Okay. And let's pick our casters carefully. We got Moses and Dinko.
I thought Flames was just excited because we have a surprise, Jason.
Yeah, we know exactly what he was doing. Yeah. We all know exactly what he was doing. Well, the surprise is that the third map is going to be Nuke, not Anubis. Surprise!
Surprise! Hey. Isn't that a fun one?
That is a fun one. There was a little bit of a miscommunication error between the admin team and the production team. And all of a sudden, we kind of ran with things as Anubis. It's actually Nuke as the third and deciding map, which sucks for FUT.
Yeah, it's really good for Vitality.
But you know what? They knew it the whole time, so it's kind of all good at the end of the day.
Yeah, we just weren't in on it. So I'm glad to see, you know, I like Nuke. I'm happy to go here, but I think Vitality going to be the happiest that we're going to Nuke. Well, there's a real chance then to bounce back and recover this.
I'm glad. I didn't think this would go to a third, so I didn't bring it up. But when I saw that Anubis was that third map, it was like, okay, so maybe Vitality's trying to strengthen the look of this map for the majors, trying to show that they can flex on it a little bit for different vetoes when we get out to the major. But no, it's just Nuke. It's just going to be Nuke.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're getting into it shortly. Headsets are getting on soon for Vitality. You can see just still warming up, getting into the server. I mean, this is a team that haven't really had to deal with a lot of disappointment recently. So, you know, I'm interested to see how they're going to bounce back coming into this. I have the opinion that I do feel like Vitality are going to come in and just walk away with Nuke. I think Dust 2 was a very disappointing off game. I think Mirage was also a bit hit and miss. They looked like they were missing a lot of shots, and you know, Dust 2, a lot of misutility or weird decisions. Nuke is surely where they tighten things up. They has to have had a really intense conversation during that break.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on ZywOo and Apex, who, especially on the CT side, are going to be working in tandem outside. The headlines that have come out over the past 24 hours have been awesome for these two. Thorin just released his Reflection series, the first of 3 videos that he's done with Apex, which I haven't really had the chance to listen to yet, but I can't wait to sink my teeth into it. And then in that, Apex mentions, and this is the headline, 80% of the fights I have are with ZywOo. So they're constantly battling each other, whether it's game theory, whether it's attitude, whether it's practice, whether it's how you're leading into events. They're always going back and forth. And then I just read, you know, ZywOo gave an interview on Apex. He said, we love to say that we're an old couple. We can be grumpy, we can be mad to each other, but it's always in a good way. Yeah. So, I mean, they are just kind of always clashing a little bit.
And I hear they have pretty mean table tennis competitions between the two of them as well, Jason.
I've had the privilege of playing ZywOo in a game of table tennis.
I've played
He's got that nasty French spin going on. Tough to handle.
Unfortunately, I've also played Apex, and it was embarrassing. It kind of smashed the ball over and over again until the game is over. Yeah. But maybe that's what Nuke will feel like.
It might.
For FUT. That's maybe what the Counter-Strike feels like on the other side sometimes.
Well, not after Dust 2. I think they're saying, you know...
Let's just take this battle to them.
Yeah, they're so pleased after those first 2 maps. FUT's thinking, you know, we actually have a real chance of this. The idea that we were able to battle them on Dust 2, such a strong map, and actually take that win, outlast, and prevent overtime from coming in, I think FUT's coming into this super confident.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, like we said, the pressure isn't really on them at this event now. You've lost Lounge, so it wasn't a huge amount of expectations coming to your shoulder. But if you get to the point where you might just beat Vitality, Jason, if you find yourself at that point of this game, Is that where some sort of pressure of, oh, actually, we can make this a reality?
Oh, yeah.
Come in?
Then they'll come rushing back, and then we'll really see if they can get over it. The loss on Dust 2 moved Vitality's win rate on the map from 100% to 92%.
Oh, it's a big drop.
I know, it's a huge drop, man. That's painful. 8%'s a lot when you think about it.
Just remember, they'll never have that back. Yeah, they'll not have that 100% back for another possible 3 months.
Yeah. That's sad.
That's a while.
It's all right. They have 100% on overpass, so they still get something, you know?
Yeah. And they get the team huddle. They'll always have that.
Yeah, after the knife round 2, which is always great.
Yeah. Mezzy just like, don't put your hand on my shirt. Boundaries, buddy. All right. They're really going for a good old squeeze that.
No, he's wiping his hand off. He's got like some chocolate on it. He's like, all right, before this
all right, Mezzy. That's what, when we talk about Mezzy being one that takes things for the team, that he's also
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Napkin when necessary.
Have you got sweaty hands, Flames? Well, my jersey is the right thing for you.
Yeah, I saw Flames in between. It looked like he had like some wrap around it. It looked like he was like putting on some lotion or something. Like I genuinely think he was.
We've seen something going on.
We saw a couple things with Flames' hands. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I'm looking forward to. I think a great point from Mike and Dust there was the fact that Demons started playing really well on Dust too. When Demons having a good game, man, this team is just a different squad. He looked so miserable on Mirage, like the 1v1 he missed, then the flank on ZywOo and Ramp.
Yeah,
he warmed up coming into Dust too.
Well, he probably told himself he can't have another map like that. I don't want to show that level yet again. Either way, knife round has been concluded. Thank you all for your patience through the small delay. We're going live with this third and deciding map here in Fort Worth at Blast Rivals. FUT taking on Vitality. And on some level, it all feels a little bit crazy that we're even here in the first place. FUT's going to be starting on the attacking side into Vitality's defense. And it looks like attention is going to be taken over towards Ramp. Small fake towards the door, break open the door, throw the smoke in towards Mini, and then hit Ramp Room after the fact.
Rops. That's a difficult player to force away from the ramp.
He missed his
drop his way. But yep, and this time not so difficult as they get rid of him. So Apex has already rotated down. Sharp shot in the first, but he's getting flooded now. Players charging towards him. Apex trying to handle that pressure, can't do it. Flame swings open Decon and gets a kill on Coolio.
Yeah, rare moment you'll see Rops miss that timing. Beautiful shot from Symmetry. You can see the confidence. Look at how they're all challenging, and now they're going to go up the vents.
Yeah, they're out of that, up towards the A site. Mezzy realizing that, trying to get in position, but you don't want to step into that vent. So, bomb getting planted here for Demon. Krabeni has positioned himself pretty well here. It needs to be careful. He doesn't get sandwiched, though, from the Heaven Peak. But ZywOo's already focused on the site. They have to win this 1v3, and that's just not allowed to happen. Krabeni with some great shots towards the end of the round. And that's FUT winning the pistol here on Nuke.
Ooh, they look confident.
Yeah, they really do.
I know it's only been a round, but they look confident after that Dust 2 victory. Very cool. Let's see what Nuke has in store for us. Good pistol round. As I mentioned, like, Rops is normally so perfect with how he chooses to fall back. This time, I don't know if he just got the information late. I don't know if maybe he stuck around for an extra shot that he usually doesn't or doesn't need to, but getting caught on the fallback is painful for that ramp player. So Rops going to be disappointed in himself. And a 1-0 start out of the pistol for FUT. We're just going to exec into the upper bomb site. 3 defenders here. Mezzy up in heaven. Flamesy and Apex close hut.
Yeah, well, Flames ends up getting caught by the flash.
No.
Mezzy able to assist, and the Deagle comes through.
Oh, no.
Battered and bruised right now. Vitality hold the advantage against FUT, and they win it. They stop them in their tracks, trying to get out towards the site. That's a massive round to lose there if you're FUT.
Yeah, absolutely was. You got to give great credit. Flamesy completely blind, gets so much damage done. A second player, Mezzy, drops into the site. He sounded genuinely angry there for a second.
Yeah. We cut to his face like, okay, we got the read.
Oh, yep. Getting the boys going. Tied up at 1.
Boys. Those fucking kids. Let's do it for Matt.
Let's do it for Mats.
Not wanting to lose the kids on the other side.
Yeah, they were talking about that at the start, I think, of the previous map. How FUT's just like the youngest team. Average age is just crazy.
Average age of 19, and coach coming in to the squad today, 25 years old.
Bringing it up. All right, Demon. Hot hand on Dust 2, but gets shut down. Look at the wrong direction. What the hell is that?
Dude, that is so clean. It's filthy from ZywOo. And then we've got Jugs left outside, and yeah, well, that ace is taken away. But he's going to get plenty more opportunities, I'm sure, throughout the event. But that is really, really beautiful stuff.
Yeah, he's got another clip for the frag movie. Is all good. Oh, just nasty. It's just so quick, so calm, strings them together like it's nothing.
Like his friend refrag at this point. It's crazy.
Yeah, what a beast. 2-1. And unfortunately for FUT, we mentioned on Dust 2, they won the pistol, they got that hot start. That was the only time they've been able to have it in this series, and yet again, it's kind of turned against them.
It's quite a depressing, deflating feeling when that happens to you. You're down to just Glocks like this, and you're going to have to watch Vitality head up to a 3-1 lead. Rops is taking the AUG out. And we're just, we're going to see...
French timeout.
A French timeout, yeah. Just hang out with your Glocks, just talk things over.
Yeah, chance for an extra conversation. Well, next up, next series of the day is going to be G2 taking on Astralis. Dinko and I will be walking you guys through that one as well. Both matches in Group A. So loser of this will face off against the loser of Astralis G2. The winners will play each other as well, see who's moving on to the playoffs. And then Group B beginning later on today in the afternoon, I should say evening games, shouldn't I? It's already kind of afternoon.
Yeah, 12-17 here in Texas.
It's a very French timeout. You know, some teams are only slightly French timeouts.
Yeah, but it, you know, I think, why is it called that, Jason? Give us a history lesson.
The old existence with the French teams back in the day, in the early days of CSGO, used to use this as the timeout of just everyone just kind of sit back with blocks, waste time, just have a conversation. Ooh.
It is funny the name you attribute to the French timeout is Belgian.
True. Those French teams, you know, they were all the French teams.
But ZywOo is the French player.
Yeah, we're gonna give it to him. Well, Apex got dinked like 7 times that round. Distance with the Glock.
Yeah, Glocks did a little bit extra
him.
work, didn't they? That round. More than expected, but we finally get back into a bye round. There he is. Dink, dink.
And ZywOo just holds the line, nice and easy. How are you going to get past him with just blocks? Excuse me. 3-1. AK's back out for FUT. AUG out for Rops over towards ramp room. There's no AWP in play quite yet. ZywOo happy with the AK-47. He'll be aggressive at red box with it.
Yeah, right now I'm happy to watch with ZywOo on the AK. Clean last couple of rounds. Let's see what he's like against the bye. Now, big old gap in that smoke. You need to be careful here, FUT, as you move outside.
Yeah, I think Apex blocked that very well. He's moving inside the smokes to try and make it disjointed, and boy, did it work. Maybe setting up an improvised run boost in the middle of the action. They call it off. And Apex plays up close behind the smoke. Flamesy's even shifted over in towards Mini.
Well, they get in towards Flames. That's going to work out pretty well. He ignites for a double, couldn't quite get 3. Jugs trying to react up to the rafters in time, keeps his head down, behind cover for the time being, but Apex has been patient, waiting on that the whole time, as Symmetry finally strolls into his crosshair. Comfortable rounds here for Vitality against a bye round of FUT.
I think this is going to be a tough map for FUT's offense. I think if you're going to be slow and more calculated and strategic like that, I think this half is just going to be a wash. I think Vitality's just going to run away with it. The hard thing is, if you're FUT, you kind of know that, and you want to have success in one of those rounds so you can, you know, do the pace changes, do the timing changes. If you're just going to be, you can't just do the fast tactic the whole half. But they'd love to be able to dip into that, to catch you off with a round win here or there, to steal one away at the right moment. But I think if you're going to go slow and tactical against Apex and ZywOo, who've been playing Yard together for like 6 years, I think you're in for a really, really bad time.
Just breaking those smokes outside consistently. Just going to leave FUT in a tough spot. They can't cross at all. So we're going to try and fight Apex towards main. His shadow spotted. Apex can ready himself with a jumping Coolio Tech 9. Make sure Apex goes down. Flames top hut. Seeing that bomb spilled on the floor. Quick reactions. Dealing with a door player, then snapping back over towards main. Flames is confident to fight in that position.
Yeah, that's a lovely piece of aggression. That's going to make it in the action movie. Man, okay, let's see what FUT has now. Moving on. AK-47's on the board. We still haven't seen Rops' AUG tested. Still haven't seen the AWP come out for ZywOo. I think that's maybe the conversation Apex is having at the end of free time, if he wants the AWP dropped over or not.
Nice job!
Yeah, Apex looking to have a nice, clean, easy, stress-free third map. So far, so good. 5-1. A lot of utility towards Squeak Door from FUT. Break it open, but it's outside that's going to have the attention yet again. Apex is here with ZywOo. Uh-oh.
Just gathering the smokes up in the corner. And now I can toss them all outside. So Krabeni is the smoke man and the crab man. Smokes deployed. FUT have players at red.
No reaction in terms of a shift down to secret from Rops over in ramp room. He's holding his ground for the moment. Apex hasn't called for anything. Flamesy is not dropping down vents whatsoever. Just some spam through. Good nade damage, good chip damage onto the T side, but still no information.
Yeah, Mezzi tapping through the smoke. Demon has been taken out. So Vitality have the opening kill here with 50 seconds left. FUT, it's a tough old spot to be in.
And the door is slammed shut on any kind of a secret play. Flames is here, and ZywOo's over in ramp room. He's kind of dropping in and out based off what the comms are. Apex is watching for the fall back, for the readjustment back to Mini, and what are you going to do when you get up here?
Yeah, well, now ZywOo is called over to peek out from locker room and sees the engagements. Getting the clean fight he's looking for it all. So Symmetry getting rid of ZywOo.
Doesn't matter, time. You're going to have to be forced into a disorganized hit through Mini.
Yeah, and you've got Mezzi and Rafters, Apex at the back of the site. It's a quick trade from Krabeni, but you really have to hope that Flames can't get something from the vent. They turn on him, bombs on the floor. Apex trying to stay alive. They have to get rid of him. Rops has arrived in time from heaven. And the saving grace is Apex and Rops together on their A site, holding on for Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad idea from FUT. Would have been great if they had 10, 15 more seconds to be a bit more calculated, to go through some more details attacking into that upper bomb site, but tough situation they're put in. Good read of the scenario, though. Realized Secret wasn't going to be the play. This kill from Mezzi allows the rotation in time, trying to get back up to break in, but Vitality's defense, Vitality's read and shift is just too strong. 5 rounds ahead for Vitality on the CT side nuke. Tech9s and Deagles. For FUT on the attacking side.
I mean, we talk about FUT being able to win rounds like this. They really need one at this point. You're 6-1 down, you've won the pistol round, you haven't been able to win anything other than that. Be a great time to have a round like this for FUT, but they're going to be coming at Rops.
And ZywOo's here as well.
Oh, no, yeah, you ain't breaking through this. Okay, Rops up first. They come through. Actually, he hasn't got anything, so Apex is the AK that's come out to swing, and Apex is partying.
Damn.
Okay, yep, that's a big old shutdown from Apex. Taking Coolio down through the side of the box as well. Apex is on for the ace, looking for everybody. In fact, he's even looking for his own teammate. Krabeni prevents Apex from collecting that ace, so ZywOo steps in instead. Krabeni, the shot will whiz past him. Tries to ready himself for the attack here on ZywOo's got him. Can he get another one? Okay, a real shot there on Flames. Would have been down to a 1v1. But in the end, Vitality do clean up off the back of the heavy lifting from Apex.
Yeah, really nice rotation. I mean, both ZywOo and Apex both ready to rotate and be there. Obviously, knowing it's a low economy round, Tech9's likely on the field. Yeah, your brain is going to tell you an upper bust or a ramp room rush, very fast paced. So good read from ZywOo and Apex, even though Rops goes down, there to pick up the pieces. And a timeout forced out of FUT. And still no winning recipe. It's the pistol round and then nothing. Last 2 rounds have been closer, but none of that truly matters at the end of the day if you can't put a round on the board. It's great work from Apex, especially that Molotov is still up, making things difficult to fight inside for FUT. This half has just been them getting harassed, and always it feels like fighting at a disadvantage.
Oh, usually the pistol round feels so good to win on the T side of Nuke.
Yep.
You gave yourself a foundation to build on. You don't necessarily even need the greatest half when it comes to gun rounds. If you win it, one more is doable, but convert the pistol. Haven't caught a break in forced by scenarios either. A lot stronger looking from Vitality here on the third map of the series. It's the best they've looked all day long. Crossing down Secret. Apex, look at this. Round the back. Oh my goodness. Okay, Apex. This is just unfair. That's the bomb. He's like communicated that. He's now just tracking them.
4 kills in the last round.
How much can Apex really get from this? Which direction does he want to go? He follows the bomb. There's 2. Turning around, and okay, Apex. He doesn't, in fact, get the 3rd kill immediately, but he'll stay committed to it and get that frag. Brilliant play from Apex, taking matters into his own hands. He is the star on the server right now.
Again, I think it's time now in these last, like, 2-3 rounds you're going to have in this game. Go faster now. You need to change the pace of this. Slow and tactical, Vitality's going to beat you. They have too many protocols, too much experience together, making the decision to go find information, where to shift, where to rotate. You got to do some things that catch them off guard, because right now you're just playing, you know, like textbook strategic Counter-Strike, and they're chewing you up. And, you know, there's probably no great answer at this point, especially with a coach playing for one of your star players, but I think now you have to introduce a little bit of chaos and things that they're not going to be expecting whatsoever.
Apex is loving it. Well, let's see if that is the case. In a round like this, Tech 9, it would suggest so. And they're gonna throw the utility towards the door, blow it off, and charge on out. So Jukes accelerating, catching flames, completely blinded inside of the site. But Mezzi from Rafters gets the 1 kill and realizes no one's actually followed up on this.
I actually wonder if they just straight up called it off because of the missed mini smoke. I'm assuming everyone else was just like, nope, we're not going with that. Either way, it's opened up a cool avenue that is not open any longer.
Yeah, that road's closed. Rob's also taking the AUG out, finally getting some impact here. Rob's had a quiet game.
Quiet due to not having a whole lot of attention his way. Like, he had the pistol round come in his direction, he got killed, and then I don't think they really haven't
one other time when he had the AK and he missed,
yes.
And that's when Apex delivered.
Got his quad kill. Yeah. But outside of those rounds, those isolated, like, direct heavy hits, he hasn't gotten a whole lot of love. It's been so dominant, he's not even really needed on the rotation. Honestly, like, nice opening kill, and that could have been something if they commit to that. And I really do believe it's that missed smoke, that missed piece of utility that just feels like, no, we can't execute this if we don't have that smoke in place.
Okay, double op setup coming out here for Vitality. Rops and ZywOo. Well, the guns are back here for FUT. We'll see if they continue to step up the pace a little bit. Rops gonna plant himself on the back of the box here in the ramp room. Smokes go outside for FUT, but no one playing with them. So they're coming at Robs, more attention being thrown towards his position. He won't miss this one. AWP connecting, he's blinded. Keeps himself back, going out for the repeat. And a lot of utility going to be used up to try and burn Robs out of his position.
Missed.
He's got information, but he reacts. He's able to get the kill. Robs under pressure, but handling it beautifully. Finally dead by Demon, but all the work is done already, and ZywOo just wallbanged him. So Robs has something to smile about. Vitality have an impenetrable fortress being set up here on the CT side. It is 10-1. And this is very much the Vitality we expected to see coming into the series today.
Yeah, that shot is crazy from Rops. As if Vitality's got a second player who can do some nasty things with the AWP. This one right here, headshot angle so quick. Reveni probably can't believe it.
Nice, Reveni!
That's his round.
Yes, it is.
Rops got his quota for the half.
He did. Now he can chill. He's back to the AK as well. There's Apex. That sounded way too clean, way too easy. Apex got another one. The Predator's on the server right now, and he's going out forward. We've got Jukes coming through the smoke. Apex and Robs rounded out 11-1. Dominant on the third map here for Vitality. They're going for the win here in their opening game in Fort Worth.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitality. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitality need, and they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitality do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 3 or 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock. They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy's in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzi, back sight. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here, responds the headshot. Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi, and they end it right here.
Mals are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake utils being set up, but Mals aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop Mals' approach. Over it goes. Flames again, forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitality, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzi falling short of the finals in London. And Mao's the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitality. Well, they're back now into the grand final. Vitality get it done in 2.
Well, this is more like it. This is more of what we expected, more in line with kind of our thoughts coming into this series. Vitality with a dominant first half here on the deciding map of Nuke, 11-1 lead. And Dust2, there was a conversation. There's not even a whiff of a conversation here.
Yeah, the French star Apex really showing up here for Vitality as well. 18 kills, 5 deaths. You know, the other French players are with 14 3s, catching up.
Slacking off.
Yeah. Well, let's see how the second half, might not be much of it if Vitality win the pistol. We'll go down.
Well, important to mention that the one round that FUT have is a pistol round.
That's a very good point, Jason. They could double it with another pistol round. We've got Flames smashing open the locker room window. We've got Rops ready inside of main. Cemetery drew first blood on Flames, but Rops grabbing it right back. Cemetery, though, quick shooting, slinging his way forward with that USP. Now Coolio in Raptors. Good headshot. Joe Beretta's on the chase, on the hunt down inside of Hut. And just like that, Jason, another pistol round. They've doubled the amount of rounds they've won.
Yeah, it's magical. Nice shooting. Nice shooting with these USPs. Cemetery especially. We were kind of lamenting on Dust2 that we haven't had to say his name a whole lot. Good to see it fill up the feed here for a good reason. I think we said his name mostly getting picked off by ZywOo, but here just a lovely pistol round. Being aggressive, maintaining position, not giving access over to hell. And great reads from FUT, making sure they close all the gaps. I think they had a conversation at halftime of like, just go ridiculous when we win a round.
Celebrate every round winning like we won the major.
Just like, everyone do your Lonks impression if we win a round.
Yeah. Maybe together as a 5-man unit we can replicate Lonks.
We can match the volume.
Well, it forces Vitality into a situation where you don't get the bomb plant, you don't get a good force buy, so might as well hang on to Glocks here and get a good buy in the next. So third round coming. Group up. Round towards the A side. We're trying to overwhelm some of the defenders, but Demon and Krabeni, no problem at all. And Jokes to round things out. So a third round collected here for FUT. We'll get into the next one here for Vitality, where Money finally is at a good enough point to pull out the AK-47s.
Look, I know this has seemed and felt casual, and it's still a massive lead, and there's no reason to think FUT's actually going to make a comeback happen. But I think if you're in Apex's shoes, you're a little bit more, you know, harsh considering the situation in terms of close this out now. Let's not let what happened on Dust 2 happen here, which is Demon started to heat up. Demon started to have some really good rounds. The rest of the FUT kind of rallied around those sorts of performances, got much, much better. Let's shut this down right now at 11-3 and get done with the day. Smoke wall is up, broken open. Symmetry sees nothing. Krebeni's already rotated down to Secret. Another break and another lack of information passed over to FUT, so still no idea what's coming.
Apex, Shadow, spotted. Juke starts to unleash bullets. Apex actually manages to get away with that. So 2 HP to his name. He doesn't want anything to do with that fight. And he still has important utility available, so it's good that he stays alive. See that utility be put in place. Over towards Secret stairs. That Molotov about to be thrown out. Flash as well. Towards me. We do see a FUT player now coming towards Secret.
Gotta be careful though if you're playing up in heaven, or if you're Krebeni, to be honest with you. Any wrong move and you go down kind of for free. But Krebeni's got a nasty timing now. Gonna move over to red box. He's found 1 and 2. That's half the attack. The other half waiting over in Hunt to pounce.
Yeah, Demon now swinging forward. Looked like he was going to have a real shot at that, but Rob somehow getting 2 out of it. Keeps Vitality in this fight, but remember, Apex is on 2 HP, so really it's all on Mezzi to win this one, and Krebeni denies that. So I love the play from Krebeni. The Molotov from Apex comes through, and he walks, as soon as it fades away, he just walks forward behind it. And so you're kind of switched off to the idea that that could happen if you're
every step of the way, he's like, okay, no one's at red box, no one's hiding in any of these places. Nice little wrap around, really good move. Takes a big risk and gets a big reward. And I think we'll see a lot of similar plays like that throughout this half if FUT keep battling back into this, because that's what they're going to need to come back in this map. Op is out for Symmetry, and for Vitality, it's back to just the pistols. Tech9 on Rops, Deagle on Zaiwu. And it's not longer like a nice stroll through the park for Vitality, is it? This is where like nukes, like your T-side nuke, like gets a little bit sketchy. Guns are out, utility's out. They got plenty of money for rebuys. They got plenty of money to replenish that utility. You're kind of like if we want to do anything in the first 20 seconds, we're gonna have like utility, fire, and grenades in our face.
It's just the level of defense you have to post here if you're FUT, and right now they've been bruised towards the ramp room. Some space here for Vitality, weapons picked up, and a shot at winning this as they go down lower. Jukes is trying to get in a spot with his AK-47 towards the control room window, where he can end up controlling this round, but he doesn't step far enough forward to spot them going down into the site, so the bomb has made it through. Now he'll know about that, but he smoked out at double doors. This is a scary round. Vitality could be on for serious points here. Oh, he's close, but not denying it. In fact, Rob somehow dodges those bullets.
And the grenade jumps up, but oh, this is all 3 players up on these rafters. This is... I can't imagine anybody being comfortable, especially with Symmetry coming ramp. He's gonna have a field day. It's a shooting gallery for the AWP.
Yeah, and they're so low in HP right now here for Vitality. Their Symmetry's off, all the information you need. Yeah, just the positions there for Vitality. Not gonna be strong enough to round it out, but finding themselves a bomb plant into a 3v3 was impressive considering how they started the round.
Yeah, 2 kills and the bomb plant is a phenomenal thing to have. And I think all of them kind of realize it at the end. There's really nowhere we can get too safe. We're all kind of stuck in these positions. The only option I think was all 3 of them get aggressive towards one of the doors and see what you can find, but low by round wasn't a huge chance to begin with. 11-5, 6 rounds away. Vitality 2 rounds from closing out their opening series here at Blast Rivals, but getting tested, getting some resistance out of this FUT Esports team. And round 17 underway.
That was a quick opening from Zaiwu. Not gonna feel good if you're Coolio. Going down so early. Apex outside, just fighting with no smokes up. So confident against Symmetry, and he wins it. So now we're into a 5v3 for Vitality. Pole position to grab map and series point. Krebeni in a good spot, though.
I think Apex hit such a nice timing and such a quick kill on the Opera. He doesn't think anyone would have shifted outside. Yeah, now he's dead.
Oh, thank God he got that kill.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
There's any world in which Krebeni gets spun on that.
All right, well, Molotov to prevent his wide peek in towards ramp room, so nothing he can do to punish anybody, but calling it out to his teammates. So yet again, here's the rotation, the FUT race to the lower bomb site. Jukes has arrived, held off by a Molotov, though.
ZywOo chasing and getting taken down by Jugs. So a 3v3. We're going to see Krobeni start to get closer and closer to the site, and he catches them looking the wrong way. Demon also assisting in that, so Rops has to win this one. Diving down, Krobeni heard the steps and just paused, let Rops walk to his demise.
I think we're
another one for FUT.
We're surely getting a timeout from Vitality after that, right? Like if Apex was mad on Dust 2 about things looking sloppy.
That's calling it.
Yeah, that's got to be, this has got to be a moment of a timeout, because that was a very flat post plan. And another post plan where, like, the previous round, I was like, okay, they didn't really have HP, they only had pistols, didn't really have a whole lot of time to secure a different position. This one was like, you guys just got destroyed on this attempted retake. So conversation, I think, on the Vitality side is about snapping into shape, getting the focus back, and playing like the team they know they are. Apex is going to be disappointed even in a victory, I think, today. And this is a 5-on-3. 2 opening kills provided.
Yeah, it's crazy. And how easy those kills felt like they came as well, right? Like Apex just walking outside.
Coolio swings for the fight, loses. Apex just holding ZywOo's fallback, drills him.
Oh, they're frustrated now. You can understand the timeout coming through for Vitality. And, a real chance for FUT to make the scoreline look more respectable, if nothing else. Coming back into the second half. Still a lot of work to be done. A lot of smokes being thrown out by Mezzi. Apex gonna use them. There's Jugs, and there goes Rops. Demon stepping into the hut, looking for a follow-on kill here. A risk, but it's worked out. And now Apex coming through the smoke, needed to pull something back here for Vitality, but Demon is still delivering inside of the hut. Apex is trying to find him, but Demon not offering up that chance. Apex in a tough spot, realizing he needs to maintain control of the bomb site, but Krobeni denies that and puts ZywOo into the 1v4. If there is a player, though, on the server that could pull this off, of course it would be ZywOo. They know what they're up against. The utility doesn't spread towards him. Demon on the climb up, gets spotted, gets taken down. And ZywOo now a winnable 1v2 in front of him. He's got the health. He's got a chance!
No way.
Down to a 1v1! ZywOo taken down at the end. The USP brought out the right time, but ZywOo can make any round look possible.
Yeah, but again, when he's been in these moments in this series, they've given him a lot of respect. They're so scared, tentative, holding back, waiting for the peak. ZywOo gets to dictate everything. So impressive. ZywOo almost claws it back, just ridiculous, and what a play from Symmetry. To just be the aggressor, just say, no, screw it, he's got to be low. He's got to be low and we can't keep playing this game. And look how hyped up FUT's starting to get. Don't need to do allowing some pressure, you've got the energy flowing at this point. 7-11, 6 rounds in a row to start this second half, and yet again, FUT with their coach Coolio playing in the lineup, giving a test over to Vitality. Get a little bit of a tech issue right at the tail end of the pause in the action, so we'll get that fixed at and looked at. Fixed up and looked at, excuse me. It seems we're already underway. Fist bumps are out.
Comms are flowing. And freeze time ticking down. Okay, look what it's done to the buy here for Vitality. You've got 2 AKs out for Apex and ZywOo. Apex say Coolio can play until he's 36.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Apex always bringing the jokes.
We got Coolio stepping up. He's got the scope of Symmetry in behind him. Flash. Not going to activate a Coolio aggressive maneuver, but it will gather information. Vitality have players waiting around that corner.
And you hear the Tech 9 as well. You probably assumed it was going to be a lower buy, but confirmation. Deep smoke and Vitality really haven't challenged or progressed anywhere. You got Apex working outside at a snail's pace, very slow. Obviously, Rops as we know he likes to do, washing for these pushes over in lobby. Oh my god, that's so much damage.
Just a little peek out.
Just a little two-tap with the Tech 9.
Gonna drop Demon down to 15 HP and live to tell the tale. We've got Apex again confidently walking outside, trying to fight towards heaven. Vitality flood the ramp room.
38 seconds, and it looks like they want to attack towards hell. Right into Kerbeni's position. He's got no options but to stand and fight. Traded in a 1-for-1. Coolio waiting at the top of heaven.
Yeah, gets damage off on ZywOo as well, 37 HP. So 25 seconds, that's the problem here for Vitality. Not a lot of time to figure this out. They're going back.
Oh my god, they're going to slow play it. But imagine if you're FUT. Imagine how long you have to keep your nerve, and Demon is very low. Rops, remember, probably called out. I dinked the upper defender, dinked the anchor.
Is that damage to Rops about to help them out massively? Demon gets the first sprays down, take it away. Time is the limiting factor. You have to play now. Denied by Jukes and Symmetry. FUT are staying in this one round after round, piece by piece. They're building their way back into this game.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality came in today expecting this kind of resistance whatsoever, but this is rough now. FUT have gained complete momentum, still have not dropped a round in this second half. Defense is looking oh so strong.
I mean, we come into this event, and before we knew Laux wasn't attending, we were so excited about FUT, the prospect of this team coming into this event after winning a trophy in Bucharest, just getting better and better in this season. What would they look like coming here to Texas? Well, unfortunately, don't have Laux with them, but they're still making Vitality sweat.
I mean, you tell me they're playing a team like Astralis, and I'll say even with Coolio, they can upset that one. The world #1, absolutely no way I thought that they would be able to do it. Still have a ways to go. 4 rounds if they want that win in regulation. And Vitality's T side has hit a massive obstacle. Yet to post a round in this second half. They've lost post plants. They've lost opening kills. They've played rounds 3v5. Smoke wall outside. Broken open, but no information yet for the CT side. With 3 players kind of waiting over in lobby and 2 outside, feels like they're just going to turn right in towards Mini and hit the upper bomb site.
Well, Kerbeni taken away first. We've got Demon waiting at the back of the site. There's the barrel. Jugs knows he's got an opponent right in front of him. Jugs is patient, gets rid of flames. Demon steps out from the cover of the site because he's confident to fight in the open and shred Vitality as they try and get it towards the A site. Once again, ZywOo 1v4, but this time only 30 seconds left and no real pathway to victory. Symmetry detects him, hits the shot, but not bringing ZywOo down. 14 HP as ZywOo will start to back away. It is going to be a 9th round here for FUT.
Quite the off day for Vitality. You're struggling against FUT, playing with their coach, and I look at the scoreboard. Apex has 23 kills, ZywOo has 20 kills.
Yeah, and ZywOo's also popping off with us too as well.
That feels like it should be the recipe for the victory, and obviously all that comes from a very dominant CT side, a dominant CT side that FUT is now having as well. But this one is just Demon taking control of the situation at the upper bomb site. That confidence is back. That like young player, I'm not afraid of any fight whatsoever. Constantly peeking, constantly looking for the next one. Not letting you enjoy any kind of safety, not letting you take a breath. Demon just wrecks him in the upper bomb site. And yeah, Apex keeps getting more and more frustrated as this goes on.
We're back, etc.
Yep.
Let's play to win.
Well, it's a little bit of desperation, pleading to play for the win here on Vitality's side of things from Apex, but he's dead first. Symmetry's brought him down, and how often do we talk about this FUT team, the core of this team being a momentum-based squad, Jason? I know it's a cliche, but absolutely when it comes to this team, when they get the ball rolling, it feels like they can topple everyone.
Yeah, well, and on the other side of things, I think that's a kind of death that Apex takes that is very dangerous of Vitality even unraveling further. You know, like when he gets into these moods where he's like feeling like the energy's not there, people aren't making good decisions, they're playing sloppy Counter-Strike, he tries to do too much. And when he goes down first, he's going to sit there frustrated and angry and watch for the next minute.
Well, Rops inside of the smoke. 2 players in it with him. Rops, can he get anything? No. Kerbeni to take Rops away. It's now a 5v3 in favor of FUT. But that B bomb site at least has been taken here by Vitality, and they're fighting towards the vents. It's a kill from Flames and a better weapon available he can get to.
Oh, nice follow-up smoke as well. That's actually huge to take away the avenues of the retake. They just got to chill. All 4 players are here too. While these smokes are up, nothing productive is being done by FUT. Absolute catastrophe and good utility from Vitality.
Mezzi, Tech9, can he bring even one down with him? He absolutely can. He gets 2 locked. Okay, ZywOo's helping him out. And we've got Demon now stepping up. But this round, of course, is the round that Vitality get. The least likely of them, but they find success. They'll get up to series point and they break through into that B bomb site. They hold all of FUT at ramp with utility. And a really important kill from Flames inside of that vent.
Yeah, it really was. That's a huge hold of that position, the upgrade to the AK-47, but really the utility that they just picked up along the way. That extra smoke, the double Molotov for each side to get the bomb planted, smokes on each side as well is just brutal. This is a 3 versus 5 with Tech9s, with pistols. The fact that they recover the round and win it is insane, and it's what makes Vitality so hard to put away. Three chances, Vitality, to just get through this struggle fest.
I think you'll just feel absolute relief getting the win, but disappointment in how they've started this tournament. You've got Flames already out into the site. It's going to be Jokes to remove ZywOo first. Demon, okay, no relief whatsoever. The pressure's piling on as that is a destructive round going in favor of FUT. They do not even have a single death.
Yeah, I mean, did people shoot from Vitality? they just get so deleted. I'm not sure how it's that clean. It's actually not a bad hit, right? The first player scaling really nicely through the bomb site. You're not running through a Molotov. There's not nades or flashbangs raining in. No one clears top hut.
Remind us, Jason, what was the score?
It was 11-1 at halftime.
11-1, ladies and gentlemen. This is turned into a 12-10 game. And this is not the best buy for Vitality. You've got Apex on a Tech9, a Galil on Mezzi. A real opportunity for FUT to take this one into overtime. You suffer a round loss finally here in the second half, but you bounce back like that. Well, you can just pick up where you left off. Apex trying to be cheeky through the smoke, getting caught. Apex head detected and ripped off by Symmetry. You're going to see the move into the ramp room. Coolio keeping his step safe. He's going to back off a little bit lower into the site.
They've used so many nades taking ramp room. I don't think they have the utility they'd need to actually secure the lower bomb site and get a bomb plant with any kind of safety to it. Only flashbangs left, but Coolio's going to give him a chance. That's a dangerous transition into...
Oh, he's extremely dead.
I'm assuming he was spotted. Flames looked like he was holding that angle very, very confidently.
Yeah, ZywOo as well. So eventually... it will be Coolio to step into the open. That kill comes in.
Again, you have no smokes. You have no Molotovs to block any of these doors from opening at any moment.
Stronger rotation this time from FUT to try and deal with the B bomb site threat. Vitality looking to close the series. Krupeni's taking down Mezzi. Rops is dead at the hand of Symmetry's AWP. At least Flames still fighting here for Vitality. And it's the Flames-ZywOo combo that still could be enough, but Decon door open. Denial of the plant comes through, and Symmetry got that final kill on Flames. So this will fall to the final round of regulation in the series. Vitality showing no signs that they're going to close this one out.
No signs of life at the moment. This has been brutal. So Xaz is going to be the one, I think, taking all the heavy lifting of being vocal during this timeout. Seems like the flow of comms, the ideas is shut down. Mezzi's chiming in as well. Vitality is desperate. And this might be the shakiest we've seen them. It's the first match of a group stage, but today has not been a good day at Counter-Strike for the Vitality squad. 12-11, and if you're on the FUT side of things, this time out is you sitting there looking at each other laughing and be like, we're playing with Coolio and we just made the best team in the world call a timeout because we're about to take it to OT. What a huge test FUT has turned out to be for Vitality.
Assuming like the only team that were capable of actually beating Vitality was Falcons, but now we're in a situation where they're about to lose, or a chance to lose against FUT, who are playing with their coach. I mean, it's mind-blowing that this is happening right now. I thought Austin was the city where things are weird in Texas, but Fort Worth seems to be stepping up as well. We've got Coolio getting into the corner, hugging the wall, gonna try and deal with Vitality who are coming at him now.
Yeah, 5 kills though on Coolio.
I mean, if you're Vitality, it's like, go with the coach at the ramp room, but Coolio's passed the first test. It's Mezzi that's gone down. Flames to respond immediately as they drop down into the lower bomb site. Vitality trying to get there quickly.
Yeah, they took ramp economically this time, so now they have the utility to chuck out towards the doors and be safe on the bomb plant. And you've got position, they try and speed things up. Apex adds 1, but Jux is still alive.
Yeah, passes the test, still alive, still a threat, but then pulls utility at a crucial point. This is now Vitality with a player advantage in the lower bomb site, forcing Demon and Cemetery into a retake. Otherwise, it is going to be a heartbreaking finish. FUT pushed them to the brink, but Vitality will prevail. The opening game here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth is a weird one, but Vitality will just feel relief.
Right down to the wire, pushed to the absolute limits. After an 11-1 first half, I don't think there was a world where we were expecting this final scoreline, but pushed to the absolute brink, Vitality still do triumph.
Listen, when we started this new game and we saw Vitality charge to an 11-1 lead, I thought we were about to come back to this segment and just be like, well, Vitality opened a can of whoop ass on FUT finally. Like, it finally got done. We're in the South, we're in Texas, we'll bring some Southern slang in here to finish this thing off. That's not what happened. All the way down from 111, and somehow, some way, FUT went out kicking and screaming. They did not go quietly into the night. They nearly put this into overtime and put this series in jeopardy for Vitality.
Absolutely incredible. I think there's so much to be proud of there for FUT. Just the fight, just the resolve, considering the adverse circumstances, considering the challenges, there's so much that they can be happy about. And I mean, I think they've shown us that even with Coolio in the roster, there's a lot to be feared about this team, as they're going to go down to the lower bracket. They're going to have another chance to make it through to playoffs.
Yeah, definitely keep your eye on FUT now for sure. I think maybe some people are wondering if they will be able to still be dangerous without Lonks. The answer is yes, they can.
Now, we need to break down what happened with Vitality there, and I think we've got the subject matter expert here. Xtaz, I'm sure you've had some thoughts having watched those last few maps. What was going on with Vitality? What was happening with your team?
We played really bad, no discipline at all. We threw away many rounds on Nuke, on those two. We didn't play together, it was two individuals, so it was really bad game. So it's still a win, but not happy at all.
I have a quick question for you before we get into kind of the frustration there. When you were scouting FUT coming into this matchup, what was kind of your assessment as a coach on FUT and kind of where you thought they were at compared to you?
I mean, we know how they play. We watched them a bit. We said it, we need to be careful with the discipline. They don't hesitate to take duels, they're really good individually. But we just didn't respect it. So that's why it's really annoying right now.
So when these moments are happening, where things are getting a little out of hands, when you're playing undisciplined, when you're losing advantages or missing a smoke or whatever it is that sends a round out of array, what do you think is happening? Is it communication? Is it focus? What do you see happening in your players?
I think it's the mindset. You know, each time we play against a stand-in, we are like, it's going to be tough. And at the end, we don't play correctly the game, even the plan. Like Anti-Side Nuke, we had some plans, but all the time someone missed something. And on CT, for example, on those two, we just didn't play. You know, like as they play stand-in, maybe they can do something crazy this round, but at the end, it's still Counter-Strike. Can we have some rounds? We can play together, and we just didn't do it.
Final question here. Obviously, you guys are coming off of a huge victory with the Grand Slam, right? A massive achievement for any team. You've had these moments before where you hit a peak and then you need to find the reset. What do you think's the answer? How are you going to get the reset in? What's the message going to be to the team coming into the break here?
I mean, after Rio, honestly, we took the week off because since Cluj, we were just grinding the game just to make sure to win the Grand Slam. So, of course, it cannot be perfect right now. After 1 week off, plus the updates. So just to make sure tonight we have a talk about everything, and I'm not worried. I just want to make sure we are here to win and not like just playing.
Well, appreciate you spending the time with us. I'm sure you've got work to get to, so thank you for joining us, and congratulations on that win.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Taking a little update into the groups, we got our first match done. Vitality through to playoffs confirmed, and in that upper bracket with a chance to go straight into the semifinals. But now, Dust, we need to find their opponent. That means we're going to head into our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Astralis taking on G2 on the other side of this break.
I think Astralis lately are playing really good. I watch their games, and it feels like everything is connected for them. I feel like also the way how Uxie moving how he's like controlling the pieces that he has is, I respect it a lot. And overall, it's gonna be a good game, 100%.
Looking forward to seeing it. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
I mean, there's not much to think right now. They just changed the player, and you know, it's not much of the lineup that I played with that is left. It's only Hunter, and he's in a different role. So, I mean, it's always fun to play them and to see some familiar faces. But yeah, I focus more on us than them. So, it's nothing crazy.
With your focus on you, how do you think you match up against what they're going to be bringing to the server? What do you think is going to be your strength today?
I mean, I think it's our strength that we have played together for a bit longer than them. And they also just had a tournament with Standen. So, I mean, it's probably a bit messy at their camp right now, I could imagine. Yeah, I hope we have some form. I hope we have some extra structure. And yeah, hopefully that will be the edge.
Looking forward to seeing it. Good luck.
Yep.
Well, we just got done watching FUT. Another team that we're thinking a lot about FUT. One individual is G2. Hunter back in after his injury. Kept him out of Rio, rejoining the team, rejoining the squad with the Nerds newly in tow here, Dust.
Yeah, absolutely. Nerds reunited with his old coach, Saul, where he's found his most success is when that man's been sitting behind him. G2 will hope that that will be the case yet again to add some additional firepower to the squad.
Stars are rising on the other side. It is the Danes of Astralis, newly rebuilt with a Swede and a Ryu in tow.
Yeah, this is kind of one of the last holdouts of going from national to international, right? You thought Astralis would be a Danish brand forever, and while they're still very strong in Denmark, now you do bring in 2 players from elsewhere, and so far, not too shabby.
Not at all. I mean, FUZI, you know, Mr. Worldwide, been just about everywhere in his career, really blossoming and showing what he's been capable of. We've seen flashes of it in that old wildcard team in 9, now more consistently in Astralis with a more structured team around him. We are seeing that firepower come to the fray, and a huge part of that firepower as well is the young guy in Stare.
Yeah, Stare's kind of one of the long-standing members of this team. He's been there the longest, really, of anyone that's still left on the squad. And, you know, early on, he was kind of just a solid player that kind of was just a role player, right? There were other guys who were more the highlight feature of the team. Since this international roster has been put together, Stare has been put at the forefront of this squad. He plays nearly all the star positions you can think of on the T and CT side, and he's having career best performances so far this year. I mean, he's really helped lead Astralis to heights I didn't really expect, right? You know, to see them make the top 8 of Krakow, the opening event of the year, to see them, you know, get 3rd place at EPL. They, you know, came 2nd at Bucharest. Disappointing, I think, on that one for them, probably just because not the end result of 2nd, but more of the nitty-gritty details of how they got there and how they nearly fell out so many times. But overall, you can't complain with that resume this quickly with an international squad.
No, certainly not. I think it's very encouraging, and I think it's cool to see this Astralis team find their form again, right? Find some wind in their sails, because we did kind of have that flash, it was what, last summer, where they were a little bit competitive at a few events, and then it just faded. It faded out. And now we've got a surging Astralis back in, where we're expecting that they're probably going to be able to contend against a team like G2, that they might be able to push them. What do you make of Astralis' match readiness now for this level of play?
Yeah, you're talking about like Hooksy took him to the grand finals of Astana, his debut event, and they were chanting his name in the crowd. So they had their moment, but now we're starting to see some consistency. I think his calling has been good. I think we've obviously already highlighted Stare as a star who's been, you know, really good. I think FUZI with AWP in a world where the op market's very tough, he's really delivered pretty consistently. And I think the other one that people maybe haven't focused on, and they should, is Gabby's resurgence.
Yes.
He's been given a lot more freedom on this squad to play some more star CT roles, to get a little bit more aggressive on the extremities and be a playmaker. And he's really, you know, outside of like one event, he's been really strong for this squad as well. So shout out to him.
I was asking Hooksy about it. He said he thinks Yabi is back to his peak form. But we'll move over the conversation to G2, because the match is set to begin shortly. G2 as well, a team that's going to be fascinating to watch. They're right behind us right now. They've got Hunter sitting center console here to lead them through this. And with Nerds as well, this does feel like a team that might be hitting a stride.
Yeah, it's been kind of up and down, if we're honest, for G2. I mean, they won London, obviously, was like the big highlight of the core of this team, but then they kind of went down after that. They've made some changes, and throughout the course of this year, they've had some big results, but they've also had a couple of misses. But he's also been dealing with adversity, right? Being able to bring in a new player in Nerds and try to figure out how to make that work. Obviously, Hunter wasn't able to be with them in Rio. They still actually did kind of decent at that event, despite the fact they didn't have their IGL. Sun Pius took over the role temporarily, did pretty well with it, actually. So I think this is the team where, when you're kind of looking across the team list, I think Moses also kind of echoed the sentiment when he's talked about them on broadcast, is like, there is a real chance for excitement there. Like, when you look at the pieces that they have, if they can find the form and find the right rhythm to work together, they can be a dangerous squad.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, bringing Nerds into the fold has been a piece of that as well, right? Where he was a player who just really didn't look like himself in his time on Liquid, really looked like he was just very muted, wasn't playing to anything.
Bro, look, listen, everybody says your time on Nip don't count. It's about to be Liquid too, bro, because look, let's just look through the timeline of Nerds real quick. 2023, Rookie of the Year. Post-Blast Paris Major, this guy was lighting it up with Ints, with Saw as his coach behind him. You put him on Heroic, particularly that second half of 2024 with their run at the Shanghai Major and kind of the build up to that. Again, an absolute stud. Just huge playmaker, great space taker, great like mid to late round aggression, really good stuff. But then he goes to Liquid and he starts out okay, but then he just kind of tapers off. And you're like, man, we know that guy can be good. And, you know, who better to bring him back than G2 with his old coach Saul behind him and with some really good pieces around him as well that I think he kind of fits better on this team, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. And I mean, you can also just see it pretty obviously in their arrivals and the ways that he's walking around the studio. It's all smiles. It's back to that swagger that we know that Nerds has. It's back to that joy that he has. And he mentioned it when we were talking in the pregame that he just feels like this team's having a lot of fun right now, right? Like, they're bringing in the right atmosphere. It was a huge part of how they were able to have some success in Rio, even with a stand-in, and it'll be a huge part of what they need to have success here. We got Dust 2 Overpass Ancient. This time, we're pretty confident this is the veto here, Dust.
Yeah.
What do we think of it?
Yeah, I think this is exactly how it would go. Both teams did their normal permaban. Both teams picked their strongest map. Both teams are very good on Ancient. I thought maybe someone could get a little bit tricky and pick Ancient early, but it being a third map is also exactly what you'd expect. And need to note this really quickly. These teams have never played against each other before. And they're two teams kind of hovering around the top 10 in the world, fighting for space, like fighting to be a real contender. So that makes this match even more interesting to kind of see them scrap for the first time.
It is a little shocking, to be honest, considering the level of tournaments they've sort of been dancing around each other.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the funny thing of the path of the VRS right now is you can plot a very different course through similarly ranked events. All right, if you had to stamp this one, what are you looking for from either of these teams as we head into our first map?
I think this is a 3-map series. Yeah, I really do. I think that each team is pretty well favored on the map that they selected in this one. I do think Astralis' Dust 2 has lacked where G2's Dust 2 has looked great. I think when you look at Overpass, you know, Astralis has been one of the best performing Overpass teams of the year. So I do think there are clear advantages that are going to be gained in those picks. But then the third map at Ancient, I mean, that's going to be a brawl because both teams, I think, do play that map to a pretty good level.
I always feel like with G2, Sun Pius on Dust 2 is always a revelation, right? Even in his rougher stretches of form, it feels like when you get him onto Dust 2, you start to see that guy that we know he's capable of being. And so I'm expecting to see that again a lot here. And I think that's going to be a challenge for Astralis to activate FUZI to really be able to contend with the op presence here.
Yeah, I think one of the big thing for me when I think about G2 is when you bring Nerds in, it just brings you another aggressive playmaking weapon next to Natus. If they can figure out the right balance between those two players, that gives you such great split pressure capability. And the fact that Heavy God is essentially a Swiss Army knife, the dude can play whatever role you need him to play. He's one of the best in role right now as an anchor and kind of more of an extremity guy, but he can come in there and make big plays when he needs to as well. And let's be honest, when we saw Hunter kind of first making this come up as an IGL on G2, he was fragging pretty hard, you know, and he's actually a guy that I think will develop into a really good IGL. He was already doing a lot of secondary calling and like calling pistol rounds, calling CT sides, you know, even when Snacks was the IGL of this team. So he's been kind of slowly tapering into it, and he's got a strong coach behind him. So I'm kind of with Moses. I think this team is exciting. It's just about, can they hit the right stride?
We do have just a little bit of extra time here. Sure. You might see behind us that Heavy God is getting his headset sorted out. So audio issues, always a little bit of the devil, but it does give us more time to yap in your ears. I think it was well put, right? Hunter's somebody that was talked about as a potential IGL for a long time. He's sort of this anointed successor to picking up the leadership of G2. It was a matter of like when, and especially once Nico left the roster, it definitely became a really when is this going to happen? But we do have to remember that despite the amount of involvement he had calling pistols, calling CT sides, helping out with the setup, helping out with the mid-round, he's only full-time had the role for less than a year now.
And I think the other thing you have to think about is he wasn't at their last event. They just got Nerts. That's a lot of moving parts to deal with in a short amount of time with not much layover between Rio and when this event started. Meanwhile, HooXi is an established IGL who's been working with this squad all year long, uninterrupted. And they have built a pretty good system, in my opinion. You know, again, we already kind of talked about, you know, Stair being a heavy hitter, Yabby's resurgence in form. Fuzi's op, I think, is going to be huge here on Dust 2. I think that's a big win condition for them to see if he can have a bit more impact in Sun Pius and kind of see how that duel breaks out. So I guess you could lean some edges as far as like preparation for Astralis, but if you go overall firepower, G2 matches them pretty darn well.
Yeah, I mean, that's always been the hallmark of various G2 squads, right? They like to have the shooters on deck. I think it is really going to be about this guy in a large part, because we've seen him just dominate at times in this Astralis jersey, right? Take over maps, really make his presence felt, and make it something that the other team has to account for.
Yep.
And that kind of arithmetic can really just make a difference.
Yeah, I think in a world where hoppers are hard to come by for top teams, especially ones that perform consistently, people kind of missed Fuzi. I think he kind of flew under the radar, and it's unfortunate because he was playing on wildcard in the NA scene a lot, so I just don't think people really had a view of what he could do. But then he went over to Europe. He was playing with 9 and a couple of other little mixed teams, and I think that kind of revitalized interest in him. Because remember, he did play on NIT back in the day, right? Didn't go so well. I don't think it was really the right situation, and so he kind of faded into the background. But now he's back at the forefront with what he's been able to do on this Astralis team, and people can now once again take notice that this guy is an opera that can deliver. He's very exciting.
Seems like we're getting a full PC swap to sort whatever the issue is. So cue the F1 pit stop music. That's what's going on right now. Hopefully we'll get that sorted pretty quickly there, folks, and get this server underway. But yeah, I know, diving right back into this matchup, right? Another aspect that we touched on a little bit, but is worth expounding on more, Yabby. Yabby had a phenomenal event in Bucharest, right? Really starting to show up nicely, and that kind of surging form is something that has to be hugely encouraging to an Astralis team that, I mean, look, the acquisition obviously didn't work out for half of it, but they did invest a lot and make a big move to bring in Stown and Yabby, hoping that they were the future of Danish CS.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I was kind of leaning in that direction a little bit because we know we did actually have Stown have an interview with HLTV. He's now the new primary opper of NIP.
Yeah.
Apparently, he was almost the opper of Astralis. Like, that was apparently something that got tossed around. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's right, correct. But he thought he might come back to Astralis as an opera as well before they wound up going the Fuzi route. So, you know, that was interesting to me to kind of hear just kind of what was going on behind the scenes. But yeah, getting back to just Yabby as the focus, you know, he's a guy that was good on Heroic. He was heavily invested into by Astralis, 100%. Didn't really live up to it all the time, but has lived up to it this year, in my opinion. Again, I think it's because he's got more freedom now with this roster. You know, now that they have a guy like Ryu kind of being a traditional anchor, it allows him to be freed up a bit more to play more active CT positions. The one that always comes to mind for me is like being that B rotator on Mirage and actually getting involved in the mid fights and just being proactive. He's really good at that. And he's also just a good like guy at finding timings, like coming on the edge of the map and finding the right time to engage someone and find a nice entry pick for you. So I just think he kind of gets to be a little bit unleashed on this team, if that makes any sense. I think HooXi really likes to let him thrive in more aggressive positions.
And I mean, certainly if there was ever going to be anybody who knows him as a player, it's going to be HooXi. He's known him so very long, back to that Copenhagen Flames roster, right? Really nurtured him at the very beginning of his career. So definitely one of the best people in the world, undoubtedly, to know where he's going to shine, where he's going to deliver for the team.
Yeah, I think the big thing that we're kind of getting at with all this discussion is that, you know, we already talked up how G2 has all this great talent. Nertz, what his potential is. Natus, how good he's looked since he's joined this team. Heavy God, one of the best in his role. But you have an Astralis squad who has pieced together some good talent. You know, again, we talked about Fuzi Zop, we talked about Yabby, talked about Stair. Ryu even at times has looked really good. He did have a weaker performance in Bucharest, in my opinion, after a really hot start in Krakow. So I kind of want to see where he balances out at, but he has his own capabilities of being able to frag on the server. So I think that when you got two teams like this who are pretty near each other in ranking, whether you want to go by VRS, whether you want to go by HLTV, either way, they're pretty neck and neck as far as like where they're at right now in the world. And again, each of them have pretty decent firepower spread across the entire server, and they haven't interacted with each other yet. So like, that's what's really cool to me, is I think this could be a very scrappy game.
It could indeed, and we do still have a little bit of time here. So we caught up with Nertz before the game. Let's hear what he had to say. Nertz, New Jersey, feeling good? A little bit of time under the belt with a new team. How are you feeling in this?
Feeling great. I'm happy to play with Hunter once again, the first tier 1 with him, and I feel very motivated.
And the reunion as well with some of your old teammates coming into the squad. How far along do you think you are with being integrated? If you had to give it like a percentage, how far do you think you are?
like with the individual.
Just how you're feeling of you grasp on what the team is doing and how you're playing.
I think like after the last event, because we didn't play with Hunter, we slowed a little bit. But from event to event, I know it will be better and better. But I feel like the chemistry outside and inside the game it's really good. And overall, I'm super happy, and I hope it will stay like this.
And considering you didn't have Hunter, considering you had Tac standing in, pretty good results in Rio, right? Some nice maps shown. What do you think was working there?
Well, I feel like we were having fun. That's the bigger part about why it was good, even though we lost to the 2 finalists in this tournament. But like, if we will show up and we smile and we will have fun, I know that we can win this game very easy.
I love that he brought up the atmosphere, right? Because I do think it's interesting that they had so much success in Rio. I know it didn't necessarily translate into a deep placing, but they lost to the 2 finalists, right? So it was impressive, considering the circumstance, considering they're coming in with an inexperienced stand, and considering they don't have their IGL. I think maybe there's some lessons they can learn. There's some grains they can dig out of what was working that they can now bring into the full team.
Yeah, it gives some new perspectives to some of the players, right, to try to figure out how to operate without him. Saul's probably going to be a little bit more involved. Sun Pius had to do a lot of calling. He was the in-game leader for that tournament. So I think maybe it gave people a little bit of expanded perspective on what to go on there. But just getting to Nerds, I mean, again, we kind of talked through his history of a guy who rose up in 2023 as a rookie, won Rookie of the Year, did some great things with Ensign Heroic, goes to Liquid, and you feel like, man, there's a lot of talent in that squad. You got Elise, you got Nerds, like, you know, you're bringing in an experienced in-game leader in Shuhei. You're like, man, this really should be a team that can fight, get up there and punch. But it just seemed like, for whatever reason, it didn't work out there for him. And you know, maybe we'll never know why, if it was, you know, interpersonal issues or personality clashes or different philosophies on how to play the game or rollover. Like, who knows, really? But my point is now Nerds is in what should be the most comfortable spot he could get, which is another team that's really solid, that has potential, and with people he's worked with before and that he's comfortable being around. And I hope to see that Nerds come back again, because the Nerds that we saw popping off a couple of years ago, that is some fun shit to watch.
The real question is, how many G2 players does it take to resolve a tech issue? And the answer is just 1 admin, and then 3 G2 players looking at it. Eventually, we will get this sorted out. I'm seeing... Okay, he's asking somebody to yap a little bit, see if he's got the audio. What's going on here? Here's my, oh no, a head shake. That's never a good sign, Dust. My analysis right here is, it might just be a little bit more. So, anything you want to talk about? Let's see, I'm running through my Rolodex right now.
Any good barbecue yet since we've been in Texas?
Oh, lots of it. Tex-Mex too. I've been here a couple weeks already. I've been having my fill. I think I'm 50% beef rib at this point.
I hear you. All you can eat for $20 at certain places, as you would say.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also cool to be in Texas, right? I mean, this is kind of like one of the big states for North American Counter-Strike history when you go back and you look at the CPLs and you look at different things of that nature. Again, my first event was in Texas 15 years ago, just 45 minutes down the road, actually. So it's kind of cool to be back. Obviously, the Blast Austin major was massive. You know, the first North American CS2 major. People showed out in droves for that. It was an epic time. And so now we're in Fort Worth, and we're a couple days removed from being in the Dickies Arena, where once again, you know, NA won't have any NA teams to cheer for on the stage, but they might have an NA player. They might have twists. They might have an org.
And as long as FaZe is there, they'll think it's NA. It doesn't matter who's actually on the roster.
100%.
The delusion will start immediately. We're very good at that now.
Yeah, we are. As Americans, we're very good at that. You know, it started out as like, USCS. Then we got some really good Canadian players like NACS. And then all of a sudden the Brazilians got really good. We're like America CS, you know? So, you know, we move the goalposts as much as we need to stay relevant. You know what I mean?
That is what it's all about at the end of the day.
Moving goalposts.
Relevant in our own heads. But I'm seeing headsets on, and so G2 might be ready to show their relevance here at the server.
Some daps are being exchanged, some handshakes.
Daps on, headsets on. This is very encouraging indeed. Astralis fist bumping up. It seems like it is time. So without further delay, your casters, Moses and Dinko.
Well, we finally found the caster start game button, Jason. It took a while, but we found it.
It did take a minute. It was right next to the light switch.
It was. So finally getting into this one. Second game of the day, second game of the tournament. The last one delivered in a weird way. I'm expecting this one to deliver in a very different way because Dust is highlighted, I think, perfectly. Two teams are kind of floating at the same level in the rankings in World Counter-Strike, but haven't clashed yet. And I think the series itself being highlighted as a possible 3-mapper from our desk is perfect too, because Dust 2, a map that we were hearing about some pies and how he's very comfortable on it. The opposite story for FUZI, who's quite often openly talked about his struggles on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, but well, he also had that life game against Spirit, you know, back at ESL Pro League in the playoffs, so he's had some positivity there as well. Let's find out. I just think I'm so pumped for this because I want to see what G2's been working on. I want to see what they've been cooking. It's been a while since they've been at like the Tier 1, the big events like this. Spent a lot of time in the Tier 2 circuit after this roster change of Nerds, having like a little bit of an easier time working him in and going over protocols and plans.
Yeah, just good to see Hunter back with him. Let's see what kind of level he can bring to the event.
Mr. Rio breaking his ankle.
Yeah, well, Heavy Cod breaking a skull. It's FUZI dead first. It's going to be Nerds to follow up in behind it. So G2 have the first 3 kills thanks to Nerds, who just sends another one through the smoke.
And they're already up short. There's really not a whole lot Hooksy can do. Would have to be just an incredible sequence of events. There's the first. And gonna back away, and that should secure the pistol round over for G2. Good kill from Heavy God. And that's about it. 1-0 for G2.
Well, it must be a cool game as well for Hooksy on a personal level, right? You're going up against your former organization that you won the big trophies with, and going up against your former teammate Hunter, who's now becoming in-game leader. I mean, there's got to be some level of personal determination and Hooksy's side of things to get the win today.
Yeah, these kinds of games, as you mentioned, after you highlight all those different interactions here between the players, yeah, they're always about pride. You know, there is some level of like playing for pride, along with obviously the team goal of progressing through the tournament, but there is something that feels really good about beating your former teammates. Nerds is going to open things up with a double kill, and his reacquisition, for me, has sparked the most interest of this squad. Because I have to say, we got to give the G2 organization a lot of credit. This was, what, March 1st of last year is when Nico departed the team. It was March of last year. I think Monacy left like a month later. And at the time, it was just kind of like, what are y'all doing? We just entered CS2, like the individual players popping off seems to be like a really strong thing going on. And they just had a different vision of where they wanted to take the team. And I'm surprised they've hit the ground running in the way that they did. So I give a lot of credit over to the team at G2 to put this roster together. Have some very interesting pieces. Natus has panned out very well. Heavy God obviously has been incredible. Now you found a way to bring Nerds in. Saw as a coach is super underrated. This is a scary team, I think.
Given some time.
As long as they back all those up with the performances.
They have potential. They have to realize it even more now at this point. So, this way through mid, it's Nerds who it was touched on going into this game by Dust. The fact that, you know, Nerds had so much success in his previous teams. It was a rising player in the world of Counter-Strike. Went to Team Liquid. Seemed like a great move for Team Liquid. Made a lot of sense. Oh, wow, you've been able to get Nerds for whatever reason. Didn't pan out there. But I do have a lot of faith in him returning to playing with his former teammates and, most importantly, former coach. I think this could be a way to unlock that Nerds potential again, because he did have some good games in the Liquid jersey. It was just pretty inconsistent.
Yeah, few and far between.
Yeah.
Timeout called. Actually, I take it back. It looks like almost like a tech issue. Nope, they're talking.
We're just hanging out.
We're just having a good time.
We're having a great time. Timeout called, and we'll settle that one in as we get into the action again. I mean, looking at this group, I mean, it's the winner of this will go on to play Vitality.
Yeah.
Depending on the levels, we got to see Vitality really struggle in that opening game. I mean,
don't think we'll see that again.
I don't think so.
I think on one level for Vitality, you almost got to, like, you know, when you get a chance to look back on it, get past the frustration, you'll be like, you know what? At least it happened in the first event, or the first game of the event, than the third or the fourth or the fifth.
And we still won. So.
And we still won.
But so far, so good with the smokes. That's something we've seen in a Vitality FUT game. No one could land that mid door smoke. So managed to get it done here, G2.
Oh, I forget who it was, and I apologize. I saw one of the pro players kind of tweet out, trying to redo it and saying essentially one of the updates last week kind of messed with the lineups a little bit, so that smoke isn't as consistent as it should be.
Well, it landed this time.
A little bit of a bug, perhaps.
Let's see if G2 can work with it. They're going to make their way up short. They've got good control so far. Notes out through the mid doors. Smoking towards the CT cross. Not looking like it's going to be a B split, because Don't have anybody in the tunnels yet. But
Well,
that could change. You still have plenty of time.
It's also very intimidating having that fight come at you at the B bomb site. So, I mean, it's also like a play to draw out some counter utility before you have to commit. Now, it doesn't fall all the way back into safety, but Ryu doesn't actually commit to that fight. A little bit nervous himself with the MP9, so he backs off of it and has to disappear into the B site. Now I think G2 is saying, well, no counter utility in an MP9, let's go B. Let's hit the split.
We got Ryu blinded, looking into the corner of the wall, and it's just all started crumbling here for Astralis' defense. The B bomb site does nothing. You have to save the 3 other players, and even that looking tough here. Stare on 18 HP just about gets away. So Astralis looking to hang on to these weapons. A 3-0 start here from G2, looking really, really strong.
Yeah, nothing complicated to it. It's just get Nerds out and just a little bit of mid control, have them kind of peek towards the window, just maintain some presence, announce your presence, and see what we get after that. And I think they were just so pleased to be like, okay, it's an MP9 and there's not even utility breaking open the smoke, so let's just rock and roll. Now for the hunt out towards long. G2's being ruthless pretty early on. Helps that you have the MP7 on Hunter. But turning the corner and actually fighting towards Pit is a step too far. G2 content with their 3-0 lead here on Dust 2 to open this series. Early frustration for the Astralis defense. And round 4 coming in hot. 3 rifles saved on Hooksy, Fuzi, and Stare. Ryu and Yabi have picked up Deagles. And those are the B defenders, the only 2 players that G2 killed in the previous round. So once again, Hunter keeping it simple. Whoa.
Yeah.
The A defender saved, well, let's go B.
Yeah, this burst into that B bomb side is going to be weak again. And they break through so easily. So the plant is coming through. For Astralis, it'll be the save call again. Is going to start backing away. Not in a position to even attempt this, so retreat, get those weapons into the next round. Save yourself a little bit of cash, but a 4-0 start from G2. It's looked so comfortable to kick off Dust 2.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, again, we're still very early on. We'll see if, you have to imagine Astralis' defense is going to click in and cause a little bit more problems and be able to harass this offense, but yeah, it has seemed very chill. Sunpius goes 1 for 1. It's just the virtue of also, you know, G2's plays kind of just working. You know, like the Nerds like probe out middle, back away, 1 execute, and you're back in. 1 piece of utility and you're back in middle. Everything's just kind of worked out exactly the way it's been designed so far. So we're gonna get a timeout, it looked like. Chance to have a little chit chat before this map truly gets out of control. So Astralis put on the back foot a little bit early and gonna try and recover. Got a decent amount of money building up for them despite the losing effort. The losing bonus growing and the saved weapons are going to help with that economy as well. I think the AWP is still going to be missing though. I don't know if Fuzi will be able to have that one quite yet. And he will, in fact, have the AWP. So AWP is out for both the defense and the offense. Sunpius, he gets to show us what he gets to do in the G2 jersey. And we head into round 5.
Well, Natus tries to make his way out long, throws utility onto the long corner, but we've already seen Astralis cross a player into the pit. Natus looking to brawl. Instead, he's waiting down there in the pit, but Natus has made it out to the blue bin. He can start to communicate to his teammates who've actually just been severed off from him with that smoke grenade. Natus forced to the open, expecting that utility to come in, ready to fight. His heavy countdown coming to support him. G2 working well, trying to get rid of Stare, but he's defending the pit very well. Finally taken out by Hunter. Now we transition to Nurit on board with him as he's moved through the mid doors, and he's come out very successful on the first, but couldn't actually get it done versus Yabi.
And Yabi missed the shot with the AWP and just 1 digs him for no good reason. That's pretty wild. Going to be frustrating for Nerds. That was the round win if he gets that kill. Then it's an easy pivot back to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, we'll see if that crazy little moment there for Yabi ends up getting Astralis this round victory. It's still going to be tough because G2 have 50 seconds left and both players stay committed towards A long.
Well, it's kind of a tie ball game when you look at the HP in that sense, right? And Hunter's just picked up a smoke right at the end to chuck out for that cross. So Sunbias is going to move over quietly, not giving any indication of the scaling. Only a Molotov and an HE for Hunter. There's no flashbang to allow him to jump up towards rail. So Hunter's going to have to cross and drop the Molotov for safety.
Oh, luckily the high HP player taking the utility damage here. So FaZe is going to be held back. Oh, some set towards Hunter. 15 seconds left.
This is when all you can do is pray that the HE grenade isn't in his hand. It's the only option, just to stick it and see what happens.
And prayers answered here as the kill comes in long. It's Sunbias dropping him. It's now on FaZe to try and win this 1v2. Can he step up for his team to get them their first round? But no, he gets peppered down, and so he can't actually even consider this. So he backs away, drops down into a CT. We'll go for a shot on the way out, but FaZe's not going to get into a position to win this, and no kit on his back, low HP. It's a safe call for the Opera, and it's 5 in a row from G2.
That's a big swing round. I mean, remember, this is out of an Astralis timeout as well that they come into this round, and obviously they're going to be down 0-4, now 0-5. Huge opportunity for Astralis in a 2-on-2 to snatch a round that maybe you can build upon, and it goes the other direction. Wonderfully played by Hunter and Sunbias, extremely patient in the situation. Really well done from Stare, and he's going to be extremely bummed that that kind of input, that kind of impact in the round went the other direction, wasn't actually able to be capitalized on. But it's all Sunny P with the AK-47 to win out at the end of the day. Astralis looking to post their first round here at Blast Rivals. Op again, still in the hands of FUZI due to the save in the previous round. And Hooksy will have him keep that at the long corner, so no mobile opping for FUZI in this round, at least for the moment.
Getting up on top of Xbox. And the smoke out towards the CT cross. G2 have some of the short control they're looking for. Once they round that corner, they'll have everything. And they'll know it. No one challenging that deep here from Astralis.
Nerds is looking like he wants to be a little playmaker up on short. Stare's looking like he wants to be one over here towards this mid-smoke.
Yeah, Nerds has looked like he's ready for every fight, every play so far on Dust 2. He's gonna round the smoke, get closer and closer to the site, and 35 seconds. Eventually, G2 have got to decide where they're going to finish this one.
Oh, they can't really do anything on mid because they've never actually gained that first step of control. So that'd just be too much of a risk. Instead, you're going to go contact, and actually Hooksy doesn't have this information. He doesn't realize they're already out wide. Ooh, he's in trouble.
And now they've limited the positions he can play from so they can focus on the ramp when that Molotov comes in towards Goose. So no kills from Hooksy. That puts the long player under a lot of pressure. Star could alleviate it, but can't do so as Natus takes him down. Nerds on the follow-up with his rifle. And it's just Yabi and Ryu. And it's got to feel so frustrating right now for Astralis. They're not able to get into any of these rounds. Yabi trying to force them into it, though. He's done well, and he's got away with that one on Sunbias, who continued to fight for some reason.
G2's playing a stupid game right now, about to win a stupid prize.
Yeah, this is really being teed up at the moment, but this flank could save him. Great kill from Hunter. Yabi up next, but time is ticking, and here comes Heavy Guard round the back. It's planted for him, and he's got the angle. So, yeah, a little crazy there for G2. Maybe a bit overconfident in that post play, especially from Sunbias. But in the end, it's the Heavy Guard Hunter combo.
Yeah, that's a good, I mean, it's a good recovery, good save of the situation. Should have never felt like it was really possible. This is a G2 in this round having such a grip on the victory that they're willing to throw caution to the wind. Take a 1v1. Take another 1v1. Take another one as you're jumping up on the boxes. But thankfully, when all 5 players are alive against 2, you got enough bodies to throw away like that.
Having maybe like a warning system for G2. Those rounds can still go against you, but 6-0 start from G2 at the moment. This is fantastic work.
Quite an issue now for Astralis. A 0-6 hole. And you don't really have anything positive going on. I guess Stairs, double kill, and Pit is probably the best situation you've been able to put yourself into. FaZe's been quiet with the off. Ryu's got 0 kills. A-bomb site's been overrun a number of times. Now we know Hooksy loves a bit of aggression into the long cave. It's some of the plays he was making against Team Spirit back at ESL Pro League where he actually was able to beat them in the playoffs off the back of a lot of those plays, but teams are going to start realizing that as well. So he needs to be careful and pick and choose his battles. Here, he backs away behind as the smoke fades, plays the off angle.
As the peek out, Hooksy sinks heavy guard, but immediately coming back into it, and Natus and some Pius. 2 kills, they crack open long. Natus is moving through short as well, and all of the Astralis players are out of position to defend the site, so you have to rely upon the flanks, and Stairs spam down through the smoke, and those have worked out pretty well here for Astralis. All of a sudden, they've got the player advantage, and Hunter's on 31 HP.
Yeah, good utility though up towards short. That's going to be awkward for this retake. There's no kits on Yabi, Ryu, and Stair. Any damage that is dealt, and some Pius is going to push behind the smoke. They might just eliminate this part of the retake with the jump up. Oh, Stair cleans it up. Triple kill. And the first round for Astralis.
Yeah, saving them finally getting onto the board there from Stair. He'll go and find that AWP as well. Get to that defuse in time. And first round secured finally. It's taken a while for Astralis.
Taken a while, and wasn't clean. G2 able to get in, but you know, a couple cleanup kills on the cross through the smoke. One gets spammed.
Yabi's flank was good.
Yeah, it was perfectly timed really, really early on. Nerds hasn't even kind of gotten to the corner of short before he's got to turn around and have a battle. So yeah, a lot of good things going on in that round for Astralis. Good to see them get a W. Let's see if they can string them together because there is still plenty of cash for the G2 side. Uh-oh.
You know what? Nice. Extra smoke. Throw it on there.
Double it up.
Extra smoky barbecue over here. We got FUZI. I'm going to take his AWP for a spin. Empire sends a shot forward. That's enough for FUZI to... Nope, I'm gonna change up what I'm holding, actually. Reposition a little bit further back towards the A site itself, and more pressure from G2 coming out long.
Yeah, and his teammates were just kind of shifting very, very far away, so reinforcements a long way off for Hooksy, but who needs it?
Yeah, great flashbang. Hooksy with a triple kill. Heavy caught Natus and Hunter all dead at Hooksy's hand as he goes again. Hooksy shutting them down. Long is completely closed by the Dane.
Yeah, that's lovely. What a round from Hooksy. Quad kill, and that preserves the money on the Astralis side. Nobody goes down. They get to build tons of bank behind that win, and that strings 2 together. All right, here we go. Astralis has shown up. 2 rounds in a row, and put G2 in an awkward situation where this next buy is going to be the remainder of the money that they have to work with. So big chance now for Astralis to recover in this half.
Just do what's obvious against them. It's so obvious. Like if they don't throw mollies and flashes, they're not going. They're not that kind of team, you know.
A little insight into how Hooksy thinks about his opponent today.
And then Darth Vader at the end. You best Darth Vader.
No. It's
Yeah,
more
you
like
gotta have a
Darth
better
Vader
one
with
than
a
that.
sinus infection. Oops.
Oh, all right. Good kill from Yavi. And if Ryu pushes up at the B bomb site, he'll see it's completely clear, but he's probably a little bit nervous. 0-7 for Ryu so far. I'm surprised that G2 hasn't latched onto that a little bit more.
Well, right between the legs. It's a miss for the AWP of FUZI.
Astralis need to be really careful, because at the moment they don't really control catwalk or long. They have a smoke down, which means Nertz is going to be a little bit more passive and kind of chill. They have another one as well. Now stepping forward. Okay, they've got control of short. Good place to be. FaZe's position has been realized, has been noted. Sunpius just going to try and challenge. Good flash. It's Heavy God for the kill.
Yeah, even better kill. Let's see what Heavy God can do again. Next target's up. Just the head spotted. That's enough. HooXi going to be toppled this time. Stare waiting for Nertz to come through the smoke, and good patience. It's paid off. Nertz is gone. 3v3. Here's Yabi swinging through the smoke at CT spawn. He's made it uncomfortable. In fact, he's won it because the time, that's the bomb that hit the ground. And so Yabi, with that play forward, actually wins it. And Stare gets the headshot on Sunpius at the end for extra insult to injury. A nice one from Heavy God on the way out the door, at least surviving, but that is frustrating round there for G2. A great play forward from Yabi.
Hey, and also you just decimated Sunpius. You kill him after time. He's only got $150 in the bank. This kill happens at 24 seconds. Trying so desperately to get into the bomb site. This flashbang comes in. Yabi had his pick, his choice of anyone he wanted to grab, and he picks the bomb carrier, drops it to the ground. Round one.
Yeah, and I love how things were going so well for G2. It felt so easy for them, right? And now they've started to unravel very quickly, and are now at this point where, yeah, like you said, the kill after time for Sunpius. He's sitting down there with no money. That's your AWPer who's run out of cash at this point in the half. And it's a very tough scenario now lying in front of G2.
Well, you've given the right man the AK-47, the hero AK, as Heavy God just showed you some beautiful stuff in the previous round. Ooh, and brought to his knees by HooXi. Spam through the smoke. The op chimes in as well. All right, took him a little bit of time, but we've warmed up. Astralis is warmed up and now going to rattle off 4 rounds really, really quickly in a row.
I always love HooXi listening. You always get some gold out of him. He's not very, he's very candid when he speaks.
He has that quality that Apex has too, where it's just like no bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, this is what it is.
Ryu, I mean, we heard from Dust on before this, you know, talking about wanting to see Ryu really start to have more consistent performances. I mean, sitting 0-7 at the moment.
Yeah, we saw that stat as well. It's second worst start of a match for him in his short career as well from the PGL Bucharest final. Also had a slow map in there. Here's a chance. Confidence kills.
Yeah,
don't even think about them having Glocks. You're on the board.
He's earned that fist bump finally.
He's earned it.
They've been
it's hard-fought Glock kills through the smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
Timeout now called by G2. Saw wants to have a word. You got to be happy about that if you're Astralis. Starting out 0-6, but forcing a timeout out of your opposition at this point as you've made a real half out of this. 6-4 in the favor of G2, but that's disappeared rapidly. I wonder what the call is going to be from G2. They've been playing grouped up quite a bit. They've attacked long quite a bit, but a lot of the attacks have been kind of like Nertz as the off-pack player and more of like a 3 to 4 man pack unit trying to trade their way into different positions. Haven't seen them hit the B bomb site.
Feels like that was the initial game plan. It's now run its course, right? So there has to be some sort of adaptation coming into the end of the half.
Almost feels like that adaptation might be a little bit late, to be honest with you, but let's see what they've got coming out of the timeout.
Especially because Astralis are going to be coming in with a double op setup, so that might catch them off guard a little bit.
It might.
Yabi and FUZI picking up the AWPs. Pius not making the kill on the cross.
Tell you what, it's a great round to switch into a double op as the bomb is picked up in T-spawn heading towards B. Yabi might have just been a round ahead of G2 because he's in position and he's ready to party with the op.
That lurk smoke coming through. He's going to try and get a higher vantage point, but now sees that utility coming in. Doesn't want to be caught in an awkward position with the op. So Yabi readies himself for the ensuing attack. Ryu trying to help him with the rifle. Natus is in. The smokes are up. He's blind as well. It's absolute chaos in here for Natus, but finally backtracks into the no-scope of Yabi. And a 3v3 after all of this has ensued. FUZI's waiting for a Hunter. He's got that kill, and the double op is really working here for Astralis. We had under 1 minute on the clock. Sunpius and Heavy God still with a shot at winning this round, especially with that kill from Sunpius.
Yeah, and Heavy God was so aggressive at short that FaZe doesn't want to mess with this fight without his teammate. He was actually going to try and scale up the ramp and grab an angle, but Heavy God beat him to it. So he's got to sit back and be patient, which allows Sunpius to grab a pick off in the flank, in the middle of the chaos. Now a 2-on-2.
They're both coming in from the same spot. Up the Xbox they go. Sharp, quick shot there from Sampaius. Puts the light out on Ryu and spots FUZI as well, so he'll back away. No reason to give him a 1v1 fight. Sampaius gets a better position. FUZI runs right into him. Great work from Sampaius towards the end of the round.
Yeah, good bounce back and good victory right out of the timeout if you saw. If my memory serves correctly, I think he was one of the coaches that we found had like one of the biggest success rates when he was coaching ENCE in terms of winning rounds after his timeout. I think he's does another good one here. There's that pick on Yabi trying to get over to the other side of the map. Sampaius, quick shot. It was clear when he came back in to this G2 roster, a little bit rusty, a little bit shaky, a little bit up and down, but I think that consistency is starting to get there. I think we're starting to find some of that old Sampaius like being consistent. That would be a huge key for this G2 team to be dangerous at the major if you have that kind of, if you take the Sampaius offer towards the end of CSGO, insert him into the squad now.
Yeah, change map to map though with Sampaius, we know that. Natus is taking Yabi away from the B ramp. So opening kill here for G2 for the last round of the half. Got a quick flank from HooXi, look at this.
I don't think they spotted it.
Trying to get in behind them, but Natus has just cleared out Ryu. Nertz has got a kill on Stealth. So even though you've got a powerful flank from HooXi, no one else has been able to deliver you anything. So HooXi gets the kill eventually on Nertz through that smoke, but you've already lost the B bomb site. You've already lost the round.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do here whatsoever, but it is the last round of the half, so you're going to give it the old college try. Utility running over the roof, and HooXi and FUZI are just going to be desperate. Chuck a flash in, see what happens.
Yeah, hope for some magic. A strong initial game plan from G2. A smooth sailing for the first 6 rounds of the game. A little bit of disruption here and there from Astralis, but in the end, it will be an 8-4 lead for G2 as they leave the first half of Dust 2.
Counter-Strike finally came back to London.
So let's go back to check Ivy. Okay, Hunter's still in a strong position. Has his cross to the site. Does lose his teammate in the meantime, but they line up, and Hunter redeems 3.
Worried that they're kind of tunnel visioned on breaking through this A-hold. Okay, that's gonna help. Dude, that's a huge kill. Like, Ultimate, he's not exactly top in the charts. He's not up there alongside Nerds, but that's the 2 top performers, both felled by this Deagle.
2v5 back for Twist and Nav.
Oh, up close in the smoke, Mattis Deagle continues, and he's gonna seal the deal. Huge round from Mattis, what a 4K.
Heavy God awaiting some kind of an action down ramp. He gets what he was looking for, and he takes minimal damage in return. He doubles back to sight. As they're trying to chase down Shiro, he strikes. But Shiro, that is crazy. Looking to emerge around the side of the smoke as Donk was still a couple steps back. And Donk doesn't get the Heavy God kill right away. In fact, Heavy God takes his head off. Man advantage in a clutch.
They're going to double swing the other way.
He makes loud steps. They know they slide right out, and this streak of rounds keeps going.
But look at this cat presence coming out of FaZe. They are tiptoeing closer to an unexpected gunfight for G2. G2 fully focused here on doors. If Frozen draws their attention, the cat swing comes over top. And the bomb carrier's dead. Heavy God's got the trades going. 3 kills on the round.
Oh, that's excellent. Now he's low. Has to be a headshot.
Again!
They lock horns and Heavy God rips Rain's head off.
Hunter's calling the correct move at 25 seconds. We've got an incendiary down on short side. That's going to make this problematic for
Bomb has to
FURIA.
go.
And then we get this activation out of Sampaius. Bombs down.
Oh man, again it's the multi-frag. Again it is G2 throwing a wrench into Furia's works.
It's been amazing to be back, London. Thank you for having us. Let's enjoy this 5-map final. This pistol's gonna feel like everything.
Oh, okay, never mind. No chance at catching your breath whatsoever. It is immediately out onto this outer yard. Mattis continues to tap players out of this round. What kill! Hunter and Mulbs within this bomb site versus 3 of 2025's very best.
The old bones of this new lineup.
Hunter waits for the presence. Oh, it's an instant headshot. Second! The Kovac blood runs deep. The talent knows no bounds. But with
Flamesy from the bottom of the board and a smoke on the bomb. He's gonna just try to stick this. You are denied. And G2 do what no one else could. Not Mouse, not Falcons. G2.
Welcome back. G2 here in Fort Worth this time around, and they're looking good. It's an 8-4 lead going up against Astralis. This is the map we thought G2 would be the better of the two teams on, and so far that has been the case. We now switch to the T side to see what Astralis can do over here.
Yeah, a few little hiccups in that first half to allow Astralis back into things, but closing out at the end of the day with a couple right at the tail end of the first half. So things looking good with this small lead that they're nursing at the moment. Stare clearing out lower. Very passive defense, nobody being aggressive. Deep into the B bomb site, just falling back from long. Now are Hunter and Senpius. So really at the moment, both teams playing blind. No engagement, no information gathered quite yet.
Well, Hunter waits and descends down in towards CT. It's going to be Staren taking that opening fight, but Senpius trying to grip a second. He just couldn't get it going. And now Matt is having to deal with pressure from both sides at short and long, so he can't handle that either, putting Heavy God in a 1v3.
Yeah, this T side's going to be fun to watch, especially... Okay, hold the phone. Heavy God's just going to push the issue. He just feels like his only way to win is to get in right here, right now. Land a shot, and he will. Can't find the... Oh, no way!
No way. This is unbelievable until finally Stare gets rid of him, jumping up with a Glock. Heavy God nearly pulls off something miraculous.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be possible whatsoever, but Heavy God, he just realizes he's got to get aggressive in that situation. This is going to be fun on the T side to watch. The Dust made a huge point about the resurgence of Yabi during the segment coming into the series, and he's spot on there. I think one of the areas that his game is a lot of fun to watch is this Dust 2 map on the T side. I think he's so good at realizing and understanding the timing that he needs to hit as that long lurk, especially in the chaos of it execute onto the A-bombs, and he's very good in this position.
Tunnels have been taken over by G2, and we'll get information on that, getting to ready themselves for what is a likely long play. Throw a deep smoke out, try and buy some time and position themselves correctly.
Ooh, stacked up. Slight miss from Senpius. Looks like they want to come through that smoke. It's not going to hold them back.
Yeah, Senpius just holding for that cross to come over. Big gap side of the smoke. Heavy God going forward into the fight with the FAMAS. And FUZI and Hooksy coming out with two of their own. So it's now a 3v3, a minute 5 seconds left. And Astralis just trying to somehow sneak that bomb across the smokes without getting spammed down. And Hooksy made it across. Then Natus just swings out and gets all 3 kills with the SMG.
I'll tell you what, we heard in the first half Hooksy saying that G2 was the team that was obvious, that, you know, if they're not throwing the Molotov, not throwing the utility, they're not coming. Everything they do is obvious. Well, I think G2 feels similarly. Knew exactly what was coming this whole time. Small gap in the smokes, and the pop flash peak takes away the players meant to create space, and all of a sudden you're bottlenecked. Great triple kill from Natus at the end of the day. It's 9-5.
Yeah, you see Astralis having to go down to a scout, upgraded pistols here and there. G2 looking very likely to be up to 10 rounds in just a moment. Natus not slowing down, continuing his success in the previous round. He's removed Hooksy.
Removed Hooksy and told his team that there's nothing happening at long. They heard the flashes, they had the call, the smoke landed at the corner, but no actual presence. Means the defense can start looking elsewhere and set up for other things. So Hunter's going to be on short, he's paired up. 2 players inside the B bomb site, Nertz watching middle from the window. But all eyes truly on this A defense. Who once again, a similar scary situation where you're not controlling long or short. Which means as a defender, you kind of have to position yourself to drop away and survive, but that's given a lot of real estate over to the attacking side. So Hunter and Natus have some decisions to make, but with the cover of smoke, they found some safety.
The slight burn there for Stir, but he'll back away. And they'll get away from short, dropping down towards the mid doors. Utility going to fly out towards CT. Break the vision of Nerds for now, but actually they go a little bit too early. Ryu steps into the open just before that smoke popped. And so you ended up getting a 3 kill with your Nerds. Now Hunter's turn to jump up and spam down as they try and get up the B ramp. It's just Yabi's P250. And it's not going to end up doing much at all. So Nerds comes through, USP to the headshot. A 10-5 lead. It's a great start in both halves now from G2.
Yeah, really is. It's been a great Dust 2 for them. Their map pick in this series. Up next is Overpass, where Astralis wanted to take things. Good find from Nerds in middle and quickly setting up the boost as Hunter comes sprinting over for a double kill. And, I mean, potentially, like, one of the few gun rounds we'll see in the second half coming up now. Astralis, excuse me, not coming up next. I mean, there's just not going to be a whole lot of chances for Astralis to get back into this game, right? Like, you carved yourself an opportunity in the first half with 4 rounds, but now it's just...
Now you got to do it on Nightmare mode, where it's just almost playing perfect Counter-Strike on your T side, just to get the win. Yeah, really tough scenario now for Astralis, but I think this is kind of what we expected in terms of Dust 2 to go the way of G2. It's up next that we feel better about Astralis. It's an overpass pick, coming as the second map of the series.
Oh, that's a lot of bodies in middle.
Yeah.
Nice spray down from Nerds. Quad kill in the round overall. 11-5. G2 2 rounds away from taking us on to Overpass with a map lead in the series. And timeout is called, this one by Astralis, as Hooksy wants to have a word. Raga as well, coach chiming in, trying to get this team geared up. Has got one final push to try and create this start. Something of a comeback, anything of a comeback. Very pleased with the way G2's looked. If I kind of circle back to that idea of, like, you know, it's been a while, and we wanted to see what they were gonna have been working on, what they're gonna look like with Nerds and Saw back together in this roster. I like it. 16 kills on Nerds, 15 on Heavy God, 13 on Sunpius. For the Astralis side, it's 13 on Yabi, 12 on Hooksy. Stare with 11 kills overall in the game so far.
Well, this is it for Astralis. It's got to be one special run here on Dust 2. Gonna head their way now through short. Hooksy gonna be flashed into it by Fuzi. And over the top, here's the peek on Sunpius. There's a good flashbang. Has caught the AWPer. The Spaniard steps away. Hooksy tries to step up, but not able to catch a headshot. G2 stay hidden away. Then Nerds comes just to silent Stare before he got his opportunity towards those ramp players. Nerds now confident to try and engage, but realizes there's multiple players there and gets away as Heavy God filters in to try and block the opportunity of the opening.
Oh yeah, ain't nobody making it out middle. What a nice collapse from Heavy God and Nerds to make sure that nobody's home. Kind of a cool setup with the aggressive short play to allow Stare to find that fight towards CT spawn. Just a better reaction from Nerds to shift out of the site. Absolutely perfect, and a man advantage over to G2. At the moment, you're heading right at the AWP of Sunpius, and you're doing it in a round where you really don't have a whole lot of flashes to take him off the angle. 2 smokes, a Molotov, and 1 single flashbang. All of that utility is going to be used to get past Sunpius.
Getting past him, even while he's blinded, proves to be very, very difficult. It's Hunter round the back, and it's 1 and a second here from Hunter. Fuzi finished off, and we're now looking at map point for G2. It's been a very comfortable game for them. A little blip on the radar, really, in that first half. A couple of rounds going the way of Astralis, but other than that, it's been smooth sailing indeed.
I think smooth is a good way to describe it, too, because it's not like we've seen any, like, crazy individual, you know, Herculean effort to get you to 12-5 or even win this map 13-5. It's not someone blowing up on the scoreboard, and it's not like these ridiculous rounds of someone winning a 1v3. This has just been very good, solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Which you absolutely love to see. G2 looking solid here to start Blast Rivals out in Fort Worth. Astralis might feel like they got to go back to the drawing board after this map. Fist bumps are out, timeout comes to a close. We head into round 18. There are 7 chances for G2 to close out this first map. And this first step for Astralis begins with a scout, a Galil, 2 Deagles, and another Galil.
Yeah, we know Dust 2 hasn't always been the kindest map to Astralis, but this does feel especially disappointing.
They'll always have the win over Spirit.
And don't want to highlight it too much, but Rio will always have those Glock kills too.
That's fair. That's fair.
At least he's got those. Well, Sampires looking up towards top mid. Not going to be able to connect the shot straight away. Hooksy jumps down into the pit. He's just hoping to land a blinder on the Deagle. No one's giving him any information here at all, so he's just going to keep moving up. Eventually, you could have that space towards long if you so desire.
I wonder how much of a fake he's going to be or how much of just a lurk he's trying to be, trying to pull attention away. Oh, I don't think any of them are ready for the smoke break. Even Natus didn't seem like it. Turned his head, but snaps back.
It was like reaction test. Surprise. Luckily, Natus is able to pass it, and now looking for a little bit more here as well. Of course you are. Natus holding on to short. FUZI finally getting rid of him, but 35 seconds left, and it's all over. It is dominant from G2 here on Dust 2. Not an issue to be seen. The opening map of the series versus Astralis falls in their favor, and we'll see if they can go ahead and get themselves a 2-0 because this is looking incredible.
Incredible indeed. Clean as you like, comfortable for G2. That's the way we wanted to see them start here in Fort Worth, and they certainly have lived up to the billing.
Yeah, Hunter may have got off to the wrong foot to where he wasn't able to attend Rio, but he was on the right foot here in order to drive his team to a big win on Dust 2.
I think it was the left foot that was the problem.
Yeah, apparently so, as the ankle serving him well in the in-game leader chair, I guess you could say, as man, just right out the gate came swinging, 6-0 start, looked really good. Astralis was able to fight back a bit with a couple of big individual plays, but it just felt like G2 were in control the entire time, kind of on cruise control there towards the end, and really made short work of the map that they picked and the map that we felt like should kind of go this way.
And I mean, looking into the big pieces that we're firing, the new guy, a big part of that. Heavy God, always expected to be a consistent piece of this, continues to be so as well. Nerds looking phenomenal. Just overall dominance from these two over on G2. Highlight reel after highlight reel.
Indeed, every opener needs a closer, every alpha needs an omega, and these two are for each other, right? I mean, you have Nerds, who is that aggressive space taker, not a traditional entry fragger, but just really sneaky, you know, just kind of has these like grimy plays where he gets, you know, these aggressive space taking maneuvers. Then you have Heavy God, who's essentially a Swiss Army knife, but for this team, he's been really solidified in kind of that anchor extremity role, more passive positions, but really just both of those guys showed up in a big, big way. I think they complement each other very nicely.
They do indeed, right? And it is just having, as you said, that opener and that closer, right? There was one round in particular that we wanted to dive into a little bit more specifically. It was right at the end of the first half, which demonstrates what Nerds brings as an asset towards this team, the things that he can do that are kind of unique to his own play style. So let's take a look around 12 here, Dust. Talk to me about what we're seeing here.
Yeah, again, not a traditional entry fragger, but whenever you're able to put him in like kind of a forward angle and just let him kind of call his own number and play his own pace, he just has this way to maneuver around and get in these forward positions and find ways to wreak havoc. And you see it here, mid-B split, classic move on Dust 2, very tough to deal with. Nert's able to draw attention from one, and then Natus uses that opportunity to come out of B tunnels and grab himself an entry. And Nert's just finding a way to stay alive, keep attention on him as long as possible, even winds up with another kill when it's all said and done. A little bit of awkwardness here to kind of finish out the round, of course, but they still did their job when it was all said and done, right? And I think that's what's really neat about them, is that they have this great split pressure potential because you have Natus and Nertz, who are both comfortable taking leads like that.
I think it's also really telling of the chemistry that's already quickly developing between these players. If you just look at the timing on what Nertz is doing there in the mid, he reacts perfectly off a flash, finds the exact window where a player's going to be ducked and he can take the space, and then he plays off of his teammates taking the engagement with the other player. That's communication, that's timing, that's feel for each other. And that's the kind of thing that sometimes can take a while to develop after a new addition.
Which is something they haven't had, right? I mean, you know, Nertz just got onto the team. He's only played a handful of events with them. They were without, you know, Hunter in their previous event. You know, yeah, there's some reuniting of players. Obviously, there's history there between Nertz, between Sunpius, between Saul. So that there's definitely some understanding there on how to work together. And you're kind of just seeing what this team can be, right? We know that the potential is there. I know Moses has been kind of high on them as like kind of a dark horse team for this event. You know, kind of a team to be excited about, a team that you can kind of get behind if the pieces all work out the way that they're supposed to. And certainly they did on Dust 2. And again, I think that Moses is right. I think this is a team that has that potential to take a step up. Is it enough to tackle a team like Vitality? Probably not, if we're honest, but you got to start somewhere, right? And I think that, you know, G2's been a little bit shaky due to some of the instability, I guess, of the roster situation, but, you know, hopefully they can solidify now.
You do have to start somewhere.
Exactly.
And starting with a good atmosphere, with a good mood, that's what Nerds mentioned in the pregame interview. That's what we're seeing again, right? They're all smiles, they're having a good time, they're enjoying it, they're celebrating the wins the way that they should. Flipping the script to talk about Astralis, what did you see from the Danish squad over on Dust 2?
It's kind of been the same story for them on Dust 2 this year in general. You know, they just don't really have the same proficiency on this map as they have others, and it really did take individual efforts to even make a splash on this map. I mean, G2 has the 6-0 star on their T side. The only way that Astralis got rounds on the board was Hooksy had a crazy 4K at long A1 round, nearly aced. You had Stair have a couple of multi-frag moments. You know, it really kind of took individuals stepping up at just the right time in order to, you know, put some points on the board, give themselves a chance. Ultimately, 4 wasn't really enough, right? Because then it puts so much weight on that pistol and so on, and it just wasn't quite enough to get it done.
No, certainly not enough on the Dust 2. As we starting to look forward into the series, was anything that you're seeing on Dust 2 concerning for you overall? I mean, obviously we have the slow start from Ryu. That's not ideal. You'd like to see him be a little more activated into this team, even if he's not necessarily going to be the focal piece?
You know, for me, I think it was more about just wanting to see what kind of form this team is going to be in, because when I'm being honest with you, that second place at Bucharest looks really great on a piece of paper when you're talking about, oh, look, we made the finals of a tournament. But when you looked how shaky that team looked at that event, it was really not all inspiring. It was very much the difference. And I kind of want to see, were they able to tidy things up a little bit? Were they more on the same page? And I don't think we really had the opportunity to see too much of that in this game, but they had some moments, right? I think at the very least, like Stair had his moments, Hooksy had his moments, that there was a couple of things here and there, but just nothing consistent. I think we just need to see more film on this.
Well, we will get to see more, but if you were already making some conclusions based on what you've seen so far, well, maybe you could go to the live prediction market, Poly Market, and do some marketing predictions of your own. Will Valve add cash to the map pool by April 30th, June 30th? Current options? What are we thinking?
I mean, after the major, obviously. So.
This is specifically the competitive map pool here?
Oh, the competitive map pool then.
Or is this
Premier?
This is the Premier map pool?
That's the thing. Like, if we're talking the actual competitive level,
active duty map pool. Okay, there we get the clarification
same
here.
Thing then.
So we're figuring out. So this went up in February.
So
it's still technically in there.
It would be after the major in June, yeah.
Yeah, but what date would you put on that? June 30th? End of the month? Or are we talking Valve time?
Could be July. They could extend to July. They could be like that. That's true.
Let's be real. With Valve, it'll probably happen a week before the next tournament of the next season, if even that. We'll find out. That's Valve time, but now it's break time. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Dickies Arena here for Blast Premier Rivals Fort Worth, where we are one map deep into our matchup between G2 and Astralis, and it is looking all too clear for G2 right now. Astralis need to change their fortunes, and we're headed to Overpass to do it. Dust, what are we expecting to see from Astralis here on Overpass?
Potentially a bit of a role reversal, right? I mean, I think G2 came into Dust 2, they're picked the clear favorite just based on what we've seen out of them throughout the course of the year. I think when you look the other way around on Overpass, it's a different story. You know, both teams have played a similar amount of games, like 13, 14 matches. Astralis has won 10 of their games, really solid. G2, on the other hand, only 5, right? And even some of their losses have been to weaker teams you just wouldn't expect them to lose to, you know, like a Sinners, for example, or something like that at a small LAN. Like, just things you don't really expect, right? I think Astralis comes into this one a much more balanced team than G2. I think G2 sometimes on this map, from what I've seen so far, again, early days with nerds and whatnot, but they kind of rely on, you know, aggressive mob CS and just trying to trade frag their way into things, whereas I feel like Astralis is able to kind of play your classical defaults, but in mix and pacing changes, and just generally speaking, have more consistent performers on the map.
This does feel like a map that lends itself to a Hooksy style of calling, right? I mean, even Nerds was mentioning in the pregame that he respects the way Hooksy manipulates his pieces around the map. Well, Overpass, so much of it is about rotation and manipulating the rotations and manipulating the presence. That's very much Hooksy's playbook.
Yeah, and I mean, you have a star and stare on the A side of the map, you know, both ways, attacking and defending, who's very good at doing what you're talking about, as well as being an opener and just, you know, shutting attacks down. You have Yabby on the opposite end of the map who can basically do the same thing. You know, he's a really good B playmaker on the T side, not just, you know, a lurker that's just holding ground, but a guy who can actually take space and scale for you. But we talk about them oh so often. I kind of want to throw the spotlight on somebody else for a moment.
Let's do it. Who?
Ryu. I want to talk about Ryu because Ryu got me excited watching him play on this map in particular, because he showed to me that he was able to kind of be like a secondary aggressor at times. You know, he plays connector on this map, which is kind of a secondary aggressive position at times, and he was actually really comfortable in finding duels and being able to trade and do some really good things. I felt like he had like a nice start to the year in that way, but he kind of cooled off a little bit, if I'm honest, in some recent events. So I think this is a map where he plays some roles where he could flourish a little bit and show you that he's also a guy who can make some damage happen.
There is always that adjustment period. Wow, that is a very
that is a mouse pad. That is don't choke Assad. Everyone run away.
Well, we'll see if that helps him hit the Hadouken in this one. But
that's a good one.
I think we see this sometimes with young players, right? When they make a step up in competition, which is you show what you've got, and then you have to make that adjustment as other teams have the tape on you and know what to expect. And there's a level of anti-stratting at this level of play that you just don't get when you're competing in the tier 2, tier 3 online circuit, and no one has that kind of prep time. So maybe time to start to see Ryu blossom, to show some more looks to what he can do, to show some more versatility, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's the lesser experienced guy on the team compared to everyone else, right? I mean, you know, he comes from Monty, a team that played some smaller events, nothing huge, but he's shown some sparks. I kind of want to see if he can keep it up. As far as G2, though, if we're kind of talking about is there a way to 2-0 this series, I think, you know, the way home for them is that at least they didn't have to change much. You know, Nerds is kind of just a one-for-one fill for Malbs on the A side of the map both ways, so they don't really have to adjust too much as far as like what roles people are playing, but it's just more about getting on the same page in those mid-round situations and making those key like calls in those 3v3 moments, or when you maybe get an early pick or you lose an early pick, how you respond to it. It's just about, you know, how well ironed do they have those protocols for a map that's very technical.
We'll see how well ironed it is, or if maybe some wrinkles can slip on in there. What are we expecting? Put your stamp on it, Dust. What's happening here? Who's winning?
I think Astralis is probably going to lock this one in. I would say probably 13-9, 13-10. That's where I'm at.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, Dust is feeling confident. Are you, Dinko and Moses?
Confident in what?
Yeah, but he's
confident in what?
Confident.
Yeah.
You're confident in G2.
I think
you in the break. You think they're going to be still strong coming into this one?
I think G2 is going to spank them on this map. I was so impressed with how clean G2 looked on Dust 2. Like, it was smooth. Decisions were there. Teamwork was there. You know, they went on that small little streak of losing 4 rounds in a row in the first half, and then Hunter timeout. Him and Saw figure it out, win the last 2. I think this G2 team looked so clean in that first map that I have confidence that they're going to have not an easy time, but they're going to get through this 2-0.
Okay, well, looking forward to seeing that. I think G2 have played this map recently. You know, they've been on their little run, but you're looking at the teams they're playing, no one really stands out as a
Gentle Mates, Bet Boom, Ascend, Sinners, FUT, M80, Mouse, all those games against the bigger names go deeper into the history in that 3 months back towards Krakow even. 2 games from Krakow still on the list. So, yeah, you're right. Recent times, G2 hasn't really had to be tested on this map by anyone too crazy, and Astralis is going to be that test certainly here today.
Definitely. We'll see what level G2's overpass is at. I feel good about Astralis. I think they're going to be playing a lot better, obviously, than what we've just seen on Dust 2. This is a game where I think FaZe is going to be able to deliver more impact. We heard Dust talking about how Ryu might actually be able to flourish a little bit more. For his sake, I really hope so. I mean, we've had some great games for Ryu this year and some, yes, quieter games, and Dust 2 was certainly one of those quieter matches, but Astralis versus G2 back on here, second map of the series here on Overpass. G2 walk through Dust 2. We're hoping Astralis can put up some resistance on map 2.
Yeah, we didn't see it at all in the opening map of the series, so absolutely would be great. Unfortunately, you bring it to your map pick, and you're going to have to start on that T side. So here on Overpass, it's the CT start for G2, which can be the much stronger half. Now, 4 players leaning towards the B bomb site. Nerds is going to be in the stairs. And Sunpius over towards bathrooms and Divider just jumping for information. But this is a situation where Stare and Hooksy, these guys are meant to be a fake, a distraction. And that'll activate the other 3 to walk through Monster. But you're spending a lot of time setting these 2 up to be the fake because this map is so big. It gives time for Nerds to make a play. He's cleared out the middle of the map.
Oh, well, a great start.
That's your fake,
Sunpius, yeah. And Heavy God then just stays committed to dealing with the monster threat. He's got a headshot. Sunpius enters the kill feed for the second time in this first round of play, and it's very, very comfortable there from G2. Worryingly comfortable if you're Astralis.
Worryingly comfortable because it doesn't even, like, I don't even know, like, I know what the big picture was, but there was no, like, real punch in that tactic, right?
No.
Like, no one ever sprung. No one got, like, the signal that was like, go. First player gets killed just jumping over the flowers, 1 tap, what are you gonna do? Second player, same thing happens. Heavy God's able to clean one out. Like, look at these shots. You weren't even able to fight back at these in those situations. So 1-0 for G2.
You're so fucking good on this map, boys. So no matter what happened on first map, I know this is gonna be different. So also have the belief and confidence that Overpass is our home ground, you know?
All right, let's check back in with him after the pistol round.
All right, guys. You know, the pistol is not that important.
Guys are really good at this map. Just whatever happens on the pistol, we don't have to worry about it.
Don't worry about the pistol.
Yeah, like I said.
We're great on Glocks. That's where we do our best work outside of the pistol rounds.
Outside of the pistol rounds.
Let's see what they can do in this one. Going to be grouping up, heading their way through middle. Sunpius is ready. Raren and Terran with this M4A4. He's taking down Hooksy straight away. We've got Nerds up next, and Nerds has no problems. Money being made only by Hunter. The rest of the rifles just making sure it's over and done with. And that will be a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's really good. Sunpius taking tons of damage, but teammates close by to help keep the distance between them. Keep them alive, keep them feeling good. Healthy economy for G2 as well. All things going positive for G2 at the moment. Astralis still going back to that first map. Haven't been able to introduce anything into the series to make G2 feel any kind of pressure whatsoever. That's their big task here to start Overpass, especially on this T side. Can you get an early win, an early economic break, an early reset, something that makes G2 play with a disadvantage?
Well, we've got Nerds who has looked very sharp in this series so far. Continuing to do so here on Overpass as Yavi goes down first. Controls the spray eventually onto Fuzi as well outside of Connector. A very disappointing start to the game here from Astralis. They're getting carved up. Natus just moves out short. Every fight they take, they're winning. And it's 9 HP on Hooksy, and he's about to be killed by Hunter, who's pushed all the way to the back of the map. So, yeah, this is very worrying now for Astralis.
It's gone the other way now. You know, like, I was like, oh, can they get the economic reset? And it's like, actually, no, you'll get 0 kills in this round, and Hooksy will get bonus money with an MP9 and then switch to an AK-47 for free. So G2's rich, all the advantages in the world. I know it's only 3-0 in, but the pistol round was so dominant. This round is so dominant now. Yeah, I think if you're Astralis, you already have, like, the alarms going off inside the building. A very rough start on their own map pick. And Saul's got to be loving this. He's got a team firing on all cylinders. That work they put in over the last few months really showing, as it just seems that everyone's on the same page, communicating very, very well, and individually on point for the G2 side.
And you know, for Astralis as well, the hard work has to be done in gun rounds, right? So this half becomes just nightmare mode because you don't get any of the first 3 of play on the T side. You don't have any foundation to build on. And you're going to be taking a pause here. It's going to be a 4-0 lead from G2 before you even get that opportunity to get the rifles out again. Oh, it's going to be a tough, long half here from Astralis. They're going to need someone to really step up and get them into this game. It was Stare who had some impact moments on Dust 2 when they actually found a little patch of form.
There are 0 kills for Astralis on this map so far.
That's very terrible stat line to look at for Astralis.
Yeah, I didn't really notice that until just now. Think they get a kill this round? Yes or no, Dink? One?
Yes.
All right.
A single frag. Maybe it comes from a Fuzi tag and they still finish him off.
Sure.
Gotta believe in some level of positivity.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to. Ooh. Some pious close. FaZe clears out the close corners. All good so far. Ryu and Yabi now join up at the front of bathrooms, and FaZe's scout has been spotted and actually tagged some pious. So there's your tag, just looking for the cleanup down the stretch.
Here we go. Nert's under pressure as well. Oh, he's very committed. Could be pushed. And yep, 2 kills come in. So I was wrong. There was 2 kills, not 1. So Pius and Nert's both dead, but is it going to get out of hand at this point? Charlotte's looking for a round win out of it. All of a sudden, they're charging up into the site. FaZe's got the flank covered off. And this is kind of crazy how it's come to this position.
Yeah, with how dominant G2's been for 3 rounds, everyone missed everything this time around. You can't go for it. So thankfully you built up a nice, healthy economy to start the half, but that's
a strange round, isn't it?
It is a very strange round. It's going to be, I don't know, not super frustrating, but you're sat there as G2 just like, oh, that's stupid. That's stupid that we just gave that round away. And actually, you could lose even more. Yabi's on the hunt, and he's got a great read. Heavy God's got no idea. Close up, free kill, more money taken away from the G2 side.
Yeah, just walks right into it. Now, Natus is going to bide his time. Desperately white knuckle grip this M4. At least he'll carry his over it into the next one. That's a round that can get some happiness flying through Astralis. Hooksy trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, well, he's chirping over to the other team already. It's a good hold at the A bomb site, guys. And I mean, they did kind of get smoked. Everyone missed shots. At a day where they seemed so sharp on Dust 2, so sharp in the first 3 rounds, it was just missed shots that sold this one down the river. So 3-1, G2's going to try and bounce back.
I think an element of it as well, positioning. You think Nerds could have been in a better spot considering what they were likely up against there?
Yeah, I mean, well, there were 3 players there, so someone had to be a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
I think the spot gets much easier to manage if you get the first kill.
For sure. Look at this. Fuzi looking for the first kill with the AWP, racing up to short. He's got that peek, and Sampaisa steps right into him. So it's a great start here from Fuzi, and he's going to try and hold on to it. In fact, extend upon it. Perhaps as that jump comes up, but just misses on the opportunity.
All right, 5-on-4. Astralis offense getting started here. Giving an advantage over to the T side to start things out in round 5. Natus, big risk, gets blinded. Still continues to move forward. Control of short as Yabi slides in. Tough fight for the CTs, but Yabi's distracted. And all of a sudden, that's the worst possible time for that to happen to Astralis. They're so far away from being able to respond to that with anything. They were just passing Fountain, and now they have to change the game plan altogether.
Well, at least they got plenty of time. So going to be shifting up, sending those players back through T-spawn all the way outside of that B-bomb side eventually. You'll see Heavy God and Matters both start to back away. An ult out for Heavy God. Looking to prove he can do everything. He's capable of wielding the big green gun.
Oof.
25 seconds. Heavy God awaits, but the flashes are through it, so Heavy God has to change the position. Can't do it. Can't really make anything of it, but still manages to at least get one out of it. Matis moving forward. Hunter, clean headshot. All of a sudden, it's just step. Oh, he pulls the D-dot, but he's denied with a grenade. Hunter, post-mortem, getting that kill.
Yeah, so happy the grenade cleans it up. I mean, look at the luck. The HE grenade there, but sure, Heavy God as well. 8
Getting
HP,
one, like,
misses.
that's crazy.
They all miss on him as well, and you get the guy coming through the smoke on short by sandbags.
This game's all about the shots you don't hit at this point. This is wild.
Crazy turn of events. Good aggressive move from FaZe. Not able to win after the fact. Lovely shot from Stare, but his death was already in the air at that point.
Got some airtime.
10 out of 10, I'd say. Good landing.
Very small splash.
Love that.
A little bit of comedy in there as well. Oop. Just the toes, and that's enough for Hunter. Ryu going to be taken away.
Oof, Astralis, they just cannot get a grip on the opening of this half. 1 round win immediately responded by G2. Money's in a weird place, a rough place for Astralis as well after this. You've got Yabi with 1,200, but everyone else is 500 or less after the fact. And I mean, what are you supposed to buy moving forward? G2 can get a real stranglehold on this map by winning this round right here. Have you got missed this little piece of information, which means Natus is in trouble. He's just holding nade. If Yabi ever just walks up the ramp, and he's going to call him back as well. He's just like, guys, I have the advanced position. I have a play that's going to win the round. Might be a little bit early to make this, but he goes for it.
Yabi.
And once again, this is why it's too, like, you're still in a period of transition. If you're the rest of Astralis, there's nothing you can do with that fight.
Nothing to fall back on. You have to reinvent the wheel at this point to get some way back into this round. 25 seconds left. Stepping out short into the waiting hours of Natus, who wasn't so clean on it, so only gets the one. Heavy Guard going to be taken away with nothing, which is extremely surprising for the position that he had. But 15 seconds left, still very tough here for Astralis. Stair trying to fight on, can't get it done. Now Hooksy left, 8 seconds, and counting down. Getting peek from heaven and the push into the bomb site. Never a moment there where you felt comfortable if you're Astralis, and the scoreline starts ticking back in favor of G2 again, up 5-1 to kick off this game.
Yeah, dude, Astralis is getting smoked right now. I mean, just disruptive, this boost from Hunter. Heavy got able to handle that swing from Yabi. I think Yabi needed to wait just a few more beats for the rest of his team to get a bit closer, then they can combine with his swing. Heavy God's got no chance of survival. Maybe you throw a Molotov into the mix from short as well, anything you want, but Astralis not able to find the kills that are giving them access to move into the bomb sites. The one round where they got that pick from FaZe with his aggressive play towards sandbags, they win. Actually, they lost that one, didn't they?
Yeah, so here comes the rush.
Take it all back.
It's towards the side. Pistols trying to break through on Heavy Guard. It's going to be a double. Yabi, Fuzi, both dead. Natus also assisting. And this B-rush has come to a very quick end. They meet the demise inside of the smokes.
All right, then. Well, Heavy God's got another nice little transfer there. Another nice double kill. And I mean, yeah. He's just been so rock solid for this team. Heavy God's just the reason why it feels like this team has so much room for growth. There's so much more space in the ceiling, it feels like. And I love what I'm seeing. This is a huge barometer. Like, it's a big check. This event for like 3 teams is like a huge check of where you're at. FUT, although with the Lounks missing, kind of take that one away, take that to the side. But Astralis and G2, these 2 teams are both like, I think at this point with the major around the corner, it's like, what do you look like? You know, what have you been working on? Have you improved upon things since we last saw you? And for G2, the answer is a resounding yes.
And for Astralis, there's a worrying sign. Okay, you made it, I think Dust brought this point perfectly. So you made it to the final of Bucharest. You got a runners-up place there. That looks good on paper, but I think throughout that tournament, he highlighted, we noticed that they didn't look that great. You know, Hooksy was very frustrated with his team throughout the tournament. So, I mean, I'd hate to see them have a very bad event here leading up into the major after, I think for the whole year so far, we've been positive about Astralis.
Ooh, Nerds has been spotted, but Ryu comes out into the open, and it doesn't matter that they know where Nerds is because you're blind. Hunter's utility on point. Heavy God, once again, missed a weird timing, but still snaps back to wreck Yabi. And I don't know, it's crazy how it looks like there's such a wide disparity between the 2 teams.
Yes.
I didn't expect to get that sense.
No. I was expecting a much closer game today. But this is wild. It feels like Heavy God can do no wrong.
I know. He is at the B bomb side just like, I'm the king.
He's missing all the shots AWP. and then gets one kill somehow on the short play earlier in the half.
Sometimes you just have those games. He seems to have them quite frequently.
Yeah, this round looked like Yabi was guaranteed that kill on him. He managed his turn. Yeah, it's been wild. Well, you know, that speech from Rugga sounded great, you know, about, you know, we got to believe this is our home ground.
Might want to change
The away
that
team is
idea.
winning right now. The away team is finding a lot of success right now.
Winning big, and I mean it is their home map in the sense of how often they play it. You know, Astralis, a team that loves picking Overpass. 16 maps in the last 3 months played on Overpass. For G2, it's only 8 times. This will be the 9th.
Yeah, a little trouble at home right now for Astralis.
Yeah. Well, at least they get the AWP in the next round. You know.
That is
something.
A positive.
It is a thing to latch onto.
Let's see if FUZI can do anything with it. Really make it a positive.
8:24, huh?
Yeah, indeed. It's a good time.
All right, Hunter was very intensely looking down the line, barking out some orders.
Well, coming up next, plenty more Counter-Strike action coming your way. And of course, the game that everybody's been waiting to see is that new FaZe team, Jason. What are they going to look like going up against NAVI?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm excited, though. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
FURIA, GamerLegion to round things out today as well.
Yeah, I'd say NAVI that's going to be a good... I hope NAVI comes in just like full focus. Because not like anti-FaZe, but NAVI's a team that I want to see some signs that you can challenge Vitality. Love to see them come in and just have a great start to this event.
That positive.
Opening kill for FaZe.
He makes it work.
Now, last time this happened, I corrected myself earlier, and you backed it up that they did in fact lose this round. So let's take this man advantage into a win, or give it right back. That's such a sick find from Nertz as well. And he's like, all right, see you later.
I'm gonna leave. I'm happy with that. Thank you.
He's like, y'all have fun at the playground. I'm out.
Peace out. But he's not. He's kind of half in. You know, he's willing to double dip eventually. But the problem is the AWP is coming. For FUZI, that's the problem because Nertz is so sharp. And he's taking a headshot. Now he's confident, realizing, okay, that was the big gun. Let me try and deal with the easy little pistols. And he gets another headshot before finally being domed by Hooksy.
Liquid fans are so mad watching that.
It was like, that used to be a Liquid player a couple of weeks ago. And what is happening now?
No, that Liquid fans never got that Nertz as a player.
Just to the jersey.
It's just disgusting. All right. Natus going to start working his way up. 2 versus 3. Winnable. It is winnable for Astralis.
Is it?
Not anymore.
Yeah, this feels like the checkmate move. Instant headshot. Goes in for the second. Natus brings G2 up to 8 rounds.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, I have to imagine Astralis is perhaps just as stunned as we are. This is a very, very weak opening to the event. There's the pick. Twice now you've gotten an opening kill from your AWPer, and twice now you've let the man advantage slip away and haven't been able to capitalize on the 5-on-4. That's so gross.
Even frustrated, he didn't get everything.
Yeah. 7-round lead.
FUZI having to play with the Deagle. Everybody else at least getting the AK. Move their way towards long. Utility over the top of the hedges. Instead, just clearing close rock, close tree, and realizing they've actually got a bit of space to work with. This time it's Hunter coming towards long.
He's going to tuck himself into the corner. I think he's going to get some support from Sunpius when he starts hearing these footsteps. Biding his time. Sunpius going to get brought off the ankle, you'd imagine, by utility, so Hunter's going to have a difficult task staying alive, but 1 kill from Sunpius does a lot, and now Nertz is buying more time.
Oh, welcome to the Nertz log. That's just incredible. He's just absolutely destroyed them. It's now just 1 player left as Hooksy. And it's all shut down. It's a 9th round collected here.
I think
out of G2, I just cannot believe how dominant this is today.
I have to imagine Astralis players are like so confused on some level. Like it doesn't even feel like they're. I mean, these are nice shots out towards long, but like it doesn't feel like they're kind of like there's G2's always a step ahead. Always have a 6 setup. Always a reaction. I think Astralis is kind of caught off guard by how strong, how well G2's playing at the moment, and obviously on their end, how weak they've been starting out.
Yeah.
Been a very quiet game from Astralis. 9-1. Hooksy's got 4 kills. FOZY's got 4 kills. That's the most on the team. Again, Ryu has 1 kill here on Overpass. I believe Dust 2, he ended with 2.
Yes, 2 kills. They were against Glock.
So just yeah, and that's not to be hypercritical of him specifically, but just individually Astralis having an off day.
A very bad day. Yeah.
Yeah, usually it's like 1 or 2 guys
But
have the off day.
G2 having a great day. I think like that perfect combination has worked out very well here for G2. Their opponent's not having a great day. They're having a good day.
Yeah, whichever way you want to spin it. Whichever perspective you want to have. Over to the B-bomb site. Keep it simple because the tactics aren't working all that well. Heavy God going to get tested again, but he's passed all of them in this half.
Yo, that grenade lands right on Ryu, so the pain continues. And Heavy God actually going to be able to run over the top ball. So Ryu getting 1 before being traded, but more success from Stera and Yabi, and finally a foothold in the round for Astralis.
Yeah, maybe G2 hit the snooze button because just didn't expect the change of pace whatsoever. Sampaias can't step through the smoke to get a clean shot off. And good catch from Stare. So second round now for Astralis, and they're just desperately trying to scrape together any number of rounds to keep them alive. Regardless of how this ends, 9-3, 10-2, this series has G2 written all over it now.
Yeah, and Sampaias just taking a little break. Hold on to the AWP. Save that over. Quiet time. Last round of the half coming up here. Our third round is all that Astralis can hope for.
I mean, you just need a third round, right? That's the problem. It's like you just need it. Even if you do get a third round, you're still going to be sitting there, you know, realizing that it's going to be so hard to make the comeback happen to go for the win. But you must have it. Abby and Uxie headed towards B. Ryu playing at the stairs, and FOZY's going to be chucking out utility towards Fountain. Him and Stare working in tandem to clear things out. Make sure there's no aggression. Nerds has been a nuisance. They don't want to deal with that. However, G2 emphasized the B bomb site at the start. Hunter was boosted up, saw nothing, so they activate Natus to go for a peek. He also sees nothing. It's a very passive opening on the T side for Astralis.
Gathering at the side of the smoke, ready to go into the bathrooms here. It's that combo of Sampaias and Nerds that has been almost impossible to get past. Sampaias patiently waits for a player to walk into his scope. And Nerds on his toes, jiggling, going into the fight now. Just missed the timing. Standing, goes back for it. This time FUZY to punish Nerds.
30 seconds, and that's the kill they wanted.
Heavy God. Feels like he can do no wrong on this side of the map, but this time losing his life. Good headshot from Yabi. You can't lose this one now if you're Astralis.
No, this is that third round they desperately needed. Gonna march in, and no reason to be nervous. Natus is gonna slide over. Everyone from G2 starting to move into position. Final round of the half, so a retake you'll have to go for. But very little light being seen at the end of this tunnel for G2 in terms of winning the round. Utility dump gonna come in, and then we'll see what they can get.
Give it a good go. Astralis have sunk their teeth deep into this post plant. Shot from Sampaias, blunting at least a pair, but at this point Hunter is the only player left. Good shots at the end of the half here from Astralis. But after a destructive defensive effort, it will be a 9-3 lead from G2 heading into the second half. We'll see if their T side is enough to round out this series.
Hello and this. No, wait, that's a horrible opening. Let's go again. All right, it's Blast Bounty. I just kicked the table. I'm gonna restart that. Fucking this table. We're here straight into the barrel of the camera, bro. Straight into the barrel.
Are calendars illegal here? I mean, it's legal, but it's not 100% legal. I mean, you can come up to the room.
That's good.
So tell me about the booth rules again. What do you want to know? Are One more time. And thus, I swallow.
You need to be more accurate. Because we believe in you.
Such bullshit.
It's very, very hot.
I need to continue eating.
Because it's so addictive.
No, because it's
so spicy. If you eat it, if you keep eating it, then it just like you can't tell, right?
I have to keep eating, sorry.
You don't have to say sorry. Okay with it.
I mean, that's the right of referees and player managers don't have. I cannot laugh. I mean, it's just small differences, but they got all the same shit that we got at home. Nah, it's fucking shit.
Sorry.
Do you know how they call Deagle in Paris?
They don't call it Deagle?
Братан, блядь, почему ты не отвечал? Я думал, ты забыл. Bro, I thought he forgot. I started looking in the fucking iPad.
They don't know what a Deagle is.
How does it call it?
I don't fucking know.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. I was stressed, blessed. Sorry, trying to improv that. Hold on, okay. This was me just 6 weeks ago. I was commentating, I was blessed. Go to http:// Henry. Sorry. There's a lot going on. I got it.
Loaded. You're basically the dealer now, bro. Look at this. I'm running out of money. Can you say the place always wins? I don't know, bro. I'm not sure. Not in this casino, bro. I'm going broke. Okay.
Il y a des nouilles partout. Il y a des nouilles partout.
Oh, блядь, I don't understand.
That is so close.
Блядь, one more time. Блядь, one more time. Swallow. One more time.
Welcome back to Fort Worth. Blast Rivals underway. Second series of the day. We're going to conclude Group A for day one, and then Group B will be coming up a little bit later on.
Group A for the day.
It is a great day. G2 taking on Astralis. It's a 9-3 lead for G2. They smoked him on the first map. We got here pretty quick, and a pistol round would be deja vu. So let's see what they got. Yikes. People on Polymarket, not a whole lot of faith in the Astralis comeback. Well, nice shot from FaZe. When you think about it, though, these last two rounds of the first half, Astralis kind of came alive there. Can they carry it on here?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's a good start at least. It's an opening kill in favor of Astralis, but that could go back against them. NAVI, close fight. Oh, he has the advantage, and he will win it against Natus. So followed up here, Astralis have a 5v3.
We were talking in the first half how it felt like Astralis individually was just having an off day. What happens if we switch sides and all of a sudden it's like Astralis players on point and the G2 guys are just like, oh yeah, we used it all in the first half. We're out of juice.
Well, we need a long conversation about sort of peaking at the right time. Well, we have got Heavy God and some players marching in, getting a couple of kills back here for G2, but important the Hooksy did connect that one, putting Heavy God in a 1v3. Now, I'm not going to count him out of it, but I will. In fact, I should have, and I have. As he's been put in the ground very quickly.
Considered it, yeah, whatever.
And you know what? Based on that, I think he's not going to win that pistol.
Oh.
So our fourth round, there we go. Astralis have a bit of a run going on.
Yeah, going to start being within striking distance pretty soon. G2's got to be careful. I think whatever G2 buy around next, I think Sa's got to be ready for a timeout.
All right, but let's fight for it here, boys. Okay. I mean, a pistol and then you know as well, like this T-side overpass can be fucking hard if you don't get any like openings and stuff. So let's just use it to our advantage and grind round by round and see where it takes us. All right. Yeah.
He's right. Even when they got the opening kills in the first half, they still struggled to close it out. So T-side overpass can feel very suffocating at times. But a good start from Astralis bodes well. Just unarmored Glocks, Deagle on Sun Pius. So next round, the buy round comes in for G2, obviously. But if they're to lose that, if they're to struggle in that round, I think Saw just needs to be hot on the hand for the timeout. That's what I was saying before we heard the team speak clip.
Minute on the clock. Anyway, coming at Hooksy, who has just jump spotted. Definitely scary to see a bullet whiz towards you as you jump spot on that truck.
Uh-oh, timing for Yabby could be a disaster. Could be a disaster. Nobody looks. Okay.
And now he comes back. So he's got the head of Sun Pius offered up. He'll take that no problem. Stairs put on high alert to be aware of the players coming to the bathrooms, and then the rest of Astralis clean it up. So
yeah, lock it down.
That gap is really shrinking. I mean, it's still a while to go, especially through gun rounds that are now coming up.
4 rounds straight for Astralis, though. So that's going to feel good for them as they start building up for the first time, it feels, in this series, in this match. All right, so G2 putting their plans into place, figuring out who's joining up with who's doing what first. Nerd Sun Pius gonna start moving out towards Fountain. Mattus and Hunter heading in that direction as well. Heavy God in charge of playing outside the B bomb site. Nerds wants to be aggressive, and he's got a lovely flashbang for it. FaZe never moved a muscle. He just tanked that flashbang. And I'm not gonna say he did anything wrong, but he's about to get destroyed for no good reason.
No, Heavy God. Ooh, spawning out Yabby, spams him down to the wood. Actually gets forced away by the utilities, so Heavy God will respect the smoke, not wanting to give away his life. And the advantage that G2 have fought hard to get. So now we're looking at a 5v4 and plenty of time still left here for G2.
Yeah, they can take their time moving out towards long. Hunter wants the AWP. Bring that back for his boys, so Sun Pius just gets an upgrade. Lovely work from the IGL. Defense with that death of their own AWPer has been forced way passive. Just to regain a little bit of space, Yabby shifts over, which leaves Ryu alone at B, but it allows him to activate his 2 teammates to regain some of that territory they'd lost previously.
Well, stepping in towards Stair, it is Matters who is followed up here for G2. 10 rounds looming. Hooksy can try and change that as he gets into the bathrooms close against Matters. Looked like he was going to get that fight. But the FAMAS stepping ever closer, hearing the steps running on by, can call that to Yabby, who gets the one. Hooksy steps out and was really setting himself up there for a double kill, but only getting the one has put Ryu in a 1v3. Now he has really struggled here. They know where he's coming from, and he doesn't really have a great weapon for the job.
Yeah, and he's not really in any kind of a situation to make something out of this either. He does have a kit. Gonna grab the AWP and just back away is the call I'm trying to make here. And there he goes. So a 10th round, double digits for G2 off the really aggressive early play from Nerds. There was so much speed to that, I think is the biggest reason why FaZe gets caught off guard. It's so fast. Like, Nerds has barely any hesitation. Gives a small beat for a teammate to chuck a flashbang so he can get downstairs past the angle, but then it's just pure W through the smoke. Brutal way to provide an opening kill for your team. And brutal way to take the AWP out of FaZe's hands, really frustrating. Round 16. And it felt like for a moment there, Astralis was building into something with 4 in a row. Add one more onto it, then we can start having a conversation, but all that goes the other direction now.
Yeah, once
it feels deflating.
Well, still got a good buy here for Astralis.
It's not a bad buy, all things considered, for sure.
Yeah, got the AWP out for FUZI, 4 rifles still in play. Just lacking utility on the players, especially incendiaries. I mean, it's going to be tough to slow this down if G2 decide to hit him hard.
The other side of it, too, is you're playing this entire half, Astralis, knowing if your economy gets reset ever, you kind of just, like, lose, you know? Like, if you ever just have like a really harsh breakdown of the money that you're working with, it's just over. So FOZY's gonna have an aggressive stance. Could hear Nertz between rounds thanking a teammate for the great flashbang that was effective on FOZY to activate his opening kill in the previous.
They're trying to bait Nertz back into that, and it's worked perfectly. Sends those steps out, stomps on the ground, pulls Nertz into the peak, but then those kills come right back. Immediately, G2 finding a 3v3 out of this somehow.
Yeah, Sampai's just hard swung as fast as he possibly could into that fight. That's absolutely sick. He drills it. Hunter brings one back as well.
And they've got time to work with you. 40 seconds is not a huge amount of time, but it's certainly enough to get yourself in a strong position outside of that B site, especially with Heavy God moving in.
Yeah, you lean to your next superstar player to provide you the finishing move.
Yeah, let's see what Heavy God can do out of this one. Hunter's gone. More pressure on Heavy God to deliver here. Ryu just moving off, went into the smoke, just about getting a good timing to hide away here. Sitting in the smoke, 14 seconds on the clock. Heavy God is not in a position to protect the planter. It's over. Ryu's in a great spot. Surely he's won this, but then Heavy God finds him. Of course he does, just in time. It's Heavy God with another one, and HooXi left 1v2. I don't know how he's got away with it again, but we were joking in the first half saying Heavy God can do no wrong. And once again, it's that scenario. HooXi needs a miraculous recovery to this round. He just doesn't have it in him. He doesn't have the kid on his back. He doesn't have any utility. And no one from G2 is going to give him a chance.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk for HooXi to even try and go for this. You want the AWP more than anything. Oof, the timing of that smoke fading, Sampai's dropping the smoke and coming into the bomb site, draws that player out of the smoke. Makes that moment feel like the one where he's got to make his move. But credit where it's due. Heavy God patient the entire round, looking for pushes, remaining unspotted. Nobody knew he was there and just slides so quietly under the ramp. Oh, just the timing of disappearing into that smoke. But see how he steps back out of it? He wants the angle. He wants the off angle behind the smoke to kill the planter as he's walking in, and that's his undoing. It's the second follow-up kill that separates Heavy God. Delivers a round win for G2. It's 11-5. And you have to shove all in if you're Astralis here. With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK from Hunter stepping into the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. HooXi's got two, but Hunter's not stopping. That is just unreal. Feasting on his prey. Hunter's on for the ace. He sees his next victim. FUZY is just not wanting any of that smoke. He's out of there. Welcome back, Hunter.
What a transfer to a headshot angle at a distance.
What is that?
That's so nasty.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see that like immediately.
That's the kind of spray where you're looking around, you're like, none of you saw that, but you all need to see the replay.
Yeah, he's like, first order, we're going to go look at this again.
Oh my God.
Nasty.
He's also, keep in mind too, he's doing this as he's ignoring the bullets being shot at him from that boost. Like, he's just like, can't handle that one yet.
Look at that cheeky smile wall.
He knows what he's done.
Okay, well, pack it up. I think that was the final blow. Final nail in the coffin, hammered in. Astralis heading out as a formality into round 18. We've got an M4 here for Stare.
Nertz just elephant stomping this whole way.
He got one of them.
Yeah, he did get one.
All right, ready to go to B? Well, we got one player here. It's Yabi. So let's see with the 5-7. Needs a fairy tale. Can't get it. Hunter just smacks him in the face. G2 under the site. It's HooXi, FUZY, and Stare with nothing to do.
Dude, G2 for me is the most exciting team at this event, just to see what they can be. And this is such a good first look. I think, you know, we're going to want to see more. I'm hoping this is going to be consistent throughout the event, because G2 is a team that I've pointed out and I've said to myself, this team can beat Vitality come the major if they show improvements, if this lineup falls into place the way it should. And this is a great sign that it's starting to come together.
Well, starting to come together as this retake. Stare out of bullets. He goes down. Sampaius runs away, trying to get in a position to win this round and stay alive long enough to run up that clock. But Fuzi's got the kill, goes back to that defuse, and Stare somehow got them back into it.
Just as I'm saying it, just as I'm hyping him up, I'm talking him up, how well they're playing.
About to be a nice send-off, wasn't it? Right
it was going to be a great send-off.
Never mind.
Oh my God.
Stare's got us going again.
What is this? Does retake end up being a 3-on-4?
Look at this. Sharp aim again from Stat being shown.
Yeah, but shout out to Hooksy. Look at those assists in the kill feed. Lovely flashbang to activate Stare. All right, well, drop ball. You still don't get the sense that G2 is going to lose this one, let it slip anytime soon, but certainly should have been, feels like it should have been over.
Definitely felt that way.
But a great steal away from Hooksy and Stare on the retake. It's their third and final timeout use. G2's first timeout. Six more chances to close out the map and series. Round 19. So full sets of rifles for the Astralis side. Finally, they get replenished with all the utility you could ask for. 3 kits are in play. They've got the money low, at least, for G2, so this is a great breaking point. Like, yeah, you might have kind of stolen that round away and feels like G2 lost it more than you wanted, but at the same time, take it, because now you can run with that.
Stare running away. Retreating back into the A bomb site. A heavy guard who gets swung on here by Yabi. And Nert's taking a sprinkle of damage to the smoke. Can't reply.
Ooh, that would have been a great fight to win. Nert's trying to create all the space, but the follow-ups for G2 have been just as dangerous sometimes, and Natus in a really good position. Steps out into the open, somehow wins that on FaZe.
Yeah, keeps the gun out as well, ready for the second fight. Couldn't win against Stare. Hunter will do so. Hunter and Sampaius now a 2v3 to try and win this. Limited time, and Hooksy is already in front of the truck. He's in that common corner. Will Hunter clear it? Let's see, moving up to the truck. Yeah, he's there. Hooksy gets the first few shots off. That'll end up being a win for Hooksy and for Astralis, because Sampaius has to back away. Not enough time to do anything about this round.
Okay, well, this half is playing out just the way Rugger kind of mentioned at the start of it, right? Remember when he's just like, yeah, T-side, well, you know, you can get bogged down. You know, this can be a tough side for them. So keep it up. They've kept up the hope, and they haven't quit, to be fair. That's Astralis have been fighting back to get into this game, fighting for a foothold in this game this whole time. So good determination here. That's a solid round victory. Money's in an awkward place for the G2 side of things. There's a chance Astralis can close the gap even further. So the saved op on Sampaius from the previous round. Outside of that, it's just pistols.
Well, Stare. That's a good quick lineup, because you take the AWP away straight away. Hunter picks it up, but it's also gone. Stare, he's just running forward, killing everybody. Maybe goes a little bit too far. Natus making sure the Tech-9 at least gets rid of him eventually.
Op for Heavy Guy to recover, so you can actually do some damage. 2 on 5, now 2 on 4. Natus looking for that fight, gets the dink, but can't clean up the kill. It's FaZe on 2 HP. There's no way he planned that.
It was
right. There's no way he planned that.
I told you, nothing Heavy God does can be wrong.
I refuse. I refuse to believe that actually happens that way. Why is he such a badass today?
Oh, it's so sick.
Oh my god.
Well, he's running long. 35 seconds. Still sprinting. Goes quiet now. Yabi peeking. Haven't got spots him. Time is the problem. And he's got the kill on Yabi. Hooksy's up next. Utility will delay, and so that should be it.
It's a bad peek though from Yabi. That's a death you shouldn't be taking. Yeah, Yabi got no chance of winning the round, but didn't need to be in a situation where you rebind. Not the biggest deal in the world. We're going to move on to the next round. 12-8. Astralis is 4 rounds back. Here's the opening from Stare. His triple kill takes down the AWP as well. Gets a little rough after this fact. Natus with 1. Second kill is going to be found later on. Yeah, a little bit angry perhaps that he kept pushing. Thought maybe it was entirely clear. 12-8. Starting to get weird though. Like if you're G2, you're at that point where it's like, we've had our fun. You know, we've played with our food enough. Now the food's punching back.
Yeah. We need to get rid of it. Toss it away. And Heavy God straight up through short.
Oh my god.
Oh, Hooksy's back turn. It's a tough kill to try and get here. He goes back though, Yabi, and wanted to fight Heavy God. A lot of damage done to Yabi, but no kill against him. 4 HP. So to remove Heavy God early is a great kill to get here for Astralis. And now what do you do if you're G2?
Ooh, needed that kill. I mean, yeah, Hunter, you're next. Got 1. You finally clean up the low HP player, but at what cost?
Still 2v3. I mean, you got minute 10 on the clock, and Nerds could be the release valve, right? He could move up through the bathrooms and try and find some success towards this A site. Smoke is up for the time being. You're going to go into a FUZI AWP. If he misses, well, he won't. So we're all good. He's got that kill on Nerds, and that should really silence any opportunity.
Yeah, and Sunpius, I mean, I think you still go die, go get that bonus money, but this is, okay. G2's in a bit of a situation here. Sunpius going to start moving forward. FOZY missed shot. Shouldn't be in a situation to be given a fight of any kind, but he is. AWP goes down. Hooksy on the flank. Stare playing at the stairs.
And Hooksy around the back cleans him up. Sunpius knocked over. And that'll end up being a comfortable enough round victory towards the end from Astralis. So 12-9, a lot more respectable already. But still a lot of work to be done to get this one into overtime.
Yeah, but it actually seems possible now.
Yeah, it didn't feel possible.
You know,
earlier.
yeah. Like I wouldn't have even entertained the thought like 5 rounds ago. But now I'm sitting here and it's like, all right, well, the game has changed quite a bit. G2 hitting the same wall that Astralis was stuck at for the entire first half. And Astralis within striking distance now. 3 chances remain for G2 to take this victory on this map and series. Dominant on Dust 2. Dominant here on Overpass for what, like 14 rounds total? But now they're dropping the ball at the tail end of the map. And Hooksy and his boys are taking complete advantage of it. Four rounds in a row for Astralis' CT side.
Taking the Deagles for a spin. Heavy God having a look down into the tunnel, into the monster. Not spotting anything just yet. This really should be a 10th for Astralis. Got FUZI waiting for that connected peak to eventually round, and he'll find success on Nerds first. That does free up G2, realizing the AWP shots rung out. There's a second they can move forward and take a little bit more space towards bathrooms as FUZI is resetting. But there is a world in which FUZI just picks them apart one by one as they move towards him.
Gonna pop again through this smoke, this time with a flashbang. He gets blinded, actually. He's in some trouble. Yeah, he is. Sunpius brings him down. Oh, and another one from Heavy God, but Stair can save the day.
He could, but now he's been spotted as well, so they turn their attentions towards Stair. The tag is landed, 28 HP left, and this could be a disastrous way to lose it. Astralis are starting to come back into the game, but with pistols, they overwhelm the AWPer. They get into the site. The Deagle dies inside a bank. It's Heavy God gone, but Sunpius standing up. And now Stair left. They were getting wrapped on as well. Hunter to close it. He's the man to do it. The clock to the back at G2 to the 2-0 win over Astralis. It was dominant for the most part here on Overpass. A little bit of a comeback from Astralis, but it's not enough to leave with a positive feeling.
G2 rolled through. The 2-0 confirmed. Nicely done as well. Looking strong in a way that we were hoping they just might come in here into Fort Worth.
Yeah, realizing some of that potential that Moses saw in them, that I saw in them, that, you know, on paper, this team's got a lot of weapons that can do big things, but it's about lining it all up, and we saw that on Dust 2, Overpass. I thought there was a good chance Astralis could force the third, and yeah, there was just never a moment there. I mean, yeah, nice little comeback there, I suppose, at the end to make it respectable, but really G2 seemed in control. Even the rounds they were losing in the second half, they were doing a lot of damage and keeping it close.
Yeah, we'll touch on them just briefly for Astralis, right? This is a pretty disappointing one for them. Not necessarily just that they lose, but the fact that they just never really looked in it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, right? I mean, other than kind of the, you called it a cosmetic comeback there in the second half on the CT side, kind of what happens on Overpass, right? I mean, a very CT-sided map, you know, that's where you're going to get the bulk of your rounds, and Astralis just got off to too cold of a start in the first half to really give themselves enough room to breathe to be able to make that comeback happen.
And now the reality is we know they've gone down to lower bracket. Based on what we saw from FUT with Coolio, that's not a comfortable place to be. That could be darn right dangerous. But the guy who's here in the upper joining us on the desk or standing space that we are, Hunter coming on in. Hunter, nice win today. How did that one feel?
It felt good, obviously, because one win is the playoffs, so we are already in playoffs, and I'm really happy because of that. And I am more happier with the way we played today and what we showed.
Yeah, question for me would just be, how difficult has it been, you know, embedding a new player like Nerds while yourself not being able to be at Rio and limited practice, I'd imagine, you know, how has it been to try to get the team ready for an event like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard, but we accepted that, and we knew it would be hard, and we know that we are not on the level where we want to be yet, but our goal is to be a real G2 and the strongest G2 for Major. Now we are still trying to improve and fix everything, and more games we play, happier we are. So yeah, we just need to go game by game, and I think tomorrow is real test against Vitality to see where we are standing. But I think Astralis is a great team as well. They showed it lately, and yeah, once more, I'm happy with this win.
We got something
to the team. Sorry,
we got something to show you here, Hunter. Just real quick, a little spray transfer you hit there towards the end.
Whoa, that's pretty crispy.
Felt good, no?
That's nasty. That's nasty. That's gonna be nice to see.
Thank you.
Little smile there coming through. I mean, clearly not too much rust, missing one event, rolling right back in.
Yeah.
Overall, what's the expectation now, right? Because, I mean, we've been talking about it. This seems like a newly reborn G2. The vibes seem very nice. There's lots of smiles for you guys on the server. What's your expectation? How dangerous do you think this team is?
I think we are really dangerous individually. We can shoot against any team and be better. It's just about us to be strong mentally, and doesn't matter what happened, to keep that good mood and to have fun no matter what. That's our main goal. And expectation, to be honest, as I said before, just to play more games and to try to improve every day, to try to be better. That's the expectation. I don't want to say our expectation, our goal is to go to finals or to win this event. Obviously, if we have a chance, we'll do it. But yeah, we just need to go step by step, and I'm happy with the progress so far.
And I'm sure you got some fond memories of playing in front of the Texas crowd. So we'll look forward to seeing you there.
Yes.
Congratulations on the win today. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll take a check-in on our brackets to see where we are, as we've now got our first two rounds of Group A, which means we've got a very interesting upper bracket matchup between a Vitality that looked surprisingly mortal and a G2 team that's surging forward. Dust, I think that one suddenly takes on a lot more importance.
It is an interesting one, right? I mean, G2, the core of this team, one of the only teams to beat Vitality in the best-of-5 grand final. FURIA, the only one who can claim that. So there's some history there of close games and even being able to topple Vitality. Even with the stand-in at Rio, G2 forced Vitality to 3 maps and had some tight games. So it will be interesting to see, because you feel like if they're ever going to do it, it would be in a best-of-3 environment.
It's going to be interesting indeed. We're done for the day, but the evening shift is taking over, and to set the stage for a NAVI FaZe matchup, we got some check-ins with the players.
welcome to Fort Worth. It's been a busy week. It's been a crazy week for you guys. Now that the dust has settled a little bit on the Kerrigan news, how is everyone feeling? How are you feeling?
It's good. I mean, we moved on pretty fast after the news. Biggest objective was finding a stand-in that fits kind of what we're looking for. I think with Ryan, we got exactly that, and we've had solid 6 days of practice, and now we look forward to showing what we got.
You're also stepping into the IGL role. It is at interim at this point in time, right? But tell me a little bit about your approach, knowing that you are incorporating a player that doesn't have all the reps than some of your other players have.
I mean, luckily from day one, he showcased he played with a lot of experience. His communication is very good. I don't feel like I really need to hold Ryan's hand. People feel comfortable with the way I'm calling. So yeah, incorporation-wise, it hasn't taken much to get the team aligned.
Tell me about this first matchup then versus NAVI. They're looking hot to trot. They've really been on an uptick.
Like I said in my HLTV interview, this event is really just used as a learning experience. We hope to get 1 or 2 upsets VRS-wise and review the footage that we get from here and go on to Atlanta being a stronger team. It's CS, anything can happen. We can for sure pull off an offset. They're a great team. They're on fire. They're the only team kind of competing with Vitality at the moment. And yeah, I think it's going to be a fun game.
We are confident. We had like only 2-3 days off from the tournament after we started with practice, trying to fix mistakes. And we travel here and let's see what's gonna happen.
You've been making headlines because you've been playing extremely well. Your coach was giving you so many compliments and your stats just show it. Why do you think you have felt more comfortable in the last weeks and the last months that you've been able to show this performance?
I mean, I got used to play system, I would say. I got used to my teammates also, like I'm more freedom, like when I'm speaking to them, like I'm not like shy anymore, I would say. So I think that will help.
Lovely. What do you think about FaZe as your first opponent here?
I mean, they had hard times before, but they make roster change, and now they have new player, Natus. I was meeting him when I was in NAVI Junior a lot with Ants. I mean, he's a good player. Let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Good player indeed, and some shared history there for Makaze versus the new player on FaZe, Natus, as we see NAVI arriving to the arena a little bit earlier. My name is Shox. I'm here with Maui to cover the second half of the day, which hopefully will have a banger, but it might just very well be a wash by NAVI.
Even though a lot of people are tuning in, probably excited about the prospect of a new look FaZe putting something on the board against the world #2 in NAVI, a team that has firmly established itself with their ESL Pro League victory, with their runner-up finish at Rotterdam. It's going to be an incredibly tough task.
You're right. I think so many eyes are on that FaZe lineup. What a bombshell just a week ago. Kerrigan making the move. Now Twist stepping into that IGL role once again. I mean, it is so much to contend with for FaZe, but it can't go any worse, can it?
I guess not. Given the fact that they missed out on going to the upcoming IEM Cologne Major, it already feels like there's a gut punch that FaZe themselves reeling from. So they change up their lineup pretty drastically at this point. Part of it by force, or the fact that Falcons took Kerrigan from them. Also, though, from actually doing some good scouting. I think that they actually have a couple pieces in tow now that can make things really interesting for them moving forward.
Well, that's the big question, of course. We saw also Twist commenting on the fact that, yeah, is Frozen in this for the long haul? What's it gonna be like? New coach change and Nature, of course, as a stand-in. Twist said in the interview, it's going well. He's a superstar stand-in so far, so let's see.
You'd have to hope that he's able to find a little bit more mileage than Kerrigan did from the same positions. That's the one thing that they have going for them, getting Natus, that he was bred to be a player to play those anchor spots, the bad positions, but he's actually thriving in tier 1.5, tier 2. So that's going to be a little bit of a bolster in firepower, and that's, if I'm grasping at straws, the only thing that FaZe have going for them right now, that they do have firepower when you really do need structure to take on a team like NAVI.
Actually, I like what you're cooking. I have a little bit more faith in that perhaps a new Leaf, right, will be good for FaZe, but here we got NAVI as Davida rolls in, and we're seeing a Anubis pick out of FaZe.
That's a little bit interesting, given FaZe's recent record on it. It hasn't looked good under Kerrigan, but one thing that I wanted to bring up about them and the potential they had for going for Anubis, it was Twist's best map when he was the in-game leader of Liquid. It was above a 70% win rate. It was one of the only maps that he was actually a really competent T
B-side caller on when some of the other maps gave him some woes.
This is cool. Twist is like back at the helm and he's saying, okay, I don't care about your strats, Kerrigan. I don't care about anything. We're playing Anubis.
He's playing his system.
Yeah.
And I feel like the thing is that Twist got a little bit of a bad rep from community members, pundits. I myself wanted a little bit more, maybe a change in direction.
Did you flame him?
A little bit, yeah. I think that some of his calling got a little bit rudimentary. Sometimes it felt a little too simplistic. But now I feel like with the fact that he has that experience in his back pocket, that's something that's gonna definitely bolster his abilities as being a captain, as an in-game leader. And let's not forget, this guy did in-game lead a team to make it to the playoffs of a major.
Yep.
So it's not like you're working with a guy who's just trying it for the first time by any means.
No, absolutely not. But this is a tall order, right? Navi looking hot to trot as we get closer and closer to the game. Tell me a little bit of what you expect from them at this tournament, knowing that they've been on a great streak.
Anything worse than top 2 or maybe a semifinal where you lose to Vitality is an underperformance for this Navi team. You should be gunning for a grand final berth, and yeah, I guess at the same time, losing to Vitality, you're not too unhappy about that. The only other team at this event that has taken down Navi in the last 2 months is FURIA,
Yep.
and I feel like that's the team you're trying to get even with. A team like FaZe should be a stepping stone for you as you move forward.
It absolutely should be. What do you think about Makaze's, I don't want to say resurgence because he's been good, but like stepping up to a different kind of plane?
It's exactly what we saw glimpses of in the beginning when he joined Navi. You saw a couple tournaments in the previous season where on big stages, he showed that he could be the best player in the server. His debut event at IEM Cologne with Navi was fantastic. His Budapest major performance in the playoffs, also excellent too. But now you're seeing it on a regular basis. It's not just when the lights are brightest. He's become a system player, one who has reeled his play into a point where he is now a lot more concerted with his efforts, not just gung-ho, guns a-blazing. He's actually recognizing, okay, I'm gonna live a little bit longer in this round. I'm gonna play this situation a little bit smarter, and that's exactly what you would expect when you have somebody like Blade right behind you, scrutinizing every move you make.
Yeah, what do you think about what he said in the interview? I guess I'm getting incorporated more into the Blade system. I'm there now, because that is something that I think almost no other team in Counter-Strike has, right, to adjust to as a player?
When you're playing in the Blade system, it does feel like with the little bits and scraps that we've attained over time with how Blade runs a team, it's probably one of the most convoluted, but one...
that sounds bad.
It's convoluted and when you're entering, but once you get into the flow of it, you recognize where you have for wiggle room in a round, where you actually have in terms of where your volition can take you. And so the options that Makaze had in the past probably felt very constricting, but now he's freed himself and recognizes where he actually can strike in a round, where he can upset the balance.
Okay, what's the maximum of rounds FaZe get here in the first map?
Oh my goodness. Well, it is their pick.
Yeah, it is actually.
It is their pick, so I think they have to have something in tow. I'm gonna say 8. Eight rounds to me would be a good debut for FaZe.
All right, let's see how FaZe does here up against Navi as we kick it over to Launders, and Scrawny looks different.
Yeah. Damn it, stole my material. Welcome to day 1 of Fort Worth, and we are starting off with a couple of stand-ins.
Right, yeah, Netu here as well. I'm obviously filling in for a couple of days in the group stage, and it's going to be a lot of fun here in Texas. Nice to be back. You know, this one's a crazy game, because FaZe are coming off the back of obviously huge news and huge changes and no time to adapt, and they're up against, would you say, the second best team of the season so far?
Yeah, like a team that I think before the season started, it was like, oh, Navi, like they'll be top 5, they'll make playoffs. They're kind of almost in a mouse category without any of the negativity around them. Like, it felt like they were punching above their weight consistently, so they're never disappointing, but it didn't feel like they were a real tournament threat for the end of last year. Now they're just a mainstay. Now they should be, as Maui said, there should be some pressure on them to actually close out in playoffs and also make grand finals and actually go toe-to-toe with a team like Vitality to take a trophy. I'm in line with those expectations, and I think this will be the point for Navi where they disappoint or they exceed those expectations, because I think it's very possible that they can win. Blade already put it that in their last couple of events, they were going to test their firepower to see if they could stand toe-to-toe with guys like ZywOo, right? With the lineup that they have. And I don't know if they've met those expectations, because when they still play against Vitality, it's not like they can just beat them. But at the same time,
you see that they're still consistent at a very high level.
Yeah, they were getting outgunned by Apex in that quarterfinal back at Rio, so keep that in mind for NAVI. But other than that, some great tournaments, a great couple of runs here for this team. You know, I want to hear your thoughts on FaZe, though, because are you ready to retire the FaZe magic, the FaZe BS? Are you still buying into the fact that, hey, when FaZe are in the server, anything's possible, or now with Karrigan gone, is that disappearing?
Well, it's like I'm kind of the only guy that's going to have their pick'em screwed before the major even begins, because who am I going to go with now? I mean, I don't know what to do. Like, they were always like an outside favorite or a dark horse or like basically no chance, but they'll still make finals. Now they're literally not there. Now, FaZe with stand-ins has normally been a cool thing to talk about, but that's usually because of Karrigan's calling.
Yeah.
His ability to fit anybody in on short notice. And now what we see is that Twist is taking over calling again. This wouldn't happen if Karrigan was still on the lineup, so we have to put that out there first. But the caveat to that is that he's had experience calling on Liquid, then he's given up the role, probably learned a lot as he's put that role down and then played it with Karrigan again. I imagine that's actually taught him another sort of a lot more about the role and how he fits into the role. And so it'll be another real stab at it. But at the very least, he should be very decent. I mean, we know that.
Well, we're on a map we don't see very often these days, Anubis. And the CT side star for FaZe. NAVI probably not knowing what to expect in this series from a team that can't really prep against. And Netu in the server as well, standing in from Ence's side of things. Orgda's already just gone full finish. For Netu, it's a new start. NAVI very slow in this pistol. They have managed to creep a player all the way up water, and Jacob hasn't yet got that info. He's missed the timing awfully close. Makazi might announce with a Molotov, but Jacob doesn't know.
Yeah, definitely some subversive pressure going on here, whether he knows it or not. But this Molly will shoo him back, and Makazi will hear a couple of ticks of damage and get a few shots off, but no headshot.
This is all a fake. They've pulled them entirely out of the A site right now. Netu is eyes on, but that push from B is going to open things up. Frozen on the flank. Rotate, start to move. FaZe putting 3 players in the last second in this site. NAVI are announcing it. They're coming in with 3 players of their own, but FaZe are ready. Numbers in position. Brokey's Julie's dead first. Twist can't connect a headshot. He's getting blocked on his teammate as well. So NAVI, more space taken in this pistol. And through the smoke comes one more. This is going to get messy as Glocks run dry. Jacob comes through with 2, but I don't know if there's time or a chance here for FaZe. Bombs put down. Flank is in, but Jacob reads it. Triple kill for the young Pole and a 1v2 for Frozen. They don't need to give him a thing. Peek off Alexi's contact. They go swinging together, and NAVI bounce out of that pistol with a smile on their face.
It was kind of a good round for FaZe from the perspective of they didn't fall for the fake, and they immediately rotated 3 over. But the 3 guys that came over weren't all able to be useful at the same time, all playing in rotator spots, so no one got committed. And you can see the fights from the Glocks from the site. There was no one in a crossfire position to really take that first frag, distract them, slow them down on the main choke point. And in the end, it was just Jacob to get all his frags. Now, we know about Jacob on pistol rounds. He can be excellent. So at least as a team that's calling, and that's something we're looking for, FaZe make the right move. They don't fall for what NAVI have for them, which speaks to the prep. They're the ones who come in prepared for Anubis, but NAVI can already play the map, obviously.
Yeah, it's a map at least where you're going to get a lot of freedom to make your moves, right? A little more. I think this map comes down to being random at times on CT side, right? Knowing whether the whole map is quiet, we've lost mid, do we push B, do we push A, do we take water? And, you know, without full info, you're kind of wandering into the unknown there. Is it an empty position and you can full flank, or is the whole team waiting for you? FaZe at least make the right move in that pistol, but it's NAVI to take it, and a full eco in the second.
It does make it unfun to try to get information back. You always feel like you're just gambling, basically. And speaking of, they do have a stack here on A. I always prefer one guy on the other side, just because if you're gonna have a better feeling of when to commit if you know the other side's open. Right now they've got no audio at all since Valentine's Day.
Damn.
Wow. No love lost, though. No love lost. Just kidding. There might be a little bit of love lost.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't the perfect ending for FaZe. might get what they want in this round. Players coming into middle, flash ready, don't want to go too soon. And actually, NAVI pull back, leaving just Alexi in middle. And he spots them. It's quiet, too quiet. Flood into middle, Alexi. He may as well hang around and fight. He's got the Mac 10 after all. Gonna swing him together. One is not a lot, but B-side's lost. And the round should fall as well here for NAVI. So FaZe looking for scraps. A couple of exits, but that bomb ain't big.
I tried this with Connor, but I really wanted to call that Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. If someone does come flying through it.
You can pull it out today.
Yeah, all right.
You're approved. The leash is off.
All right. Little farm session here for Imma and the 2-0 start. And all NAVI are hoping is that they can just get into a nice rhythm on a map that they know. It's always a risk to bring out a new map, no matter how much you prepped it or whatever. Once you play in the official, it's always that Mike Tyson quote. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And sometimes that's what can happen, absolutely. But I do love the immediate, just like, we've got something new for you, considering we're coming in with a new team. And we didn't have much time to prepare for this.
FaZe going for the FURIA buy. Despite full eco second round, they get MP9 and armor. I like it when teams do this. It feels like a good map for it as well. NAVI expecting rifles.
This is the Aurora buy for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they love those MP9s as well.
I feel like Fallen did it first.
He was around first, so.
Or maybe it was Art. I don't know how long this is, how old it is.
Okay. See, that would also add up for sure. Man, but once again, just like fog of war over on the A side. Absolutely no information on half the map here for FaZe. How likely is it that the full exec comes where NAVI don't scout this out? And I feel like it's not that likely. Like, how often are you going to see a team like NAVI run into a full stack without getting some information first?
It's not a blind exec team. And they are going to go middle, so avoiding the worry for now. FaZe with flash set up a B. NAVI putting pressure on this A side, but you'll see that bomb is going back. So as long as FaZe don't worry too much with all this util on the other side of the map, the bomb is coming their way.
Yeah, they are trying to throw a fake to get them to rotate the wide side around, but the split is coming in the right direction. So this could be a golden call here for FaZe Clan. Again, not often that you see NAVI make a mistake in this situation, but absolutely these MP9s will hurt.
Yeah, they're going to shred pretty quickly. Smoke comes down. Frozen waits for his time to strike, and that's actually a team flash that makes things very uncomfortable. But for who? 15 seconds here, NAVI. Are you going to get this bomb down or not? Trades go quick, but not quick enough. Chased down by the MP9. Imma saves the round. He has bailed them out, and it's into the 1v1. Full stick. Wonderful puts it in. Netu taking his timing, and the swing from Wonderful secures that for NAVI into the entirety of FaZe. Go NAVI, and they come out with the round.
Not gonna lie, still very impressed that FaZe pull out the stack. They commit to it. They're right that NAVI are gonna work the map, but not go in for a scout at all, and nearly coming away with a round. Even though they don't win it with these 5 players, they don't have the best guns in the world, so it's not bad. And if Imma doesn't get this second kill, I think it is over. And that bomb probably doesn't even get planted. Very fine margins in this situation.
And just the swing in the 1v1 as well.
Yeah.
Love to see that from Wonderful. He has definitely been renewed in this recent rise for NAVI. He's going to bring York quick into A main, knowing Brokey's definitely got his in this round. It's a costly bit of damage though. Molly HE puts him down low. Brokey in middle waiting. This is what FaZe waited for. Full buy round with all the trimmings, and Brokey gets headshot by the captain of NAVI to kick it off.
Yeah, just a touch risky. I mean, it's the perfect approach side there from Alexi B. Just the right amount of suspicion. And even though that last round was close, it doesn't mean just because they upgrade their weapons that they'll suddenly win.
Pressure keeps Jacob honest. NAVI 1A main, but FaZe waiting in the smoke. There's only one player here. 2 kills feels impossible, but he's going to cut them off.
Yeah, this might not be that bad.
Oh, no way. A lot of players running. They go deep. FaZe move in, but there's a second player cleared after the fact. Wonderful taking down the flank, And they're ready for one more as well. So this is NAVI onto a dominant start to this map. T-side Anubis, always a nice place to be. NAVI reveling in that fact.
Man, trying to phase that smoke on. Hey, they're already playing. You can already see how they're playing different. Like they're doing some stuff that I feel like, and you know what? It is a new roster, and I think in the spirit of Kerrigan, he's somebody who, if he brought someone new into the team, he would adapt that team to that player. I mean, even when, and I don't know if this is a good example, but you remember, was it the Cattle run with JKS?
Yeah.
Where they made him into an entry fragger out of nowhere, and it was perfect.
You had to play for Robs and for Rain.
Yeah, that was crazy, but it ended up working, and he kind of made a brand new team with a week's notice.
Real ones remember Croman.
Yeah, man, big time. But where is he now?
That's a great point.
We need the update.
Hit the top and retired. Went out on a high.
Went out on a high.
Bell rings, we're back in. And, you know, we're talking stand-ins. There's also
NKJ.
Exactly, new coach for FaZe. Bringing bubbly leadership.
Bubbly leadership.
Which is is that an oxymoron?
I think, I mean, it could mean happy. It could mean fun.
Vibes.
Vibes, yeah. Okay.
But also a captain. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what, you know, there's a lot to do for a new coach in this team right now.
Yeah.
Not starting off easy. NAVI, oh, they're confident now. They're just going for the straight up Hail Mary into this B site.
Gotta appreciate the tempo. As soon as they do any kind of check, Op is ready to do some damage. Jacob won't be, I would say ready for this.
Ooh.
Damn, he definitely is.
And he saw the AWP as well. No need for repeat. He gets upgrades and smokes off main. Nice Molotov at least. Doesn't let him escape for free. And suddenly Navi are back in the conversation.
And this is
3
what
on
makes them
3.
good. This is the kind of thing that inspires hope when it comes to Navi. That's a huge recovery now. And Frozen can't get to these guns just yet. He's going to have to take a couple extra seconds.
This is where you'd love the old hole in middle. Netu has no idea. They could be in the A site right now. FaZe opt to gamble. Navi wait out the mid smoke. Grouped. All 3 players is the right answer here for Navi. Able to just trade out onto the lesser weapons. Still no guns retrieved.
Yeah, you literally could not put them in a better mid-round spot. Totally blind to FaZe at the moment, who have to guess.
And by the time they know that bomb is going to be down, there's no kit, there's no util. There's no hope here for FaZe.
Yeah, that's a very strong call. And then they can leave the op to start to roam around. Netu can't just peek all of a sudden.
Just look at how much space Navi got before they even made a step. Netu locked out by that smoke. And this kill should just guarantee it. Only a leg, but I think FaZe should walk away. There are guns to take on that B site.
It looks like Brokey's going to wrap around. Maybe they don't want to exit through CT, and they could just get a full punish here. Best case.
Surely they go for
Where
the
would
guns.
you exit if you were Navi?
Not a main.
Not a main. Looks like they want to call the bluff here.
I'm shocked that FaZe are going for damage here over just saving those guaranteed guns, but playing for the long game. They get these kills, it's worth it, but Navi give them nothing. And so 2 AKs down on that B bomb site, none retrieved by FaZe.
Man, just coming right into the event with a ton of discipline. Everything's perfect so far. Again, this is after Jacob gets 2, this is a 3v5 recovery.
Yeah.
They had to do it with utility to make sure they got this kill. They have a lurk in place, so it's not actually just a full court press onto that one site. They have options open. They're not getting tunnel visioned. I mean, this is a very strong looking Navi. Getting to the territory that if FaZe lose, it's sort of like, well, the map pick is one thing, but also this was kind of like the best case for Navi. They're kind of playing their best Anubis.
Oops. Brokey more passive this time. Twist covers, and again, contact for Navi, but they do have a flash. Will that catch Brokey's position? Molly is great timing, and Navi called a cancel. Not looking to be cut off from the rest of their team. Twist's ready to swing on Brokey's contact. This could be a bit messy now for Navi, but great flash. Brokey's off. Twist committed in middle, nowhere to go, and full blind as well. That's a nice kill for Brokey, but it could just be smoked off. Navi don't have to commit here. Water is open. If they want to change their mind to go back to that B bomb site, and it looks like they will. Ema lurking B main. Brokey is on the move. But if this lurk plays now, might just be cut off entirely.
Kind of hoping for some heavy mid presence, but instead it's a position where Alexi's going to slow it down. So they need to come hunt him, and they will. That's nice. It opens lines. The smokes will imply exactly what site they're trying to go to, but right now there's no one home.
Navi FaZe should know exactly where they're ending with Alexi's position. They're still retake on this site, though.
Yeah.
Only one kid. It's on Frozen. All will be coming in from CT together.
It's going to be this wonderful op, I feel like, is the most important part of the round. They're low on numbers, but you'd rather be the T's in the post plant.
Got a trade bit. He cannot get away with more than one in this corner. FaZe have to space adequately. First in, bit traded. Wonderful. Just trying to sing from backside, and Ema follows up with more and more from Wonderful. He's having a great start to this game, and Navi are running away.
It's just so smart. I mean, the way that they're moving around the map, and even FaZe, they make a good mid-round here to pick off Alexi beat, but there's no commitment after that. They still a little bit cloudy. It's still like where the site's going to be hit. They've seen a couple of fakes here and there. They know that Navi are coming in nuanced and aren't going to give away their entire game plan. But the start to this round is just perfection, to be honest. Setting up both those flashes exactly for Brokey in that door position made it so that there was no way he could find his kill.
Navi making it look easy, walking into empty bomb sites. FaZe have yet another buy. Brokey hoping no flash in middle, but dear oh dear, Netu pushes in, and Wonderful full flash takes his shot. Brokey feels like he has to get involved. It's a bit of info there. Does take Alexi, but there's one more in middle. Brokey won't hang around. Keeping that AWP mobile, filling the gap on A. Nice aggressive push from FaZe on B. But Brokey, if he dies for nothing here, that might just be the round. Info's spot is not worth his life, and Ema's lurk comes in late in middle. It's just a beautiful T-side round right now for Na'Vi.
They're the ones
Nothing can go wrong.
They're creating every single timing. I mean, yeah, even knowing that they could just freely get into A main. Brokey obviously shoots the op earlier, so they're not worried about someone on the line. The contact explode makes a lot of sense. And all he wanted was just confirmation of anybody. He didn't want to commit to jump into the site, but even just that was enough for Makaze to take him out.
And I feel like they already know, you know, FaZe push B main again. Both times they've done that, they found, well, I guess exactly what they're looking for. Empty control.
Yeah.
And still it's too late.
And speaking of a core right now for FaZe, I mean, Frozen and Twist still don't have a kill.
Oof. Core. Well, Frozen's on the board at least, but...
It doesn't count, really.
No. Means to an end here for FaZe. They've had a couple of rifle rounds still, and RV just no problem. Even if it is in clutches, they're winning all of them. Do not let your foot off the gas, especially not on T-side Anubis. Just those 3 rounds at the end of the half can come back to bite you. Oh. It's a bit of a wide peak, it feels.
It is a map where Flash pushing A or B just feels random.
Yeah.
Like whether or not it works, if someone's holding, because there's so many good spots to hold from far back from, that you're always taking some kind of gamble. But, I mean, what can you do? If you're on CT side, you need to do something. FaZe are flying through these timeouts now.
Right, trying to laugh through the pain.
Yeah. I always want to know who's the guy telling jokes when you're losing rounds.
Probably Frozen.
That's the guy I'd be trying to poach for my team.
I think they are. We don't need him, say Na'Vi. 7-0 up. Quick to the punch. Jacob, that's what I want to see.
Wow.
Fearless play through the con smoke.
There's no flash.
Yeah, just sends it.
Raw dogged it. Love that.
And so FaZe 5v4. What could go wrong?
Yeah. Could this be the hardest situation? Last time it was, you know, only versus an eco. But it's such a clean 5v4 to grab.
A is Empty. Oh no, committed. Twist has to run around the world to get out of there. And FaZe maybe feeling gambly again.
Yeah, there's a ton of roaming going on. Last couple times they did this, though, they just weren't inside the sites. This time it looks like they're going to actually be freed up on rotations, but look, it's more of a lean towards A.
Frozen could buy time with the molly, but he needs to get it down cleanly. Jump is tagged by the orb. Can he put that molly in main to stop this split? Because Jacob's been found in con as well. Just Frozen here. At molly only buys a few seconds. Broky's rotation.
Oh my goodness.
Not even necessary because this round is lost. NAVI in a 4v5. Storm into B yet again. And it's Bits double entry to put the 8th round on the board.
They're unimprovable right now. They're actually just playing amazing. Every losing position, they turn into a winning one. Their flashes are perfect. The timing on the bit push is everything. If that trade goes the other way, everyone from the A site could have pushed through, gone for a big flank on time. They had still 2 players in the site with E-box control. It's just so massive. Bit takes that as an opportunity just to go.
Just not missing a beat.
Yeah. And that is a bit of the problem with the roaming that's happening, because they're coming in and out of choke points, and NAVI are moving a little slower, but with just the right amount of conviction.
Also just feels so hard for FaZe to justify 3 players gambling on B bomb site late in a round when the whole map is quiet. You've never had A info, you don't have mid-bridge, NAVI could be lurking through. There's so many gaps on the map that FaZe are paranoid of, and the second they leave B, that's when NAVI come in.
I'm not going to call it a 13-0, are you?
We've said it now, so FaZe's first round is coming up.
I have a decent track record at this, but that would be bold. Damn.
It's not feeling good right now for FaZe.
I hate calling. But actually the joke, I mean, not the joke, but the fact when Twist was calling on Liquid, he was playing some of his best CS at the same time.
Yeah.
So
now what?
Now what? I don't know. That is the question. Oh, yeah.
It only counts if he drops.
Okay. That's why I was quiet. If he dropped, I was going to go.
Ooh. No. It's not like FaZe haven't had these man advantages. 4v3, 5v4.
Nah, I'm real scared for FaZe in mid because...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But he's backing up to B right now. Nothing in the water. NAVI, full A assault.
Look at A site, man. There's never anyone in here.
There's never nowhere to stand. Double molly down, smoke heaven, and they put a 3rd in just to ensure this round. NAVI, are they just going to force a 5v5 save right now? This is a predicament for FaZe. Maybe they want to look for a lurker, but they are simply out of position at the moment. Timer has started. Bomb is down. FaZe don't even have heaven control. That's NAVI's domain. Missed shot from Broky, and you won't get many more chances. Wonderful moves back to a strong position. That smoke does give leeway to FaZe. It looks like they want to go for this all in right now. Oh, beautiful spray. And this round ends before it begins. No getting through that choke point. Broky saves. And NAVI again, 9 rounds straight here on FaZe's picks.
No, it's incredible. I mean, okay, Makaze is totally blind, so second kill.
What can you do?
Happy about that. But he had a teammate to trade that one out as well. The important part was the first one. And on both sides of the site, it's just a lockdown.
It just feels like FaZe can't get a read on what's going on, right? Yeah. Like the round prior, they leave B for that exact move. Now NAVI throw it in.
This has just been, like, whatever happens from this point on, it's already been a masterclass of recovering the game, picking timings. Again, their flashes are right. And the only thing truly negative about FaZe, it feels like that they could clearly improve. It's just committing a bit more to when they're in sights or when they're suspicious. But there's almost never been a time where I don't think they've ever fought anybody on default in the site ever. On the other side of the map, sure. But almost every single time they're up in heaven. The one time they tried to phase the smoke, it was Twist and NetU.
Yep.
They wanted to push out of A main. But outside of that, like, there have been no standard holds, no op in position. The electrolytes are working for NAVI.
Okay, again, another pick given us by Jacob. been the only guy delivering FaZe his early advantages. But it's not yet been enough. NAVI, again, dry walk middle. They don't even announce with a flash. FaZe don't know for sure. And it's uncertainty here for FaZe. Whether or not they want to continue pushing. There's a block ready here on camera. I don't think NAVI can call a bluff on a smoke in this position, but how confident are they? Makaze has been red hot.
This is interesting. What happens right now?
Oh, miss flash. It does actually catch Twist, though, and now the smoke doesn't come down in time. Twist moves ahead of it. 5v3, and you said it was a 13-0, and so here's Navi showing up with their first lost round all game. It's a bit of a bloodbath in middle. FaZe goes sending it. Did I speak too soon? Surely not.
Take him out now. Oh, okay.
Don't let him leave.
Let's go for front row.
Who was that? They have an American on their team?
That's a new voice.
Excuse me? Was that Lake? Who was that?
I don't know.
I actually have no clue.
Guessing NKJ, but doesn't sound German to me.
Oh, fans.
All right.
Nice! Come on, boys. Woo!
Netu, great round. Needed that here for FaZe.
And
just
Twist.
to feel something.
Yeah, and Twist with a 2. All right.
Ooh.
One time too many with that push.
Yeah, they learned their lesson now. Frozen commits to position. Aggressive still. FaZe, okay, finally throwing themselves into the fight. Trade back on A. Smoke in middle is only going to do so much. Let's reload for Twist is dangerous, but he doesn't even get it in. Makaze climbs over the smoke. Ema pressuring B. Everywhere FaZe are, they're getting pushed right now. Frozen holds on, keeping this even again. This has been back and forth all round, but in that downtime, Makaze has taken space.
Big time. This is, I mean, how are you supposed to keep track of this when you've got the whole rest of the map to worry about? They're watching their backs, but it's a little bit too slow, it feels like.
As if the flank is holding the flank. Makaze just missed it, though.
I mean, yeah, they are calling to watch this, so maybe he just goes down clean. And that's nice, but now they got to be thinking about going towards A. They're sure that there's another person here.
Mind games here.
Wow,
they would never go B after we killed their B flank.
It's crazy because they kind of have pick of their litter. They could have walked into A. They now can go B with 2 CTs leaving.
No.
3 CTs leaving.
And this is exactly what you're talking about, FaZe.
Insane.
Quite a commitment here in round 11, and Navi, they're not even going to believe it when they walk in. They'll think, no way. They've given us the whole site. Bit's got a smoke for Temple. Sooner he gets that in, the better, but maybe they just walk in for the entry. 10 seconds on this clock. Bit catches them by surprise.
He's in an awkward spot if he wants to swing to the left. Oh, and that's an annoying smoke. They want to get in front of that. That's going to kill so much of the clock. 2 players now known as it's an M4 and an AK shooting.
Brokey can't exactly do much here from spawn. He can flash him out, but scaling with the AWP is a death sentence. Util goes in. They're just going to charge. Frozen's easy kill, and Bit follows up with a double. Brokey, no chance. Can't even live as Navi swing him again. It feels like they've got wall hacks right now. They are walking into every empty site that FaZe give them.
I try not to say that when we're casting because some people go, yeah, see, I knew every pro player was cheating. But yeah, that's how they're moving at the moment. The calling is absolutely perfect. And the fact is, in that moment where they didn't go B right away, that was the moment that FaZe decided to leave the site. And so Navi are completely in their heads.
And hey, you can't say FaZe aren't active. You can't say they're sitting in place and they're doing nothing. The problem might be that they're doing too much.
Yeah.
10-1 up. NAVI showing again their form from these first few events of the year. Two grand finals in a row, 1 trophy, and then, yeah, a quarterfinal loss, but to Vitality. As Mario was saying on the desk, we can kind of write that one off. NAVI looking to beat every other team in attendance here in Fort Worth. And looking to send a message to FaZe in this opening map. Big shot for Brokey. It's Tuesday, it ain't Friday.
Friday is not guaranteed either.
It's actually Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Doesn't make a difference.
Okay. Hey, it's only 9 a.m.
Somewhere. Jacob close on the pillar, frozen back sight. This has been still exploitable. Nice flick for Brokeeper. This B site has been the problem, and Na'Vi look to want to extend that. Bit catching the flank. Frozen does hold for one, but one is not enough as we're learning in this site. Another trade for Wonderful. Crucial kill to even up to a 2v1. Twist is here.
He surely wants to jump on this, but he sees the swap out to the AK.
It's not meant to be. And Na'Vi make a statement here on FaZe's map pick. This is a new FaZe, but they're giving us nothing to talk about.
We've still got 2.5 more days of action. But speak of action, off climb into catwalk. ZywOo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Na'Vi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was a lone top mid, you've already got Na'Vi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this bit JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward ladder kill, and this A site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Email on a tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back into the action. Quad kill for Email. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. TeSeS looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. TeSeS has got another. Kicks into the kill feed. It's bit from down beneath. Right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill. Mikaze stays tucked in.
Here's a chance. They're under balconies. Elo's adding them up.
That's 2. Will Mikaze go unnoticed? Because the Opera could serve up a perfect distraction. Bomb
can't get planted here now.
On the other side. Yeah. They've lost this guard. Mikaze delivers. Wonderful goes down, but at least he opened the door for this.
From Ninja.
Marauding inside of this A site. Jame on the other side of it. 17-5 is Mikaze. This guy is ascending to a whole new level.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Beyond. Welcome to Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime, slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches them off guard and finishes Jane. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, Bits on the pistol, and it's enough for Na'Vi to maintain control despite the cost and go up 3-0. Donk plays behind the pole. He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The Opera missed the shot. Shiro's down.
Wow.
Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that.
Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round. But remember, Zontix gets active.
And also Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends. And the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got!
No!
The nade misses!
Oh, an ace!
Call it overpass in the major final because FaZe are happy to just have one round. This ain't Vitality though. Na'Vi's showing up.
I don't think they'll be laughing either.
No.
When the game ends.
I don't know, there's smiles on faces here for FaZe.
Yeah, actually maybe they will be. Because I guess at the very least, you can't have expectations that are too high. That's always nice.
Yeah, but this low?
Hey, they're only a top 50 team.
That's true. Still higher than Liquid.
You can't go lower than that somehow. The bait. Jacob has survived in 4 out of his 38 Anubis T-side rounds this year.
Oh dear.
4 out of 38.
That's not many. Nice position, bit for the flash lands at the perfect time. How did he get 3? Netu triples up, and Jacob as well, looking to make this his 5th round. It's wonderful 1v4. Bomb here, but FaZe aren't going to give him the satisfaction. Who is that? Is that Netu shouting?
I don't know,
catch it on cam. There's a deep voice in there.
Yeah, there's a...
Look at this.
That's
oh my, he killed the door player first. Whoa!
Damn. Well done. Yeah, that's the reaction you want.
He was down everything in those 2-minute breaks.
Yeah. He's like, I am the best coach ever.
100% T-side pistol round win rate for FaZe with this roster.
But we can't talk past this round. This is the kind of game where NAVI winning every situation, whether it was good or bad. And yeah, you know that we've got to keep FaZe on notice for now.
They force up bits on USP armor.
Respect, man. No, he's been an assassin today.
Just gonna shoot him in the back of the
head.
head.
That's actually a weird buy.
Yeah, he's got $500 as well. Bro forgot the 5.7.
Wants to be different so bad. He's got a HE, a smoke, and USB armor.
This is like a troll buy.
That's you can only make that buy when you're actually insane. You're winning every round.
Watch him still make it work. This, unfortunately for Makazi, is a bit too early, but FaZe weren't looking his way. He still gets damage off. I mean, don't chase him here. It's gonna get dangerous.
But surely just gets slowly hunted down now. Oh no, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Brokey on his last legs on this one of 2 AKs, twist entry. Ema catches him by surprise, but bomb's coming in, so they're committed here. Ema could go crazy mode. 1v3 on this site, no support, bit behind a smoke, and Ema
Here
found.
it is.
Here's why we see the USP armor. No, that's why we don't. FaZe do convert.
All right, they land on their feet. Did a great job trading through that, and Twist is ready to get right into the calls. Let's see what this T-side has to offer. And, you know, you bring in a new map into the pool, I can only assume you're putting a good amount of work into CT side, but with time constraints, I'm probably going to be like, how do we get a T-side together to look really competent? That's just got more moving pieces.
Spread default here for FaZe, keeping it simple. With these rifles search on the B site, either getting overwhelmed. How's Makazi here?
I don't even know.
Well, he could find the bomb with a well-placed eagle, but they don't want to commit to this. Oh dear, that's too
He wants out of there so bad.
Saved by Jacob. Frozen warming into the game. And he's going to take Bit with him, so Frozen recovering his score and recovering the AK that he just dropped.
Yeah, for me, like, we're in the dignified rounds territory. You get to 8 just to make sure that it's not a stomp. Then you start thinking, okay, we can actually win this game.
Saving face for the minute. Navi call a timeout.
Yeah, they didn't have to use him in the first half. It's always nice to have him for T-side. And KJ is not getting involved in this one.
Presumably FaZe have their first few rounds of this T-side ready in their pocket. So let's see what they got.
That was the Ludwig call.
He
I have a
saved a
deagle
deagle
if anyone wants it. Guess they do it at every level.
Must mean we got an AWP for Brokey, so let's see where he starts on this T side. Wonderful the same. So Brokey in middle every round when he had his last. Wonderful. Just jump spotting. Brokey holds con. I'm in America, so maybe I have to call it E-Box. Jury's still out.
I mean, Ramses is still open if you want.
Let's not go crazy. Be serious. Oh, that could be nice.
Gnarly grenade. Square in the middle of 3 of them.
They want to pounce on this right now, FaZe. Well-timed escape for Makazi, and he's not done with that util.
Dude.
Cooked like Gordon Ramsay out here.
Yeah.
And Makazi on this angle, I'm fearful if I'm FaZe. But Broki's Orb waits and does punish that peak. A huge opening kill here from the Orb of FaZe.
Yeah, the patience is working. And can Alexi really just stand here? We've got a Molly coming his way. Oh no, that's not the E-box. Where did Broky go?
Oh, they're all blind.
So much information and the spray down.
Alexi Beast, triple mowdown, and this B site, well, defended, locked out. We got 10 health on Frozen, 9 and 5. FaZe fired.
Oh man, I mean, that flash could not have higher efficacy. That was full blind, full 4.5 seconds. He had time to get the first kill with some missed bullets and still take out the rest. 5 and 9 HP remaining. And that's map point for NAVI secured.
And you know, we talk about anti-flash and those positions, but that's not the flash you're expecting. Out into the water.
Yeah.
That deep.
And it's been all game that NAVI have found perfect timings for the flashes and have lined up every single one.
And it's all game. The FaZe have found 5v4s, have been unable to convert the rounds.
Oh, brutal.
Even the captain's cooking them now. And it happens all too quick here. NAVI might just strut through this first map.
Helped a ton with the HE damage, too. Almost got away with it all there. What'll be the call this time? A wonderful hit down already.
Is that an outside B nade? Oh, I like this for a bit. Not the angle you're ready to fight, but FaZe aren't biting.
His aim has been kind of crazy today.
AK on CT side. Oof. So FaZe are in the holding pattern right now, just doing loops.
They want the same thing that NAVI have. I think NAVI know it. This could be a curtain call for FaZe, and really, I think time pressure is actually going to be another threat if they don't start making decisions.
Yeah, Resmoke just comes down, but that is Navi's last block. And Ema might go completely unchecked in this position if mid plays first. Terrifying spam, just taking one off.
And they have to go through it.
Right in the water, Ema takes one more. It's a beautiful double out of Frozen to keep this round alive, but Bit with more nades retrieved from FaZe bodies, puts himself back in this site. He's not going to let them in for free. That's a big flash to keep him back, and Bit hides inside of the smoke. FaZe with 20 seconds, can't dilly-dally, can't dawdle, must put that bomb down. That's free damage for Bit's nade.
Nade's coming.
Oh, but he puts it on the smoke instead and catches. Frozen bails out Broky. 2v1, Makazi's revealed position, and no kit right now either, so clock ticking in FaZe's favor. Makazi can't wait forever, but where have FaZe gone?
I mean, if he doesn't tap this now, it's pretty much over. No kit on him at the moment. Right underneath.
Not like this, FaZe.
I mean, surely it's fine.
Now it
Frozen,
is.
He's got to just stay tucked. Yeah, Makazi will have to see his way out. Oh,
nice.
Never mind. Let's get all 5 first.
And get the AWP as well. That's a nice little cheeky escape for Makazi, but one round for FaZe to keep them in this game. 3 kills for Frozen as well. That was high impact in middle.
It took a lot of excellent utility usage there for FaZe to just ensure that position. Their late molly to counter Bit's smoke, and when he naded that smoke open, it looked like, oh, he should have just dropped it on the planter, but he nearly got the kill for it. That was excellent 2 kills from Frozen.
And save onto Broky.
Yeah.
Sick round, David!
Yeah, it's gotta be net you.
Oh, careful. Boost up, they catch him. That's a scary boost to employ as well with a nade on the con smoke. Bit having none of it though.
Yeah.
15 and 9, looking for yet another down in water.
Why is he just ready to just Raw Dog another peek, no flashes or anything. Like, he is not scared whatsoever, and support's coming in from behind. Oh, he's nuts right now.
There's going to be more. Alexi jumps the corner, and Bit follows up with a third kill. It's still double trades back for Netu. This round is alive for FaZe. And NAVI are moving. But mid's been open for some time, so Wonderful's cautious. Shifts his way back in the heavens. Got to clear everything, but FaZe are doing the same thing. By the time he gets there, FaZe as well.
He's really trying not to get tricked, but his suspicion is right. Oh, excellent shot and an excellent round so far for Netu.
I don't think you're ready for Makaze. He is right here to end the game right now on top of heaven. Knife pulled. Makaze biting the bit, looking to just fight back in this site. Frozen puts that bomb down, allowed a few seconds of safe haven, and will win the round here for FaZe.
Just a touch too messy.
A wide swing would have done it right there.
Yeah. Great round, though, again, from Netu with those 2 kills, not a second quick double, and a third to ensure they get into the site versus Wonderful's op.
It's a freak of nature right now.
I know, his confidence is just so high. And I like that he knows how to play off of it, too.
He's bringing energy because they know what that round means. They've broken Navi's economy. Most of Navi's economy.
Most of Navi's economy.
That's why Bit saved those $500 because he's got an M4 right now. Locked out of this site by an instant execute here. And FaZe, dare I say, might just have a 7th.
The plant came down so quick. No friction at all. CT's allowed to move fast. They really want to try this.
Chaos is the only hope here for Navi, and Twist supplies a double.
And now Bit really just wants to hang back with this gun.
So FaZe not only get a couple rounds down the stretch on this T side, they build their money up. They get another swing at NAVI and a rifle on rifle. Relieving any pressure that 1v1 clutch put on FaZe. We're doing it again.
We're doing it again.
Alrighty.
Okay. All right, we'll see if the pre-nades are coming out, if they're ready for that kind of push. We know Bit's already made a cameo towards A main. That's something they've got to think about.
Yeah, that's around.
I would not want to run it a Bit.
No, I was going to say that's around the Bit wasn't A. Yeah. So now you want to pull it off against Bit. Let's see.
It's a brave call to make.
It's NAVI who want to make the adjustment. Timeout called by Blade.
But you know, NAVI are also thinking about how we've conditioned them, what they should be and shouldn't be afraid of. And it will take a hell of a read to think, okay, well, we think they'll try to rush A again. Maybe that's unlikely in their heads.
Feels pretty out there.
We're doing it again.
Brokey asking for lineups.
Starting, looks like just Wonderful. Interestingly, the op. Oh, and Bit's really close. They've actually got 2 quick rotations. Oh, that's a punish.
Volley falls short as well. It doesn't seem to matter for Wonderful. He wants them here in his sight. A second tag connects. Wonderful, 2 quick shots has put NAVI on the precipice of taking FaZe's map. There's still more to do here though. Frozen with his AK taking one-on-one, and Twist has not got the gun for the job right now. MP7, they start to storm. Brokey coming in, scope deep, they could line up. Brokey takes one more before all is said and done, and Twist is thrust into a clutch without the bomb on his back. Goes searching for the kill.
And he has no idea where Makaze could be coming in from. Leaving that bomb means this gives Makaze time to get into position. He's here on camera, ready to push.
Oh.
Just a MAC-10.
The timing couldn't be worse. The info of Makaze confident, learned from his last clutch. Swings out, takes the round, and puts NAVI a map up in this series. One more map for NAVI will chase them to the playoffs here in Fort Worth. And, well, FaZe, too slow to start in this one today.
I mean, you couldn't really ask for it.
Definitely. So I'm going to cut you off, Mohan. Sorry. It's time for us to talk. Because Makaze said, Maui, you thought they were going to get 8 rounds? No.
Hey, I was close.
Yeah.
Okay. FaZe, they just needed a little bit more in the first half.
Yeah.
I felt like the T side was actually quite well prepared, but you could see in this one exactly why Navi are the #2 team in the world. Felt like they exercised so many options in that first half.
It's true. Flexible throughout. They read them throughout. Talk me through a little bit of that T side from Alexi and some of the rounds you'd like to see.
Well, we have a couple, actually, and I feel like a lot of them are predicated off of the fact that they use middle so well, that they were always pressuring with one player, with 2 players. I know the first round that we have queued up is going to show just how they were able to take that sort of space, and even though they go 1-for-1 in the opening pick, it shows that they're able to, from that position, push through middle. They're able to just try to use 3 pincers onto the bomb site simultaneously, which puts them in a good enough position in a post plant, even though they lose their advantage in middle to then swarm the bomb site. So that is a moment where Navi, they are showing that they're very willing to use every single option allotted to them, and a FaZe team is gonna have to kind of pick up the pieces. And that was kind of the story throughout a lot of this half, that they had to always try to figure out where is Navi, because if we lose 1 kill, 1 advantage, then they could just be everywhere.
It's true, and we were talking a lot about how their T side from FaZe was a lot better, because that's probably the only thing that Twists had time for to prepare this core for. But conversely, you know, starting on the CT side, a lot of times, right, the site completely abandoned, right? They were really frazzled.
They tried to create their own destiny with some opening picks from Jacob. He found 4 in the first half, and you felt like in some of those moments, maybe FaZe would be able to convert, but again, it just kind of exuded all that class from Navi. We saw how even when they lose the 1, they're able to then slink into further positions, they're able to convert, they were able to win a couple man-down deficit situations because they had such prime positions in post plants, key pieces of utility in order to take rounds back into their control.
Talk me through round 11 then. I think this was a great example.
Yeah, another one where actually, unfortunately for FaZe in this one, they don't get the opening pick, and you see how Navi just puts a chokehold all over the map once again. Again, this is just the story where Makaze gets boosted into the window early on here. Twist drops a counter smoke here, and he's somewhat aware of this sort of play from Makaze, but I feel like that tells a tale of 2 stories, that Makaze gets the opening pick because of such forward positioning, but Twist being a little bit slow on the draw there. And even though Makaze gets found out on this flank, once again, you just see all of this pressure exerted from Navi, how FaZe did not know where Navi was going next in the round. They were scrambling towards the A bomb site, and it gave just enough room for Bit and Alexi to get this post plant in order. The fact that Bit also drops this incredibly timely smoke, perfectly uses all the utility he has on his belt, and this is a round where FaZe needed to get something together, but the class from Bit was full on display.
It absolutely was, and of course this was a map that probably Navi was always going to win. It was a gambit thrown out by Twists to go back to that Anubis, which he definitely likes to play in his system, but when it comes to Navi, you are very celebratory about them, and I liked in this one that it was everybody, right? And it seemed so visceral.
The Navi team that you see today is so drastically different than what you got 8 months ago or so, where they were trying to put the pieces back together off of losing some of the, I would say, camaraderie that they had in 2024, where now you're getting this team that really, I think Makaze has breathed new life into a roster that was sort of on its last legs, and now they've become believers again. They're a team that knows that they should be the dominant force in the server against practically anybody in the world, not named Vitality, and so they showed that, the way that they were, I feel like confidence gets thrown out a lot in this sort of space, but really just the way that they take space without even second guessing, that everybody's moving forward knowing that this is all part of a greater plan.
It is, and it makes you think back to when they were successful in getting the major victory, which is now a completely different era, right? And parts that they have to rebuild. The fact that Makaze said, yeah, I know it now. I understand the Blade system. I'm happy to be vocal. I feel like I'm confident to be vocal. They're only 1 map away from the playoffs, and I think we're going to see them go far.
Oh, yeah, I feel like if they don't make the grand finals again, I feel like that's going to be a disappointment for them, and they're taking care of business here with FaZe.
Okay, Nature then, okay. First map, right? A lot to put on his shoulders. Twist had a lot of faith in him. What do you think?
That was a great opening showing for me. The comeback that FaZe started to spur there was off of the back of Natus and some of those late round situations. The way he was able to take down Makaze in a 1v1 on the A bomb site there was really impressive. The kind of force he showed, didn't want to play back on his heels, didn't want to play back onto the default positions on the site, just wanted to take the fight on his own terms. I always respect a player when they go for those kinds of moves, so this is already pretty nice from him. It's a bit of a shame that some of the old guard from FaZe was kind of slow to start in this one because it was mostly just Natus and Jacob.
Yeah, it is kind of like they have lemons. Can they make lemonade?
NKJ will do his absolute best to erect a stand in the middle of his neighborhood and sell as many lemonade glasses that he possibly can, because that's the best you can hope for at this tournament.
It's true. At the very least, you also hope that the players that should be performing are performing, but I know you had some question marks for Jacob, for instance, in the past. Now, Twist is left with that heritage almost of Kerrigan bringing him into the team, right? But still, we need to see more definitely on this next map if they want to do anything here.
I would say that they still are going to have a lower bracket game where they can maybe pick up the pieces from. However, I think that Jacob right now is just kind of at a turning point where he now really is not shackled by a Kerrigan system that also looked like it wasn't doing him any services. We saw a bit more freedom from him in this sort of game. We know that the aim can be incredibly sharp. That was totally on display here. It's just that it didn't really get parlayed into any sort of victory, unfortunately.
It's true. We'll talk a little bit about the next map. It will be Ancient when we come back. Into Ancient we go with Navi. Very happy after that first map, and now only one map away from making it to the playoffs here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth. But they're up against FaZe, and well, they tried it on Anubis. Navi's win rate on Ancient is much higher than it even is on Anubis. So talk to me about what makes this Ancient so scary for a Navi team.
Navi, who loved Mirage in the past, slowly came to terms with the fact that Ancient is just their best map, and that's because of Makaze. He's the driving force for them in middle, and given that it is the most pivotal part of the map, it is one where having a star entry like him just pays dividends. So his explosive play, the fact that they have so many different utility sets to get him into middle, to burst out, and the fact that he's even learned how to play the second, third stages of the round to a much higher degree now, they're all reasons for why they love this map.
It's really like an investment paying off dividends more and more, right, for Makaze?
In the beginning, when they had him, he just was that explosive force.
Yeah.
But now, under Blade, Alexi's tutelage, you see him taking his time. You see the way that he's working through mid-rounds, that he isn't just sending it into Donut. He's not just sending it up to Red Room. So yes, I would say it's an investment where they definitely added a little bit more to it at the beginning, but one where he's now just looked like the most complete player on this map. For my money, other than when ZywOo rarely decides to boot up Ancient, given its Vitality's permaban, I would say Makaze is the best in the world on this map.
Yeah, you always have to mention ZywOo.
Donk, ZywOo, they're just names that you have to...
They're just names.
They're benchmarks.
They are, they very much are. Talking about benchmarks, for FaZe, this is going to be a rough one for them. What can we expect? Of course, there are a lot of changes in terms of how they're going to approach these maps, right, now at Natus?
Natus is in for a little bit of a rough transition period. I'm imagining here that even though with ENCE he was playing the A anchor position, that's kind of where Frozen and Twist usually end up in the middle of a round. So I think he's gonna have to lace up and get into Cave, because nobody that I saw from FaZe was really a prime suspect to get back into that position. So I wanna see what the rookie has in store for us here in a position that is so nerdy, it's so geeky. You have to do all these little wall bangs, you have to know all these little lineups, you have to know basically off of fake reloads, are they going to swing me or not? It's almost like you're trying to mind game your opponents. That's why Kerrigan was actually pretty reasonable in that spot. And now I feel like with Natus, this is going to be a trial by fire.
Yeah, it's interesting because we always think about, everything that changes around Kerrigan leaving in terms of leaving a hole as the IGL, right? And Twist taking over. But on the other hand, you could have a real uptick if you have someone who can now be better in those positions. But that is also a tall order on Natus, though.
Of course it is. And also, I just want to bring up this one fact that Twist was a great fragging in-game leader when he was on Liquid. That first map did not showcase that whatsoever. He himself does need to step up if he wants this FaZe project to work in his favor. If he wants to earn the respect of Frozen to say, please stay on this roster, you're gonna need to step up, because Frozen needs reasons to want to stay locked into this FaZe project.
Yeah, absolutely so. That's a great takeaway. We all saw that interview on HLTV. So you gave him 8 in the first one. They only got 7. How many do you give FaZe now?
I'll double down. 8 again. 8 again, okay? I feel like this FaZe team has a little bit more going for it than people may expect out the gates. And the fact that they get to start CT side on an Ancient map that, by the way, Twist wasn't even too shabby at calling on this map when he was with Liquid. So there's a lot of things that work in their favor, but Navi, that is, they're clearly the better team.
They are a tall order, but maybe they make it work. Let's kick it over to our casters.
Home ground here for NAVI, and looking for a spot in the playoffs quickly here on day 1 of Fort Worth. Here at Blast Rivals, I'm here with Mohan and FaZe Map 2. Do you have more faith after seeing that first game?
Not sure. For me, it's not. I'm not sure if it's going to be, I have more faith in FaZe. I just have tons of faith in Navi.
Yeah.
I feel like, unfortunately, this is going to be one of the hardest opening round teams they could play against. Like, even not Vitality lost a FUT, who have a coach. I mean, FUT are amazing, but they lost a map on their best map to a team who has a coach. That might have even been a better draw for FaZe right now, just based on how well Navi played that last map, and it's only going to get harder. Yeah, I think some players might be more comfortable now, but I think nothing matters more than if the better team is going to be more comfortable. At least, again, it's going to be a CT side start. That's always nice. Anubis was always going to be a risk. So, problem is that we did see some good things about FaZe back on Anubis, and yet they also didn't really stand a chance. They made sort of a comeback happen, but Navi were never out of control of it.
didn't really feel like it. And I think we're going to have more standard map in the sense of, you know, FaZe hopefully able to close advantages if they're in those positions, because, you know, we're talking about the randomness of Anubis. It did just definitely feel like, not even just random, Navi just made some great mid-round calls, found all the gaps, exploited everything in that T side. You'd like to think on a, yes, a more comfortable map for Navi, but the same can be said for FaZe, that they're going to slot back in a little better here on Ancient. Either way, it's Navi's home ground, and so let's see they show up on this T side. Makazi is always a delight to watch on this map.
Yeah, no kidding. And the other thing was the flashes last map for Navi. Those had me shook a bit. Again, from the bottom of their map pool, they made it look like it was at the top. We'll likely get more of the same now. Brokey in a great spot with these dualies. Oh, even better now.
Bailed out. And they don't know. And so he's patiently waiting for Makazi to overstep, but instead, Navi checking out middle. Feels like it was always going to end B with Alexi here with the bomb, but Brokey getting a little bit more aggressive.
They're just missing each other.
Yeah, seconds the difference. Oh, trying to escape though. Preparing themselves for this B site attack, and Navi are getting closer and closer. 4v5, 3v5 as Frozen plucks another. Brokey just wants to fire his dualies right now.
he's getting too much support.
He's going to get a chance. Bombing cave. No, he's not. Gone after none. And a pickup for Emo. FaZe in a 5v3. I'm getting scared right now as Navi execute this site.
Wouldn't be their first 3v5 victory. Oh, FaZe still have to look alive. Some shots getting missed.
Oh, God. Oh,
it's
dear.
getting worse.
It's brutal for Navi, and they don't lose a man.
Oh, that was the perfect camera. NKJ had his hands in the air, and sometimes that's a good thing. But this isn't a music festival.
Yeah. Going straight down on that roller coaster, and you can feel it in the pit of your stomach. Two nice USP taps to open up here, and then Navi just comes swinging in. Wonderful P250. It's a delight for Navi. It felt like, you know, a reasonable retake-ish setup for FaZe, but
yeah,
like same thing on Anubis. So many times they're playing from the back.
Agreed. It's not like it's a comedy of errors and everything goes wrong. It's they just get out fragged all at the same time. They were kind of in decent spots following those kills. I mean, the only funny part about that was Brokey not able to shoot a single bullet.
Those USPs on long can be rough. Navi have that dog in them right now.
Yeah. They're just so incredibly good at every turn. Haven't really been shaken when it comes to the ecos as well. Early on in Anubis, there was that MP9 buy that came close. But even when Navi run into a whole stack, they still end on their feet.
And, you know, we talk about Navi being number 2 and having a great run of events recently. And it's not just about beating the top 5 teams in the world. It's also just about dismantling teams below that with no problem. It's something we attributed to perhaps a Mouse in their peak, right? Just not losing to underdogs when they're favorite. You would know it. And that's the Navi we've been getting recently, right? In the games we expect them to win, they don't really stress. They don't really sweat. And this feels like another one of those.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a top 2 team in the world, you should be beating down on top 50 rosters. I mean, it should be 2-0s.
FaZe just getting dragged around on this MP9 half buy, delaying their first rifle like they did on Anubis. Brokey making some AWP money. That's an important double. It will get him the cash. And so AWP can come out in this first proper full rifle round now for FaZe. But Navi 3-0 up. That's just another number on the ticker closer to the playoffs.
Fun part about Ancient is it can go quickly. A lot of mid control. In for both teams or both sides, you can have a lot of deep B control, which means early gunfights, which again can be fun. Not as much when you're on the CT side and you've got to try to stabilize your economy at the same time. So here, this is a big risk, but it kind of pays off. Oh, for a second kill. Makaze comes out with 2 back.
Of course he does. Transfer as well. So it takes Jacob to save them. And if Navi go quick, there's still 2 players on this B-bomb site. That's exactly what FaZe want. Brokey's AWP lusting for the kill. Missed shot. Navi still here. on the edge, waiting to execute. Will they reconsider? 2 players spotted at B. Wonderful checks the flank. But, I mean, they have a molly and 2 flashes. Alexi smoke inside of the cave.
Man, oh, they're worried about a mid-lurk. And they don't have that open. This gets scary. Interesting spot for Twist. No one's here to peek this right away. Maybe he can get away. Wow, he somehow gets both. Doesn't have a spot to run to. No third player to trade that out. And now almost no hope for Alexi B. He can maybe get to this bomb, but you know CTs are going to be close.
Twist crosshair doesn't move. They just get guillotined. And Alexi B crouching in, does a lot of damage, but he's not going to find that kill. Broky's on the line. Nice pre-fire, puts him on 30 health.
And he knows actually that Twist is low now.
And Nate go a long way. The backside, he finds Broky. Twist saves the round with a 3rd kill. Phew.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That would have been a free plant and a nightmare 1v1 for the T who has to retake. Health wouldn't matter that much at that point. Crazy. He starts shooting while he's turned around. Now, this is a real emergency spot for Twist. I mean, it's great that he can hold his nerve, but you can see he's worried about everything.
Nice, Russ. Nice, let's go. Let's go.
Okay. FaZe breaking in earlier than Anubis is a good sign.
They want to go for mid again. Sometimes be a poison chalice. But again, Natus with that first kill.
It calls the cancel. Makazi low health as well. Gonna recommit later. Alexi has made it up heaven. Had no real cave presence here for FaZe. It's Broky again, AWPing on the site.
They run the whole rotation. I don't think Alexi is going to feel like this is a fake, so they'll just quietly come back into mid. Now, does this mean they want to walk past Donut or not?
With the bit in main, it might tempt you for the split, but there's no info until there. Jacob on a pixel line catches it. Broky's patience persevering.
We saw him try to come in with the pre-fire and the perfect crosshair placement. Last round was a little off.
Like this so for Navi, showing face in middle is going to make you scared of Donut late in the round. There's no one there for now.
And it's going to be a CT mid-timing. They want to reclaim up some information, or they tie up a player, which means Jacob's going to be alone for a while.
Yeah, that fear of middle is just leaving a solo player here. Navi are going to try to erupt. Jacob tapping out a second.
Oh, an artiste.
Lovely done. Third kill is fantastic.
Come on.
And that is the round at the feet of FaZe.
That is beautiful. And again, because they didn't push back into mid, it had to be all him.
So a sigh of relief here for FaZe, not just the first round of the board, but back-to-back and clean. All the setup for a more competitive map here. As Navi are full broke.
Right now we get anchors, and off of their individual level are putting together these formidable sight holds and kind of handling business one at a time. But that's enough to just send Navi back to this, you know, low buy. Obviously, one saved gun. No investment beyond this Galil. And I thought if this was going to come down to mid control, that this is where Navi would actually be able to really impose their will on FaZe. But so far, the trades have actually been pretty good from the defense. But they'll be quite stubborn about it. Here they are back to it.
Navi really just trying to put this rifle in position. They have got that mid control for free, but again, it's info for Netu. You can drop a smoke as soon as he sees him. Or it's just a flash. In fact, he's going to fight it. Glock.
He has no head armor.
No helmet. Gets taught a lesson here by Makaze. No! Oh dear, this is going very wrong very quickly. Can they get that off? Wonderful is knife out gunning for it right now. This is going disastrously for FaZe. A 5v3 for Navi, and Wonderful extends the lead. Just going for pot shots now. Glock finds another dink. Twist trying to fight back with a USP, and there's a Glock again for Makaze. Low health will not stop him. Can Frozen do anything? Thrust into an impossible clutch by his team. Here's smoke, kit, and timing. RV hideout in plain sight. Frozen thins the herd. Double up. Smoke on the bomb. Things are getting weird now. Makazi needs a Glock triple. Surely that's unrealistic. Frozen with a 5-second and Makazi with a bluff called. It's too late to the party. FaZe save themselves from absolute embarrassment. It is Frozen who bails them out.
They would not have been able to live that down. Oh, they just let him walk into the site off the single box. It's a Glock one-shot entry, followed by a Deagle kill. Galil, not necessary. And that should have been the final thing.
2v5.
Insane. I mean, it's great that Frozen pulls us back. They're going to be happy about it for sure, but my goodness.
Oh, that hurts for Makazi, man. He never got a gun in all that action. He got 2 Glock kills, and he stayed on Glock.
Yeah, the friggin' upgrade should have fallen from the sky. It's like...
Unlock it. Look, you can laugh it off if you're Na'Vi. You just got a fantastic round with nothing, but...
Yeah, they also know they could have won.
Yeah. Missed opportunity, perhaps. No alarm sounded yet here. Let's see this mid-control again. Na'Vi do want to go back for something. Some pressure early just to stop FaZe from feeling confident enough to climb up. And Netu able to hide out again, but late flash will just wreck his round. And Makazi does not stop. Never. Triple kill in middle. This is his domain.
He's playing aim labs. There's absolutely no way he just got that third.
Transfers. Just another day.
That's a donk round. Round of your dreams as you're coming out of elbow. I mean, it's nothing but aim that gets you those kills. No amount of planning could set you up for success in that situation. I mean, a first flash helped, obviously, but man, that's all mechanics.
Well, aim he's got in spades.
Yeah, and as Maui brought up, like they've transformed him into the whole package. He was just such a great entry fragger, so explosive, so selfless, to be honest, but now just so good at also slowing down, which you have to be when you're playing on Na'Vi. But they've really harnessed his full talent now on this team.
And while it feels unfair to compare anyone to Donk, I think just in the style and in the positions, at times I see what you're talking about.
You can with his stats on Anubis. You can, if there's one guy out there, and that's something special.
Just smashes down the front door here for FaZe, and simple walk into B puts Na'Vi on their 4th. Brokey hanging around quite close here, not wanting to concede too much ground.
Feels like money is pretty relevant for FaZe. I mean, they'll be able to keep this.
One save allows 5 guns, so Brokey does need this AWP, and they'll allow it. Show me that Makazi triple. Oh, looks better than the first time I saw it. What can you do? You just got to shrug it off.
Yeah, you got to walk that one off, I think.
No kit here for FaZe, everything else.
Yeah, this half gets very expensive if they don't win this round. And the fact that Na'Vi still have the propensity to just walk out mid every single time, they're happy to try it again. And it always used to be Emma to be the one, to get all those frags.
Well, there's a new sheriff in town. Through the red smoke, you wouldn't dare. Frozen's not going to let him get away with that. Double up with the FAMAS before Wonderful stems the bleed.
The Frost is not watching that. Okay.
They're going back for more. Slow down, boys. There's low health. 2v4. We've seen some ridiculous rounds in this series already for Na'Vi, and Pit
He's just seen
something else.
Yeah, they know 2 are in Dona, and one's back at mid for sure. Free walk into the site. Bomb will get cut off if they come and try to clear this. Just depends on how fast they speed up. I mean, Bit would love to be able to come back to fight them, but instead, this is the safe way to do it.
You need this kill, and Brokey will deliver it. So at this point, they can presume. Watch out on that B-bomb site.
Oh, yeah, they've got an air tag on him. They know exactly where he is.
Slower start to this map for Bit, but he was sharp on Anubis. Twist is ready.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty solid. And we saw some of the best stuff about Anubis, where they were being proactive, sort of resulting in rounds being won now here on Ancient.
They're winning the rounds they have to win, as in the money-breaking rounds, not losing to the eco just about, and keeping themselves in this game.
I mean, this is so good from Frozen. I mean, he reads it well, crosshair placement's perfect, falls back just enough to let his recoil reset.
Quick run boost, and that's one way to deal with the mid-man, but Makazi is behind, looking for a pickup in the smoke. That being said, stay on the clock.
Yeah, that got you 2 kills. How are you going to turn your back on it?
What gun is loose in middle, though? Is it just a pistol? AK.
Not just an AK, a Fire Serpent.
Bless now in Makazi's hands. Aggressive A push. A lot of resources on A. Brokey's going to have that open donut as well. They do make the cross past. B conceded for now. Simple for Brokey.
Ooh.
Run and gun. Nice trade here for Makazi, but anything more feels unrealistic. He is hyper aware of Twist position, but it doesn't matter. Aim graph 2 peak. Anim graph, rather.
FaZe have got to be feeling really good. Now I gave him 8 rounds. You can come in halfway through the game and decide.
Double up.
16 rounds, eh?
Overtime loss. NAVI taking their first breather. Because sure, you've had Makazi find you entries out mid, but what else have you had in this T side? Pistol doesn't count.
That's true. I mean, that's where they've really tried to make their money, and there has been answers. So their mid-rounding has still been good. I mean, when they came to Jacob, when he was left alone on A, it was still the right idea, but Jacob gets 3. When they went to Twist, he got 2, but he was alone. So it's not as if they're running into stacks.
Oh,
and another opening.
FaZe know the importance of fighting for this mid control, but still, they can't get a handle on it. Early damage and another triple, a new contender for it. Ema enters with all as Twist fires back at the cave. Oh, he wants more, though. Fight down on this lane.
It's actually unreal how scrappy it's been inside of middle.
Yeah, considering that NAVI are throwing these pre-nades as well, that are getting damage on FaZe players jumping off of red.
It's like NAVI are happy to give away the first kill because they know they always get 2 back, but then FaZe still answer back even more. It's actually a rare situation where NAVI come out with the material advantage with the map control at the same time.
FaZe clear middle. I mean, re-pushing with an AWP is bold here.
Yeah, it's a, you know, minute timing's pretty good, but Brokey's watching elbow, rifle to cover this push. And okay. So they would have loved to get a kill and get out, but that's not going to be the case. NAVI pick it up and keep it 5-5.
Big triple for Ema. Nice to know that when Makazi is felled in middle, there's another guy for the job as well. These rounds are living and dying in mid right now for NAVI, so gonna need these entries. Lovely.
Looked like it was a little mistime at the flash.
Lexi pacing up towards heaven as well.
They said, you won't fight us 5 times in middle.
FaZe will, but from the back.
Actually love the call, eh? Like, no one's watching this. Are they going to get suspicious since they don't see anybody?
Oh, The smoke push, he walks right through. There's still a second player there, though, so blood will be spilled in middle in the favor of FaZe yet again. Twist is having a far better map here. 12 and 6.
Wow, that's a great call. I mean, it's looking like excellent protocols. As soon as the Navi were suspicious about it, they have already got someone inside of the smoke.
Just shocked that Navi go for it yet again, but it's what FaZe come to expect, and they offer up an answer. 2v4 with Bit and Wonderful. Be a good chance for Bit to get going in this game. Wonderful holding for the flank, knowing A-Main corrupted. But is this just a save for Navi? The elongated one in a 2v4 with almost no utility.
Now, as good as this CT side is looking, you know, you still got a quota. It's still ancient, and some of your best rounds could be behind you when you switch over. So they really are looking for 7 if we want to see some kind of upset in this series. That is a sweaty angle, man.
Makes the AWP look tiny.
Yeah. It's just the anim up.
Well, no hunting here. FaZe will keep their money, keep their guns, and keep their lead for now.
Counter-terrorists win. He's like, I can't shoot through this camera. Get out of my way. Well, in terms of conditioning, you've got to love it from FaZe. It's all the right answers. And they're the ones who do have a right to be fighting middle if they're coming out most of the time with all these great trades.
Question is, do Navi do it again?
Yeah, they're really going to go for mid. It looks like not this time. And how quickly are we talking about with this B play?
Oh, it doesn't even spread really. So Navi just go charging into this site. Jacob up close. He has been a bit of a rock in this series, holding on for one. Can't catch the jumping Alexi B, and an upgrade as well. Wonderful's on that AWP. Decent AK's handed over. Might need to be here for Navi as they freeze and wait for the flank. Makazi only pistol. P250 waits in red.
This is crazy, but Brokey, he's not going to walk out of mid, surely, with this op.
I mean, they're doing it together, so is this the mid reclear
yeah.
that comes back to bite? No. FaZe in the face. Natus takes a bullet to it. Makazi maybe ready for more. Did he see Shadow? No, Brokey still gets that kill. 2v2, Navi could have reset, so Brokey leaves his teammate alone. It's Frozen, back of CT, and Navi maybe feeling like they have to take some space. Wonderful goes towards long, back turned, easy picking here for Frozen, and that will be that. FaZe recover on this second map, and maybe Navi's pick, but FaZe have something to say about that.
All right, gamers, listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close. Dude, hold this.
Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously,
I am taking it seriously.
Then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers. I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro. You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation. You can drink it whenever you like. Just show them, show them. Power! Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more. Ready?
Yeah.
Think less, win more.
Well, we had a lot of good action in that first half, and I think FaZe proved a point. They come out of that with a 2-round lead, leaving us 7-5. Going into T-side, it still will not be easy, but I think in terms of matching up to an opponent on their map choice, especially to the caliber of NAVI, point taken. We have to respect them now. That was very good from the perspective of rotations and mid-rounds, and I think most importantly, sight holds.
Yeah, we've had a great game out of Twist and Frozen as well, which is kind of the necessary players here to perform for FaZe if they were going to have a chance today. Pistol round fake, just running this A site, trying to get the dualies off the top, and Jacob will do so. Oof, even a goosh to Makaze. Jacob running him down, pulling most, but not all of Na'Vi over. Nice kills.
This guy always gets his on pistols.
Somehow he finds a way. Bit's still here though, and they weren't ready for a player on the long side, so he storms in, plays his timing, takes the space. Player on default announces their presence, and Bit will fall to the man at ramp. Nicely done here for FaZe, bringing the energy as well as the volume.
Yeah, big time. I mean, you lose Kerrigan, but so you've got to replace that sort of noise vacuum, right? You've got to make sure that, and I mean, sometimes you never know who it's going to be. It was like Nafany before he came out to LAN. We didn't know how loud he was going to be, and then he was really loud. So Nachuska contributing big time. So that's an energizing victory. FaZe get an 8th round.
I mean, it's a great opportunity, I guess, for Netu to show what he's got, right? He's been a bit of a prospect. We saw him with Ents, kind of struggle to find stability and success, so much so that the org benched the team and went full finish. And, you know, many may be out on FaZe, but for a player of this guy's lack of, I guess, opportunity, it's a great chance to play on play tier 1.
There's obviously no room on Vitality. So.
Not yet. Coolio, though, sent an audition tape today.
Yeah, this looks like a very promising time to go for an A split.
Ooh, lovely, but nothing worse than the perfect flash and then just blind spray.
Countered, mogged by the perfect crosshair placement.
Jacob does have a chiseled jawline. Oh, get your face smashed, Makaze. 3-on-2, and this is a lockdown here for FaZe. This is Navi's pick. This is their home ground, and this is FaZe making mincemeat of them right now.
Yeah, truly. Couldn't really ask for more. And could it be more surprising for, for Navi to maybe get like the pick, obviously, coming out here? How prepared are you going to be with the whole rest of the map pool, not knowing exactly what Nature's going to bring to the team? Then also having to play Anubis, but they were perfect.
Terrorists win.
Whole different story over on Ancient here.
The map is dust. That may be where reality could set in. But let's not count Na'Vi out before we've seen gun rounds on the CT side. It's not going to come up until 10-5. Going to need a pitch-perfect defensive half here for Na'Vi. For now, one more swing with pistols. And yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, already 8-2 in pistol rounds this tournament. That's just his golden stat. One trade back, and Emma will fall back from donut control. Now this is where we really see, how well Twist can organize the troops. Going 1-for-1 won't be entirely satisfactory yet.
Full reset as Na'Vi go for mid-clear. So realizing that donut smoke is a fake, they're going to go back and stack this B site.
They've already got the right movement from the CTs.
He may even flank. I mean, this could be high impact if Na'Vi find kills in their defense.
They're trying to run into this. Lexi's just going to clue into all the utility. Emma starting to take speed, and Brokey sees him rotate in.
Yeah, it's still too late. FaZe committed. They've got cave smoked off thanks to NAVI, and so that bomb can go down. Bit of a fake to draw them out, and some smoke spam for good measure. Locking in a 10th round here for FaZe.
That's really nice. I think when Brokey saw that push into cave, you realized there is a stack, so a fake plant is perfect. They had the time to do it. Smokes are still fresh and everything like that, and it's an easy and cool 10th round now for FaZe Clan.
All right, is there anything here for NAVI? Time to find out. They've given themselves very little wiggle room here in this CT side off the back of that force. So AWP comes in for Wonderful. Blade comes in for NAVI.
This is why we never force, guys. I think for sure this game isn't over. Even if it's a 5-round gap, it's a great start. The full rifles will tell us a lot more. I remember a period of time where NAVI, it felt like from interviews they were just kind of like tired of having a boot camp with each other and spend so much time together on the road all the time. You don't really hear about that anymore. Winning really just solves all your problems, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it's messy in middle, full blind. Jacob was right there, but Makazi gets him through smoke. Here, we're getting loosey-goosey now. Pop through this smoke. Second time might be the charm,
The
but
counter flash.
with that USP, pops his head back out for another.
That's about as messy as it gets.
Yeah.
Everyone had an arm over their eyes coming into their fight, whether it was elbow or up B lane, and that was even through a smoke.
2 USP kills for Bit against Guns. Oh, dear.
And I think, I don't think he's having a great game either, so.
They caught him on the reload, but what do you do about that?
Who even got the counter flash, or was it their own flash?
Might have been from CT rotation.
Yeah, that's possible.
Let's see it pop. FaZe had great counters to mid-control on the CT side, but how do they fare on the offensive half? It's another brawl for middle. Jacob down and Netu trading. Even Alexi comes in to assist. I do enjoy watching Alexi in this position.
Yeah.
Knows when to thrust himself through the smoke.
The timing god, always so good at finding those HEs. Now, if they want to live and die by the sword going for mid-control, it's not going to be the same deal coming into T-side. It's, again, always about who throws that last flash. It feels like it's something that's just fallen out of the meta a little bit, is just going for those scrappy mid-duels. People are trying to find new answers on Ancient, and that's probably not one of the answers.
Oh,
wow, it worked.
All by design, or not, but the bomb's going A for the record, so probably don't know where this one's ending up. Not yet. Twist timing through this smoke, and he hasn't been seen. So as they speed up, as they make their presence clear, Twist might have one more kill before all is said and done.
Ooh, the full flank is coming in quickly. They're going to molly and put the bomb down. Any extra time on this, and the flank is going to be so potent. They're still floating a little bit, not ready for this timing.
Yeah, not in positions, out in the open.
When will they check?
3 kills here for Ema. Can he figure it out? Yes, he can.
And they know Twist is on the other side of the map. This is the
Too far.
defuse.
Full stick. Ema puts a molly down, and there's nothing Twist can do. He has to run right through this one. Whoa, wait. Missed chance, but it's okay. The bomb's defused, and it's going to be NAVI onto 7. Ema, big flank, big impact.
Yeah, big time.
Big guy for you.
Big shoes.
It's FaZe clowning around here. Unfortunate re-clear timing there for NAVI. I feel like FaZe made the perfect move, though. They had Twist really selling it. Just comes down to Ema not believing them.
Never believe your opponent. That's what I always say.
They're liars.
Yeah. All right. Oh, they're going to try to come in fast for this B play. Careful. This is a rich CT side.
And Lurk smoke down, and they just shoot right through it. FaZe might just run, and that's the bomb gone as well. It was only armorless pistols for the most part.
You really want to plant that thing if you can.
Brookie jumped through the smoke. Well, they're giving him nothing.
Well, it's not very convoluted in terms of the T-side calls. They're trying to go for very minimalist T-side. Early mid-entries, quickly to B. It's a very simplified game plan. I don't know, Navi looked very comfortable with that. Obviously, a couple of these rounds weren't full buys. It'll be another real test for FaZe to come forward with now.
You said it at 10-5. This game is not over, and now it's tightening up quickly as FaZe put more money into this round. 2 Galils and a Deagle. Make that 1 Galil, but it's still a bit desperate.
Just like in life, money's the most important thing, Hugo.
Keep your friends close and your cash closer.
Try to invest in as many weapons as possible.
This is not financial advice.
It is the best ancient B-site anchor in terms of bomb site hold percentage this year.
That's only because Vitality don't play this map.
Yeah, true.
Or Aurora.
Yeah. Issues low. Oh, they're both dead, man. That was just off the pause as well.
Yeah.
It's funny because it's off the pause, but it's the exact same round.
And they tried different. Oh, that's flash. They tried different timing, but there's no reflash to get them out middle. They're waiting for Navi's. And then Makazi just swings them dry.
And he just hit him with that nade too, so he knows he's there.
Nade you?
Yeah. Rest in peace.
Just broke in twist now. And the timing, that's Counter-Strike for you. How about 4? How about it?
Damn.
Makazi on both halves, causing a ruckus in middle. And this game is almost tied up.
Just a total shutdown by Makazi.
This one is crazy.
Did he get all of them there, or is that 4? Who's got that last kill?
Who knows?
Who cares?
They're dead, ain't they?
Do they want to try mid again?
Yes, they do.
It's dangerous decision. Oh, he does that blind.
Full blind transfers perfectly. He knows what they're going to do before they do it.
Wow. So inspirational. Makazi.
Just come and get me. Get off me. Well, 3 on 5 and nades not available here for FaZe. Just got to walk it in. Oh, no. Cave reclear. It might come at the perfect timing here for Navi.
Peek in.
Boost up and goodbye. They run up the ramp, but Bit ain't hanging about. He goes in for another. And what a recovery for Bit. Very quiet first half, but well and truly back in the game now with multiple stellar B-side holds. Dude,
that's kind of insane.
Blind before he saw it.
Yeah, he was blind before. I swear when we watched it, initially, he wasn't.
But now on the replay,
he definitely was.
I'm reconsidering.
And there is the lead gone.
Oh my. Well,
lead never happened.
What lead? 10-5.
10-10 now.
Rookie orb, wonderful orb. Gonna try, but oh, so close. If he shot a bit sooner, that would have been his. Brokey's low now.
Like there was just a bit too much going on.
Ooh, okay. Makazi
Mistimed that.
Get a bit flash, but it's okay because no punish here. FaZe outside of the B door, with the exception of Frozen. It's just when you have nothing, like, how do you get back in this round? You have to hope Navi give you the kills, and Makazi is not in a giving mood.
No, he's the Grinch right now.
It ain't Christmas. It's a cold day in hell. Twist double. Makazi just confident. Oh, he could have bailed any time, but he is looking for this round.
No crouch stamina left, doesn't care, still wants to fight. There's a guy coming up behind him. Broky's not ready to fight though, the door smoked. Suddenly he has to peek.
And he does nail the shot. Bomb is at his feet. Second player in the cave. Wonderful scope. Did they hear it? They don't know. Brokey, oh, Wonderful rather does take it. Brokey speeds up towards that B bomb site. Doesn't hang around for the fight. Gonna put that bomb down and take space back.
Man, Wonderful's playing a little bit far back. Bomb gets planted. Now he knows he can move. Brokey's so low though. I mean, swap to the AK makes perfect sense.
Is he gonna sit in his own smoke? Holding the timing, but now just plays back in cave. Knows where Wonderful is gonna be coming from.
Is he going to pre-fire it or what? Man, a molly is actually a huge problem for Brokey. If Wonderful even...
Would he?
Surely not.
1 second! Brokey saves it.
Woo, that's close.
Skin of your teeth to make that move on 20 health. The presumption is he wouldn't dare.
Yeah, and actually makes it 11. Man, if that molly dropped, there would have been no counterplay for Brokey whatsoever. It's been a solid map for Twist. Number of rounds of multis.
Huge round to win here for FaZe. It felt like they were just running out of steam. 5 rounds in a row. Getting battered in middle. Makazi did it again this round with 2 kills. But Brokey, who felt like he was just almost too late on that door smoke, still saves him in the 1v1. Feel like Ema played too soon on cave, right? It was a wonderful clearing middle.
Yes, that was free if they just waited.
He was calling he had the kill for sure.
Do you think he was though? Because it's Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, Wonderful, say something.
Yeah.
Why is he still fighting up top?
Don't peek. I have him. That would have made all the difference. Would have been a 2v1 against Brokey on low health.
We know Wonderful's a quiet guy.
Well, that's why you got to communicate. Just a nade smash in middle. FaZe don't want to risk running into Makazi again. And him and Ema hold on to this position while Twist calls a fake.
Man, it's Wonderful.
B site.
Yeah, it's Wonderful can get shaken. He's on the signpost, which is perfect to hold. Rotation back around, but it's going towards the B site. This fake is working out.
The molly and a missed chance here. Wonderful headshot down low. Just choosing to escape, but that's still a big problem. It means Na'Vi have no real estate on this A site. As the bomb goes down, do Na'Vi know that 2 FaZe players are lost to the wind?
Man, there's such big flanks in place as well. Makazi's timing is huge. This boost is not going to work. Oh my goodness, what a spray. He's up there now, at least.
Oh yeah, but at what cost? 2v5, and they've got the info as well. They can wait for Makazi to finish the job. 3 kills deep into this retake. The hot flank that could, and Makazi's on that defuse. He's just going to stick it straight up to 11 rounds here for Na'Vi. FaZe have given us an admirable run here on Ancient, but Na'Vi could be pulling the rug from under them at the end of regulation.
5 of the last 6 rounds, or is it? Yeah.
5 rounds, yeah. 6 out of the last 7
Yeah,
rounds.
6 out of the last 7,
man.
unfortunately. We have to say that. But the 1 round that FaZe win, it's a 1v1. It's pricey.
Yeah. No gifts. Just poison here for FaZe. And of course they have to buy. Got triple Galils. And maybe even more. And so all of that hard work on FaZe's first half
the fact
goes up in smoke.
They could just ignore the B players in that situation and just focus on full flanks.
Just so quick, right? Like,
yeah.
Look at those couple of rounds that FaZe have found timing in A main and found either an empty site or Wonderful misses his shot. It's Ema on the hot flank, and now it's Makazi on the hot flank that shuts it down completely.
Oh man, mid, they're trusting flashes here. They want to try to take this. It's risky. Oh, and it's a low down, it looks like.
Okay.
No, just a lot of damage.
Oh, it might be enough because Ema's still up here in heaven and he's cordoned off in that corner. Netu cannot find the trade kill. No way he's going to just stick it out here.
Yeah,
Ema
right, he's
jumps out. That's just ridiculous. 4v3.
Ooh.
And this is a dirty position for Alexi.
This is all he needs is just 1 kill if they don't clear this. And he can milk it too.
Squeeze it, grab that udder, and yank it. Milk.
Oh, absolutely milked right there. Man. Damn, and that's a 12th for Na'Vi, and that is series point now for them.
Playoff point.
They have completed the comeback.
And FaZe, that's got to hurt, man. To come in slow to Aita to Anubis is one thing, but they were ready to go from the start of this map. They answered the question that Na'Vi gave them in middle with some excellent flanks and brawls. But then, despite a pistol conversion for FaZe, Na'Vi have pulled it all the way back to their favor. A final swing here for FaZe might just be a B hit.
No way, Gaze. Just another series of Galils. That's not going to inspire hope. Needing util damage along the way, and look, oh my goodness, who's in front of it all?
He just ran through the smoke right behind him, but Kazi does the same. Brawling on this B side for FaZe, making it interesting. Through the smoke goes one more, and Bit isolates excellently. Up the ramp is Ema as well. FaZe getting shot in the back and shot down to the lower bracket because Na'Vi are back in business. Clinical 2-0 salvation here on Ancient from 10-5 down. They pull it back and win in regulation. That's Na'Vi to playoffs and a win against the winner of FURIA GamerLegion to vie for semifinals.
Another berth in the playoffs for Na'Vi, making short work of FaZe despite it being a dicey map.
I wouldn't say short work here on the second map. That was much closer than expected, but that's really why I've been bigging up Makaze in the fashion that I have. It's rare that you get a youngster player who can have a bad start, but still at the end of it feels inevitable. The fact that he's always going to find his way back into a game, he was just simply electric and helped deliver Na'Vi this win.
Is this something that changed? Did you not be able to depend on him maybe as much in the past for recovering from bad starts? Is that something that's definitely like a boon for him now?
Definitely in his first season with Na'Vi, you got a little bit more of him just kind of running his head into the wall over and over again. But now it feels like there's mix-ups, there's switch-ups, there's ways that he changes up his play in order to make sure that he stays activated. On top of that, Na'Vi always find a way to just support him with the right utility and change up their own starters too.
Absolutely. Alexi, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're just singing the praises of Makaze. Do you want to do the same for this map?
I feel like every interview I'm doing, I'm doing it, and I think it's just it's warranted. I think he's playing tremendous, no matter if it's group stage or the playoffs.
It's true. Tell me a little bit about your recovery on this map. We thought it might be a blowout really for Na'Vi, but a bit of a slow start.
Yeah, I think that we just couldn't keep our economy in control on the T side, and maybe we underestimated their mid fights a little bit. They kind of caught us off guard. We ate, or at least the way they were saying, Miha and Makaze, they were like eating like a flash millisecond too quick or something else. Our flashes didn't blind them, and we ended up a bit on the back foot after even winning the pistol and the force buy. But then, yeah, I just felt like it was 10-5 and we finally got our money on CT, and I'm just glad we didn't let the game go.
Yeah, definitely so. Maui, you were talking a little bit about how you thought it was going to be very comfortable for Na'Vi specifically via mid. So do you have any criticism for how they played it?
I don't know if I want to throw out criticism right now for it, because it did feel like it was a lot of mid brawls, and sometimes those just simply go in favor of the other team if their utility is, second delayed or not exactly what you expect. I wanted to ask kind of initial impression. I mean, a lot of the story here in this matchup is also the fact that it's a brand new FaZe roster in a sense, bring in a new coach, new in-game leader, new player. I mean, how did it feel to play them in this one, just kind of as a team?
Yeah, for sure, I felt like it was competitive on Ancient. They could have ran away with the game. Also, we could be on the third map now. But in the end, we just, show our class and show the fact that it's hard to close a game against us. But at the same time, yeah, they played well, and I think for all of the teams, you saw that Vitality lost their Dust 2 win streak against Coolio. So I feel like these new rosters here, especially like before we go into the stage, they have this, I wouldn't say honeymoon, but they're just trusting each other, doing everything they can, like being very excited and loud, and I think that helps them.
Yeah, it's almost like they have nothing to lose, right?
Yeah,
especially in those situations. We have a round for you as well. You wanted to show him round 16, I believe?
Or
17.
Okay, yeah. I guess this one was pretty interesting. I just felt like the comms in this one had to be really good. This is the one that gets down to a 3v3. I think we have a player around Cave, it might be Bit, who dies to Twist at the ramp. but then Ema's going for this flank at A. It happens later in the round, but how did this play out from your perspective? Because it felt like you guys never really bit the idea that FaZe was actually committing to this B bomb site. So what made you think that?
Yeah, so after we saw the smoke molly, and we peek, we didn't see anyone. There was our Opera was holding the ramp. I died, and after he killed me, I think Valera still understood. Maybe someone threw the util from B lobby, and Frozen didn't throw the util and went to Vietnam, or wood, whatever you want to call it. And I just think our mid players were aware that we were saying, Igor was saying when he was holding banana, like, carry, I don't see anyone. And as soon as we peeked B, we also didn't see. So Makaze made the right play and just flanked A, man.
Okay, nice. Makaze makes the right play a lot. We've been talking about it a lot, and the whole unity of Navi is getting so much praise. Obviously, second best team in the world, but we haven't really seen those reps against Vitality where you were able to come on top on a big tournament, in a big final, something like that. Do you let it get to your head that everybody's like, well, obviously they're going to do it. Obviously they're super good, like, but it has to happen also.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said on some interviews as well, like, you can't, like, the era cannot go for for years. It has to.
Someone will stop it.
Yeah, it has to come to an end eventually. But for us, they've just shown that they're a level above us. And I think, when we reached the finals on Rotterdam, we felt like we were playing a very good CS. We had a streak going into the finals, and then they kind of just shut us down. After that, we lost to them on the quarterfinals. They just completely wiped us. So now I feel like the next time we're going to play against them, I think it's like we have nothing to lose now. Like, we need to calm down a bit. Like, we can see how well we can play against other teams, and we just need to do the same against them.
Yeah, would be a fantastic matchup if we do get to see it. I know you're a big fan of the way Navi's been playing, but we'll see. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll let you go. That is, of course, a couple teams we've got already locked into those playoffs. Always so nice to talk to him, but always level-headed, right? He knows that they have those losses to Vitality in the pocket, and that's, of course, the big goal for everyone here at any tournament.
We're also just trying to pull any string we possibly can as to a reason why a team like Navi could find the upset win eventually versus a Vitality team that barely looks like they've even hit a speed bump here. I know that they lost some.
Well, they did actually.
Coolio, but I feel like if there's ever a time to look a little bit less than yourselves, it's off of a big travel, flying from Europe to America. That takes a lot out of some of these players, and different people handle jet lag differently than others.
The jet lag. The jet lag's brutal.
I cope for a lot of teams. I cope for Navi themselves. I cope for a lot of underdogs, but I'll also cope for Vitality when I see a reason to say that they can just brush that one off.
You think they only travel in first class?
If you're winning this much, you're upgrading yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the org not do that? Like, hey, congrats, you guys have been doing well. Let's keep it going. No?
I think Vitality probably should. I mean, Falcons is a guaranteed business minimum class.
Yeah.
So.
I always see those pictures on stories. I'm like, they're in business again?
We get it. You have leg room, okay?
Yeah, you have miles, okay? We get it. Anyways, let's take a look at how the groups have played out so far, because you said it already. Vitality, maybe no speed bump. I think a big speed bump. It was a difficult opening match for them earlier in the day.
It's a pothole. I call it a pothole. Okay.
But this is Group B. We'll have FURIA versus GamerLegion as our last best of today, and we'll see. Indeed. So it means we do have a lot of time before we get into the next match. So it's, what are we going to call it? Shocks and banter? Maui and Snake?
Maui Shocks.
Maui Shocks.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Shocks and banter was good.
Shocks and banter is good, right? Yeah, we're coming for you.
Really original.
What would you like to talk about first?
I just feel like this tournament, even though some people might just glance at it and say, oh, Vitality's going to win, we can just kind of walk away from this and we all know what's going to happen. A lot of the other little narratives that have been developing, which in my opinion are more about individuals. I look more frequently than a lot of people at who are the top 20 players at any given time throughout the season, because we know who the best team is.
You give yourself a real self-pat out of the back there. Nobody else does this. I do this.
I'm just saying. I keep a running list all of the time. And so I think that at the end of the year, that's what everybody cares about. Who were the best players and everything? And we've got a handful of them. We've got over 10 of, in my opinion, the best 20 players of the year so far here. And they're not all on Vitality. Some of them were here on Navi. Some of them were even on Astralis, who got beaten by G2 earlier. So I'm just kind of interested in, can those individuals hold up the form even when they now eventually have to pay the Vitality tax? When they have to lose to Vitality, can we still see some of the individuals show up? And that's what was impressive about Demon today, actually, versus them in that FUT game. Like, he did extremely well. He was a guy that's kind of lower on my radar, but he can actually, to me, show every game versus Vitality is under a microscope, and he really showed a lot today.
It's true, right? Where others crumble, he did step up. Give me another couple of names, right? In the context of this tournament as well, and what they could do.
Well, I'm also looking at people on Astralis, like Stare and FaZe. Those were two guys to me that were in the top 20 so far this year. Stare already has shown so much this year. FaZe has these weird kind of life games in bursts. At the PGL event that Astralis did very well at, he took down Spirit almost single-handedly. Like, he completely bodied them. Like, every opening pick he went for worked. He was clutch as hell. And so I want to see a little bit more of that, because we have a very slim list right now of great oppers. FaZe's punching into that upper echelon. I want to see him maintain the form.
Yeah, but they didn't parlay it into that first match versus G2, right? Of course, G2 kicked it off with Dust 2. We know that Sampias is also really, really good on this map, although FuZi had that live game versus Spirit. So did they let you down today, Astralis? Because I feel like this is a trajectory of a Hooksy that is now, this is his team now, right? We've seen them improve and take these increments, but this is such a bad start.
It's a game that I felt like was a coin flip that was probably leaning Astralis.
Yeah.
I thought that the recent results that they've shown showed more teamwork. I looked into the tier 2 lands that G2 had played, and it was kind of a rocky start for them. So for them to ramp up in this fashion is a great sign. I'm glad that Nerds looks well integrated. But on the Astralis side, like you're saying, on the flip side, yeah, it's a worrying sight to see them get bodied. It didn't even feel like you had a supporting cast for that kind of game. I feel like Ryu is a name that I was super excited about. First 2 months with Astralis, he was sick, but then he started facing good teams. He started facing playoff contenders or championship contender teams, and that's where you have seen the floor fall out beneath him. And you just need a good anchor nowadays. We saw on the other side how well Heavy God was able to carry some of those rounds with lurks, with clutches, anchoring on the B side of Overpass. All of those moments are now seared into my brain. But Ryu, on the other hand, I'm just left looking at a scoreboard where that dude had 2 kills for almost the entire map.
Yeah, it's true. It was disappointing. It does call into question the idea of a ceiling. And if it's been hit, I think you could also make that argument for G2, right? Because ever since they came onto the scene with Blast Open in London, rather, that they had that first event that they won, we thought the sky was absolutely the limit, but it's been meddling. Are they on the route to recovery?
This looks to be an incremental boost for me. I still find when I watch G2 games that they have a couple glaring problems. I was actually looking through, again, those lands from earlier when they first were integrating Nerds. They were weirdly bad on anti-ecos. That happened actually today versus Astralis, also on Overpass, where Nerds just kind of dies by himself. I just feel like maybe they're outlining the bulk of the rounds, the meat of the rounds first, and then they're worrying about those what seem like gimme rounds. But they also need to just take care of some of the fundamentals for me. And I also think that Hunter, as an in-game leader, still has a long way to go before I really full send it and believe in this G2 team. I feel like the strategies are a little bit more just, we have a starter and we have maybe 2 finishers that are ideas. He's not really mid-rounding super well. When they play the actual elite teams, you don't really see much lurking presence. So I'm glad to see that Heavy God had some moments today, because he's a world-class lurker if they ask him to be, but so frequently Hunter just says, okay, we got the opening pick in mid, let's 5-man group A and just go. And that just looks a little too rudimentary for me.
I see, definitely when you're going to be making deep runs in this tournament. Now, thanks to the way the tournament works, they're already in the playoffs, so that's a cap on their back. But Heavy God, what a Swiss Army knife.
Dude is seriously capable of doing absolutely everything. From his time all the way from OG, then, by the way, switched languages to play with Cloud9 for a while. He's swapping positions up, rotating, anchoring. At one point, I even heard in his career he was an in-game leader super early on too. So maybe, I'd say, Hunter, watch your back a little bit, okay? If things get a little too rocky for you and the calling doesn't improve, that might be the replacement already on the roster. It's a ways away, though.
Whoa.
Still gonna give Hunter a lot of time here, okay? They just won, okay? I'm not trying to, I don't even know, I'm trying to punch up, I guess, right now, okay? He's already on the top, but I just feel like when it comes to them, I just still need to see them be consistent against elite teams. Like, to me, they're not really like in that upper echelon. They're not in the top 6. I'd barely say that they're in the top 9 or so. So I just want to see if they can actually get an upset victory versus like a FURIA, a NAVI, or a Vitality.
They were close versus Vitality.
That's true. That's true. But that's when you begin to convince people.
It's true. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Thanks for yapping with me. When we come back, we will be looking at FURIA versus GamerLegion. Fallen, welcome to Blast Rivals. It's been one hell of a week. Obviously, I was wondering how you were dealing with everything, because I'm sure you've gotten an outpouring of support and strength in terms of your messaging and your retirement.
It's been amazing. A lot of nice messages I received over the internet, people that worked with me in the past, a lot of fans, people from the industry, so it was very amazing. Right now I'm just trying to enjoy every single day I have left. It's been very fun, very challenging to play with my teammates, and I'm looking forward to a good start here today.
Of course, there is still the reality of these results that you want to get. So let's start at the beginning. How do you make sure that this group of players knows that you're still very much here to get the trophies, to continue that work that you have, even though you will be leaving us?
Yeah, the work is the same. Every day we're working to get better at the game, to get better chemistry between ourselves, and to dream of lifting new trophies. The path towards winning is a very difficult one. There's many good teams playing out there. Not to mention the big boss at the moment, who is basically fooling all of us for a couple of months now. So we gotta work every day, looking how to get better, how to increase the chemistry between ourselves, and put the best show we can to maybe win trophies.
Where do you think the percentages are still to be won here at this tournament, but of course, very importantly, with the major coming up?
As my friend Gaules would say, it's 50-50, either win or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tell me a little bit about preparing for this tournament. It's been a bit of an insane tempo. I know that Brazil was very intense for you guys as well, right? So what did the week look like, and what are your goals here?
I think some of my teammates were able to stay in Brazil a little bit longer. They had some stuff to do in the FURIA office, were able to practice a little bit down from there. As for me, I was able to go a little bit from my house in Miami, so I was only 3 hours away from here, and we were able to play 3 or 4 days before coming to the tournament, and we want to progress as much as we can, match by match, playing against GamerLegion. It's been a while we don't play them. It's great to see Snacks, another old face, friendly old face playing here, so it's going to be amazing. I'm looking forward to play them. It's been a long time, so I'm not really sure how they're playing lately.
Yeah, that's just the thing. There's not a lot of info. They also haven't really played a team of your caliber for a very long time. Is that maybe a trap? Because you think, well, how much can they really show?
Yeah, definitely, it can be. They have been playing other tournaments. We're, of course, able to see some of the matches they have been displaying. But overall, they're probably very hungry to play a good team, and they are looking to the win as well. So I'm sure we're going to put a good fight, and let's see who's going to be the best today.
Was the veto difficult or comfortable for you?
We're thinking they would pick more of Mirage than Inferno, but Inferno is a comfortable map as well. So I think only Inferno kind of came as a surprise. We're expecting more of a Mirage, so maybe they have some thoughts on how they can beat us on Inferno. Let's see how it pans out.
Let's see. Good luck. Let's see, indeed, that will be the question. But yeah, magnanimous as always, Fallen. But it has been one hell of a week. And now whenever I see FURIA play, or we're going to see FURIA play, it's always in the back of your head, right? Can they get those big tournaments in that last run in 2026 for him?
That's what's unfortunately on everybody's mind. I feel like they'll be able to wipe away the tears, though.
Yeah.
Okay, that clearly perturbed them when they were in Rio. I feel like Molodoy was actually just, I think he was a little misty-eyed throughout some of those playoff games, which led to him not playing quite as well. The added pressure is something that he has already had difficulty playing with in big moments. So now that he has this on his shoulders, I feel like it gets even more difficult. But you want to see him overcome it. And I just kind of want this fairy tale ending for Fallen and company where they can lift a couple more trophies, give them a little bit more to add in the cabinet.
Yeah, I like that you said that, but the thing about fairy tales is that they don't pan out nearly as often as you want them to pan out. So talk to me about the greater context then for knowing that the major is on the horizon, but this is a very big tournament that FURIA has set their sights on.
There's the fact that the major's on the horizon, but there's also been a lot of rumors surrounding the team as well. And I feel like when it comes to FURIA, they were the second best team of the second season of last year. It's not as sexy as saying the second best team of last year, but yeah, the 6 months between July and December, they were arguably the best if it weren't for the major. That's where obviously Vitality came in, swooped in, took the cake, and now you've got a FURIA team that's seemingly putting some of the pieces back together where they were able to have a nice showing here in Rio. We obviously had the 4th place. The beginning of the year started really nicely for them with a 2nd place finish at Krakow, but it's not really holding up to the fact that they had 4 trophies in 25.
Yeah, definitely. Still trying to find that magic, rekindle that. GamerLegion, yeah, we're going to talk about PR. Which kind? The player or the public relations?
Okay, well, that's a bit cheeky given what's happening with that team, but we'll move away from that for just a second here. We're reserving that one for the podcast later on. This is a GamerLegion team that has actually found its stride. It's a team that at the beginning, there were a lot of rumblings for me where it felt like PR himself as an individual, look at his first month of this year. It was pretty disastrous for a guy that was really bigged up to be the replacement on a organization like FaZe or G2 or NAVI, that he felt like he was going to get his shot. I think that got to his head a little bit. And I think that since then, though, he's corrected course. And it's exactly what this team needed. A little shot in the arm off of what was looking like a disastrous start to the year in the form of PR. You still got the steady force in Rez to his left. But at the same time, I think that PR now living up to being one of the best prospects in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. You have a GamerLegion team that definitely has the firepower to put wins on the board, which is what they're doing throughout that Tier 2 LAN circuit, but it might not be enough versus a FURIA team that's so used to Tier 1 CS.
Yes, this is a very different beast from what they've been playing recently, right? In FURIA, a big scalp for GamerLegion, possibly eyes on PR. Let's see what they can do. Let's kick it over to our casters.
GamerLegion punching up and FURIA trying to stay stable here in Fort Worth. It's our first day here in Texas, and FURIA, well, showing up with smiles on their faces. GamerLegion, surprise entry, not seen them at the Blast event since Bounty back at the start of the season. They managed to make it to the LAN portion and swiftly got knocked out by Vitality, but there was actually a pretty close game in there as well. And Rez, a Popov, who I'm excited to see back on LAN facing another top squad. Do you have expectations for GamerLegion rather? They've come off the back of some decent online results, a LAN win as well, Tier 2, but this is a different beast facing a team like FURIA, even in their current form.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, taking all the wins that they can, but I just don't see them on the same plane. For me, gotta be real, like, just, you know, in terms of the news with both of these teams, I couldn't be higher on FURIA and lower on GamerLegion. Yeah. So I'm really excited for like this whole new narrative with Fallen and what this means for the rest of the tournaments. But I genuinely think it's going to have an impact on, you know, the way that they approach practice, how they play. and keeping faith, because I feel like that's where mentally I feel like they've fallen apart a little bit recently, and we know how much better they can be.
Well, GamerLegion coming in well prepared with 2 sets of util in this pistol, looking to perhaps explode on this B bomb site.
Who's that guy pretending to be Queserato in that photo?
Yeah, it's the new glasses, I swear. Yakinda picks one off despite the double nade, and that's smoked down. It's not going to deny him at the door. Yakinda doubles up. Lovely stuff. Snax still with one. And the bomb creeping in. It is Snax, so of course he's shifting through a smoke. But this is bomb and spawn right now. If Snax dies, round is done. We've got to lurk out, and Snax is starting to make the move round coffins while this player tries to keep him here. Can he waste Furia's time? As Snax still flanks Queserato on the B bomb side. It was always meant to be B, but Furia are chomping at the bit to take down PR. Where's Queserato gone? He's not even home, and neither is anyone in A. GamerLegion can get that bomb down, but Snax is still hesitant. He doesn't believe it.
No, he didn't see that.
The fake has worked almost too well. Snax is clearing back sight right now.
To be honest, he should get cleared anyways. There's nothing else to watch. Yeah, instantly.
Bit too much time taken here, but Snack's aggressive position needs to just line them up and knock them down. Close, but not quite. Furia, despite getting pulled around, still win that pistol.
Yeah, I feel like, well, there's probably a way to plant a little bit fast. Super hard situation to figure out, for sure. And I think what was good about it for GamerLegion is they did have the arch play happening. If not for that, there's no way Snax gets away from his position, pushed up to the tree. So
I think the downside of it, though, is Snax was trying to kill Queserato, but he actually just leaves the bomb site.
Yeah.
And so that's a 3-on-1 on retake, rather than an even odds fight. Goes a little bit too well there for GamerLegion. PR, well, he's had enough.
Hugo, we're all getting glasses. When's your turn?
I have amazing vision.
Yeah, that's what I said.
My only sense
before I just tried on my friend's glasses just to see how good they look on me, and then I realized I can't see.
You can't see far, you can't see close. What is it?
I have an astigmatism. It means that God stepped on my eyeball, so everything is a little bit blurry from every distance.
Does it hurt?
I feel fine, actually, but it's nice for reading.
Well, they look good on you.
Thank you. I think they'd look great on you too.
Oh, wow. I would take them, but then you'd be blind.
They're just too cool. I think Fallen's avoided it, actually, for many years now.
That's true. Show me Queserato. I want to see those thick frames.
Yeah, I gotta have a look.
Of course, he's hiding them. Hey.
Oh, man, and with blue light blocking.
They're like Gunner.
A gunner for a shooter.
Pow, pow.
That's how you live forever.
Glasses or water?
Blue light blocking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, never get tired.
That's dangerous.
That's dangerous.
Gotta sleep eventually.
I mean, it's not like doing meth or something like that. It's like way healthier than that.
All right, PR is back in the server. Queserato is hydrated and fully sighted. No surprise to see GamerLegion buy up here in the second. Triple Galil. This is a team that's going to have like a lot of cheeky plays, I think, like little pops, little things to catch you off guard, set moves. That's the way you come in and you try and upset against a Furia today.
And that's how Snax, he calls like he plays, kind of, right? He's got his sneaky beaky plays. And when he's IGLing, he does get crafty with it. Absolutely.
Ooh.
Oh, this is a nice counter.
Thanks.
Not ready for that push at all.
Got in the corner. Watch out, you
How are their guns so bad over here? 2 MP9s.
Oh, dear. Nades aren't cheap these days. And also, Yakinda's holding onto a grand. There's 2 smokes on this B site. There are 3 smokes on this B site. Still got to use them.
Yeah, you got to use them. And I don't think GamerLegion even care. They're getting nice and cozy up to these smokes.
5v4, send it. Furia locked out of this round right now. There's a very tough call to make here, despite the lower weaponry. GamerLegion, I mean, they've got the best gun of the round. AK, who's back of the site. And this is probably the save.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird round because they missed the timing when they pushed down B, and the support is an MP9, so there's no trade. And then they really play with fire, keeping it up there. Don't mind this, though, from your Kinder. can really punish them trying to leave for cheap.
For free?
Maybe even for free.
For me?
Maybe even he'll make money. No.
So GamerLegion get out. Most of them. Even less of them these days.
It's not too bad on the losses for FURIA. It's just, you know, how the round goes. That's more of the issue. But they saved their 3 big guns.
How long till Yakinda needs glasses?
Yeah, you'd think it'd be before Queserato, right? Maybe never if you can just keep moving the monitor closer.
There's got to be a limit.
When you start putting sunscreen on your nose, that's when you're too close.
Then you get the sticky screen. Locked in. MP9 again for both these B players. Oof, don't want to stand behind that smoke for too long. And that's why put down to 6 health. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
Man, it's kind of tripping me out seeing these double MP9s on B. Utility doing half the work though.
Gonna flash forward back in.
Oh, this could be good as well. Oh, no.
Nade actually, and it landed nowhere. So
Yeah,
Rez
what?
gets an easy kill. Did he mean to throw the nade?
I don't know. But might have been the round with it.
He's low health also, so...
They're going to play retake again. CTs are not in a great spot to go for it, so I'd like to see them get more committed.
You need a guy in the site, I think, to stop this kind of move, because even that smoke on the boost stop FURIA in their tracks to go round. Look at this execute. There are 4 Molotovs being used on this site here, so Molotov has to make a play through the smoke. Takes one with it. Acerato's rifle reaps another. Bomb looking to go down. Will FURIA just pounce on the tap as they hear it? Flash through. They get a bit stuck in the mud here. Nice sprays. And you don't need anyone in the site. You just need a smoke to shoot through. Hypex 1v4 committed. This is a trade at best.
At best, very best, yeah. Okay, Yakinda survives it all. They win playing retake. They get all their kills through smokes. It's not exactly what you're used to seeing in that spot, but FURIA are going to be quite happy about it.
Yeah, I think they really wanted someone inside the site there. That was 3 mollies in sight and 1 in CT through the smoke. So giving no room here except this room.
This round brought to you by CS2, 100%.
Yeah. And Yuri's just wondering, when do I get to play? The Reforce.
Damn. Okay. Full investment for an AK, a Galil, and some assorted utility. But there won't be 2 MP9s this time on B. Everyone's got better guns. And that same good old utility.
Yeah, it's going to keep coming. Back to the ground here for Torsen. Fallen. It's the only player alive this time. Yakinda's first to die. Oh, risk it.
Worth.
Just get that gun out of their hand.
Oh!
And more utility. Seeing Queserato in the kill feed may tempt you back. GamerLegion, hang on.
They're not playing around. They know they're just camping out here on B. They said, you want to get punished? Stick around.
This is the site that's often exploited. So GamerLegion pretty clear about their goal here. But no flash for this corner, and Fallen is hanging on. Nicely done. Oh, and he's just going to play CT as well. You can spam smoke. Queserato primes a flashbang. Fallen takes 1, but gets info on both. So 20 seconds, all of FURIA start to move. In case Rata might just risk it all. Go on the bomb tap, he'll have a 1v1, and this could be a disaster right now for GamerLegion. There he's in with the swing and no cover for Rez.
Man, hugging the left wall was so smart right there.
And right here to finish the job.
Man, you gotta love that from Quesarado. You know he plays it super safe. Like, he's not gonna make a move like that unless he has thought behind it. And he could hear one guy scaling on the Orange's side, and he shielded himself from that perfectly.
Because it's not just a one-for-one kill either. It gives time for Molodoi to get even closer.
Yeah.
Rez, no time to do anything but sink that bomb. So excellently done.
And that's the FURIA style right now, starting the retake before it even begins.
Yeah. With no bombs down, GamerLegion left to pistols.
Yuri, 0-0.
5 rounds deep. This is where it might change.
Someone's got to go A.
He's pushing apps.
Yeah, 0-0 has got to be the funniest scoreline. That's.
How long can you hold that, though?
Yeah. B-Trams is sweating right now, waiting for it to break a record.
I do wonder.
Me too. As far as I'm concerned, it's already a record. I can't even remember the last time this happened.
Oh, surely there's another example. Yeah, it's only 4 rounds played. I felt like, yeah, someone's beating this. And I feel like
He just needs to survive this one without a kill.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to B, and then that's when the floodgates open.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Quesarado needs to kill them all. As they come running through that Molotov. The M4 feasts for a double. Molodoi, can you get the rest? 2 more will do. Yuri is also on the team.
You can't prove it.
But there's no evidence of that. 5 rounds deep, 0-0. Clean up here
man.
for Molodoi.
Yeah. 4-1 for FURIA. Yuri's been contributing comms. He's ready when you need him.
Nice, guys. Well played.
He's never been a problem. He's never been a solution.
He has 0 damage.
He has 0 damage.
0 flashes, 0 damage.
Hey, it's nothing better.
0 UD, anything.
Hey,
There's nothing.
An anchor that just doesn't get in the way.
That's
what you want.
Yeah, he's not trolling. He's not giving them anything. Come on.
Yeah, no, he's probably kind of angry.
Okay. Lacks on banana this time. And Yuri will be getting on the board one way or another. As they go for this mid-fight. Flash high, Yuri dodges it, hears it coming and dies with nothing said or done. PR double entry. Quesarado spraying, but he needs something to connect here or they're going to get into that site.
So
he
clean.
thins the herd. Now the retake is possible. Still a lurker in middle, but site contained. GamerLegion need to put that smoke down if they want to buy the time.
Worried about lurks.
And they're not wrong. Torsen is waiting. But strong positions taken here for GamerLegion. Double pit. All about not giving away back in.
I just want to sit there, okay?
Gonna re-smoke. It's not gonna get
Perfect
used.
post plant. And Towson is going to come and clear this. But now it's Hypex in a one-on-one. He doesn't know the last player is Zarsh, so he's watching for it. Oh, great shot.
Sharp shooting in the post bar for Hypex. Feels like Torsen gets a little greedy there, but not a worry.
Now this is kind of silly, but I just want to know if Yuri hit a bullet last round, or if that was still 0.
34 damage, my friend.
All right.
We'll give him an assist. It's about time.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
Back to banana, perhaps. Oh, nobody saw it.
And the backside of library on the CT side. I'm going to give it more thought, but maybe at a different timing.
Boost up, you can crouching. Might get avoided. Quietly, but blinded. That's awkward. That's a T-flash as well. The catch is Torsen.
50 on the nose there for Snacks.
Bong.
Oh, and there's the rest of the 50. Util's been really perfect for FURIA so far. I mean, for the most part. There's some new smokes coming out from both sides.
Well, if he was on the roof.
I have said the meta's developed faster than ever in these last couple of years.
This round is underdeveloped because GamerLegion is just stuck. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They still want to give it a shot. Creeping up into this A site. Molodoi 9-1 connects with ease. And that might just be the door shut on this round here. 30 seconds for GamerLegion to manifest something. Keserato won't be committing to any kind of fight here. So back they go. And a 5-2 lead here for FURIA. Fallen said in that interview, wasn't expecting Inferno. But no problem for FURIA right now.
We're just going into round 8. Yuri just on a humble 0-1. Towson was planning to wait out the flash. Sometimes it is a bluff. It's just a flash, no one swings. But it wasn't this time. I mean, FURIA have been pretty serious about attacking Banana. The worrying part for GamerLegion is they're sitting on every single early grenade. 5 ADR. 0-1 though. I mean, it's not that bad. It's just a pistol round. Just more meaty grenades, man.
That's like, what can you do about it? So late as well as they walk up. And we got 3B here for FURIA, so it's going to be another big fight. Great grenade, that's the one you kinda wanted. But still, Fallen falls, and Keserato has to clean up. He'll do so with ease, spraying them all down on this B site. Quick swap, out he goes, and he gives them nothing. There's even nade damage on the way out. GamerLegion may cross in. They get nothing for it. Smoke put down. PR fights above. This might just pay off, but Keserato's just refusing to go back in.
He's so suspicious about it.
Yeah,
oh,
that's what he
wow.
wanted.
The most careful shoulder peek ever.
What's he peeking?
And Snacks. When's he planning?
Yeah, needs to get it down with these smokes in way.
They have another HE here on Yuri.
Why not?
Yikes.
Lob it in, and he hit it with the nade. Just on the head. 3-on-1, PR. Volleyed out of position. That's a nice flying shot onto Keserato, and Yuri's going to have to earn his KD here in this 2v1. Molodoi swapping off. They know his position, back of the site, one way or another.
He gets spotted.
Playing with his food here. PR takes a second, and now closing in. PR can't convert. Yuri was waiting for his time to strike, and that is the right time.
The PR is deadly, man. That was a really, really good try. But they still win with one alive. And Yuri's got his first kill, and it's a clutch. Oh, it's second, actually, with the HE.
Yukinda has 400 utility damage in 8 rounds.
He's going for the Alexi B record. I think Alexi B still has the record from when they first made the nade dropping update.
Yeah.
He had over 1,000 damage in one half.
In half?
Yeah.
On Inferno CT?
It was Dust 2.
Dust 2, yeah.
So, well, he's on pace. Somewhat, actually. No, maybe not.
There's always
But if there were a map to challenge it.
I mean, this is a map where Apex gets away with an awful lot.
Wow. Snacks very good versus Fallen.
That's
but
impressive.
Fallen very good versus Virtus Pro.
Okay, they feel like they've truly waited out all the nades. Now is our chance. But back in spawn, sit more nades.
See what they got. It's a smoke right now.
And there we
another
go.
HE, okay.
Boink.
Oh, but he's going to the wrong side.
Okay. It's too quiet. Fallen, no smoke down either. If they just pop here, Fallen won't know till it's too late. It's going to have to be another retake setup here for FURIA, and they get nothing from that fight. Big spray back, evening out.
The retake setup, man, it's sometimes that's the best that it goes, but Now it creates all kinds of problems.
This is going to be tricky here for FURIA, clearing Snacks close with Tech 9 as well. Yakinda has Knife Out coming around the corner, just set up to trade. Although it might need a quick swap, but he gets his head lobbed off, and Yuri needs another clutch. A 1v2 that he might not consider. Grabs the ore.
How do you use this thing?
Where's the on button? And they're coming for him as well, so should be squeezed out. Nice jump, and Rez gets it. Orb grabbed, and everything else here for GamerLegion, making it work finally on this B-side post plant.
I mean, you really just don't want to see this retake setup over and over again. GamerLegion are so happy to contact explode. FURIA, on so many of these rounds, they're just hoping they can pre-smoke and stop them from coming in. But if they're going to come through the smoke and you're not watching it, you got no one coffins, there's no op there, no one's a quad, they have the right to do that. I think it's a really easy round for them. So you have to wonder why FURIA have tried that so many times.
Yeah, I'm just shocked they were so surprised that GamerLegion don't have coffin or don't have ruins at that point of the round. They had so much time to take space and B.
Yeah.
Where else would a pistol be?
And this is the disaster. You know, the smoke comes up, Fallen could have actually got a kill, but just in case it doesn't and you're in a retake setup, well, suddenly your odds of actually winning go so far down. If Fallen doesn't die, they don't take over con control. And then, you know, with ruins, they can just post-plant, delay for time, get someone into a position to get a free headshot. Doesn't matter what guns you have.
This is suboptimal buy here for FURIA. They have the AWP though. And Yuri has a rifle, so always a chance here. Yakinda really puffing up his chest on a solo B site, thinking they wouldn't dare do it again, would they? Got more nades, more smokes, and more time to buy. GamerLegion selling. Because honestly, the amount of util GamerLegion have is not much either. It's kind of perfect made for a B hit. GamerLegion doing very well to avoid everything here. Unbruised. That smoke gives them time to set up utility for B-side exec. This will just be a full save unless Yakinda goes out of this world.
Yeah, it's remained unconditioned. That's a dangerous game to play. Fallen getting ready for his push. That could be good, actually. Oh, no, never mind.
Crosshair wrong place. Yakinda nowhere to go, and they're going to hunt him down here, surely. Good grenade. Taste of his own medicine. So we're bombed down. That orb gets saved, and GamerLegion are eyeing up a decent half.
Yeah, very much so. Again, it's been B-centric, but, you know, that's not uncommon, to be honest. I think with the starts that FURIA have had, they've been looking to get more kills on Banana before they fall back. But then the other part of this is they could still be playing top Banana control with 2 players late into the round and still fighting. You're seeing a lot of teams do that now, and it can still work. Some of your best angles are up there. It just feels scary when you have to fight like that. And when you're on the side, you have a little bit more room to reposition and delay, and you have more spots to send in that can't be hard cleared. But I think with the amount of util damage we've seen in some of these rounds from FURIA, they should actually just continue to be a bit more aggressive. And instead of playing, you know, 1 on retake, what we've seen is they should be playing 3 B setups, and we're leaving 2 A.
It's just numbers on retake as well, right? Like, even if you don't play heavy in the site, you need a couple of kills at least, because when you get 4 or 5 Ts and a post plant on that B bomb site, that is impenetrable.
Yeah.
FURIA have tried their banana aggression. It's not really panned out. GamerLegion have started to play a lot slower now on this T side. This time, something more direct, walking right into A. Oof. Will that change their tune? Nope, flashes in. That's a dink to Snacks as well. Fallen trying to get out of the way. Just about survives. Forces them into library side. break the smoke, and Fallen still has a strong position. This could still get really weird.
So good.
Double pistol kill for Fallen, gets the upgrade, and there's still csgo down in pit. They try to clear Yuri. 1 health is all the difference, and it does make a difference. 1v3 for Torsen as he takes the first kill. Fallen's crept into the site. This graveyard might have another body in store. Fallen falls for information, and Torsen waits for Molodoy to make a move. So now that's the bomb down. This 1v4 ace for Torsen is on the line. Kinder plays, and Torsen fights. He finds all 5.
What a monster. That was so cerebral from Torsen, reading every single position from the CT side. Using Graveyard with that smoke up from Library, biding his time. I don't even blame Molodoy for peeking into lane at that point in the round. Like, you'd think he'd be thinking about the site or looking towards Arch. He had a perfect inventory of every single peek.
All of that coming through for FURIA, only to get 1v4 aced.
Yeah, this could have been
double USP kill.
This could have been a round where we talk about how smart Fallen is.
Yeah.
We still could, but that'd be taken away from Towson. He had even the timing to know he could exactly fall back, throwing a smoke down to make it look like he went to the site, got into Library, got 2 USP kills. But the perfect response.
And that Molly last
walked
hit
into
took
it, eh?
down Yuri. He was on 1 health backside. Torsen, just marvelous play. FURIA did not see that one coming. And that is going to change the tune towards the end of the half, getting 1 more full buy-in at least, but giving GamerLegion room.
Could even take damage on that. Crazy. 8 of FURIA's 11 opening duels have been taken by Fallen. He's got something to prove this year.
They do it again. Look at this. Boost up in apps at least, but this is weak on the A side. Yuri's going to have to fight.
I mean, they're so fast, yeah. Probably not going to be ready for 2 in alls, right?
Surely not, but how much can you really do? Bomb drop would go a long way. Almost whiff for Molodoy. Has bought a few seconds here, but grenades land at his feet, and Fallen comes through the smoke. He is just taking matters into his own hands. 4v2, now you can't butcher this one. It's PR in the clutch. Back sight. Smoke's down, but FURIA starts to lurk out, and his footsteps are heard. They know exactly where he's gone. PR pulls back, trying to replicate the round, and another clutch almost taken before FURIA put a lid on it. A hyper-competitive GamerLegion who are here to compete, but it is FURIA who win out this first half of Inferno.
He's not the player you want to underestimate. That's what he wants. That's what he's best. He gets in your head. Always watch your back. He doesn't just represent a team, he represents a whole nation. Never count him out. He loves it.
Straight headshot again. The queso has ripped it apart.
Caught out. No, not done yet. He's actually just won the round.
Okay.
An absolute maestro of the moment.
No clutch too far. No bomb sight too much.
Ah, no! An act of God from KS Toronto!
He does it like no one else does. He always finds a way to be at the top.
Back in the game with FURIA, and they had a half that definitely left a little bit to be desired. I think GamerLegion capitalized on some big moments. We saw some individual plays shining through. Obviously, Towson really broke some necks with that ace. That was beautiful stuff. Now, of course, the job isn't finished as we switch over. And the question is going to be today, is this going to be an easy series for FURIA, or are there going to be some problems?
Well, GamerLegion already causing some threatening questions just with that clutch alone, but across the board, this is still a comfortable veto for FURIA. Pistol round on patrol for PR. He comes swinging around that corner to find Yakinda. He's even going to escape as well with a 5v3 and 3 players at this B-bomb site. Feels like a stellar hold. Smoke pressured here by FURIA. What a shot for Molodoy. Are you ready for another man in the back of the site? Are you ready for Snacks hiding out? He's going to get a back stab here onto Yuri. Molodoy trading 2v4 brewing here for FURIA, and cover on the plant is just good enough. Fallen trusts in Molodoy to keep that one with a lid on, and 3 kills deep into this round is young Molodoy.
I mean, not committing with the double push in that spot might be something they live to regret. 2-on-2 for the retake. Molodoy technically on for an ace, though he has a teammate alive. We'll see if he's needed.
This is 2v4. This is FURIA fighting back against the wall, and Molodoy's picked one more off as he looks to match an ace as well. Take it all the way. Molodoy shining bright in this map of Counter-Strike.
They just teed off on all of them. That's nice stuff here from Molodoy. Obviously telling the story as this unfolds. First kill is probably the most impressive. What in the world?
Flicked for that headshot as well.
And I feel like the only thing missing from that Towson push was just one more player. I mean, if he didn't take that risk, they have a 3v2 retake. It's not necessarily a done deal. But even if Rez is willing to push through that ruin smoke at the same time, they know one person's planning. So then they at least can make sure someone gets that bomb planner. But instead, he dies for nothing.
That pistol has ramifications here. GamerLegion may have won theirs on the T side. They lost a force buy. Going to try replicate that here in the second half. FURIA go heavy on MAC-10s. More pace. Who's going to bring it? It might be a mid-rush here for GamerLegion.
Love it. Blowing this open.
Just storming ult, and the Galil is ready for that. Should be easy now. Nice.
Gets out of miss this.
Only Snacks could end up here. He did turn around. Only Snacks.
Yeah. He's really seen it all.
Yeah, I saw Molodoy's boots in this round. Got treaded on. 17-5. Not a bad game.
And I think the words about, Molodoy from Fallen have just really... That just been, I feel like it must be so impactful. He's just called him like the son that he's never had, and handed over the op to him, and the legend that Fallen is. I mean, that's got to mean a lot. So he said he's going to help him win some trophies this year.
Mm.
And it's a great promise to want to make. It's very hard to keep, obviously, just because of how competitive things are. We're still in the midst of, the terror that is Vitality on top of other contenders. And it wasn't long ago that FURIA, somehow last year FURIA touched rank 1 in the world because they were actually that good. So we've seen what they can do.
I mean, beating Vitality in a BO5.
I mean, if Molodoy brings Fallen 2 majors this year, he might go down as the GOAT.
It's crazy.
There's still time for it.
Will it be going out on a high is the question. Or was 2025 in the latter half of it the best that FURIA will get? I like that we're still in that limbo where we don't truly know.
Yeah.
We've seen the potential.
I was saying I actually really like the way that Fallen sort of announced his retirement so far ahead of time, because you don't see that from a lot of people. I don't think a lot of players would be in a position to do something like that. Yeah. I think you've got to be kind of confident about what you've done already, that No matter what happens here, it doesn't come down to, oh, I just got to win one major. He's already got his. He's got his era. He's got his majors. He's got his individual accolades.
And maybe it takes some pressure off this year in a weird sense because you have those accolades, even if, you know, of course, FURIA are fighting for the trophies, but at the same time, it's not like there's anything left to achieve.
Yeah, I feel that too. It was an interesting move. An interesting chess move from the professor.
Yeah. Do you just kind of hope you still see this roster last, though, right? I think mentioned by Maui, some of the rumors.
I mean, if he changed his mind, I wouldn't care. And just didn't retire at the end.
Oh, okay. I think you can do it a couple of times, but after you do it on home soil, on the stage, make everyone cry.
Those were some very realistic tears. I'll give him that.
You've got to follow through. It's the ultimate prank. Well, let's see if FURIA can see it through in this map. Simple conversion faces them down.
Still putting together the util damage on both sides.
Can't catch a break. Oh.
Not at all.
No.
Pit's wide open, no one in halls. It's time to go lane. 19th year for Molodoy. Not slowing down.
Whoa!
Unlucky, really.
Ah! He had the bomb.
Yeah, true. That could have got scary. Can't say I was super impressed with the way that GamerLegion called that last half, but in terms of them reading that B site was going to be super underserved when it came time to exec, that was true. They did abuse that fact a lot.
You want to hear the dream run for FURIA? It's the idea that, you know, after this event, they go back to Molodoy's home country.
Yeah.
To play Astana,
right.
An event that was Molodoy's first event in the FURIA jersey, one where they lost to Spirit in the semi-final, if I recall, and it was a close game, a game they could have won. Spirit went on to win the event. They also lost the third place decider. But that was, you know, Molodoy's first Tier 1 competition, first arena, first everything, really, playing alongside Fallen.
So we'll just call that a lock now.
Well, also going back there, but no vitality.
No vitality to stop you.
They're always, you know, the bookend.
Yep. Yeah, they've taken out Falcons in the final back at Hong Kong. They've taken out NAVI in a final back at TWC.
And don't forget vitality in Chengdu, but yeah, you'd rather not have to.
Yeah. Let's not assume that could happen twice.
Well, we'll lightning strike here for GamerLegion because 10-5 down. Need this one. Yeah, Kinder getting antsy, chasing that trade. PR will fall. Oh, and it hits Snacks as well. There is nowhere to hide. Fallen and Yakinder combined. That's a nice molly on the way out, but Rez will not survive. It's Fallen chasing him down.
Oh, they could not handle that. Like all the juggling, the utility that was coming through the different times of peaks. Hypex, this is ridiculous.
Buddy. Okay, it's a 2v1 in this site.
This is crazy. No one flashes in.
And look,
watching for a push, I guess.
Look how far the lurk is right now. There was a chance.
Yeah,
but instead, K-Srot is going to kill the save. Ouch.
Ooh, is he going to catch this timing? Op is coming in.
Hello. Anybody home? Okay.
Right, that's actually not terrible. A little scary for Hypex, but he does have the op. I think you'd want to approach from Arch side, but that's being covered.
Mojo Smoke is so good as well. It's going to cut off his teammate.
Oh, right.
It's meant to, at least. Whoa! And that's the kill they wanted. That's the only one that matters. Orb removed here for GamerLegion. And we're talking 2 rounds to FURIA taking their opponent's pick.
The way they handled B was just so professional here for FURIA. Between the mollies and the different peaks, but even behind that one, they had GamerLegion dancing that whole time.
bringing the speed. No respect to the nades. PR will catch one, but yeah, FURIA are just dancing into this B bomb site right now. They are charging through the util. Fearless gameplay from Yukinda.
And I said, that's how you take B. And Yukinda, or sorry, Caserato's on Arch side, and he's waiting for someone to come out of halls.
There's punishing, and then there's that. GamerLegion, surely they've learned that the back door can be occupied. And so Hypex is checking his corners.
And that's all three known now, as Caserato seems certain there was somebody who's inside of halls, but FURIA don't even really care. Rounds have just been too easy.
Yeah, you keep your guns. What are you going to do with them?
Yeah, we're going B anyway. So who's going to win this tournament, Hugo?
Come on, man. It's, you know, it's hard to argue against Vitality, but...
Oh, what the hell? 12-5 for our FURIA right now.
FUT made a good case.
FUT made a good case. Okay.
No, over Vitality, I meant.
Oh, I see.
Like, they showed that they are beatable on a map and almost on a series.
Yep.
And for a team with a stand-in, who's going to win the tournament? I mean, I think it's... Here's my real answer.
Don't give me the fake answer.
No, I'll give you the real answer. It's the same thing as Falcons, because I'm not going to be the guy to predict Falcons to win a tournament until they do it.
Yeah, sure.
And so I'm not going to be the guy to predict Vitality to lose a tournament until they do it.
Oh, I thought PR was in the server. I didn't know he was standing beside me. Such a good answer.
Yeah, you know. Play it safe. Play it smart.
I agree, though.
Well, you can call me PR because I'm getting out of here. I won't know. Oh, he's out of there, all right.
Damn. Well, at least they get one back. With banana control. To deny that tempo. Careful, Snacks. Your presence is everything. I don't think they're going to respect that.
Molodoi lacks respect. Flash through with the combat orb, chases Snacks down, and that might be all said and done. All it takes is FURIA to mash that W key into this B site.
Yeah, window flash, uncounterable. Perfect play here from the T side. And the fact that Caserado is always still lurking because the B entries have been too easy.
They try on these breaks, but FURIA wait patiently. Bomb's going to make it down, and well, at least we get to see what a man-down retake looks like of this B side, but it might be double disadvantage. Molodoi following up with a near-perfect game, 22-7. Oh, and he wants some more as well. Had those stats on the way out. Guarantee the round. There's Molodoi with another, and Fallen to finish perhaps as FURIA make a statement over GamerLegion. A dominant win on GL's map picks, 13-5, get him out of here.
Yeah, that is a wrap. What a moment. This is just so clean on Inferno. Not the map pick that they were expecting, but one they were still looking clearly prepared for. And that's in spite of GamerLegion trying to call them out about their CT setups when they were in the first half. But in the second, there was no looking back.
Nope. 23 kills for Molodoi. And he heard you talking some... What the CS broadcast? So he heard you talking shit. And now he has 23 kills.
I mean, this is great to see him like this. Off of the back of a Rio that did not go as planned for him, where he looked like a shell of himself in the final two series that they played over there. It's not the same in North America. Molodoi's looking like a different beast here, and it's a welcome sight, one that was necessary to just really pick apart GamerLegion, who didn't really show the fight I expected.
No, only that ace, right? A sign of hope. But let's start on the CT side for FURIA. Fallen did say, well, we expected it to maybe go the way of Mirage. It was Inferno instead. They didn't show enough. Talk to me about FURIA's approach here on Inferno to Banana.
We have a couple examples. First one we've got here, it just kind of shows the way that Fallen, Yekindar work together so seamlessly. Even when Yekindar goes down in 1-for-1s, that Fallen's able to pick up the pieces. You see the utility damage early on, the nades peppering on in, the fact that Fallen is able to get the one, and Yekindar gets a little bit antsy there, trying to find even more, doubling down on the issue. But I would say that the way that I would describe FURIA and their approach to this compared to GamerLegion is almost like they see every section of Banana as a quadrant, and they clear it out so meticulously, whereas GamerLegion, on the other hand, they just kind of see Banana as Banana. I mean, there's probably like 2 halves to it or something like that, but they're so much more thorough through every little section that they work through.
Oh, I like that so much. I've never heard that perspective before, but that goes to show that you have a more complete team versus a less complete team, right?
Exactly, and that's what actually shows up in the second example we have towards Banana, where even though GamerLegion try to get a little bit tricky on round number 7, they try to peek over the smoke, every single option is just so well covered that Yekindar, that Fallen, they've seen all of this before, okay? It's like Squid Game, you know, they've seen these games before, okay? It's not their first time here. The nades come in, they're able to just inflict so much damage. Every single attempt from GamerLegion is so easily stuffed, and I felt like that just told so much of the story from this half, and even on the T side too.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It didn't look uncomfortable for FURIA at all. It's also kind of what we expected, to be completely honest with you, and they needed a sign of life in the terms of GamerLegion with absolute heroics. We're going to look at it later, but was that also the way you saw that game? There was no like systematic approach that would have netted them the victory, so they could only really go off these insane outplays?
Well, the system that they outlined for themselves just failed.
Yeah.
And they didn't really have a plan B option.
What was the TLDR, the system that they outlined?
Well, trying to fight a Fallen and Yekindar duo, which clearly had every necessary procedure protocol outlined to dispatch of them. So, swing and a miss there.
Swing and a miss. Tossin, though, 5 swings.
Yes.
5 hits in round 11, and I think we're going to show it just because, like, if I was him, I'd want to check the VOD, and I want to, like, see it again.
They got to sing a little bit of praise towards him as it's necessary here, because with their backs really against the wall in a play that looked like it had already been defeated, he's able to come up with some major goods, and it was necessary to just breathe a little life into this GamerLegion team. I mean, to get 5 rounds on the T side, I kind of wish that the second half went a little bit better for them, because then you could have wrote a little bit more about how much this meant to them in terms of Tossin popping off. And as a player, I'd say that Tossin, definitely the least talked about of the 3 primary riflers for the team. Rez and PR tend to steal the show, but Tossin has definitely elevated his game in some of those poorer positions, the anchor extremity spots that are a little bit underserved on this team. So I think that he's doing actually a really commendable job, and he also kind of completes that trifecta between the other 2 riflers I mentioned to give GamerLegion a punching chance, albeit not always against FURIA's level of opposition.
Yeah, that makes sense. However, in the pistol round, Molodoy said, I can ace you as well, and that really was the nail in the coffin.
This is where it felt like, GamerLegion probably needed something, because FURIA's T-sides can be quite ferocious themselves. And so for him to just show such pinpoint accuracy, I mean, that jiggle peek to take down PR at first, and to find the trade as well here against Snax, every first bullet was just fantastic. I feel like this cover also, like, Fallen is planting the bomb right now saying, please, don't let me down. Don't let me down like you did in Rio. And he definitely did. And I'm glad he answered the call.
You're hammering on that so hard. I mean, we had the casters talking about, like, the sun he never had.
Fallen said in Rio that this would be bigger than winning a major. And it's like, Mulder just crumbled. He couldn't handle that one bit, but I'm glad that he's standing up in Texas.
He said bet, for sure. Great start from them. Then we'll going on to Nuke next. We'll talk about that later. Final notes, though, for GamerLegion. I think I don't know. I felt like I saw more than I thought I was going to, considering the fact that they went the VRS route and they haven't really played formidable opponents for very, very long. Definitely not the type like FURIA, right? So this is, I don't know, it's pretty good.
It's interesting because GamerLegion got this invite earlier in the season.
Yeah.
But then they kind of had a little bit of a fall, and now they're rising back up. So we're actually catching them at a time where I kind of wanted to see a little bit more myself. I know maybe in some aspects you were satisfied there, but I feel like there's more to this team than what we got there. I actually think that Snax is calling, which to me was kind of one note, just all these set pieces and really exec heavy. I think he mid-round's a little bit better now, but he just lost so many opening picks there, he couldn't have much to work with.
Let's take a look at some poly market prediction markets. This one is, will FURIA make a roster change before July?
Oh.
That wouldn't make sense, would it?
Wow. I mean,
Can he add a sub?
there were rumors about Aurora there where they might go international, and some of the likely suspects to join them might be on this FURIA roster. But that's a really... I'm surprised it's above 50%. I personally thought that this roster was just going to stick it out. Like, it's Fallen's last ride, guys. Like, how is anybody going to leave him in that way?
No, that's insane. Like, that would be... But on the other hand, if you're like a recently ousted IGL, would you want to wait 6 months?
No, you wouldn't.
No,
So I think that there's some likely suspects that could possibly fill the gap, fill the void.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't think this is very, very likely. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll talk all about Nuke. Will FURIA punch their ticket directly to the playoffs here at Blast Rivals? Or see a bit of Joga Bonito. And that was the same case on the server, but now we're going on to Nuke. Will this be the deadly blow for GamerLegion, or do they have something to say about this map?
I feel like it will be. This is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
That FURIA decide to go with, I don't even really want to call it a punish pick. I mean, the stats for GamerLegion are pretty decent on this map. And to me, it's a map that FURIA probably trying to work on a little bit. I feel like they go for so many other maps in the pool before this one. And I think that if I have to brainstorm, if I have to come up with what they were saying in their coach discussions, is that they see Snacks playing outside, and they say, what is this boomer doing over here? This guy is going to be in all the action all the time. We're going to keep him in the action all the time, and we're going to throw so many different varieties of smoke plays at him as he tries to wiggle his way through that utility that we're going to dumpster them. So that's my take on where Fury is going to go in this strategy.
Yeah, you're writing a movie for sure, but I do follow you in terms of like, if this is something we should work on, this is probably a time that we should try because you still have Mirage in the back pocket if it wasn't to work out. But let's assume that it does. What is it going to come down to? And talk to me about the Opera matchup here.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Haven't really spoken too much about Hypex yet. Feel like this is funnily enough, the one time that Ash finally is out of Gamer Legion, they have a good Opera. That's the bright side.
He's at home like, ugh.
Yeah, I know. It's like, why didn't I get to work with this guy a little bit more? Because I feel like Hypex has really come into his own. He satisfies some of the minimum criteria to be a solid tier 1.5 Opera. He hits a lot of the easy shots. He rotates enough that I feel like teams are left guessing a bit more than some of the more static guys that are in tier 1. So I feel like he can definitely be part of the difference maker. Like, expect him to start in secret. Expect him to be getting a little bit of utility with Snacks to try to dissuade Furia from crossing with those smokes towards outside yard. There's a lot of opportunities for him to be a difference maker here, and I feel like this guy might be the best Opera that has donned a Gamer Legion jersey for, I want to say 3 years. So this is as good as it's really going to get for them.
All right, let's see then. What about the other side? I know because this is something that Furia is working on, right? Do we have a lot of tape in terms of how they like to approach Nuke?
Oh yeah, I mean, they go for a variety of set piece plays along with the variety of outside yard smokes, whether those are the old ones or the diagonal ones. They go for both of those. I think that part of their game plan can involve ramp, but if I'm looking at PR in that position for Gamer Legion, I'm probably not going to try to target him. I think he's showed a little bit too much already in this series and through the last couple months that you'll probably focus your efforts towards outside. I think that's where going to be the bulk of attacks will be from Fury.
Okay, we're going to be outside is what I'm hearing here for
meet me
both
outside.
sides. Yeah, meet me outside on Nuke. Isn't that always how it goes? Let's kick it over to our casters.
Oh, we'll catch you outside. We'll catch you in the playoffs here with Furia. If they were able to finish this one up on Nuke, it's Gamer Legion down a map onto Furia's pick. A matchup we've not seen in almost a year, and one that Furia are happy to repeat. Gamer Legion looking for a lower bracket against FaZe if they can't get through this Furia right now. And it's hard to bank on them after 13-5 on Inferno.
It's kind of the team you want to play, I think, if you're at this event, is to try to go after Gamer Legion. One thing that's interesting about their nukes is that for Gamer Legion, they struggle on T side. And for Furia, it's actually the opposite. Their C sides are scoring better than their CT sides. And that's why you got to catch them outside. Welcome to the yard, ladies and gentlemen. That's where it's all going to go down.
Yeah, you know, if I think of Furia on Nuke, I think of the recent game at Rio, which was up against NAVI, where there was a bit of a comeback on that very half, on that T side from Furia, from 9-3 down, able to win it out in overtime. So evident to what you're talking about. See if they can get away with some more hijinks here as Caserato looks to abuse door. He's been a bit stuck in this smoke, but he will get down the vent. Fallen Falls on the first. Snacks pushing this bomb. Has dropped it back in lobby. It looked like they wanted to go back, and so they shall forcibly.
Oh, that's not getting cleared. Oh, that's a nice move for Hypex. Yeah, no problem.
No.
Very clean. Somewhat clean.
So good enough.
Clean, very clean.
Yeah, dirty. Snacks double on the lobby push. And uncomfortable for Furia, who are kind of all over the shop. It's closed.
Well, the timing is great on the pushes. I'm catching the bomb, especially after getting spotted from Hut too. And you have to like that reposition out of Towson to top it off. So they got reps on the map. I mean, there's one thing for sure. Like Maui said, it's hard to call it a punish pick when a team is putting in this much effort on the map.
What if you punish them?
If they do crush them here, then yeah, we can call it a punish pick retroactively.
I look to hit this top side quickly. So we're going to come down on main. 5 flashes. Out they go, storming Keserato, but Rez in a prime position. Player we didn't really talk about at all last map, but he's coming up with one. That's all he'll do.
There's so many spotted. They want to get out of here. No one's dropped into the vent. They had full eyes on it too, but they're correct actually that they can take it ramp side. And crazy to lose these kills here.
You don't need this fight. Snax has already shifted down into lower. He's put himself in a prime position, but with that kill, it tempts you back up A.
Yeah, this is really smart out of FURIA. I mean, it's also just fundamentally sound, and I think GamerLegion are aware that this is now a threat, but they're literally running this back upstairs. Vent is being protected.
Oh, front plant. Oh no!
Wait, what?
Ah, he's still got it down. I mean,
that's
a rifle picked up, but that's kind of crazy. They allow him to do that. Yakinda holding up the vent climb. This is still winnable for GamerLegion. They're just a little out of position right now. Snax making moves up heaven. No kit at the moment.
Let's see how well this angle works out.
Oh, they line up for a second, but both players come in and both fall. Hypex gets a double, and GamerLegion, whew, that's all I can say.
Yeah, close call. I wonder if they, I mean, well, first of all, we thought that they would certainly plant for heaven and cover one up into heaven.
I guess main is the least likely position.
It was with the rotation that, came out, so it was a smart move for GamerLegion.
Just surprised to not see Yakinda try and swing off that spray.
Yeah, at least.
A kill was there. But he really tunneled in on vents.
He was focused.
Yeah, I got nothing from it, sadly. So GamerLegion, early control.
To be honest, he has two teammates. One's planning, one's watching, and they don't plant for heaven, and they came out of hut. So the only other guy kind of needs to watch is main, and they would have been good. Not an easy duel to win, of course, but...
Oh, it's tempted them back in with no AK either. Case trying to spam back lobby, but everyone else on Galil's. With vent not broken either, there's no threat on a player already being lower, so Snax has some security starting in secret. Mobile PR taking back ramp. And FURIA shift their way down. This shouldn't come as much of a surprise. Snax is blocking util ready. No, he really got unlucky there. He missed the timing completely as they slipped out, and they saw him. So run down into this B bomb site. You get that chance, you take it.
And all this utility. They have vents. They have enough resources to wait on everything.
No Lurker needs to play.
I mean, how are the CTs even going to think about this?
I think you got to save.
Yeah, this is like too much of a kill to give away that quickly. FURIA know they have the whole site. They know they don't have an easy way to get downstairs. Very uncomfortable.
It's rough because you sometimes see players play like pixel angle down there, but then they get pre-fired and there's nothing you can do. And so the counter to that is jiggling, but there's the downside. What's worse?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, you can get that angle down to like, I mean, there's only a few players in the world that are really going to punish you consistently for doing that. But it's one of those things that's hard to say. It's like, you know, jump spotting is as Dazed famously once said, the safest way to get information in CS. And like his teams always used to just jump spot everything. And you can die jump spotting, and when you do, casters go, oh my god, what a shot. But that's because it doesn't happen very often if you do it safely. So you're always going to leave some kind of gap, create a moment like that. And that's just one of the moments where you're the lower guy on nuke. You are supposed to be able to delay for like 20, 30 seconds. If you die in that fashion, there's just no saving the round. The other team knows they can run it down. Just call it unlucky.
Yeah, not bad, just unlucky.
And you can also, it's a skill to jiggle better.
Yeah, that's
smaller gaps.
Those are,
yeah, those are pretty thick jiggles.
Yeah, that's how he likes them. Double nade just dodged by Snax. Let's see if he can get involved here outside. He's going to give it another try. Oh my goodness, that's crazy routing.
Yeah, that's insane.
Over the red box.
I mean, he had to drop off of that.
Yeah.
And it worked, is the craziest part.
5v3 forced, and the nade falls short, so no early kill back for GamerLegion until Torsen and Hypex strike, and suddenly it all comes crumbling down. That was a 3v5 in an instant.
Damn, they got everything back. After that crazy first kill, I mean, Talos and Hypex are super low, but that does not matter right now.
There's K-Serato, though.
Yeah, I mean, the bomb has to be retrieved. He's got his work cut out for him.
Dare I say
Whatever first peek he gets, oh, he's going to say he needs to make it a kill. That's Rez with the most health.
I'm still interested. It's the backstab that might change that. It's come very quickly. And he's going silo as well. K-Serato's not going to be ready for this. His whole team are chomping at the bit to go fight.
I mean, he's got everyone low, but
he doesn't know they're above him. One step in the wrong direction. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Careful, don't overcook.
Why is there a way? Oh, yeah, no.
Getting way too many chances there, but low health is still fine. GamerLegion recover from a 2-man deficit.
It felt like they had no idea what was going on with all the smokes and the cross, the first kill that took place, and then they instantly got 3 back.
Like the GamerLegion, you know, just decide to full fight with 4 out of 5 players in the yard. Knowing that if FURIA made it to Secret after those first 2 kills, round is closed. Got to stop him getting there.
I mean, I do always hate when you see teams not fight enough outside. They let the crosses go down. They start guessing about when they should rotate.
Ooh, okay. Low health on Torsen. Hangs on just about, and this is crossing behind red. Ooh, that could have been a death sentence. Still might be.
Okay.
Hypex hits his. This is one of the better maps we've seen Hypex on in the GamerLegion jersey. CT side nuke has been enjoyable to watch.
He's Polish, so B-Tram's going to have the stat for you in a couple rounds there.
Well, 7-0.
Yeah.
It's already off to a rocker, and Snacks has learned his lesson. Jump spotting in the door. Rez will peek off that. Look at the knife pull. They were not ready for a double setup, but Fallen gets a double kill and then cordoned off.
That's pretty impressive. Damn, I swear, PR just started pre-firing that entrance. So well done.
Do you know why he's called PR?
Hit me.
I asked him, this is going to sound fake.
Oh, this is going to be real?
It's real. It's real.
With the smile on your face, I'm thinking, no way this is going to be real.
It sounds fake. It's because he called himself Pringles after the crisps, or sorry, chips. Pringles. Okay. And then he realized he couldn't call himself a brand, so he just called himself PR. First 2 letters. That's true.
Really?
Yeah. Almost unbelievable.
Not even like Pringy?
No, just PR.
Wow, okay.
That's what it stands for, Pringles.
Actually, do you know the lore behind Flush's name?
Go on.
Flush of the toilet. He actually said that's true.
No,
it literally.
That can't be true. I don't believe you.
What's crazier? You decide at home.
How's he here? Beat the Molly. But all is fine here. GamerLegion off to the races right now. 5-1.
Damn. It's their good side. But it's also Furia's good side.
My side is better than your side.
Hey, didn't they have a Hellman sponsor?
They did.
That was my favorite one.
Is that gone?
I was there for you. Can't take that on Fallen's retirement year.
Wow.
Kidding me?
No wonder they're losing. They're trying to catch up.
I know mayonnaise is an infinite money glitch.
No, he's on Falcons.
I swear they had Pringles at one point.
No.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't they have something like that?
They definitely had Hellmans. I feel like they might have had Pringles as well.
Yeah.
Oh, the chips are available. Presumably. All right, Furia. Poke him with a stick.
Yeah, Pringles would have just been bad SEO anyways. He's never beating that company on Google searches. Well, can't say some of the attempts haven't been close here for Furia, but just as impressive that GamerLegion have all these responses.
Rez.
Uh-oh, careful with that reload.
He's waiting for the chance to strike.
I mean, that smoke was huge. There was definitely a possibility that could happen. Yeah, taking over lobby control after a kill, but ooh, yeah, I guess they hadn't cleared ramp. That's a little awkward.
Punishment, and now the bomb can come back. So as GamerLegion gamble 2B, because they've Got lobby info. Now they're left in the dark. It's Rez jump spotting. It's Hypex still controlling outside. Yakinda's lurk might be cut down. It's a game of patience here. Hypex is looking jumpy right now.
Yeah, he's always got ants in his pants, honestly.
Oh, and that will give it up, but he got the info. One shot's all it takes, but he just couldn't hang on the angle.
Yakinder made him nervous.
Yeah, getting shaky here, and that's opened up this A site. Yakinda's luck, presence is pressure.
There's the bomb.
Drop back in lobby.
It goes
15
forward, though,
seconds,
right?
they picked it back up. Molodoi needs to get it down on this site right now. It's Rez in main, dealing with Yakinda after all, and they just run him down from the hut, surely. Molodoi finding one more. Where's Yuri gotten to? They're both together.
Did they spawn the second guy? No, it doesn't look like it. Now they have.
Yeah.
The Snacks is kind of trapped, actually.
Someone get him out of here. He's got to fight his way to death. Molodoi, 1 health. Rez, nothing here, nothing being given. Molodoi swings out. Yuri spotted as well. Good damage. He's down to 40v70, moving in. Just getting toyed with right now. Yuri buying time. Rez trying to fake steps, and it's Yuri to clutch up for FURIA, finally getting them back on the board.
They have to work hella hard for that round, and it's only their second so far this half, and in a 1v1 no less. So still very competitive here. It's this push into lobby that looks so good at first. Wisely played from Rez, but then Towson overstepped when they took over lobby control, forgot that ramp could be the problem, and that's the same guy to win the 1v1 in the end, and Yuri.
For Hypex playing as well as he is, 7-0 coming into this round, I'm shocked he's just so shaky.
He's just always
hold
like,
the line,
he's so amped up all the time.
Hold the line. Gonna get the kill, come to you. Wanted too much there. That would have set them up for a dominant half, and now FURIA have the chance to break in and break their money while they do it. Suddenly a 5-1 lead will disappear before your very eyes.
This could be a turning point for both of these teams. I mean, look how much money comes into it. Got a Famas on one side, Galil on the other. It's not exactly a sign of opulence. Nice pick off with that nade.
Vengeance is swift. But they're walking below. Oh, Torsen got a whiff of something. There's still players further out, but double CT vent. Or T-vent, in fact. And they just run down. See you later. Molodoi is still up there.
Leaving one guy here is insane. He's got a plant. Can Yuri do it?
He's got it.
Yeah, they aren't even fighting him.
Oh, this is the worst way to die there, Molodoi, getting shot in the back like that. Snacks. Down the vent. Whoa!
Wow, I can't believe Yuri walked in kind of not fully pre-aiming and just hearing all the steps down the ladder as well.
They're looking a little cooked right now, FURIA.
Yeah, just a touch. We're still ramping up for Cologne, okay?
I hear Blaster coming to Rio.
Yeah. He can unretire at Rio, though, right?
Run it back. Emergency substitute.
Get start off in tears and then go back to not crying. I'm not retiring.
The Benjamin Button of retirement.
Yeah, do it backwards. I'm back.
Money's so dire here for FURIA. And that's the rifle gone.
Right away. Again, K-Star has been taking so much damage inside of Squeaky.
Dude, Rez is gaming right now, and he even robs that AK off them.
Gotta love that.
Feeling it. It's reassuring. I literally don't think I said his name back on Inferno once.
True.
And he might just get some more. Step into the angle. Just try it.
Yeah, just keep powering him up. That's what you need.
Gulp. Site is padded
I know.
out.
I was gonna say, it doesn't feel like the gap's in upper right now.
Not with the res there. 4 frags.
What a monster. It's like Oakland all over again. To be fair, he looks like he hasn't aged a day.
That is true. What is his skincare routine?
Yeah. He's definitely a hydro homie. Well, FURIA just burning through these timeouts. Looking like pushovers kind of on the seaside so far. Everything has been way too easy. At first it looked like, oh wow, GamerLegion, they're making really proactive moves. But outside of that, even with those kills that they're getting sometimes in the beginning, it's Rez who's winning out versus K-Serrado getting lots of damage and Squeaky. They've got that push. One of the only rounds FURIA won is in spite of them losing the 5v4 in lobby control. And it's a 1v1 to get them that as well. And then the only other round they won was when they killed Snacks and Lower off of just a lucky timing.
Can't say they haven't had chances.
Yeah.
To break the money at GamerLegion, but now that is looking like an impossibility as FURIA buy up again with more weak utility. This isn't after they've thrown the outside smokes. They aren't going to be able to throw these smokes. Oh, actually, they were in the air.
Yeah, but no second layer. We've seen GamerLegion actually over-respond to this default, but for now, they're not really thinking about it. Hypex, another great angle with verticality, but he's missing something. Oh, he's missed a couple of really key moments.
I feel like he saw something there, but
Let's see if he's nervous about this push.
They've walked right under him, and there's a
Oh,
snap that
that's
Fallen
just...
needs. And you know that's an AWP. Fallen's not falling for it. He's going to go right underneath this player. This is beautiful for Fallen.
Yeah, Hypex is being hunted.
What you gonna do, buddy? You're trapped. Fallen takes that second. They do lose ramp. PR with double, but Fallen, sneaky against Snacks no less, and that's not the ramp player. So more info for FURIA. They want to pounce on this A site. PR's had a timely reposition back to lobby, but that bomb needs to go along, and Rez is not giving it away. These are the top 2 players here on GamerLegion trying to hold on, and Molotov has been dropped by a nade. That bomb is in the open. PR pulls back and hopes for Fallen to overplay his hand. And you know what? Maybe he's onto something. Fallen's repositioning. There's the info.
Spotted.
And it's one-way info.
Yeah, but PR can't run. It's a little awkward. He still has to respect the amount of time it takes for him to get downstairs. And now the plank going down. Fallen's also not worried about giving away info, but PR still has to keep walking. Let's see if it pays off.
Oh, he's right in the open. Fallen swings the door to fake, but PR is right behind. Beautiful play for PR. Just plays information game, and that is thinking man's Counter-Strike right there.
Damn, Fallen really had to do it all in this round. They were just dropping like flies. Something definitely went wrong when it came to the upstairs take. Talking about a guy who gets heaven wrap, 2 kills here. 3 actually as he stops the ramp rotate and takes heaven control.
I don't know why they went out. I didn't see what happened at ramp because we're on Fallen, but how did 2 guys die at ramp?
No idea.
I guess he wants them to put pressure on to keep that rotation player looking ramp, but for both of them to die, overcommitment here for FURIA.
Yeah, it feels like for sure he should have been fighting to take first contact or waiting until they came back to him for anyone to start that exec.
Main roof smoke hasn't dropped down, so there's a big gap outside. They replenish on the fly, but GamerLegion constantly breaking these smokes open. Never a moment you can feel safe on this cross, and even with an angle here, careful.
Gotta love Hypex. Always looking for some verticality. It hasn't worked out this time.
FURIA just needing an opening at this point. Anything come their way. K-Serrado has just been locked out in lobby this entire half. Just sat back in the door. No more pushes for Rez. He's 14 and 5. He is fine to sit back and relax. And as FURIA get Fallen down secret, GamerLegion have no interest in biting. And another banging shot for PR.
They are not winning in the default. Not at all. This one's free as well. A little credit card swipe here for Snacks. And pushing a double push, but Snacks has another kill.
That's round.
This whole thing is falling apart.
Yeah, just FURIA. Failure to launch, failure to even get a kill.
Wow, but it's fallen in the best spot ever somehow.
He's doing all he can. How's he walked out B?
I don't even know. I don't even remember when this happened.
He just opened single door and shifted his way through this site. And that's round.
Maybe everyone else should retire. Not my goat.
Retire and disband. Oh, dear. Oh, what more can one man do?
He has been let down a couple of times this half for sure.
I mean, just the previous round, like getting that triple, getting all that space, his team dying on ramp felt unnecessary. What is going on? GamerLegion making a statement, making a convincing case here on Nuke. Hard to see a way for FURIA back in, but a third round feels like a necessity right now. So pace denied as a beautiful flashbang sets Rez up for that first kill. Finally, PR falls with nothing done, and Hypex no connection. So drop down B established for FURIA. Rez is home, waiting in danger. Dink onto Molodoi.
Well, they smoke, they don't have the molly for it, and Rez keeps pushing.
Just keep fragging at this point. Nothing stopping GamerLegion. 16-5. Rez keeps pressure on with door open.
They freaked him out.
Yeah, spooky. Gotta put it down though.
I mean, how are you gonna win this? No control side. You're just floating. It's gonna take a series of errors here from GamerLegion.
Yeah, this is Yuri just trying to hide back behind the site, but spotted from the ramp as well. As soon as he makes contact, that door's going to open. Yuri flicking back. Fallen has a bit of cover, but two from ramp, but they don't know about the third man in the door. Good jump for Hypex. Fallen alone and nowhere to go. They can trade this kill with ease. Torsen doesn't need support, and so GamerLegion coming through with a absolutely sick first half here on Nuke.
Welcome back to the ROG Laboratory. Today, we have on hand the ROG Harp 2 and the ROG Falchion. Now, back in Hong Kong, we used these launchers when we were testing the OLED monitors. And, well, today I was thinking we've got to find some kind of way to put them head to head.
Yeah, so there's only some kind of scientific way to try this out.
You think what I'm thinking?
Dibs on keyboard.
All right, Launders. Pre-game talk. What are your thoughts on the Falchion?
I have lowered the actuation point so that I feel like Xantares right now. I've got 2 sets of WASD. It feels like I've got like an N64 controller.
Okay.
Spacebar helps me shoot. Yeah, it's a new wave of minimalism that we've got for Counter-Strike players, keeping it very simple here. I feel like a Formula 1 driver right now.
Okay, so that's 1 thumb, 6 fingers.
Oh!
What?
That's a lot of mouse pad you got there.
That's because, Mohan, I plan on hitting you with the flick whenever I need to. You know, this harp is so light that I think that's going to play to my advantage today.
Well, what are you doing for your keyboard buttons?
Well, I have gone A and D on mouse 4 and 5, okay, because it's all about the strafe. Left click, still shoot. Right click is forward, just in case I've got to close the gap. And then M wheel up and down, both jump, so that I can hit some B hops while I style on you. All right, Mohan, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. And the inaugural ROG Cup is underway.
Oh my gosh, a headshot. Woo! That was a good shot.
Thank you. You're done. I'm gonna, you know what, mercy. It's hard to aim.
It's a bit of a
with just the mouse.
Oh no, the switch. Did I hit you? Are you gonna be jumping right now?
No.
Wait, I can't jump though.
I'm closing the distance, dude, like a shark in the water. Oh.
The one thing I have to remember is I can't actually pull down my recoil. Okay, I can see you doing this, I just can't stop you.
Winner takes all.
All right, winner takes all. All right, congratulations, off that round, you win.
Thank you. I am the big winner, and to be honest, I had a hunch. I had a hunch that the mouse would be the victor here.
This might seem like mice are more important, but I've honestly been impressed by the utility of just using a keyboard. I didn't even know I could do all that.
And so, at the end of the day, we've learned 2 things. Firstly, that I am always humble in victory. And secondly, that when it comes to Counter-Strike, aim remains king.
Can you play with just a keyboard? I guess. Should you? Nah.
Probably not. Thank you guys for stopping by the ROG Labs one more time. And, well, crazy idea. How about next time we just combine the two?
Well, FURIA down with 2 rounds on the half. Do you think they had only keyboard or only mouse?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they definitely didn't turn their monitors on for that half. So maybe it was a different peripheral. But I honestly, it felt like we saw some moments early on in the half that could have led to us having FURIA with just like a 6-6 at the end, but still never a moment where you'd think they could just take off and win every round. GamerLegion were definitely in control. They did great on their trades. Their mid-rounds were solid, and yeah, Rez put on a clinic.
Yeah, big game from Rez right now, and he's got all the nades here for this A attack. GamerLegion can end it with no worries, with a bang perhaps on this top site. Gonna flood it with utility and storm in. K-Serato waiting safely, but yeah, there's nothing connecting here for FURIA. They're falling like flies. Nice follow-up for Fallen. Kind of the hero of this game for FURIA, and everyone will flood in. It's going to be a 1v4 here for Rez.
Full HP, lots of time on the clock, a great haircut, and a good amount of damage. I mean, why not?
Still
they want to peek him with 12 HP? That's how you set up tragedy.
Oh, Fallen's position potent. Oh, but he walks in. Luckily, he says, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not peeking, you don't believe in yourself.
Oh, okay.
So at least FURIA believe in themselves.
They had 12 health. You weren't saying that.
That's true. I just like to make the clutch more epic.
Look, nothing's impossible. But it won't be easy here for FURIA.
Sag. So again, for whatever reason, FURIA just don't actually have fantastic stats on CT side, which is abnormal.
Case of playing some of the world's best, perhaps?
Yeah, but then that also makes the T side even more impressive and weird at the same time.
True, actually.
But yeah, GamerLegion are playing so many tier 2 and 3 teams.
Reps.
Yeah, lots of reps. And to be honest, what's even tier 2 and 3 anymore? Like, we just looked at the top 40 to 50 teams, and you have Liquid, Passion UA, FaZe,
and Tyloo.
Tyloo.
45 to 50.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what even is our ranking anymore?
Life comes at you quick.
Yeah, like Big is more highly ranked than all of them.
Well, they're winning Cologne, so...
True, it all makes sense in just a couple months.
Okay, GamerLegion. Pistol went nowhere. How about the first gun round? Nice little wall coming down here for Snacks.
They want to make this a ramp pop. Go for it, because, well, they're not going to see anyone out here immediately. Fallen starts to run back to his post. He really wants that duel. Yeah, that's a...
Sharp.
Yikes. What's happening now? I mean, that's such an important way to get downstairs.
Nothing worse than just a free kill on ramp here for the CTs. Molojoy's going to try to plug a hole. Bomb is a bit much, but not if you get the kill. You're just suffering from success at this point. Throw it over the gap.
They have all control side. They've actually left ramp entirely, so they're a little worried about it.
Legs. Whoa. Leg it.
I mean, now they're just looking for a way out. Getting mollied on the fallback, but the T's are just happy to have won the round so cleanly. They don't want any more duels.
Gonna have to move from here, Snacks.
Yeah, right. He's standing right. Okay.
Yeah. And he drops.
Terrorists win.
I mean, this is just such a golden chance to give up to 1 kill like that. Obviously, it's a very nice one. A pretty flimsy defense. They weren't really blocking ramp while they were rotating out of it. And certainly not watching a smoke if there was one that was deeper.
Like, now I'm thinking about Furia's T side, and I'm realizing that they never went ramp. Oh, I guess they did towards the end. But
Yeah,
not like
not
that.
really.
Not like that. You know,
No.
just smokes outside, dry ramp,
Yes.
entry.
Definitely.
There were a couple of rounds late in the game there, but GamerLegion keeping it pretty simple to lock in their first gun. K-Rock does get in secret, but that might not matter here when GamerLegion are jumping at the chance to take this A site.
There's a lot of pressure outside. Snack's gonna go with this lurk. This is just
Surprise.
free.
Snack shooting you in the back.
No trade. Really slow on secret, but I guess Quesarado just wants the lurk to come his way.
I can't believe he didn't even attempt.
I know,
trade
yeah.
there, right? He's really hoping Snacks comes down secret later, but
Is he thinking it was being covered from Silo? I have no idea.
must have. Scared of those pressure in the lobby. Taken down by Torsen with 2.
Oh, man.
The mechanics are on display here for GamerLegion in this map from Rez, PR, Torsen, and the likes. And Snacks will just.
Oh, and he never
find
gets
that
the kill
gap.
in the end?
He can smell him.
Yeah.
Oh dear, Yuri's going to get killed from heaven, isn't he? Snack sends his team back to lobby. Quesarato does find him.
And they're going to come back to him.
Okay.
I mean, they're going to forget someone's here.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hypex has it under control.
Safe hands.
Yo, get that bomb down, though. Torsen in a great position to punish. He'll see the shadow if Quesarata climbs on the outside. But he's also ready for close.
There's no way you clear that, is there? 12 rounds for GamerLegion, quickly. And that's after losing the pistol.
12-4.
Yeah, that's been pretty disappointing here for FURIA, that's for sure.
This is more dominant than last map if GamerLegion can close it.
Cologne's never felt so far away.
I mean, not bad.
Bro, we can play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we can.
They didn't know how to play this game. That's fucking insane, actually.
Wow.
Maybe forgot it after the first map.
That's like showing why you gain confidence in playing against better teams. Here they are, proving themselves for the FURIA. Not bad, actually.
I forgot we were good. They've just had them ruffled all game long. And so one more ought to do it here for GamerLegion, and they just can't do anything wrong.
Serrato just eating so much damage, both sides of this squeaky fight. You'll immediately switch that gun out to Yuri.
Another wall down, but boost could be cause for concern here. How much damage can Fallen and Molodoy do to this ensemble out ramp? Everybody moving in, Fallen just mollied. Molodoy jumps at the chance to trade his captain, but again, 2 for 2. Just won't cut it at this point. There's no one on that B-bomb site. Yuri starts to sneak down the vent, but GamerLegion can get weird, and you know what? I think they just might.
They've been a little bit timid to thinking about going for a plant, but it's always worked out. Giving this one a little extra juice. They've got a lower rotation. Oh, but up in heaven waits Quesarado. I mean...
No way! He
with the
might
ball
do
plant.
this.
Yes, he definitely could.
And Quesarado turns for 1 second.
They're going to burst up through this vent. He's got 1 HE on him to soften him up if he wants to.
Guns out. Fun's out. And FURIA still survive 1 more round. My goodness.
Okay. We'll see if that's a drop in the bucket or not. It gets FURIA back in the game. I definitely want to see more of their nuke before we end. But I think as far as GamerLegion is concerned, just, you know, 1 double entry away from closing this out. They look like they have way more confidence than FURIA do right now.
Yeah.
Looks like they overcooked this one a little bit. They had just gone lower, obviously. Not a single person on FURIA with over 10 kills.
Early pressure is nice, but Keserato finally gets some revenge here.
Revenge of the Rado.
Spamming that door smoke to Torsen. They're getting eager. This is all posturing right now for GamerLegion. No moves being made yet. Smokes available. There's 2 of them. This is the A hit. Snacks lurking outside.
I'm like kind of worried for GamerLegion right now.
What, the comeback?
Yeah,
This
honestly.
round.
This last couple, I can see them like overthinking, and I'm not seeing a clear idea just yet. So
Have so much room to move, you'd think, but maybe this round is some cause for concern until Rez activates. Top hot player with nothing. Nikinda feels like he has to give it up. That forces him into Snacks, and so Worry avoided for now. FURIA thrust into a 2v2. And, well, to be fair, Hypex and Rez, 50 health between them. It's not ideal. Hypex playing for the late round clutch. Can Rez thin them off?
All about this headshot.
1 kill on his way. Fallen will say no.
Ooh.
This flank is very quick, isn't it? Very, very dangerous. Hypex up and above has to nail both kills right now. Cannot jump the gun. Hypex with the power takes them over the line. That's how you do it. The young Pole showing up and shutting down FURIA here on you.
What a highlight there, right at the end, they were thinking about the comeback, the casters, but Hypex said absolutely not. Love that little switch up and then holding his nerve and just bringing it home. Nice to see.
Beautiful example of trigger discipline there for Hypex, and first bulleting the second guy with the headshot was just exactly what he needed. He was on low HP also. Beautiful finish there from GamerLegion off the back of an excellent CT side where they had so many ideas in this one.
They did. Let's take stock of a couple of things that didn't come to fruition and some that did. I'm going to start with what you did say in the beginning, right, about outside and how that would be probably a problem for Snacks, probably be a problem for GamerLegion, but it wasn't.
Well, they just had contingency plans. That was what was so great about it, that even though they could sometimes lose the opening pick, as they do here on round number 4, even doubling down where FURIA get a second kill on PR there, it's the way that they respond. The way that everybody just says, we're going to send it at this point. We've already lost a couple of players. It's do or die time. So the reaction is just perfect. I love that GamerLegion had this one ready to go, even though they had 2 deaths outside. They don't just sit on their hands, wait for some kind of conversion from FURIA. They say, we are taking control of the rest of this round. So the fights from the rest of the players were just impeccable.
Maybe they knew what you also knew, and it was that they might lose Snacks outside, but they were going to punch back immediately, perhaps?
For sure. I think that that's a really great idea for them to try to just keep mixing it up. In that round, for example, we saw that Snacks was the first to fall outside because Yekindar got him over the top of a box. PR was actually waiting in the garage in tow and still falls, but then the rest of the guys, as soon as Snacks died, I think that's when the needle dropped and they recognized we all have to just send it towards this one. So they knew that FURIA was going to pick on that weakness, but they were ready for it.
They were. You also wanted to show us round 10. What happened there?
This is one that I felt like just needed a revisit. Okay, this is one where Fallen had a great opportunity on this flank play. He goes for the crouch underneath this position so that the Opper can't see him, gets the backstab onto Tossin. He even doubles up, gets the kill outside, but it's just the defense from these 2 ramp players in Snacks and PR who were holding on to that space as they knew that okay, FURIA's not doing all too much outside. I don't think they knew about lower. And so they were able to just recuperate off of a round that looked like it was lost, but it was off the back again of the fact that GamerLegion had a different setup. All of these different looks that GamerLegion had for themselves just gave themselves opportunity. And then, of course, at the very end, we see PR. He's holding this sliver angle, just this hairline angle to see Fallen go down, sneaks past behind him. And he's a guy that I was trying to also big up at the beginning of the pregame. He was having a rough start in January when they got this lineup, and he thought he was going to go to another team, but I'm glad that he's still delivering here today.
Yes, and when it comes to where in the second half of these rounds, they're still very, very sharp, and they are cognizant enough and confident enough that they will be able to bring it home even when it's not necessarily an advantageous situation. And this is something that I'm actually quite impressed with from GamerLegion today, because our big question coming in was, yes, you've played a lot of games. It hasn't been against the tallest competition. But honesty also begs me to say that FURIA can sometimes just not show up.
No, in a handful of these rounds, I mean, we saw two examples right there where they get openers, they put themselves in winning positions, but it's almost like they jump the gun or they just think the round's over already. In the round 4 where they get swung on outside, it just felt like people probably had nades in hand. They weren't ready for those trades to come about from the GamerLegion players. They just were caught unaware there. And in the second example there, it's one where they just kind of also went a little fast at ramp off of Fallen's initial contact. They could have stretched that round out a little bit more, but they just sent it at an inopportune time. And maybe those situations work out versus tier 1 teams, but GamerLegion just with a couple tweaks, they had that kind of tier 2 flair that kind of sent it over the edge and caught FURIA with their pants down.
Tier 2 flair, I like that. Also, of course, the fact that FURIA hadn't really had experience playing them. Fallen said, well, up against Snacks, that's kind of an old school matchup, but he's holding his own for sure. Another round you wanted to look at was round 15.
This one felt like kind of a nail in the coffin one for the side of FURIA. I mean, we had GamerLegion pull the rotation slightly towards outside. They threw 3 of the smokes outside, really indicating they're going to go for that. Fallen is actually trying to get back into ramp, and this is unfortunately one of the weak spots of Molodoi. If I really have to pick on him a little bit more off of a bad map 1, or not, I actually know it was a great map 1. It was just that he had a bad Rio, that is. Off of that.
You said it a few times.
Yeah, that's right. That moment right there, that rifle situation is kind of why he's not always just topping the charts, is that sometimes it leaves a little bit to be desired. With his AK, with his M4, he's absolutely an elite opper, and when he has that weapon, fantastic, but with a rifle, you just want a little bit more sometimes.
Yeah, one of the other things that you said coming into this map was the fact that you've been very happy to see Hypex play right on the op, but as we saw in this game, also on the rifle when it was necessary, Ash somewhere is smiling, saying, you've got a good opper this time, guys, make it work. But yeah, he had a great game.
For sure. I had a handful of great op picks in the first half on the CT side. With the rifle, as mentioned, I mean, yes, he was able to find those trades that were so desperately necessary for them to bring some of these rounds back for GamerLegion, but then obviously can't forget the final round in this game where he had the trigger discipline. But you could see in some of the highlights there where he got the op activated, how he was able to make it happen. But yeah, again, let's just look back at this one. To wait off of the tap and insta first bullet Molodoi there is just picture perfect.
It is perfect. I would have definitely not had the trigger discipline, or I would have, and I would have missed them both, because we've seen it happen at the pro level.
That's why you're
as
standing
well.
up here, though, Shots.
Yeah,
that's fine. We all have our skills, okay?
What, like, I see pro players do that all the time. Remember the ultimate one?
Yeah. Remember the ultimate clutch.
Why am I calling that up, actually?
Remember the ultimate clutch.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers that one, I'm sorry.
What?
Which one are you talking
about? On Mirage.
Is that Krakow?
It was last year, yeah.
Oh, last
and he has, like,
year. You're going all the way back to last year for an ultimate clutch.
I don't know why I brought it up.
We're digging a hole for
I'm just
ourselves
letting you know I actually watch everything, okay,
Let's
guys?
just let one
chill.
Polish opera thrive,
Chill.
okay?
Okay,
You don't have to bring up another one.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Are we gonna take a break? I was just yapping so much. I don't know if it's time already or not. I think so, because we're going to Mirage right after this. from outside on Nuke to outside of the arena, a little jog. Keep everything flowing because we're going into map 3. It is Mirage. They're smiley. They're not worried. They've been here before. You know, it doesn't always go perfectly, but the mark is of a good team is that they can always bounce back. But will GamerLegion finish the job completely against all odds here on the first day of Blast Rivals?
This is pretty scary for FURIA because coming into this series, one may have assumed, as I did, that they would have picked Mirage going into this. So they have a lot in store for their T side. Their CT side also, just like we saw on Nuke, can be quite dynamic. Snax has a ton of tricks there with PR towards the A side of things. It's a scary proposition for FURIA to be 1-1 in a series where they were going into what could have been a punish pick and they slipped up.
Yeah, it's true. We were talking about Nuke as, okay, maybe they want to get some reps on it, FURIA, to make it better, but the win rate for GamerLegion is much more phenomenal when it comes to Mirage. Now, one could argue the opposition on which they played, right, on this map is not as good as the opposition that FURIA played. But how do you take that into account? Because we've got a lot of unquantifiables in terms of people that have stepped up for GamerLegion today.
When major qualification is on the line so frequently for a team like GamerLegion, the competition is real.
Yeah.
Even if the names that are in the server against them aren't household, the stakes at hand are arguably more impactful than what FURIA is facing up against on a regular basis. So it's been a serious trial by fire for GamerLegion to even get those numbers. And even if you scrape away some of that, I think the foundation of what this team does in GamerLegion is still completely solid on Mirage. I really think that this is a map where when they flip to the T side, I've seen Snax just run such a variety of plays that's not just one note, where I was extremely critical of him back in the day, especially with G2, where I just thought it was a lot of just spamming set pieces. But I feel like this team in particular has a bit more up their sleeve, so I'm not even too worried if they lose this knife round here.
Yeah, everything's, that's good. Everything's coming together a little bit more. You watching it?
Yeah, I'm watching it. Okay. No, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
It'll shape all of my analysis.
There we go.
Okay. Well, they are on T side, it looks like then.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think, though, this is going to be a time for Molodoy to bounce back.
Yeah.
Because now that he gets to just wield the op, doesn't have to worry too much about his offensive rifling too much, they're going to just stuff that op into his hands. He's going to have to try to break up whatever it is that GamerLegion are trying to construct in the rounds. And I don't think that this guy's going to have 2 bad maps in an opening series.
Yeah, you've been flaming him all day.
Oh my.
So is he going to have it? Could be possible. If you bring up Rio one more time. I know I know it was just last week, though.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, did you remember now what I was talking about with the ultimate thing on Mirage? It was the trigger discipline one.
It was. So we'll see if Fallen pulls off anything like that on the pistol round here, as GamerLegion probably are going to actually test him. I feel like that's one thing I see a lot from GL. A lot of B hits on these openers, but at the same time, I don't think Fallen's going to fall into the same pitfalls that Ultimate did in that famous clip that Sponge narrated, if everybody remembers that one.
Now you remember. You looked it up. You Googled it.
I didn't have to Google it. I just needed some more explanation in the off-camera.
Anyways, regardless of for FURIA, right? There's added pressure, right? Fallen announced that he's going to retire, and I always think, what does that do to everybody else, right? Because he feels he has allegiance to them to make sure that they get a trophy or that big trophy this year, and the other way around, they're all thinking the same thing.
Depends. It's a two-edged sword for this one. You either have the team firing up for it, almost in a way a renewed honeymoon, where you just realize this is our last hurrah, the last dance. Sometimes people go out guns a-blazing. So many times you see a second gear that they shift to that they didn't really have unlocked before. But on the other hand, you'll sometimes see them just they'll quake under the pressure. The way that every situation just feels like they're second guessing every action that they're going for. And I feel like after that nuke, that might be in the back of their heads, that this is a real opportunity of a tournament. It's 8 teams. It's very much a bridge compared to the 16 team or the 32 team slogs we sometimes have in our season. So this would be a great opportunity for FURIA to just bounce back after a nuke that did not go their way and show that they're actually a contender here.
Conversely, it would be a huge scalp to take for GamerLegion. So is it possible, Mo?
I mean, as you said, fairy tales don't oftentimes play out. I mean, in the case of FURIA, however, this would be a great time to start, especially with a ramp into Astana coming up, with a major coming up, and with the fact that they also should be fully ramped. This is a team that was so good towards the end of last year. There's almost no discernible reason why they even had a drop-off in form. They have the same players, they're building on the same sort of game plan that they've developed to a point that they can take down all of your favorite teams inside of playoffs. And so also some of their biggest issues come from moments in big games, you know, whether it's Molodoi in a grand finals or in front of a stadium. Not in matches like this. That's not where it should happen at all.
Yeah, and you know, as Maui mentioned, maybe doubting some of their decisions after that last game of Nuke. Well, with GamerLegion being as comfortable as they are here on Mirage, let's see if that continues. As a succinct pistol round comes in, Molodoi really trying to squeeze out value from that position. That smoke, well, it stopped them. No, they jump through, but into the stack they go. 3 players in this site. Snack's making quick work of them, and just like that, a bang, and GamerLegion locking a pistol. That was through a smoke into a stack, and they still come out with the win.
That was a full frontal attack. Perfect, really, with the spacing. All the shots got hit. I mean, FURIA could ask for, like, couldn't have asked for sort of a better setup to deal with that. But there is no changing the fact that GamerLegion, just on the criteria of trading on that last map, were able to win all these gunfights versus FURIA, multi-kill where they couldn't. And it looks like Mirage might be a little bit of the same. They're coming into their most won map. This is where they usually pick. You know, they're playing against some plumbers and firemen, honestly, sometimes. But again, it's the same thing as Nuke. Lots of reps.
That's the map that FURIA expected them to pick in this series, and they're at least comfortable enough to float to a third. To me, that says FURIA have done their homework on GamerLegion and know what to expect. Let's see if that actually comes to matter in a game like this.
And you can see how a smoke like that doesn't necessarily give you all the advantages that you want to defend against it. 3 players jumping through on Cat. It's such a wide open choke point. I think the important part for them was it wasn't one at a time. It was both sides of it. It was 3 players coming through. That's just hard to stop unless you have rifles. I wasn't a massive fan of the way that they played on Inferno, but ever since then, it's been a whole different story.
FaZe fans are cheering for FURIA right now because that lower bracket suddenly gets very hot if GamerLegion find the upset.
It's a good time to go B.
Nobody home.
Nope. This one guy standing in the kitchen dead.
One of the few skill jumps left in the game.
But even that, they've made it easier.
Yeah, anyone.
But on Cash, you can still do the reverse mid boost.
Yeah, but they also made that easier.
Did they?
Yeah.
They made it wider?
They made the
yeah,
ledge
they made
wider.
it like, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
Noob friendly.
Yeah.
Anyone can do it now. I remember when in CT Hell on Nuke, you could ladder jump onto the...
Into the site, man. Ladder to pallet.
Well, that, but also the one... There's an even harder one, where you could do it in Hell, back off the ladder, onto the filing cabinet in Hell.
Oh, yeah.
It was completely out there.
I have a tutorial on that on YouTube.
Oh, damn.
I have a tutorial for every single skill jump in the game.
Yo.
On YouTube. Didn't have to do them in CS2 because either things just got easier or don't exist anymore, but every single one from CSGO.
Dude, the pallet jump was the thing.
Yeah, that I missed.
That was hard.
It was when they did the Spider-Man update where you could see people's legs moving when they climbed ladders. It slowed down the ladder speed, and then you can no longer fly off of it. What a shame. All for realism. Who asked for that?
I grew up on Launder's skill jumps, whatever the word is.
Yeah.
Tutorials.
Self-boost and whatever. Some people would be like, you can't call it a self-boost. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
What else would you call it? It's doing something you'd need a boost for by yourself.
Point
right?
taken. Did you see FURIA the other day boosted a player on main, on Nuke, from behind main, you know, from like the dark area.
Yeah.
You can still do that. You like spam jump. Still some things left in the game, but not a lot.
Oh, not a bad spot until Towson got that kill. Third player here, but his position just gets isolated.
These are, I know it's pistols right now, these are clinical hits, you know, the spacing, the trading, it's all looking very nice for GamerLegion. More of what we're talking about in them having the reps, the experience, and the confidence with a map in their pocket. We heard their voice comms last map as well. Wow, we can actually play this game. Nice to know. And you know what? They're playing it pretty damn well here on Mirage.
Yeah, what was the exact comm? Oh, that was pretty good, I guess.
Pretty good, I guess. Hesitantly.
So an establishing shot of this half. We'll have the full rifle by.
Palace smoke push. Cheeky boys. Punished here from Yuri and Sandwich.
Would have been the perfect disrespect call if it wasn't watched, and yeah, that would have definitely tilted FURIA. So don't mind that stylistically out of GamerLegion, but now they're just getting caught.
One by one, and out through another. They even heard the reload. Yuri on the ladder, getting crazy with it.
I mean,
good cover. Not to be. I like that they tried.
And again, and again, and again.
3 through the Palace smoke.
Too many people give up.
Never surrender.
No. What do you want to do, Stacks?
Something weird. Right, FURIA on the board. Don't wait too long here.
Here's what we'll find out what Snacks wanted to do.
I want to walk through this smoke.
Yeah. Oh. Nice frag here from Yakinder, and Op lines up but misses him. Oh. Where's Moldoy getting tagged in the background?
Okay, Srontos is still firing through that smoke. Rez completely sidelined, and Moldoy over the smoke. Couple more before all is said and done. That's a Torsen break. He gets broken. See ya, buddy. Hypex 1v5. Oopsie daisy.
And a full court press on middle. Every CT wants some action. Will Towson survive with this op? It doesn't seem like it. But how many kills will he get before he goes down? That's the other question. 14 health, and he gets one. That's kind of crazy because that was a flick, right?
A little bit. I mean, Moldoy running up top mid with the orb is one way to ensure that doesn't get out of hand.
The smoke break is too much.
That's crazy.
It's like perfect.
Meant to be. Okay, FURIA not playing around here. Seizing the bull by the horns.
Wow, and on a full buy. Hypex. That's an interesting choice. Not exactly the perfect distance weapon.
It's better than the Mac-10.
Yeah, okay, sure. What about move speed?
Pretty good. I'd say it's like a mini M4.
That's selling it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you buying?
Yep, I'm buying if it works.
Let's see.
I'm outcome oriented.
Straight up cat. And that's not fair. Smoke spam, and he doesn't even get another gun. Kinder finds a double. Torsen with a D. You can be as open, but bomb is lost. So you got bigger problems here, GamerLegion. Oh. You know what?
That is quite fruitful of a find, an op, and it's still a 2v3 with time. So CTs, they can't just chill just yet. Have to make sure that GamerLegion aren't going to go for this first.
Snacks around the world.
And Towson, he just wants to give this a shot. I mean, what are they going to do? Can't just stand in the way of the op.
This is winnable, but Snacks is having to walk in case they're top mid. And so that shaves time off, 40 seconds. Player in com waiting.
Ooh, and he's worried about his flank as well. There are small timings here available.
They see him? Oh, no, that could have been the perfect
wait, it was on purpose, look.
Okay, 20 seconds.
A second.
We're cooking. But you can drop down, that's smart. 1v2 for Snacks, and he had it right there for the taking. If that smoke lands, I think he can get out middle and maybe something happens.
Yeah. Just pixels off of that landing in the right spot. A good effort. think a Mac 10 wins that for sure.
FURIA aren't going to fizzle out in this game, reassuringly, after a dismal nuke. Standing toward the start here of Mirage. And these are playoffs on the line, remember. Rivals, 3 out of 4 teams going into the arena. And so, yes, it was never going to be easy for GamerLegion. They're so close. Closer than they'll maybe ever be. So why stop now?
No room for slow starts at this event. Especially, again, you look at the team list and you're FURIA, you're pretty happy with this draw. All but a flash here for GamerLegion to support these Deagles, but there's a round where he's splitting up looking for kills.
Okay, Serato's had enough. Farming pistols. Okay.
Last bullet.
Everybody getting involved, but PR.
All right.
Sends a message and it's personal. Molodow's been deeked out by 2 players now in the last 2 rounds. Ooh. Oh,
yo.
No, he's done it again.
What a shot.
Bomb's not making it in, though.
All right. Attempt number 2 in the 2v3. Oh, it's actually possible.
Slow down.
What a crazy couple of kills here between PR and Towson.
This is 2v5, but Yakinda has crept back into the site.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And he's going to get spotted. Wow, he doesn't get the kill. Oh, he'd be tilted about that.
20 seconds.
That was on a silver platter.
Good nade. Boom.
Oh.
And PR, it's not easy to get this bomb down. He's going to have to fight for the site, and Yakinda's got the right idea. Whew. That was 2v5 down to 2v2 with just Eagles.
Yeah, they're moving deadly now.
Going locomotive. That's crazy.
That's insane.
What's that sticking out? Oh.
Ridiculous.
How did they do it? The FURIA still breathe easy, knowing that that is 4 rounds in a row. What's this new fangled window smoke? No one's seeming to find holes in it anymore. Yuri again. He knows what they're up to. He's watched the demo, that's all I'm saying.
We all know about snacks.
We've seen too many Palace smoke walks with Yuri in this position.
He said, I'm starting sandwich.
Yeah.
And I'm staying sandwich.
Oh, goodness.
Oh.
Yakinda caught out.
It's a little messy.
Res low. Res dead. Yuri still here waiting in the sandwich. Waiting for a mistake, a lazy clear. Torson will not be that guy. Beautiful shot. PR out Palace at the right time. And this Lurg about to catch a knife out Molodoy, who thinks he's got all of middle under his domain. Not today. Serato 1v2, top performer in the server. But over the top of default, they spot him and taken by PR. He will finish his meal.
Did I miss something, or did Towson hit that headshot and instantly switch his gun?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What would possess him? I'm not sure.
Just trying to get further faster, I guess.
Wow.
Wait, he pressed E.
There's no way.
He pressed E and he caught it midair.
That is insane.
That's not even on purpose.
Yeah, that's insane.
No way. I thought he went knife.
That's just...
He just grabs the M4.
I love that tack. That's ultimate disrespect.
Thanks for the gun, buddy. Why would he want that? Serato knows that's a fake smoke because he heard no tick, and he even finds Snacks trying to pull back. This B hit coming in quick right now, and that was a necessary kill to make this round interesting. Heavy on the short side, and csgo drowns him on this site.
Yeah, this one stings a bit. A chance here to get a kill if he doesn't get peeked, but he will. Oh.
5 between Molodoi and csgo.
That's mid-control 1. They are doing well at getting these first kills on B. We'll give them credit for that.
Something more set there for GamerLegion, getting desperate after this streak.
Have you ever pressed E by accident? I can't even think of that. How that could happen.
What? Yeah. Where's it? Which finger?
Where are you going?
Where's it going?
Yeah.
To W and you just miss?
Unless he has it bound differently, but I can't even.
Yeah, that's crazy mode.
It's insane. That was just pure reaction time then.
He's like the skin.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What?
That's the window smoke? Nice catch. But that's great. That's how he stops it from, because FURIA, one of those teams that always, is always jumping up on the little bench, spamming the smoke, and, you know, finding little holes. But if Snax has a lineup for that, that's something else.
Yeah.
And so
and
look,
he has been known for his next-gen utility.
it doesn't get blocked. Okay, but they do peek for blooms, so don't worry about it. Brah. Oh, okay. Oh. I think it still looks different. We've seen Yikinda spamming it. To no avail, csgo 4 kills in middle. He is just living in the valley right now.
Yeah.
16-4.
Everyone looks a little bit tilted this game, winning or losing.
FURIA are tilted that they're on a third map.
Sure.
GamerLegion are tilted that FURIA have 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah. Especially how much they've been trying to push him back out of middle, get connector splits going.
Ain't stopping this guy.
Didn't work.
Oh my goodness.
That's next level out of csgo.
It's just a standard move as well, but it completely catches GamerLegion with their pants down.
Hypex basically saw that. He's gonna shoot that.
Oh. Right between them. Oh, and even Molodoi pulls back. He knows not to go too far here. Kinder with some spam. But they will be able to walk right into connector or window boost as Yikinda rotates. Fair play. They've made it in, but you still got to win this fight. Yikinda looks very aware.
Oh, this is just 4 seconds away from winning mid on both ends.
And Yuri's right here, right ready for the round. Hypex follows up, but instant repeat. And yeah, middle is closed, boys.
Completely. It's a bit of an early scare by a GamerLegion, but FURIA have really landed on their feet.
Zillion is shouting them down now.
You're definitely not supposed to be able to get 2 when you're getting held like that. What's going to be the final idea? To be fair to GamerLegion, there has been quite a variety of attacks, whether it's the B plays, the Palace, they haven't really done a full A exec in the middle of the round. It's been a little lurky, a little bit of a contact style of play. But I know it's never a good feeling. You're playing T-side Mirage. You've got a mid-centric game plan. You can't even win your default in mid. I think that's got to be frustrating for them.
Now this is your buy to finish the half. A full A exec.
There we go.
Yuri getting in there. I'd be scared to stand here with the Palace pushes, but Yuri's going to take the cover now. And
seems like it's all part of a plan. A lot of footsteps.
Oh, as soon as PR throws a molly, he's just going to get full spam, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, blocking the flash and blocking them in the smoke. Reswell still catching. Molodoi has nowhere to run. Mac 10 chases down, takes an AWP on PR, who might just put it right down the eye of FURIA in this final round of the half. Bomb down, spawn controlled.
You got an up-on missile, 5v3. Now it's a 4v2.
How do you lose this? I don't know if you do.
Not
PR,
happening.
bang a shot. Coming alive right at the end here. Him and Rez combining for 4 kills. And K-Serato's had a great game, but this would be something magical, something special, something K-Serato. Up on his angle, K-Serato falls, and a nice try, but not meant to be, as GamerLegion at least get out with 5.
Show these cameras?
Which is because. Oh, sorry.
Now I'm gonna laugh though, because we're looking at each other.
It's all good. I'm not gonna laugh.
Okay.
I'll keep it cool.
Professional.
You can't survive it. Last time someone said that to me, they made me the agile. I did it wrong. That's all. One more.
We're gonna do this again, second gate.
I'm down, but next time we're doing it with Hellman's ketchup.
Power! Formula! We almost we actually hit it. I was like, power formula.
Op de klep. Hey. You have the best one.
He's got the cool.
You have a good one, so I don't want to take your job. I can come close and have an action.
Scalpel. Scalpel.
The one real tool. Oh, it's so good.
Stop trying to coach me. Start for.
That's it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start. Stop. Stop that. Fuck, bro.
And I can. Sorry.
Woo, losing the plot here.
We gotta get some bloopers in there.
Losing the plot.
Representing the mighty Mouse, we got Donald Vu Donaldson. I don't remember your last name. What's your last name?
Parkhurst.
Parkhurst.
Just did Donald Vu CSGO. It's a pretty good one.
We got Donnie over here.
Who looks like the team to beat in the final week?
Are you sure it's you reading the question? Are you sure this is the question in there?
Do you want to bet?
No.
Because you don't know what's going to happen if you lose the bet.
Okay. How would M80 describe FaZe?
Clips.
That was a good one.
It's good.
FURIA woke up right before bedtime here on this first half of Mirage, storming through despite a pistol round converted by GamerLegion. The rest of the half was all FURIA. While GamerLegion finished.
Waking up before bedtime, that just brought back some bad memories, man. That's how you waste the day. It does feel like that. You can see it on their faces as well. But they have recovered quickly. As soon as waking up, they've had a very productive evening, it feels like. And if they win, I think none of it matters, really. They won't be the ones to have to go down to lowers, go up against FaZe potentially. But that's certainly not a guarantee. Ooh, another look good pistol round start here for GamerLegion. For a second.
Stuck in the window
3
there.
more targets here, however.
Get ready with this stack. I mean, they want it on their T side.
Everyone's in the B side now.
FURIA finding the kills, but the flank is in quick.
And Fallen's got the bomb. If he doesn't get into halls fast, and he does, well, there's still a chance, actually, with Snacks coming in from behind.
It needs to be clinical, though. And there's the spot. Good info gathering. Rez takes one off, and Snacks can buy some time and wait for Rez to take some space. Both players looking Snacks' way. He is drawing them in, but Fallen shows him how it's done.
Missed his first jump into the window. That setup was just enough time. Really not, Rez. My goodness, Fallen. Rolling back the years.
Yeah, he wants to go to bed right now. 3 frags on that pistol. Lock it in for FURIA.
As they say, sleep is earned.
Who's doing the first watch? Very nice.
Yeah, I wonder if psychologically it does something for you if you're Fallen as well. I mean, we talk about how it looks for us from the narrative perspective and for his teammates, but even for him to be announcing so far ahead of time. I don't know. Maybe it just fires you up.
Go out with nothing unsaid. Double entry for Fallen in this round, and
like I can't think of a scarier prospect than someone like Fallen leaving it all on the table, you know?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Phone it in for 8 months?
Yeah, because otherwise, maybe you do a little bit if you don't think it on the other side of it, you're actually done, you know? If you think I could just play out 3 more years and make some more money and, you know, maybe get a win or 2 along the way, but instead you actually put a little bit more pressure on yourself, and I'm sure he's someone who probably needs some pressure. You know, he's somebody who's achieved heights that most will never. And to look for a second renaissance this many years later.
And like we were joking about back on Inferno, you don't walk back the retirement when you announce it like that.
But if you do fall in, it's all good.
But we'll allow it, you know. I won't tell anyone. I'll delete the VOD.
I mean, we can't stop you.
Pranked, I got one more in me. Just when I'm out, they pull me right back in. Whoa. PR's sharp this evening. And him and Rez combined for a couple of kills. Wait a second, this is full eco right now with just upgraded pistols. We have no Kevlar. Still Snacks is making it work. One shot will do it. K-Serato, low health.
Extremely low.
And that smoke fading is perfect for GamerLegion. Blink and you miss it. The pistol upset with a Snacks Deagle.
Unreal.
And that's going to flip this one on its head.
And a timeout from the T side.
Yeah.
Say, hold on, let's get this together.
Whoa, what are we doing?
You just wanted to go for an honest 8-play and then move on to the next rifle round. Is that so much to ask?
Shake hands on a nice, easy converted pistol.
Oh, didn't know we were trying so hard, guys.
Rein it back in. We get it. You want this.
You know, I'm at like a 45, 55%. I think GamerLegion absolutely could pull this back.
Okay.
Yeah.
CT Mirage, man.
Yeah, CT Mirage.
And that's a vibe injection.
Yeah, you see the opportunity at hand. And you know, winning on an eco is winning a tempo. Ooh, and the investment. Ooh, 2 Tech 9s. 2 AKs and a Galil here for FURIA.
Gonna need Hypex to perform in this half, though. 3 and 12 right now. Sure, we can forgive that T side, but CT AWPing at the moment gonna be a requirement. But yeah, with this broken bar you mentioned, very quickly this game is even. What do you want, Snacks? Jump up, spots him.
That was such a great chance.
Oh no.
That's huge. Oh, and he doesn't really push him.
Wait, but he's behind
He doesn't
him
know
now.
about this. Yeah, surely Snacks just walks out the other way, right?
He's just waiting. Where's he gone?
Wait, he thinks K-Serato might have gone out the jungle. And K-Serato, the way he plays, he might not move from here for a minute.
Oh dear. Back he looks. Ready for one more, but low health. K-Serato should just get this pre-fire. Kinder has the cover from above. This is a weird old round right now that FURIA might just have something to say in. Hypex's attention drawn to this window room. He knows he's in position, but he can't do anything about it.
Ah, he's unspotted. I thought Hypex saw him.
Yeah, me too.
What are we talking about here?
What are we doing? Back out of the window, but not for long. Torsen punishes. B hit coming in. Nobody's in the sight.
They'll have to get organized. They can pretty quickly. Rez has to make sure this is all good now.
Ooh. Oh, lineup, baby.
Skewer.
Serve it on the barbecue. It's a GamerLegion back on the board, building off that eco win. And money was shit.
It was. If the attack paused, they invested fully into that one. So this is looking like a potential tied game. Very hard situation to distill with the window lurks that took place. Well. This has turned into a bit of a mess now for FURIA.
Yeah. This will not come easily.
Careful with that reload. Oh, yeah. Get time to get out of there.
Flash lands.
Oh, Deagle headshot.
Hits one hard.
Now they're everywhere.
Something to say at the back of the site. The only man to stop FURIA from winning this eco, and he is good for the job. Lovely mechanics. Flicks back to find the third. It's GamerLegion right behind them.
I've always said when it's like Towson and PR, they just have so much in common mechanically. I think PR is just that like touch better when it comes to game sense or whatever, but man, Towson is so sharp, and he got that ace back on Inferno. That was inspirited as well.
It's getting a bit scary.
Very scary.
Let's see what this buy does for FURIA. PR, love this position. Flashed in as well. He's even going to get the chance to escape. He doesn't take it. Oh, that's sickening. On the jump.
What a message.
What a menace.
Damn, right into the rifle round. I mean, FURIA are already down to 3 grenades. That one might be beyond reproach. GamerLegion could have a tight game on their hands. They play their cards right. Falling left with a kid of utility by himself. They have to simplify the situation. They can't just go for something long and drawn out. And, I mean, look at the counterplay here from Snacks. They already know it's not the ace side. 3 players waiting for him.
Oh, dear. Hypex gonna get that first free shot on a jiggle, and he'll nail it. Gets into the side as well. There's too many players here. There's not enough room. Hypex putting bodies in bags, and you maybe want to save here, boys. But Snacks is lurking behind.
And they know the push came out, because Hypex is already in the window.
Snacks in his own wonderland again. He's got another.
Uh-oh.
Rut-row. Where you gonna go?
Damn, everyone dies.
Oh, dear.
No casualties for GamerLegion as they tie this up.
This is happening right now.
Yeah, big time.
9 to the 9 on the third map for the playoffs for GamerLegion.
What would be so funny is if Snacks after this game tweeted out, "I'm retiring at the end of this year." That would be so funny. He has the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
Something more standard here for FURIA. I mean, dude, think about how much K-Serato was melting them in middle on CT. How at GamerLegion back in this game, full blind, flash shot connects for Hypex, and hiding out behind the box. PR waits to strike. One is fine. There's a gun, perhaps gifted, but with no jungle smoke. Oh dear, what are you going to do? Snacks has come right through this into Yakinda's Tech 9. An opportunity presents itself. 2v3. Patiently waiting, but he saw the shadow. He knows someone's up there. Yakinda got wall banged out, and K-Serato, while his D connects, he needs one hell of a clutch to bail FURIA out of this predicament.
Yeah, it would take a heroic effort right now, but honestly, it could be imperative. With the amount of HP, this is a winnable clutch. Of all players on this team you'd want alive in this moment, not only would it be K-Serato, but K-Serato today, 22-12. And the crawl-out kill from Hypex.
3 kills at half for Hypex.
Huge.
Quite a redemption right now, hitting some very important shots.
And now the lead is in play, and there's just so much money that's been made for GamerLegion. Yeah, they lose 3 players here, but did well in this previous round to keep the op in play. Wow, that spray.
Full wallbanger. Getting hyped here, Hypex. Knows he's having serious impact on this CT side. And I just can't believe this is the same game that K-Serata was 18-4, running up top middle.
This is seriously coming down to the wire. Can't sleep on anyone these days.
Just comes at you so quick.
No Molodoy op, and you know, overall, it's just not a great series now for Molodoy. He had one really strong map, but it could be 2 bad ones if he doesn't just get it together quickly. Oh, and Hypex, he just keeps getting better by the round.
He's everywhere. Fallen found. And only K-Serata to rely on in middle. But GamerLegion slink back. They're giving away nothing right now. Happy to play their man advantage.
Earn the right to turtle up.
Can FURIA get them out of their shell?
Previous round this happened, it was Snax pushed the A ramp, went for the full flank on a B. Right now there's no real prophylaxis from the CT side. They're just content to wait, and they have this lean already. That's correct. I mean, FURIA are circling this same site that they're stacking.
Missed him. Oh my goodness.
He got that kill.
Cheeky.
Bomb gets spotted, but that's 2 players dead on A.
I think you can escape there as optimistic at best. Snack still in the connector, but no luck. Kill available to him unless Molodoy moves early. That's a window peek, but Molodoy tames the spray. Quite nice indeed. Double kill secures this situation for FURIA. And even though Molodoy pays a price, there's no win in this round, Snacks.
Yeah, you say his name and he'll appear. Those are 2 important kills. Also because this game isn't over, even though they win this round, there's still so much money to chew through for GamerLegion. Like, they're very healthy economically speaking. They're buying full strength next round, all the utility in op in play.
Terrorists win.
Job's not finished.
Big round for Molodoy. Quiet in this series.
Wonder if he goes on to the op now.
Looks like it. Stressful game.
He gets like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Just wants it bad.
Both teams burning timeouts now. It's been pretty one-sided across the series. 2 dominant maps. With a lot on the line, chance to play in the arena here in Fort Worth.
You know how the crowds get in Texas, man. It gets rowdy.
Yeah. 3 rounds separate either of these teams. FURIA getting the util in. FURIA go for mid control. Hypex is here.
And that was a 4v5 victory for FURIA.
No window smoke yet.
Yeah, they left it open a couple of rounds.
There it goes. Oh dear.
It's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, he took a risk with that one. He pays for it. Snacks pushed forward by the Molotov, but strong position to commit in here. And that molly gets put out by the smoke in front of it, so Snacks tries to hide out. No way, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He'll be kind of out of the round if he just sits there.
Oh my goodness. Snacks is willing to risk it and let them pass him.
Towson got a kill.
That's deep in the apartment. Second orb finds K-Serata. Snacks right beside Fallen, who favors in this fight. It's Snacks. 5v2. And this is FURIA, who can't afford the hemorrhaging economy. GamerLegion have money for days.
Honestly, might have looked great if Yakinder got that one kill in connector, but the fact is, that's a third round this half already that they just give up the opening inside of middle. No immediate trade, already playing from the back foot.
I think this one's a save.
Yeah.
They need the money. They need the buy. You ain't winning a 2v5 and GamerLegion.
Yeah, it might be the
easy.
last time Molodoi sees an op if he doesn't save this. Not even sure if that's going to be the difference maker.
How can it be? Might feel like he has to force something.
It's pretty critical of the fact that GamerLegion were really trying to force the issue and taking mid in the first half and couldn't win it. Well, the same thing's happening to FURIA now.
Did they drop? Yeah, they dropped the double orb at the end as well. So Torsen, despite no one dying, I think if you're FURIA, you're expecting that double orb to remain, but they've actually dropped it off. It's something Vitality do a lot, right? Rops will never like double orb 2 rounds in a row. They don't want to get abused on their bomb site.
Wait, is that a real stat?
No, it's not real, but it's anecdotal. Like,
okay, yeah.
Rops will always trade off an orb. Like, he'll pull it out at 10-10,
right,
and then he'll trade off to an AK if it works.
Never know what that guy's going to do next.
I'm sure he's done it a couple of times, but it was more often than not. As I do the talking. No info off that boost. Connector unsmoked. Molodoi.
Another opening.
Again. That's through smoke.
Through the smoke, yeah. I don't know if Yuri was lining up that molly for under Balk, but he did something to make Rez mad.
Yuri 5 and 11.
My goodness.
Just out of it now. That's huge.
Oh, okay. Ooh, Snacks will be upset that he let that happen.
Yeah, he knows that's a big
They've been doing a good job of like keeping it tight when they're in their 5v4s. And they're still past a minute.
Molodoi so late to top middle. Case Runner just gets out, and yeah, you can escape Rez, you might have to. Hangs around for a second, that's a punish, but out through the window, PR out of nowhere. They crunch mid together, triple from PR. Hunt down for Hypex, it's an all 1v1, and Hypex, the recovery of a lifetime in this game.
That's a huge find. If you let him go around the corner, it's a whole different round.
That might just send GamerLegion into the playoffs over FURIA here.
Money has always been an issue for FURIA in these last few rounds.
Where did PR come from? Did he jump out the window?
I have no idea.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Triple kill, flying in, 3 players scrap.
And it still came down to a 1v1.
And Molodoi, you would have bet on him every day of the week, but Hypex is too quick. Swings in.
Oh, there are going to be some salty fist bumps after this.
Yeah. Painful game for FURIA. They are left with Galils and AKs.
This ain't the way you want to start. But you got to give GamerLegion all the credit. They've been a two-way team in this map. And Hypex, despite the slow start, the impact is there now. And just way too many 5v4 starts for them. Oh, another one.
Oh, Snacks onto Yakinder.
Yeah, he's been getting totally countered.
Yeah, Snacks has had a bunch of impactful multi-kills on the CT side. This is 4 kills away from playoffs for GamerLegion. The de facto bottom of the group. The one you're ready to doubt. And here they are, 2 kills from playoffs. FURIA falling on their face. Torsen's aggression ready to cut this bomb right off, and there is nothing left but Yuri on 5 kills. This is 9-5 down for GamerLegion, all the way to a clean win in regulation. And FURIA, devastation, falling short here into the lower bracket. GamerLegion with an upset, with all eyes on this squad, with Hypex showing recovery, and PR and Rez giving us a damn good game.
Our very first upset of the tournament, and what an upset. I mean, a great summary there from Hugo, right? The fact that all these stars are lining up, that they had to do it on this map, that Hypex has a recovery, which I always think is super impressive, especially in situations like this. We're going to talk to him in a minute as well, Maui, but wow.
Super, super surprising stuff. Happy to see it for GamerLegion. I mean, they've just been toiling away in these local LAN circuit events in Europe, and I feel like all of their efforts now are being rewarded. This is a massive, massive victory for them in terms of VRS points that they're gonna accumulate, that they're gonna steal away from a FURIA team that was looking to try to correct some of their own form into this kind of tournament. We saw great individual plays from a handful of their guys, but honestly, I think they were just so active in the way that they played the CT side, the way that they were able to play off of each other as well. So frequently, they also understood what was gonna be happening next into the round. So props to GamerLegion, well earned.
Playing the long game. Hypex, congratulations.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We were talking a little bit about your recovery, right? Slow start. Tell me a little bit about how you felt, Mirage.
Oh, yeah, it was a slow start. I think I was throwing a lot of you at the beginning of the game, and then I was coming in and I was just whiffing and dying. So yeah, it was not the best start of the day, of the third map, I mean. But yeah, I mean, I always look at CT as a new start to the game, and I know my CT is powerful on Mirage, so I felt confident.
Absolutely is. It's not about how you begin, it's about how you end, right?
Exactly.
Tell me a little bit about, we talked a lot about GamerLegion and how you were really taking the VRS route, and you played a lot of opponents that weren't necessarily of the caliber of someone like FURIA, but you did get a lot of reps. How did you think the adjustment for you went playing against this top tier opponent here?
I mean, I think we feel more comfortable against the higher tier opponents anyway. I mean, it was quite uncomfortable playing the lower tier. I think the motivation is, of course, different. You expect to win, kind of everyone expects you to win, so that's why I think it's also harder. Here we come as the underdogs, and yeah, I'm glad we were able to perform.
Yeah.
I had a question because obviously one of the big headlines about GamerLegion is Ash. He was kind of a big part of the team, but now you have IMD behind you. What does he provide in terms of just as a coach, really?
I mean, he's a massive joker, but he just says things how they are. So I think you can learn a lot from that. He will never lie to you. He just if he doesn't like something, he doesn't like something, and he'll tell you. And then you can kind of argue about it, or you can state your point and you come to a conclusion. So I think I'm learning a lot from him. But he knows that sometimes I get annoyed by it. But at the end of the day, he only wants better for the team. So I think that's good.
Another thing I want is your take on Anim Graph too.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think about holding angles and how the game feels right now?
I think it's worse, not gonna lie.
Okay.
Yeah, I think now I feel like when I get shot with the AWP, I'm kind of beatboxing with the crosshair. My crosshair just keeps going up and shaking, so yeah, I don't know. I think it's worse, but I think it's just a matter of getting used to it.
Is there pros and cons, or is it just simply worse?
I mean, for me it's worse. I play a lot of AWP, so I think that's why. But with the rifle, I feel crisp, so maybe for the rifle this is better.
Okay.
Okay, nice. You guys are in playoffs, right?
Yeah.
That's really nice, I guess, for you to be on such a big stage to get there and stuff. Like, it almost feels like you only won one match, right? You still have that winner match to get to around further immediately, but how do you react to getting to show what you're worth? You know, if you're worth your medal on that big stage.
I mean, I'm really happy. That's going to be my first stage ever in my life. So yeah, it's probably going to be a bit shaky, but I think I'm going to be able to use it for better. And yeah, we are happy, but right now the next game is against NAVI.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to focus on, and hopefully we can reach semi-final.
What do you think?
I mean, I feel like also something I want to touch on is just your opping in general. I feel like this is the first time in a while GamerLegion's had I would say you've been the best opper for them for a couple of years now. I know that things have changed with the team, so it's not like you can speak on years of the past, but I guess in terms of your own opping style, what has really helped you the most develop it at this level?
I mean, I think the first 3 months, so the end of the last year when I joined, I was quite stressed. I know a lot of eyes were on me and the tough situation in GamerLegion overall. So yeah, I was stressed every game basically. But since New Year's, I kind of managed to like adapt myself and get used to the guys. So now I know that they believed in me. Obviously, we lasted without changing me through the break, so that gave me a lot of hope that they see what they see in me. And yeah, since then I just feel more and more comfortable every event, so I'm glad I'm able to show up, and hopefully it's just going to get better.
Yeah, you're paying it back in spades for sure. We're really excited to see you on the big stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, thank you.
I'll let you go.
Thank you.
It's of course going to be a quite difficult matchup for them versus NAVI, but now that they've got the scalp of FURIA, let's talk about that a little bit actually. You did say, you know, this is a team that is really good, but they can drop games like this. But for me, it's a little bit shocking that they do it over the course of 3 games, right? Well, I think they would have really recovered on Mirage.
I also just think that GamerLegion as a team themselves are kind of hard to read sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't think that they serve the same kind of style in every single round. You don't know whether it's going to be a set piece. You don't know if they're playing off of the last default that they ran. And I feel like FURIA were playing catch up a lot in this one. They couldn't really outline how to be aggressive enough themselves in order to have enough info, but not to take too many bad risks. So that came back to bite FURIA in this one. I feel like also some of the the individuals were just not quite there for them. I think Yuri, who was insane at Rio, was sadly nowhere to be found here on the third map. So that's obviously pivotal in them actually having that little bit of X factor to take over or really cleanly dispatch of a team like GamerLegion.
I agree. I think if you look across the 3 maps, we've had some shocking performances from a few members of the team, right? You mentioned Yuri, you said Molodoy also after that map 1, and he didn't really recover on Mirage either. So that's not what you want. Like, I think it's the conversation that we had earlier about the pressure of this situation, right?
Yeah.
Because the pressure was already super high on them to get those trophies after the second half of last year. Now there's this clock right behind you that's saying you've only got a few left.
That can't feel good. No, I don't think that can ever feel good. Like, when are you ever gonna perform better in a situation like that? I think the two sides of the coin that we tried to preface this situation with were, one is you play with ultimate freedom, you know that this is the last dance, that you just go all out on every single situation, but I feel like everybody's just thinking to themselves in the back, I have to do this for Fallen, and they just also felt the roar of the fandom there in Brazil. They know how many people are relying on them to perform well, so now that's also just weighing on them. So there's all these different factors and situations, and also they're trying to chase the ghosts of themselves. In 2025, they were so good as a team, and I don't think that they've ever felt like they've recaptured that form.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take a look at Group B and how it played out today. Of course, NAVI was earlier victorious over the side of FaZe 2-0. That was extremely comfortable. That's going to be quite difficult for GamerLegion. Well, you know, I say that, and they just beat FURIA. And then we'll have FaZe versus FURIA as well. Interesting matchup for sure.
Oh man, I feel like this is going to be, if FURIA don't correct things in that matchup, you got to ring some major alarms, because that FaZe today looked like they have a lot to catch up on. So FURIA should be able to get some win back in their sails with a victory in that lower bracket match.
Yes, who knows? Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, our second day and our final day of play-ins here, to see who will all join us in the playoffs. Another 4 best-of-3s coming our way. FUT versus Astralis. FUT, man, today. Like, they gave the Vitality their first Dust 2 loss in forever. They have Coolio standing in, who is playing insanely. Like, I was a little sad when we heard that Longs wouldn't be here, right? Because this has been a surging lineup, but, you know, maybe there's a chance.
I think that the best that FUT should think about this is that they do have that chance. If they just got completely blown out of the water by Vitality with Coolio playing, then you're just going to write this tournament off completely. But now that you've already shown a little bit of fight, taking Dust 2 off of Vitality, ending a streak that they were holding since all the way back in November, now you're thinking to yourselves, okay, even though this is under adverse situation or conditions, we can still gain some points here. We can build some confidence with this team and hopefully also just secure some prize money. I feel like nobody talks about that, but do people hate money now or something like that?
Is it like not done? Is it not done? Because like, it's about the glory.
Yeah, exactly. No, get some prize money while you're at it.
Yeah, it's about the dollars as well. I also see G2 Vitality there. Tomorrow, that was such a great matchup back in Rio, but then Hunter wasn't even there, right? I wonder if they can replicate that tomorrow, because Vitality didn't exactly look like themselves.
No. This was a good day to try to catch Vitality off. FUT tried. G2 have their own chance tomorrow, and I feel like the G2 lineup has been powering up too. The local LAN circuit that they've been playing as well, similar to what we just saw GamerLegion get out of and find victory out of. I feel like there is definitely a chance that they have put some pieces together and that this new lineup is in a honeymoon.
We'll see. Let's talk a little bit about stocks, Novashot stocks, to be exact. Like, where are you getting them? Where are you taking them tomorrow?
Okay, well, I feel like first we need to see some of the numbers here for the tokens on all of these teams. We see that FUT right now, the token is quite expensive. Wouldn't probably be going for that. I would probably just go for an underdog then. I think if Astralis is in the head-to-head versus FUT, are we really thinking when the odds are stacked against Astralis here as if they're supposed to be the underdog? I'm taking the underdog on that one, you know? I mean, that's still Astralis' full lineup. They were also just in a grand final of a tournament recently, so I know FUT beat them in that grand final, but it was with their best player. So, hey, I feel like I would be putting my Novashot tokens on Astralis.
Okay, nice. FUT Astralis, actually, it's kind of a modern rivalry. Very recent
It's shaping up.
It's shaping up to be.
Yes.
Like, it's a very recent one, what we'll see indeed, going all in. Yeah, there we go. So,
well done.
Well done indeed. You well done.
I am just patting myself on the back saying,
You
well
are.
done. Yeah. I'd say I'm the kind of guy that almost wins a clutch and I type NT to myself.
You do? It's kind of cute.
No, yeah, for sure. Of course.
sure.
Like, yeah, just got to keep the positive mental attitude, PMA.
Yeah. It's been a long day. I'm not gonna lie. Someone was talking in my ear. I didn't really hear what you said. We're gonna sign off.
Positive mental attitude. That's all you got to know.
Positive
PMA.
mental attitude. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and watching in this, full day, long day for sure. Another one tomorrow to see who locks in those final spots in the playoffs here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth. Good night.